Good Monday morning, everybody. John and Lance along with Dell and Sean Mapes this morning.
No.
Who's that?
No.
Is that Austin?
Yes.
Oh, I thought it was Mapes.
Meet the team.
I thought it was Mapes. He sounds like Mapes now. If you work here, you start to sound like Mapes. That's what happens. Welcome in, everybody. John and Lance along with Dell live at Wildcat Golf Club while Austin is back in the studio. You can see us still. We've got the Twitch and the
Lance's
YouTube.
Arm
and
is in the way now,
you got Lance's
y'all will be okay.
Gigantic head in there. He's fixing his microphones, which maybe he should have done before the show started. But neither here nor there. We are live at Wildcat.
Don't
Golf
test.
Club.
Test.
Yeah, that's professional.
The worst person.
We are live at Wildcat Golf Club, where the CCA golf tournament that we've been talking about for a while is going to take place today. Taylor and Eric and all of his boys are going to be out here today, so that'll be fun. So we will hear from them a little bit later in the show. We've got. Are you sure? Should we do What Did You Learn this weekend when we get back tomorrow?
We can do that if you don't want to put extra stress on everyone.
Well, does Austin have an intern today?
Austin, do you have an intern today?
Alan's always there. What are y'all talking about?
Yeah. Well,
if Alan's there, we can do it.
If Alan is there today, we can do it. If not, we don't want to put all that on Austin.
Yeah, we'll talk.
So
Austin.
we'll see. We'll talk about it during the break. But we can do What Did You Learn this weekend? And there was a lot that we learned this weekend. We learned a lot. Holy crap! What a college football weekend we had. I know we're going to get to the Texans, and that's going to be the majority of the show. But it was a wild college football weekend, and our Longhorns are number one again, which is where they belong.
There it is.
It's exactly where we belong. At the top.
How bad does it hurt your heart that our Texas Longhorns are number one?
No, I love the Longhorns. I love our Longhorns.
Horns down.
Texas. That's all we care about. That's all we care about is Texas.
That's right.
And our Longhorns are number one. We love that. Our Aggies look pretty damn good too, by the way.
Yeah.
Right. And so did our Cougs. Holy crap!
They scored.
Yeah.
And they won.
We had us a big weekend this weekend in college football. A lot of upsets. A lot of stuff going on. Another last-minute win from Miami where the refs stole it from Cal again.
That's
all
right. You know what?
Stole it from Virginia Tech.
You know what?
Stole it from Cal.
What college football fans love? They love referees getting in the way of a 25-point comeback when Miami's involved. But I bet you if Cal was trying to make a comeback, that's not targeting. Why would you even review it? Get the F out of here.
Boy, he's touchy about his canes.
No, just because you want the referees to decide whether a team can come back from a big deficit, or do you hate Miami enough that you want the referees to get involved and kill a comeback? Whatever, guys. You guys are very simple. I understand, but
we hate Miami enough. That's what we. Yeah,
that's what it is.
That's it. That's all. That's what we do. But we got our Texans, and our Texans beat the Buffalo Bills. They are 4-1, and one of the best teams in the National Football League. They held Josh Allen. Boy, did that offense. That offense yesterday was what we thought would happen to the Bills. They got no weapons. When you lose all those good wide receivers, guess what's going to happen?
And Josh was just not good. It was the lowest completion percentage
9 of 30
in 30 years for more than 30 pass attempts. 30%. And then you had Andy Dalton at 30.3% in 2014. And then there was one other quarterback after that. I can't recall who it was after that, but it's the lowest completion percentage over the last 30 years for a quarterback throwing 30 passes. And he was bad. Josh wasn't good. C.J. Stroud had 2 turnovers with a 3-point lead. Had 2 turnovers late in that game, which hurt them. One turned into a field goal, and then he had the interception, which did not end up coming back to haunt them. So it wasn't well played in terms of across the board. But the Texans get a win. Unfortunately, you've got Nico Collins. They say it's a short-term injury. He scores on a 64-yard play-action touchdown pass as he just gassed the safety. The safety just did not turn around and get deeper than the deepest. Easy touchdown for Nico, but he pulled up a little bit lame and never came back into the game. They say it's short-term, but I think short-term, like he and Titus Howard both went out with a hamstring injury, but I would assume an offensive tackle would come back faster than a wide receiver. I'll bet you he misses another game with a hamstring. The hamstring's one of those that you don't want it. You want to make sure it's right where it needs to be because that can popping up. If you got to play a game without Nico Collins, then play a game without Nico Collins. But get that hamstring right.
Boy,
don't allow this to turn into a situation.
You're playing a tough defensive team this week in New England.
You can't score, though.
And you certainly can't. Yeah, but you're playing a team. This is going to be, I mean, that's all they play. New England plays is hard, low-scoring games.
If there's a team you can beat without Nico Collins,
Yes.
for sure, you just beat the Bills.
Yeah.
I mean, you can beat the Patriots are terrible. Their offense is just – Jacoby Brissett cannot be quarterback much longer. That team is going to mutiny in the locker room. They're going to have to get Drew, which is great. Maybe we get to see the young rookie. But it's a good game for the Houston Texans to have to play after this. I mean, they're 4-1. It's their best start since 2012 when they started 5-0. So it's the second best start in franchise history. They in the years they've been in business and that we've been doing this, they are bad starters. They're notoriously slow starters. They weren't under Gary Kubiak for sure. So 4-1. I don't think they've even hit their stride yet.
No.
Like, I don't even think they're playing great. Yeah, Joe Mixon for one game.
Yeah.
Hip drop. Look how long hip drop has taken him out.
Yeah.
So
are you going to keep wearing that shirt now?
Free hip drop, that means I'm giving out free hip drop tackles.
Is that a good idea?
That's what it means.
Your star running back hasn't played since week 2.
I've got a shirt that says free hip drop.
I know, because you were so upset with that rule.
No.
And just like you were upset with the kickoff rule, just like you were upset with the raising the mound.
Oh, by the way,
lowering the mound in 1967.
Do you see Rogers said they're changing the kickoff rule? He's like, this isn't.
It's not good.
So
it hasn't helped anything. The only thing that's going to help is move the kickoff back to the 25.
Actually,
the percentage is up as far as more kickoffs.
But
We're just not getting big plays out. It's probably about 15% more than it was. But they're just not getting any big plays out of it, which is, I think, part of what they wanted beyond the safety concerns.
Because they're just like, oh, well, we'll take you can have it at the 30.
They want but I don't know if they want big returns. They just want it to be a play.
It's never a play.
You still have to move the kicker back.
Well, if you want it to become more of a play.
Yeah.
But so even if they do kick it into the end zone, it's landing at the front of the end zone.
Here's your updated look. Touchbacks, 92 touchbacks, 65% of the time it's touchbacks. Kickoff returns, 34%. That's definitely up.
It's up, but here's the deal: if I'm a coach, I ain't ever return it because every single kickoff return there's a flag. Every single punt return there's a flag. It is ridiculous how this has become so litigious every single time you have a kickoff or a punt return.
Well, it's litigious there, but it's not litigious if your quarterback has suffered what apparently is a head injury. Give him some smelling salts. Get back in there, Josh.
Josh?
Yeah.
His second. Remember, did you see him get blasted last week too?
He got hit a couple. Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie. When I saw how poorly he was playing, I did wonder if maybe he had a concussion last week and he's just playing through it because he got annihilated on a trick play against the Ravens. They tried to run a little trick play and he got smashed. His helmet flew off. His hair's all messed up. His face looks, and he played like a guy who had a concussion. I mean, he didn't play. He's 9 of 30.
Yeah, he played poorly before the hit in this game.
That's what I mean. And then that's what I mean. Coming off of last week, and then he took a shot to the side. He was saying it was his chest, but I don't know. The NFL did make him go to the tent. What are your thoughts now? The Texans are 4-1. That's what you want to be in. You're 4-1, getting ready to face a bad team in New England.
Yeah.
I mean, the record's great. It's just Houston wants Bobby Slowick's head on a. I know they had 450 total yards of offense.
Well, who is this that wants
because
Bobby
of the
Slowick's
greatness
head?
of your quarterback?
Just Google.
Yeah.
What's
Texas
the matter
Twitter.
with Bobby Slowick?
You've probably seen it.
What did Bobby Slowick do?
Bobby Slowick had because
he runs on first down,
and because CJ Stroud has the most dropbacks, third and long of in the league. He has more than anyone in the league, and there a lot of people being Twitter, so it's not actually real, are saying that CJ is saving Bobby Slowick from disaster. Yeah. If not for CJ, Bobby Slowick would have been run out of town because of how he's
Slowick
calling
out of
plays.
here. and get a real offensive, somebody who calls the good plays, not the bad plays.
Yeah.
Do I have to do this again and count them all up and prove that Bobby Slowick is not passing? He's throwing more on first down than he is running.
That may be a thing this year, but we've already talked about it. Last year was not a thing.
He's throwing more on first down than running.
It's not simply about that. For whatever reason, the Texans are in a lot of third and longs, and people think that is Bobby Slowick's fault. Most dropbacks third and long.
By the way, just because you throw doesn't make it a successful play. Just for everybody, sometimes they're incomplete.
It's not just about the throws.
That puts you in a second and long, which might put you in a
you
third.
You don't understand the hater, John. It's not just about the throws. It's about or the run pass distribution. It's about even when you're calling throws, they're not the right throws, and now your quarterback.
Once you get your things set, we've seen.
You don't understand this.
Everything was Derek Bell's fault in baseball. We've seen this for years. No. Matt Maloney was the reason. Matt Maloney, a point guard who, but. You had Olajuwon and Charles Barkley, but everything was Matt Maloney's fault. Once you zero in, and some people would say that there's a lot of people who did that with Dusty Baker, that people couldn't wait to just talk about that they couldn't let Dusty go even though they were successful. That you had to always have something ready.
Hey, time to talk about Dream Rate. Time to talk about Kent Jones over at Dream Rate. And listen, if you're somebody that is in the market to buy a home, brokers are just better. They're just better. Make sure that you do this. And if you're somebody that is also, if you're renting right now and you say, well, this isn't a good time, it's a great time to buy, especially with the incentives that the government is giving out for first-time home buyers. If you've never bought a home before, Kent Jones can find a way to save you thousands and thousands of dollars and make it affordable for you to do that. As opposed to making your landlord wealthy, start accumulating wealth yourself. Build your wealth with your own home. It's the most important decision that you're going to probably ever make. It's the biggest buy you'll ever make. Make sure that you do it with a broker, because you just don't know the business like he does. Dude's been doing it for over 30 years. He is great, and he will save you thousands of dollars. All you need to do is call 713-520-LOAN, 713-520-5626, or 975loans.com.
You're listening to John and Lance, broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Wildcat Golf Club. Here's John Granato and Lance Zierlein.
Hi, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776. Your thoughts on yesterday's game. And are we really doing with it? I don't understand the Bobby Slowick thing. We started to talk about this, and I know we got cut off. We apologize. We're live at Wildcat Golf Club. John, Lance, and Dell, and Austin's back in studio. This is probably Austin's fault that we went off the air.
No,
well, I don't know.
Blaming
no
Austin.
one knows, but it's probably Austin's
fault.
Equipment
thing going on here, but Austin's not the issue.
Well,
I'm not going to let you slander a producer.
Well, he's new, so we probably
he's not new.
He's the newest out of us three.
Yeah, but he's done this show before.
Yeah, but somebody's got to be a scapegoat. Like Deshaun's being the scapegoat in Cleveland now.
Well,
I mean, does he deserve it? No.
Oh, no, I had a Deshaun fan yesterday tell me, name somebody who's actually played better on the Browns. I said,
Joe Flacco?
Everybody?
No, on the Browns this year. I'm like, I don't know. I'm not watching your I know Deshaun's bad.
Well,
I know Deshaun and Amari Cooper
played better this year. No one else has played.
I said, your team is atrocious. You can't watch them.
Right.
I said, what argument are you making that Deshaun's better than the other bad
he's being
players?
Scapegoated.
Like, anyway, yeah. So
just like Austin.
I'm glad
Austin is the new Deshaun.
You can't say he's being scapegoated when you're doing the scapegoating. You're the one doing it.
Oh yeah. I forgot. Sorry, Austin. But it was probably your fault. No one knows.
Wow.
Anyway.
So do you feel like one of the things I was going to say before we got interrupted by
do you feel like Bobby Slowick is the problem? Is a huge problem here?
No, I don't think. I think execution is a huge problem. I don't think Bobby Slowick is a huge problem right now at all. I think that play calling is just what people say when things aren't going the way they want it to look. That's what you say. He wasn't a problem in the first half, but he was the second. I think no Nico was a problem. I think not having the best receiver in football is currently an issue. Whenever you don't have him, that showed up big time. Now it's to the point where Tank Dell, it doesn't matter if Nico's gone. Tank Dell is just not a factor in this offense. This is 5 games in now, and Tank Dell has been just a minimal factor. So
he had a couple of catches yesterday.
Great.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
I didn't say he was shut out. He had a couple of catches,
but it seems like CJ. I don't know what
he had 7 touchdowns last year, right?
Yeah, I understand. No, he was a much bigger part of the offense last year for whatever reason. But CJ seems to zero in on a guy. As soon as Nico went down, it was Stephon Diggs.
Yesterday was 4 for 38. 4 catches for 38 yards.
Yeah.
This year he's got 13 catches for 137 yards. In 4 games. He was hurt 1 game, so he didn't play. 14 catches for 137 yards in 4 games. No touchdowns, 10.5. Who do you think has more receiving yards, him or Xavier Hutchinson?
Him.
You think Tank has more than Xavier Hutchinson?
Yeah.
You might be right. I mean, it's a low bar. Let's see. Xavier Hutchinson. I would hope he does have more than Xavier. Yeah, 3 for 34.
Yeah.
Robert Woods.
He has more than Robert Woods.
So Tank is starting to pick up
a lot
of catches. A lot of
all you have to do is look at
14.
Texan stats.
It really doesn't matter. I mean, Tank has 13 catches for the year.
Yeah. No,
it's terrible. Nico Collins wasn't in. He wasn't even
Well,
in for.
Well, and the argument
three
that
quarters.
the question was when they picked up Stephon Diggs and you got Tank and you got Nico was, are there enough footballs for everybody? And the answer is no.
No.
There's not enough footballs for everybody.
No, not really. And all that matters is you're winning, though.
Yeah.
Like Nico Collins is substantially better than Tank or Stephon Diggs. He just is. He's a dynamic playmaker down the field with contested catches, all three levels. Tank is more of a specialist. Stephon Diggs is the guy who's going to win in the first and second level. Stephon Diggs still has plenty left in the tank. I mean, Stephon Diggs is clearly a good player, but Nico helps really make that thing go. With no Nico and no Joe Mixon, the running game right now is just, man, it's just not dynamic at all. And Dari gave you some good carries yesterday. It wasn't bad. He gave you some good carries. But you really missed that Joe Mixon that we saw in the first game. I don't even know if that was fool's gold or not. We won't know until he gets back because, that's the only thing I saw was Joe Mixon just tearing the Colts up. Well, I'm kind of interested to see now, was this a Colts thing? Or can we expect this? Like, is this the Joe Mixon we're getting? Because if it's that Joe Mixon, how much better is the offense going to be when Joe Mixon's back? And of course you get Nico back at full speed. I don't think CJ's playing great right now. Man, I see the stats but I don't. I feel like he's rushing things. He's short arming some throws. He's uncharacteristically off a little bit with ball placement. It may be nitpicking by me, but I've got really high hopes for him being one of the top 3 quarterbacks in the league, and I don't feel like that's what he is right now. I feel like I think he's really. It's going to be a journey to get past the issues with the too high safety look that he's getting because he's having to really rethink what he's doing. He didn't see this in college, and this is the first time he's really seeing a lot in the pros. And you can tell he needs Tank doesn't need to move back to guard. Don't ask that question. We're not moving him to guard. He's staying at receiver. But I do think, do you feel like CJ's playing I know the stats look
I think he's playing
pretty
okay.
good.
I think he's playing good.
I mean, he
he's
had
not
38
playing as great.
38 attempts, 1 touchdown pass yesterday.
Of course, don't forget the stinkers that he threw in last year. I think
true.
we just ignore. There were whole games against the Jets, against Carolina that he really did not play well. I mean, he's having some mistakes now, but he's playing. Threw for over 300 again. You know what? 300 in the NFL today is a lot of yards. What happened to the 400-yard guys? I mean, we just saw a 500-yard game out of
Kirk
Cousins. What happened to if you throw for 300 now in the NFL, you're having a spectacular.
It's
game.
A monster game. Burrow and Lamar both did yesterday in their game, but I wins are the only thing that ultimately matter. You don't get style points, don't matter, but I will say that style points are also at some points indicators of how if you have a special team. If you're winning with style points, it tends to illuminate the more special offenses and special players. And there's really been CJ had a terrible turnover yesterday. That interception was awful.
Yeah.
And that's not
did Steph Diggs not sit down in the Steph Diggs kind of wandered as opposed to sitting down right where he was throwing that football. I thought listen, that was a zone and he's got to sit in there. And I think CJ thought he might've been sitting there.
I think Terrell Bernard did a great job baiting them both because he had his back turned to the football. That was very Fred Warner like where he knew where that ball was going, even though he wasn't even looking at the quarterback. I think sometimes you just give credit to the linebacker who made a great play. The bigger concern is loose with the football, up 3, deep in your own territory, and he fumbles that football. That can't happen. The interception, okay, Bernard makes a great play. The ball security down deep in your own part of the field, that one I would take more issue with than anything else. I know there's some pressure, but that fumble can't happen. That could have changed the game. If Buffalo can punch a touchdown across, you lose probably. And credit to the Texas defense. It's the second week in a row where they've had a team down deep in their territory and didn't allow a touchdown. So the interception, that I'm going to give credit to Bernard on that. The fumble, that one I will look at and go, hey, that one you can't allow to happen.
Yesterday, C.J. Stroud went 9 of 14 for 151 yards passing and 8 first downs on third downs. That's really, really good. His most first down passes on third down in a game. So 9 of 14 with 8 first downs and 151 yards on third down plays. That was really, really good number.
I mean, I think we were fooling around a little bit when we were talking about Josh Allen's concussion, but
I wasn't fooling around.
No, I'm not either.
No, he
9 of 30 is
he, especially the last drive where they threw 3 times and he threw terrible balls.
Oh yeah.
He was fuzzy.
Let's-
His brain was fuzzy.
Let's
yesterday.
get to the Sean McDermott. So clock management was a major issue at the end of that game, and
but the Texans had timeouts. I understand that they were throwing the ball, and
I get what
they
he was.
gave the Texans one more chance, but they would have called timeout.
I
too.
get what he was doing, but at the same time, if you run the football, you make them burn a timeout, and even if you gain 3 yards or 2 yards, it maybe changes some of the calls some of the throws that you could make. Because Sean McDermott even said, I should have run the ball on first down and then see where we were after that.
Yeah.
He said I should have forced them to burn a timeout if they burn a timeout at all. If they gain 8 yards, Texans may say,
yeah,
we're not messing with this.
We'll just go to OT.
We're going to go to OT. Yeah. Because we don't know how. I mean, if you're stopping the clock for them, that's dangerous. They got the ball. You're stopping the clock after.
Yeah, but they were
down.
back on their own 3.
Yeah, no. It's far back, but at the same time, D'Amico. Although honestly, all I
they
could
got
think,
the ball back with 40 seconds.
I put this on Twitter. They're going to punt. They'll throw on first down.
32 seconds left. You weren't worried about them scoring.
But if you run the ball, then the Texans don't have a timeout. They're going to call a timeout to if it goes the Texans' way and they get.
Oh yeah, they'll call 3 timeouts. They call 3
timeouts, so CJ can't do that 5-yard dump off and then.
Well, I didn't understand that play anyway. Well, let's
go to CJ. Let's go to CJ Stroud and D'Amico there. A lot of what was up with not like. What did you think about the time management there with D'Amico, and because you could have also killed off, you could have had it where you are, it's just, why not run the football, use one of your timeouts? You've got all these timeouts. Why not run the football? Why not be conservative when you got a guy who now has made 8 50-yard field goals? Even before that, it would have been 7 50-yard field goals. Kaimi Fairbairn at this point might be the best kick. He's the best long kicker accuracy in pro football. Aubrey's got the bigger leg, but Kaimi just doesn't miss. You could have really gotten conservative. Instead, you ended up with a grounding call that took you out of.
Oh, you mean the possession before?
The possession before. Okay. You ended up with a grounding call that took you out of of field goal range. All you had to do was play conservative, eat up some time. They had no timeouts. You could have basically let Kaimi Fairbairn have like a 56, 55-yard field goal with no time on the clock.
Yeah.
And instead you had to punt the ball.
That grounding call could have absolutely lost you the game.
It could have lost you the game.
Yeah.
Because if Josh Allen completes his first pass out to the, whatever yard line, all of a sudden now you're having to sweat whether or not they're going to get enough yards down the field to with no timeouts. It's tough, as you mentioned, with that amount of time. But D'Amico and the Texans, and
you were at the 39, a 56-yard field goal.
It's not out of the realm of possible.
No, you know what?
And by the way, you had 3 timeouts. You could have really.
And who's to say you don't gain 4 yards on
the
line?
Yeah.
Right. And then we're talking, it's weird to say a chip shot for Kaimi at 52.
And by the way, on the last play with 7 seconds left, he throws the ball to Ogunbowale. If they don't tackle him right away,
okay.
Then it will
that also is a questionable. Honestly, I felt like they stopped the clock with 2 seconds early.
Real early.
Yeah, I thought that thing was going to run out, and it sat there on 2, and I'm like,
if they don't tackle him right away, you're going overtime.
Yeah,
that was another.
Yeah, it was.
I guess Ogunbowale could give himself up, and you can call a timeout, which I think he did. He fell down. They probably instructed everyone just go down. He did that, but yeah, I mean, if he had made a mistake and said, "Hey, let me try to gain another yard," you're probably going overtime. Neither coach bathed themselves in glory the last minute of the game in terms of clock management.
No.
Neither coach. No, that was scary what they did. It was scary what the Texans were doing with the grounding, and then both possessions really scary with clock management. Didn't get it. 713-780-3776 is the number. I think we'll do what did you learn this weekend tomorrow.
Yeah.
We're live at Wildcat Golf Club for the CCA golf tournament today. They'll be out here. We'll talk to some of the guys out here. Really, really love this golf tournament. It's a lot of fun. These guys are the CCA. These guys have fun. They really do, but they also do a lot for all of your fishing here in the Houston area and all of Texas. So this is a great event, and glad that we could be here. Glad that we sponsor it. Glad that we promote it for them. We really, really enjoy it. 713-780-3776. Anything that we've talked about already, anything that you guys want to talk about, you're more than welcome. 713-780-3776. Right now, I am talking about Houston Powder Coaters. Robin and the great people over at Houston Powder Coaters are just fantastic at what they do. This is something that's been going on. They've been around for a while. They've been in business doing this for 25 plus years. These people that are doing it, they know what they're doing. Free delivery, free pickup and delivery. That's the first thing. That's awfully important. How much patio furniture do you have, or whatever it is that you need, your boat parts, your car parts, anything metal that you need coated, need it to look new again, need it to look wonderful, want to paint it a color or powder coat it a color that of your favorite team, you can do that as well. Get your patio furniture, your straps and everything else of your favorite team. Get it maroon or burnt orange or I don't even know what the Texans colors are anymore. It's red, whatever the case may be, whatever you want, you got it at Houston Powder Coaters. They'll do it, and they cover just about everywhere: Fulshear, Baytown, Crosby, Mount Bellevue, and more. They are the best. You're looking for the best way to powder coat whatever it is. HoustonPowderCoaters.com, 281-676-3888. Tell Robin you heard it right here.
Now back to John and Lance,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Wildcat Golf Club. Here's John Granato and Lance Zierlein.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, live from Wildcat Golf Club. We love it. 18, they got 36 championship holes here. Any tournament that you have. If you haven't had a tournament here, then I don't know if you're in the tournament game, because this is the place to have your tournament. Great facility, beautiful clubhouse and everything. So you're looking for a great place to get your tournament on. Call Nick here at Wildcat Golf Club, because it is the place. 36. So especially if you got a big tournament, this is where you want to have it. All right, 713-780-3776. You guys want to get in here, you're more than welcome to do that as the sun rises over the beautiful hills here. The highest elevations in the city, Del.
The hills?
Yeah, beautiful hills. Okay, here at Wildcat Golf Club. Yeah.
Let me
Do you
ask
see those hills right there? Right there.
I see some trees and
right behind
and what
the
looks
ninth
to
green,
be a
right there.
a bird.
See the birds right here on the table? It's a beautiful day.
Yeah.
It's only going to be 91 today, Del. And
I don't complain about
Cold
heat
front
like
came through.
this.
Cold front tomorrow, 88.
Cold front came through today.
No, today's 91. I think today's going to be the hottest day on record.
That's
today.
great.
It is.
Just
Yeah.
Another hot day in
another
early
hot day
October.
in the
It's
city.
awesome.
I
Let me
love it.
ask you two something serious. Do you guys believe the expectations put on this team by fans and others are affecting how people watch these games? Because the Slowick thing, I think, is directly related to what people expected. When you talk about the acquisitions, now some of them haven't been healthy, but the hype around CJ, the acquisitions made, the thought was this was going to be, put a nickname on the offense. This was going to be that type of offense where they could not be stopped, and they look stoppable more than we'd like. Do you think expectations are affecting it more than the actual play we're seeing? Because you mentioned last segment, look around the NFL. Who's putting up big numbers? Now we had the Bengals and the Ravens have a big day that look more like what Joe Burrow has been over the course of his career when he's healthy. But for the most part, people are putting the umbrellas on these offenses, and you're not getting big days. I think a lot of it has to do with what people were told this team was going to be.
Yeah, I think, Troy sent me a text saying, I think you may be overreacting a little. Name the quarterbacks and offenses that have been explosive consistently this year. And I said none. So I may be nitpicking since it is a league-wide issue. He said, yeah, I think mid-season the offenses will get going. The only one I see is Washington. That's pretty much true. I mean, but to your question, Del, yes, I 100% believe that expectations are having an impact on how we view. I mean, we've been through it with the Astros, for example. When the expectations were lower, we were riding high. When they've been higher, it can be a bumpier ride watching games. I think we had no expectations for C.J. Stroud and the Texans, relatively speaking, last year. And so we kind of freeze out the Atlanta game, the Carolina game, because we had those great comeback games too that he had in the fourth quarter. And so you tend to remember the good times whenever it was really going well. And now this year, expectations are high, and Bobby Slowick is the worst, and CJ's not as good, and the offense can't get going. Where's Tank? I mean, I think there are some legitimate questions to ask, but as you said, some of this is going to be league-wide because the leagues switched to umbrella defenses to keep everything in front of them. Look, you got your long touchdown pass because Cole Fisher, a rookie safety, just sat down, and I don't know what he was doing. Honestly, I have no idea what that safety was doing. They were in a cover 2 look, and he just let Nico Collins run right by him, and it was a wrap because Nico can really run once he gets going. So the 2 explosive plays I can remember, Nico was beat a cover 2 because the safety just stayed seated too long, and then the other one was he went up and beat a double team to make a catch. Other than that, where are long passes? I don't know. I mean, so I don't know. They're 4-1. That's ultimately what you want to be.
I mean, we should be thrilled 4-1.
I know. There's something, but I think it is the expectations.
I think so too.
Talking AFC
I mean, if 3
championship.
years ago they were 4-1 right now, winning close games that they won at the end by 3 points against the Jaguars, against the Bills, know, it played that way defensively against the Bears the way that they did, and eked out a win in Indianapolis, we'd be thrilled with this football team. But we think that there's supposed to be some kind of an offensive juggernaut. Maybe they're not. And maybe this is what we're. First of all, they don't. Other than the Indianapolis game,
can't run the
the
ball.
running game has sucked. The running game is not good. It's just not good.
But they had over 400 yards of total offense.
But 300 some came from CJ. They ran for under 100.
Well,
again.
no, I know. But to say the offense, I think the offense is still moving the ball.
Yeah.
If you look at it from a statistical standpoint.
CJ, but I think we have these unrealistic expectations of CJ.
Yes.
He's got 7
Y'all do.
7
Mine
touchdowns, 3 interceptions this
Mine
year.
feel real.
Is that good enough?
It's not what you –
in 4 games?
I mean,
you throw in the fumble.
In 5 games?
So if you got 4 turnovers.
In 5 games, he's got 7 touchdowns. We were expecting him to have 14 or 15 touchdowns.
I would say he's 38 passes yesterday, 1 touchdown. I mean, I think C.J. Stroud would tell you this is not what his expectations are. No, I think he's on pace right now. He's on pace for about 25 touchdowns.
Yeah, that's not – no. We expected a high-powered, highfalutin
I remember
offense.
the numbers. We were discussing
That's going under.
And we were talking about touchdowns that were thrown last year, and I think Dak might have been the only one who got 30-plus touchdowns last year. The conversation was how many was CJ going to throw with this offense, and I don't think anyone was like, pace for 25. I don't think anyone was talking
right
about
now,
that.
the Texans lead the league in passing yards, 1477.
Well,
Who plays tonight?
Who does play tonight?
Chiefs.
Is it the Lions, or do they have a bye?
No, they got
they had Monday night.
It's
last
Chiefs
week.
and
Is it Saints?
Chiefs and Saints.
Yeah.
Let me see where the Chiefs are in passing yards.
Well, they don't have
be
receivers,
the
so I'm not
Saints.
sure they would be too high. Yeah, I mean, you have the league leader in receiving yards, and you have.
Chiefs won't catch.
Yeah, they're not going to catch him. I mean, you have Nico, and he didn't even play most of the game, and you still put up those numbers. I don't think it's a question of stats; it's a question of aesthetics. And then you look at the production, and you look at a game where your defense does what they did to Josh Allen, concussion theories aside, and you are scrapping and clawing. And you know what happened? The second half, the penalties popped back up. They were clean in the first half, and the penalties came back, and then the offense shut down again.
Yep. No, they were absolutely clean. That was a really, really nice first half. Here's the
problem. Last year in 2023, the Houston Texans on passing play. Oh, come on. Passing plays of 40 yards or more. Well, the Texans were. Let's go 20 yards or more. That'll fit my narrative better. They're fourth. They're fourth in passing plays of 20 yards or more with 69 passes. This year in 2024, with your 20 in the year of 20 and 24.
Yeah, the year of that 20 and 24.
Your Texans are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So not terrible. They've only got 2 passes of 40-plus yards. Colts have 7. Bengals have 5. Packers, Lions, Cowboys, Falcons, Rams, Bears, Jaguars, 49ers, Ravens, Commanders, Eagles,
Are you
Saints,
just naming all the teams at the NFL?
Seahawks, they're all ahead of the Texans.
As far as what?
Explosive.
40-yard passes? I don't care about. I don't know. Who has more touchdown passes, Aaron Rodgers or C.J. Stroud?
C.J. Stroud.
It's a trick question. They have the same.
Okay.
Who has more, Derek Carr or C.J. Stroud?
Trick question.
No, it's not.
Think about the first 2 weeks.
Derek had a huge number. The first, what, 4?
Or
I think Derek.
No, C.J. has
Kamara scored
but he
a lot
plays
of
tonight.
touchdowns. Yeah, he has one less game.
But he
too.
plays tonight. So, I mean, CJ is 8th in the league in touchdown passes right now. 9th in the league, tied for 9th.
That's not great.
No, it's not great, but Joe Burrow leads the league in touchdown.
Well,
passes.
he's come on the last couple weeks.
He really
Kaimi Fairbairn
crazy.
is going to break the record for 50-yard field goals. While it's great for Kaimi, it also tells you they're stalling out. Like, they're not even kicking 41-yarders, 35. Like, everything's a 50-plus. He's got 8 50-plus field goals. The record in the NFL is 11, set in 2022 by Daniel Carlson of Las Vegas Raiders. He's got 8 in 5 games. Daniel Carlson had 11 in, I guess it was a 16-game schedule then. So, yeah, Kaimi Fairbairn will break that record. Nobody, the closest next to him is 6 this year. So while it's great, Fairbairn, but the Texans are kicking way too many field goals, not scoring enough touchdowns, and yet they're 4-1. So, yeah, maybe we're overreacting a little bit, but I am operating, to Del, to your question, everything that I operate, my operating system on the back end is thinking, what does it take to get to an AFC championship game? So if you want to get there, this isn't going to be good enough, I don't think. What I'm seeing is not good enough. So, yeah, I guess it does have an impact. Last year I just thought, if you want to try to compete for a wild card spot. So I didn't have the same standards. Now my standards are really high. You added Stephon Diggs, Danielle Hunter, Joe Mixon, and I'm like, my standards went way up. CJ's play was really good. He taught kids in China how to play football. He taught kids in different countries how to play football.
And that upped your expectations?
He's a big Jesus guy, which I'm like, if he gets Jesus behind this passing game,
That's
I don't know if
I'm not
Jesus,
sure he
But
wants
if
to.
we did, well, is he leading the league in receiving and passing yards?
sure, but not in touchdowns.
Let's
So
look at the
is
top
G-
quarterbacks and see how
is-
many of them are openly devout, and see how the passing yardage is going for them.
While
Dell.
you
I think
do
I may have
that,
seen some. I may have found something.
while you look up those numbers, okay, you can look up those numbers, but they did just beat an AFC contender. Like, as much as the Bills struggled, and they struggled last 2 weeks, I think we brought this up last week. Maybe the Bills aren't that good because who they've beaten, they punked teams who aren't good, and the two teams who had any pulse, the Ravens last week and the Texans this week, they didn't win. So
Yeah.
but the Bills,
Bills are surprising me because I didn't think they were going to be that good, and they start off 3-0. The last 2 weeks, it feels like maybe.
so
And then no Khalil Shakir. John mentioned it before. Our problem with the Bills this year was they don't really have enough weapons now. And you took away one of the guys who's one of their better receivers, they couldn't do anything.
well, and if you are right, and Josh,
That was Wyoming Josh Allen.
and
by the
Josh
way.
was fuzzy from last week, and now fuzzy again, then you get the 9-30. But I know what you're saying. You look at the teams who you think you're going to be competing against. Well, the Bills might have been one of them. They took care of them, but I don't know. It's 5 games in. Should we be asking, is it good enough? Because it's a long year. We're talking, if they're playing like this in December, then we're gonna have questions about can they go beat the Ravens, whether at home or on the road, or beat the Chiefs, because the Chiefs are the standard bearer, and no matter what they look like now, 4-0 or not, we're expecting to be one of the teams you have to go through. So I guess if I'm going to be the positive one, you're not the same in October as you are in December. And what will the Texans be in December when you hope that they're healthy, although it's an NFL season, so expecting guys to be completely good in December
And
is
it's
crazy.
a sports talk show. We do need
Yeah,
to
understood.
talk about this stuff on a weekly basis. But I just know that I had these high expectations, and some of it is league-wide defenses. They have all made a decision. We ain't letting you get the big play. You better march your butt down the field. And it just goes to show you how hard it is for offenses like the Texans who rake up yards. It's hard to execute a long-form drive into a touchdown. There's too many penalties can happen, a drop pass. There's a variety of things that can happen. It's difficult to extend drives. It's much easier when you have a 6-play drive fueled by a 36-yard pass to Tank Dell on the deep left sideline. All of a sudden, you've cut the field into like 28 yards you have to manage for a touchdown. Now the Texans or all teams are having to extend drives and extend first downs, and it's hard.
I'm watching the sequence of the Texans stopping the Bills and then obviously Kaimi making the kick. The nonsense that has to go through your head, they go, we're going to throw us three straight times from our end zone and target Mac Hollins and McLaurin and see how it works. Not McLaurin, Samuels, and see how it works out. It's Mac Hollins. Why are you with that type of skill talent going, you know what? We can get this done. Just run the ball and get to overtime. I don't know what Sean
From your
McDermott,
own 3.
and you
From
don't
your own 3.
you don't have a receiver that guy trusts, and you think
Send
that's
the
going to work
runner.
out. And obviously, you look at
Send the runner.
he was 9-27 going into those last 3 snaps,
Yeah.
and eventually made it to 9-30. Why are you doing that? It's like
Thank you.
someone
Thanks, Sean. McDermott's catching it today.
hand us the game.
He's catching it in the
And he's
Buffalo. There's no
admitted.
question. All right, we got a break. We're live at Wildcat Golf Club. If you want to get in, we're going to do What Did You Learn This Weekend tomorrow, right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. I got to talk about the difference. Okay, it's just different at game day, men's health. Just different. Do you know 1 in 4 men over 30 have low testosterone? By the age of 45, that number turns up to 40%. 52% of all men will struggle with some form of erectile dysfunction. Do it better. It's different at men's game day health. Men's game day health is a place where game day men's health is where you, my friends, will have a lab. So you find out in about 15 minutes what your testosterone levels are. In the other places, first of all, they charge you. They don't charge you. It's absolutely free for you to find out your testosterone levels at game day men's health. They don't charge you. You find out in about 15 minutes. You don't have to pay every time you go. You don't even have to go. They'll send you the testosterone, as opposed to you having to go every week to get your shots. They will send it to you so you could do your own. Saves time. You save money. You save. It's just a better way to do it. You'll love the facility. They're all new. There's 5 of them now. There's going to be 15 to 20 to 30 here. It's going to dominate the market in very short time. It's game day. It's just different there. And they have a long-term, real solution for erectile dysfunction as opposed to just throwing pills at it. GameDayMen'sHealth.com. GameDayMen'sHealth.com.
Hey, guys, want to talk about Maestro Bell, and it's an opportunity for you to enjoy one of the best tequilas you're going to find out on the marketplace. Maestro Bell's made in Tequila, Mexico. It's a real place, tequila. And it's generations that have made the Maestro Bell products. And so whether you're drinking a Reposada, the Silver, the Smoked Silver, the Añejo, the Cristalino called Diamante, I don't care what you're drinking, you're going to get the same consistency, the same smooth flavor, no impurities. They've been properly distilled and aged. And so you get an absolutely delicious tequila that you're going to love. I mean, you're going to love Maestro Bell. If you're sipping tequila, you're making cocktails, nobody's going to beat Maestro Bell. Buy a bottle, take a picture, tell me what you think of it, but you're going to find it when it comes to having a top shelf tequila that you can afford a reasonable price on a top shelf tequila. Nobody beats Maestro Bell.
You're back to John and Lance,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Wildcat Golf Club.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Yeah, Robert Woods. I mean, I knew Steven Sims was going to be.
Yeah.
Boy, Steven Sims.
Inactive.
But Robert Woods made a couple of terrible catches inside the 5-yard line.
Do you think Robert Woods was like?
But he also got the 13-yard return to set him up for the game-winning field goal.
Do you think Robert Woods is doing his boy a favor? Look, it could be worse.
It could be Steven Sims.
I could be catching balls inside the 5, and you never know what's going to happen. Let's get Steven back out there.
Oh, he don't want no part of it?
Yeah.
You think he's trying to lose the job?
I think he looked, hey, Steve, I got you. Don't worry about it.
You'll get back out here.
I'm gonna do the craziest things people have seen as a punt returner in a long time, just so they activate.
Watch me fair catch on the 3.
Oh, yeah.
3, more like the 2.
What are you doing? What are you doing?
I mean, you know the veteran doesn't want about their
but
returning punts.
But I never get this. This is their livelihood. This is all they do. They get paid a lot of money, and they know it used to be if your heels are on the 10, you don't go backwards.
I think Charles Davis mentioned it on the broadcast. He said what happened to that. Now it's a gut feeling, I guess, at this point. Depending on how you feel.
Fair catch, I can see. I'm going to return it.
The fair catch is nuts. The fair catch is nuts.
What?
Why?
What are you doing?
The likelihood of that ball.
Because we got to get it here.
I mean,
I want this ball here.
We're so fearful of punters having the ball check up. Hey, it's at the 5. It's not baseball, but tip your cap to the guy if he's going to check up from the 3.
Exactly.
Yeah, but let it take a bounce. Get away from it.
No, that was a veteran trying to get out of that job.
I told you, just hey,
It's like
you don't ever want me
I've been
back
doing
here
this
again.
too many years for me to have to do punt returns.
Yeah, there's no one else who could do it, huh?
Nobody blocks for me, and everyone comes and tries to hit me. I'm not doing this anymore.
They're not doing it.
This fair catch at the 2 will they'll show you. Did he fair catch it or return?
I think he tried to return
right?
it inside the 5-yard
Try to
line.
return it
A couple times. Yeah, I see Robert Woods working. Sometimes you want to call that quiet quit, soft quit. I'm just going to be out here doing some stupid stuff, and then you're going to realize, don't put me out here anymore. This is Steven Sims' job. He's much better at it.
No.
He made some mistakes, but let's get him back out here.
Steven Sims lost that job. I'm surprised he was still on the team.
Yeah.
He was inactive this week, but I was surprised.
Why?
I thought he was going to be the example. We're not putting up with this around here. Steven Sims, beat it. You're out of here.
He's a pitching coach. When a season's going bad, you just fire the pitching coach or the hitting coach and move it along. Yeah, I don't know why. It's tough to have your designated punt returner deactivated, but still on the active roster. That's tough.
Yeah, I mean, and that's all you do. Sorry, you can't do that this week.
I'm watching the Texans passing plays here.
Yeah.
Watch Kenyon Green on this. This is a screen. Kenyon, I mean, you do know this is a legal man downfield, don't you? This is where the ball is right now. This is where Kenyon Green, the ball has not even been released. He's 5 yards down off, and of course he was flagged for this.
Well, not if it's back behind the line of scrimmage. If he throws it behind the line of scrimmage, it's not downfield.
I don't know that it was behind the line of
yeah,
scrimmage.
well,
is that what it was? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
If it's down behind the line of scrimmage, then he can be out there. But if he throws it behind the line of scrimmage, but
crazy. What time is it? 56. When we come back, what a weekend for upsets.
Yeah.
College football, but also the 49ers get beat at home.
Yeah. And it's the Seahawks. Do you know there's $160,000 first place survivor pool. After week 5, it's down to 4 people.
That's
4 people.
This year. Yeah.
We're able to pick 5 games, 5 winners, 4. And there were, I don't know the number of it's 160,000 and it costs $400 to get in. So you do the math.
Yeah.
That's how many people are in it, and there's 4 people left. That's how crazy this football season has been with upsets. We will talk about that and more on the other side. But right now we're
you're
talking
in the money now.
Huh?
In that league, they pay out multiple spots probably.
No, one spot.
Winner take all.
Winner take all.
Ooh.
But chop.
That's what I'd want to do.
Yeah, 40,000 each. 40,000 each after week 5.
You're
guaranteed 40,000. Zadok Jewelers, I'm sure you could find something there.
Chop there. I tell you what, Zadok Jewelers is such an impressive location, but it's an impressive family. The Zadok name, I got to learn more about the Zadoks, the family dating all the way back to the original family, and where they came from and their journey there. They had a small location on Post Oak Boulevard, and it was the small one that people went to for years and years. They grew it and grew it and grew it, and the name, the quality, the craftsmanship, the selection, the prices, the customer service, everything about it spoke to the city of Houston. They became the premier diamond seller and premier jeweler in Houston. And over 40 years of being in business there at Post Oak, they moved to a new location. This new location has 2 levels. It's 28,000 square feet. It's still the Zadoks who are in charge. It's an entire family affair from the Zadok family to the in-laws, and just an amazing group of people with incredible selections of diamonds, necklaces, pendants, earrings, watches, and much, much more. If you're looking to get something special, if you're looking to do something special, there's only one name here in Houston. That's Zadok. Head over there and look at the selection for yourself and be prepared to be blown away, not just by the selection, but by the incredible staff. 1801 Post Oak Boulevard at Zadok Jewelers. Yeah, that's why it was. Yeah.
Hey, time to talk about Chastang Ford and my peeps over at Chastang Ford. Love what they do. 80-plus years in the industry, in the car industry. And, well, it's just that you don't stay 80-plus years unless you do things right, and they do things right at Chastang Ford. They're doing it right now. This month, $5,000 off all in-stock Broncos, $10,000 off Bronco Raptor in stock, $10,000 off Heritage Bronco limited edition, up to $12,000 off Ford F-150s. Listen. Those are the deals that they're going to lure you in. You go, oh, well, listen, they got a deal on the Bronco. I want the Bronco. Perfect. That's what we'll do. That's great. But I'm sure you can get deals anywhere. Are you going to get a dealership that is going to not add on, that is not going to mark up, that is not going to make well, I'm not sure that you get all these deals everywhere, quite frankly, because they don't give you all the rebates at these other dealerships that they do at Chastang Ford. Chastang Ford wants you to get into that vehicle as economically as you possibly can, right? They want you to have the best car buying experience that you possibly can have, because then you're going to come back. And you know what? They do more repeat business than they do business, because people always – I've been there. I've bought 4 cars from them. Love the way they do business at Chastang Ford, and you will too. Chastang Ford, it's on 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead. You can do it all online at chastangford.com. Right. We're looking at CJ's interception right now. Diggs keeps floating as opposed to sitting down in the zone, and CJ threw it right where he was, and the linebacker got there. Now, the linebacker might have got there anyway, but Diggs could have fought him for the football if he'd have just sat down in that zone. You can't drift when you're talking. You gotta turn, and you got to put your hands up, and the quarterback's got to hit you right where you are when you're facing a zone. And Diggs didn't do that. I think that's just as much on Diggs as it is CJ.
Yeah, but that play was dead. It wasn't going to work.
No. I mean, but at least he could have played defender and maybe broke it up if he would have sat down.
If you look at it, there was really only one play to make there, and that's waiting for the defensive back to come out of the backfield. Watch this. Here's the play. Waiting for the running back to come out of the backfield. Because when you look at the play, they're in a cover 4 look. There's the shell. They're running the shell back there, and unless he threw with that type of anticipation, all these other routes,
way anticipated
everything.
Right. He threw
all
it too
these,
late.
All
he
these
absolutely
other routes,
threw that ball too late.
Yeah, he threw it way too late.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it wasn't really a very easy throw to make. Like all of these are pretty dead. All these throws are dead. This is the throw with a man leaking out of the backfield, but he already delivered. I'm not mad at him. I'm going and watching this. It's really just a matter of they just dropped 7 in coverage a whole game. And CJ they dropped 4. They showed you 8 at the line of scrimmage. They showed you 4 deep down linemen, 4 linebackers, basically by putting a safety there. And then late, they were rotating to cover 1 looks, cover 2 looks. But basically, they were mostly in like cover 3 shells with 4-man linebackers dropping. They were basically saying, and they told their defensive ends, always look for play action. Do not crash at all. Anything CJ comes out of. So they took away CJ, anything that was play action, the defensive ends were crashing down on CJ. They weren't playing the run, the fake run, the play action.
They're not afraid of the run.
Yeah. And
nobody's afraid of this
run. They
run.
played CJ, so he was always rushed when that happened. And I'm trying to look here and be objective and say, okay, did Bob Slowick screw some stuff? Like on this one, I think you want to have a short. Like I don't think this is a great call because look how this is the play where CJ throws an interception, and you really want to have something where you just keep it short, just keep moving the sticks.
Well, the back chipping on that defensive end, he might have gotten out too late.
But that's a 5th, yeah, and that's also that leak out option is the very last check down that CJ's going to look at.
It would have been. He would have hit it for nice yards.
Yeah, he would have had it.
Hey, Goodman Walle's got more yards than Tank does.
Oh yeah,
Goodman Walle's catching the ball.
Yeah, he does. He's played nice.
Yeah,
he's been a nice running back.
Not running the football so much. Cam Akers looked okay running the football yesterday. Yeah. Goodman Walle is good at catching the ball out of the backfield. That's what he's been doing pretty well. But running the football, man, Joe Mixon, that hip drop is killing this football team right now.
I mean, I hate to say it's just But I hope it is that. I hope Joe Mixon's that good.
Yeah.
He was really good in that game. But the offensive line was good. I hope Joe Mixon was just that good. I thought Kenyon Green struggled as run blocker yesterday. Watched him a little bit. He was having a hard time getting guys sustained on blocks. I'm just looking at all the pass plays now, but this is it ain't going away. Like, teams are going to keep playing the Texans the same way. It's the same look. Every once in a while they'll throw man-to-man coverage or some cover one looks with single high safety against man-to-man. But for the most part, they're just saying, look, we're going to make CJ throw. And he's actually taking levels throws. He's throwing over the first level linebackers and in front of the defensive backs. These are not easy throws, and CJ's making them. So his play, like, he's still finding the right guys for the most part. It's just a different look. Like, man-to-man, CJ will slaughter a man-to-man defense, especially with Tank Dell play. Tank Dell versus zone, it's like, I don't know. Slowick and CJ have their hands full in terms of trying to see, okay, what can we do to create some type of explosive plays against these zone coverages? Where can we exploit these throws? Because this is just so hard to go down with 10 and 12 play drives and score touchdowns. The Texans have not been good at it. They've just not been good at it. They are kicking a ton of field goals, and they're not even – I mean, we're talking about 50-plus field goals. So, the ball has gotten to the 40-yard line, and they're kicking field goals. So there's a lot more meat on the bones, and yet they are the number one team from a passing yard standpoint in the NFL, which Jesus has some of that probably.
What?
CJ praises him a lot. Kirk Cousins does too. Did Kirk have a 500-yard game and a win?
Yes, he does.
So
right now, Geno Smith leads the league with 1,466 yards. Dak Prescott's 1,424.
Oh, wait, 1,477's Texans. Yeah, but it's not all CJ.
Not CJ.
Because it's
CJ's 1,385.
Yeah, David Stills.
So Dak and Geno pray more to Jesus than
I think
I
Geno
don't know if Dak does.
Why not?
No.
I think
I don't
Dak-
even think.
Dak's from
I think he might be affiliated with the
Google.
devil.
I don't know. Dak's from Mississippi. I
Googling
imagine he's been to
Dak.
church quite a bit.
Is he still? I just Googled Dak and Jesus. Oh, Dak Prescott reveals his favorite Bible verses at men's conference.
Oh.
It's trying to make sense.
And CJ, we've never heard CJ quoting the Bible.
Did they win? Did Dak recover a fumble yesterday at the goal line right at the end of the game?
Yes, Jesus intervened. Dak,
And a touchdown pass?
Dak's from the great state of Louisiana. Are you going to question Dak
Oh, he
Prescott?
is?
Yes, he's from Sulphur, Louisiana. Are you going to question his love of Jesus, John?
Apparently not. Apparently not.
The man was saved after Landon Roberts, the former Coug, jumps over a pile. He started that run from like 7 yards in deep in the end zone, jumps over a pile, knocks it from Dowdle.
You might want to watch your cadence if he's able to time it that perfectly.
Yeah, and then Dak was able to recover and throw a dime for a touchdown. So praying Jesus for Dak
Christian
as well.
athlete, Dak, yeah. I think I'm onto something here.
What about Geno? Is he
Geno
godless or
Smith and
he must be?
He was in the early stages probably.
Yeah,
his
no,
career
when he wasn't any good. But then he found God
Geno
and
Smith,
he got
Jesus.
good. That's it. Nice.
Geno Smith can be heard on Fox broadcasting yelling, "Oh, Jesus Christ."
That's something else.
See?
That's when Aaron.
That is not,
That's taking his
No.
name in vain, actually, because Aaron Donald was chasing him.
Or unless it was said in prayer.
that is actually blasphemous. It's not.
Oh, no, he
really-
said, "Oh, my God." Yeah.
Oh my God.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, anything Geno and God related. It's
Yeah,
only
that's
about
all I,
only about Aaron Donald almost killing him.
that's all I find there.
Oh my God. 713-780-3777.
His wiki says he's a Christian.
Another dub.
Geno in his wiki,
course
Geno
he
Smith is a
Of
Christian.
course, he did lose to Daniel Jones
Yeah,
yesterday.
but I don't
so-
hear him talking about Jesus all the time, so I don't know how.
Yeah, we can't count him.
You know what? Man, holy crap.
Oh,
Arkansas stormed the field.
they got to pay Tennessee.
They got to pay $250,000
It's
to the
because
SEC.
it's their second time, but Tennessee gets a chunk of that too. You actually pay the school who you beat.
You have to pay the team that you beat.
Yes, for putting them in.
Vanderbilt has to pay Alabama.
100K. Yeah.
Wait. You mean if the goalposts go down?
No, if you storm the field, the
Just
goal-
storm-
If you storm the field, you have to pay the team?
Well,
Yes.
whatever the SEC.
And then they're going to use it for NIL to beat you next time.
they'll take one of your players.
Maybe.
Yes. Alabama will take Eli
Alabama ain't
Stowers away
taking
from
no-
not Pavia, but the tight end Stowers. They'll take Stowers.
You know,
away
it'd be
from them.
hilarious if they take a journey of the $100,000 that they get, and they show here's the money, and they show a routing, and then they cut a check, and they say, and then here you can see we're bank routing this to your tight end, and then you got him at signing day, and you literally trace back your rushing. We got your tight end because you rushed the field.
Unfortunately, he's a graduate, so
Did
we
you
can't
see
do that.
they carried it all the way, and all the students
3
and
miles
to the river
and
threw
dumped it in
river.
there.
Yeah, it was a 3-mile
It's a
trip
3-mile walk.
trip.
Yeah,
That's a long trip.
with a goalpost.
you gotta keep all those kids locked in. Hey,
Oh, man.
everyone's got to lock in because we're carrying this thing for 3 miles.
I guarantee you,
Yeah.
not everyone made that
I'd
3-mile
quit. There's
journey.
a bar right here. On
Yeah.
This is what I'm saying. They're,
No.
Yeah,
they're going through downtown. Yeah,
Some new people had
on a
to jump
Saturday
in.
night.
But think about that. Downtown people probably jumped in and started, and somebody who had been walking for a mile, they're like, I'm done with this.
Yeah.
So here are the upsets you had. Alabama was beaten, and Vanderbilt whipped their ass. Vanderbilt moved
Yeah, they
the
were
ball
physical.
on them. Like,
Yeah.
Vanderbilt, this is the second week in a row that Alabama's defense has been booty.
The last 6 quarters. Yeah,
They have been absolute booty defensively. So they got beaten. They fall to 7th, I think, in the polls, as if it mattered. No one cares about polls anymore.
not right now.
It doesn't have anything to do with anything. But you had Tennessee getting beat in Arkansas, which was always going to be a dangerous spot.
Arkansas had so many chances early. They could not. They just couldn't score.
I know.
That should not have been something where they were nervous late, but
No,
they couldn't put touchdowns on.
hard to win on the
Yeah.
road. And Miami should have gotten beat by Cal. They were up 35-10.
And can I
lost that
tell you
game.
something? It's fun now because the game's over. But that Cam Ward interception, I was so embarrassed for everything. I could not look at the television for like 5 minutes while they pick it off. They talk about it. They go to timeout. I had my head in my hands. Like I've never seen a player that good make that poor of a decision. If you haven't seen it, he rolls. They're down 21-10. The defense gets a stop coming out for the second half. So, okay, you get a stop momentum. Let's go down there and score. On first down, I think he rolls to his right and I was like, Cam, just throw that out of bounds. We got more plays. He looks, I was like, oh no. He throws it across the field to the far hash.
You can see
it
coming.
floats, and the Cal guy just like almost fair catches it and runs it in the end zone. I could not look at the television for like 5 minutes. I was like, I can't believe what I just saw. Go look at it. You can find it anywhere. It's
Heisman.
Well, he has accounted for 23 touchdowns now, so through 6 games. So yeah, he probably. But Ashton Genty from Boise, he's coming.
He's starting to lock that
Lance,
up.
Yeah.
we'll see where the numbers go. He's over 1,000 yards. So Lance got into I wouldn't call it a fight,
No.
but a discussion about Genty being the most electrifying back since Barry Sanders, and people are like, hold on.
I guess
Reggie Bush.
Reggie Bush didn't exist. I guess Christian McCaffrey. I'm like, Christian. I said, number one, I want to make sure y'all all recognize who Barry Sanders. I just want to make sure you don't not know about Barry Sanders at Oklahoma State. That man I had to go back and look at it yesterday.
Oh,
Do you know he had 37 rushing touchdowns? In 11 games.
that's ridiculous.
37 rush touchdowns. He ran for almost 2,700 yards in 11 games. Barry Sanders had 4 300-yard games out of 11 games.
He was good.
Barry Sanders that's what I was saying. Genty, basically, he had 188 yards and 3 touchdowns at the half. He could have probably gone for close to 400 if they just kept him in the game to just keep piling on stats. He didn't play the second half. He had 188 and Ashton Genty, if you haven't seen it, and he's legit now. This is not he's just some Boise guy playing. No, but Ashton Genty is averaging, I think, 10 yards a carry right now for the year. He is here's his games: 13 for 186 yards and 3 touchdowns, 26 carries for 259 yards and 4 touchdowns against Washington State. Portland State, he only played a half, 11 carries for 127 yards. Against Oregon, 25 for 192. That's Oregon. 25 for 192, 3 touchdowns. And then against Boise State, 20 carries for 267 yards and 6 touchdowns. That's what I'm saying is his Portland State was the only game he rushed for less than 186 yards. He just had 186 yards on 13 carries and 3 touchdowns in one half, and it's his second worst game of the year. He is insane, and his numbers he's putting up are, Barry had pretty much every game he was over 30 carries. Ashton Genty is 20, 25, 11, 26, 13. But I think right now he is currently at 10.9 yards a carry and 16 touchdowns. He's on pace for over 30 touchdowns and I think 2,400 yards. He is currently the Heisman favorite ahead of everyone else. I just saw the most recent numbers. And because Milroe fell off.
Yep.
It ain't going to be Quinn Ewers.
Well, Travis Hunter didn't play this week.
Yeah. Travis Hunter didn't play.
It'll be interesting to see how it goes with him against quarterbacks who are playing he's probably the team that's going to make the playoff from the G5 as it stands right now. But how it goes for him against quarterbacks who will continue to play high-profile games as their numbers continue to stack up.
They're going to have to keep them in games. They can't be pulling them at halftime. You're going to have to let them – well, I mean, if you wanted to win the Heisman, you may have to let him – like that last game, maybe let him pile on another touchdown and another 50 yards rushing.
Hey, we got to break, but we got to start talking about Texas A&M possibly being a playoff team. Their schedule and the way that they played with the return of Connor Wegman, holy crap.
We know
that was impressive.
They were
found out of Missouri too.
Time to talk about Access Vascular Health right now, and that's Doc Manavis. She's awesome. She's wonderful. You may have the symptoms of an enlarged prostate if you're going to the bathroom way too much, getting up and down in the middle of the night all the time, can't start, can't stop. There's all kinds of stuff. Listen, it even helps if your prostate may be affecting your erectile dysfunction. 100% of people that get there that use her process to decrease the size of their prostate, 100% find that their erectile dysfunction is, if not cured, it's helped in a big way. Look, you don't want to have an enlarged prostate. It can infect your kidneys, your bladder, your urinary tract. It can affect all these things. You want to live a better life, and if you have an enlarged prostate, you need to see Doc Manavis because there's no surgery. It's just an IV. It's the easiest and best way to take care of it. The only way to do it is call Doc Manavis or go to the website, 975prostate.com.
Allstate Windows and Siding.com. That's the website. Allstate Windows and Siding.com. Listen, there's never been a better time to get windows than right now. You can get discounted windows. You got the dew points lower, so it's not as humid. You have the weather is beginning to, will this week cool down a little bit. It's a great time to have Allstate come out there and take a look at the windows. And what they're going to do is, I hear something in the background here in my headphones. What they're going to be able to do is Allstate will then be able to once they measure everything out, is find exactly what the windows are supposed to be fit into the window pane. They have them custom cut right here in the state of Texas. They are made in Texas for Texas tough weather, and you're going to have windows that are sealed properly that never leak. Now is the time to do that because they can handle the removal of window without glass breakage. They give huge discounts to ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 listeners. Don't miss out. It's Allstate Windows and Siding.com. That's Allstate Windows and Siding.com.
You're listening to John and Lance, broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Wildcat Golf Club. Here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right, welcome back live from Wildcat Golf Club where they have the CCA tournament today. I just saw Taylor. He's going to come on a little bit later to talk about what the CCA does. Just a great – if you fish at all in this state, you should be part of this of today here because it's – okay, we want to raise some money for CCA. We'll play golf, okay, have food and drink all day long, play at Wildcat all day, and you're helping, okay, as opposed to doing nothing. You need to do something. And how about, okay, well, I got to help the CCA, honey. I got to go play golf all day and drink. Okay, all right. I'm helping the cause. So we are here today celebrating the CCA. We'll talk to them a little bit later in the show. We got Texans football to talk here. And if you want to talk at 713-780-3776 is the number to be here. Mentioned it before the break. Texas A&M, their schedule, holy crap, dude. If they don't, now I'm telling you, the winner of that game Saturday, Missouri or Texas A&M, because Missouri has about the same schedule. It doesn't get much easier. A&M doesn't play Ole Miss. They don't play Alabama. They didn't play Georgia. They don't play Tennessee. All they got left right now, Mississippi State, who's the worst team, is probably worse than most group of six schools right now.
Right.
Mississippi State is terrible. They got LSU after that, which will be a tough game, but that's not the LSU teams that we've seen in the past. South Carolina, New Mexico State, Auburn, who's bad, and Texas to end the season. They could possibly have one loss going into Texas. They've got LSU at home in a couple of weeks.
They'll be a favorite.
They'll be a favorite against LSU. Yeah. And they go to South Carolina, which won't be easy, but
South Carolina's they're hot dog water right now. They had a big win against Kentucky early, and it looked like, look out for South Carolina. And then, man, they got whacked the other day by who'd they play on Saturday?
Played Ole Miss.
Ole Miss just – I was listening to that one. South Carolina just that'll be a good game. You're right. They're going on the road in South Carolina. That's a good challenge for the Aggies. Well, if they're a legitimate playoff team, they got to win that game.
Well, they scored 3 points at home this week against Ole Miss.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I was listening
against a team that just lost. Well, Ole Miss was
team.
Probably pretty focused after that.
But they had no chance.
Well,
South Carolina wasn't moving.
And
the
the next 2 weeks, South Carolina's at Alabama and at Oklahoma, so they'll be beat up by the time they get to the Aggies.
Yeah, I don't know how much Oklahoma will beat them up, but yeah.
But yeah, right. But Alabama for sure after the loss the Alabama took against. And did you see Malachi Moore's act?
Yeah, he wasn't thrilled.
Yes, he threw. So they weren't going to win, but he threw his mouthpiece.
He also kicked the football when the ref spotted it.
Yeah,
it was after the final first down, and he also
technically Alabama could have gotten the ball back. I think
it was they had one timeout. It was 1:11 left. They weren't getting the ball back. I think. But what the first thing? Well, one of the things when he made the tackle on the Pavia run that cemented the game, he grabbed Pavia's face mask and was rubbing it like he was wielding his head back and forth with the face mask while Pavia was flat on his back. So Malachi Moore, I guess the embarrassment of losing to Vanderbilt got to him. That's a guy who's I didn't come here to lose to Vanderbilt. This is embarrassing.
Well, That's on his resume now.
Yeah, Nick Saban. He said this a couple game days ago now, or maybe it was just a Pat McAfee show thing where he said the only place it's not difficult to play is at Vanderbilt because we have all our fans. And you look at the game, there are a lot of Alabama fans there, a lot of them. I don't know what their population is in Nashville normally, but there are a lot of them. It did not matter.
It was more Alabama fans than Vanderbilt.
If you look on the Alabama side, we didn't get a lot of shots of the Vanderbilt side except for the Pavia family. There's a lot of them there. But if you look at the Alabama side, you normally have a road section. The entire side where Alabama's team sideline was Alabama fans in the background, but did not matter. Vanderbilt was not bothered. That's one of those things where Vanderbilt knew they had something. They executed great. It wasn't like a fumble here or a block punt where they got all the stuff you don't expect. Down after down, they got after Alabama, and of course the pick six early kind of pushed something Vanderbilt's way, but they executed. I mean, Alabama had no shot. That's probably why Malachi Moore was losing his mind. Like, nothing we do is stopping these guys. In fact, when our offense gets within 5, the expectation is, okay, Alabama will get a stop here, and then it'll be Alabama's turn to go down there and win the game. They couldn't get a stop.
Pavia is the definition of a college quarterback.
Gritty. I know.
And running and putting his head down. And
I mean, this is his glory. This is his glory. Did you see him after the game?
Yeah.
By the way,
he dropped an F.
Yes.
He wasn't the only quarterback. If you go to Cam Ward later, he dropped the N-bomb. He was talking to one of his guys, and I guess he didn't know he was live.
And S-bomb.
Yeah, he S and an N talking to one of his guys. Pavia.
He knew. He was in the middle of he was doing this. He was doing the interview.
Guys don't care.
And then his teammate came up to him and goes, good S. N-bomb.
He said good S2, which is the guy's number. Then he dropped the N-bomb. Pavia has 3 21-digit dog wins on his resume.
What? No way.
He did it a couple times.
That's the Kingslayer.
Did it a couple times with New Mexico State. They beat Auburn last year with New Mexico State. And he's got 3 of them on his resume. And remember, this is the guy they told a story.
That's an incredible. That's one of the greatest stats of this century.
They told a story about him, and this is where it came from. Remember last year where that New Mexico State quarterback. Well, New Mexico was at New Mexico for a bowl game. They were playing on New Mexico, and he peed on the New Mexico logo.
Yeah,
that's the guy.
Pavia?
Yeah, that's the guy.
New Mexico State was playing their bowl game at New Mexico.
New Mexico hosts a bowl game, so they're at the facility, and he peed on the practice field.
Oh yeah, the coach. Was
so he's got the most wins by any quarterback over the last 20 seasons.
With 3 touchdown dog. He's done it 3 times, and he talked about how he always wanted to play in the SEC. He wears a number 2 for Johnny. He loved Johnny growing up. It gave him the thought, I want to play in the SEC. And New Mexico didn't recruit him, was one of the reasons he was so pissed at them, and that's why he did what he did.
Yeah, he seems like he holds grudges.
Yeah, and then he goes, but all glory to God, too. He did that.
Yeah, he said,
and did
you hear what he said? Turnt. Yeah, Vandy's effing turnt. Thank you, Dominic. So what does it feel like? What are you feeling in these emotions? I just feel Vandy's effing turnt.
What a weekend of upsets.
Jesus
Jesus
was on Vandy's side.
He was.
Oh, yeah. Well, Jesus isn't going to root for Alabama.
No, probably
never.
No.
Jesus would never root for Alabama.
No.
There's zero chance. What a fun weekend, though, college football. Texas, number 1, Ohio State, Oregon, Penn State, Georgia, Miami. You get no respect. Well, of course, you got to beat 2 mediocre teams in the last seconds.
I mean, they moved up 2 spots after winning a game by 1 point. That's enough respect.
Miami, Alabama, Tennessee, Ole Miss, and Clemson.
I was driving home from Tuscaloosa. We went up there. By the way, we went up to the facility just to take a little quick look, and me and my whole family went up there, and we were just going to see Alec. And my son goes to Alabama, and we went up into the facility. There are rat traps all over the place. And their whole thing was, don't bite the cheese. This is a trap game. Don't bite the cheese. The coaches were trying to tell them, this is a trap game. Do not. And so they had a rat theme. They had literally rat traps all over the place. And I don't think the players paid attention.
I don't think
because they went out there, and they were down quick, 14-0, 13-0. I think somebody missed an extra point. And so, they got behind and couldn't get it back.
Biggest drops this week. Michigan dropped 14 spots in the rankings. Missouri dropped 12. Alabama dropped 6. Biggest riser, A&M went up 10 spots.
It was an impressive win. Connor Wegman coming back and throwing.
That was kind of ballsy.
I had heard midweek that he was going to be the starter. Their little birdie was saying, we're going to
It was ballsy.
I guess they're going to attack the corners down the field, and because they felt like you could challenge them vertically, and Wegman and Marcel Reed, he's played okay. They've won with Marcel Reed, and I think there's also, you got to remember now, there's also some concerns behind the scenes about Wegman transferring out. And somebody told me this weekend, somebody who's an Aggie bigwig said there's some talk about the dad is spearheading a potential transfer.
You better watch yourself.
There.
You better, because Mike Elko was not having it after the presser.
Oh yeah, that's right.
No, Mike Elko.
Yeah, what did he say?
He was
all the stuff
you,
everybody
you
wrote.
can go after the kid for how he plays. That's fine. You want to talk about what he can't do, what he can do,
right.
but all the stuff about what he is as a person and all the personal attacks. He dropped an F-bomb in his presser too. He wasn't thrilled.
No, but there's the Aggies don't want him to leave, and let's face it, it's common sense will tell you if he ain't playing, he's leaving. So Mike Elko right now had to straddle. That was a ballsy move to come back and say, we know you did well, Marcel. We know we won with you, but we got to go back to – maybe it wasn't ballsy. Maybe it was always going to be Connor Wegman's job, and that was that. But they also want to keep Connor Wegman on that team and not have him transfer. But tell you what, he looked great. The Aggies did really – it was a really, really good win for them. The Cougars jumped out quick on top and just cruised in on a win. I think they found a new quarterback, though.
Yeah.
One that can run a little bit.
Zion's a guy now.
Yeah.
There's no question. There's no question. There's no way they can go back to Donovan. Not the way that Zion is playing. Well, at least the way he played the other night. That's not a bad TCU team, but they've had a couple of bad losses now.
Yeah, I'm starting to think it's not a good TCU team now.
No, it's what?
I'm starting to think it's not a good TCU.
Yeah, it's not a good TCU.
Yeah, they got their doors blown off by SMU, who went into Louisville and won a game too.
Yep.
So SMU, all of a sudden, we talk about the
SMU's
class of the
legit.
ACC, and
SMU is pretty good football.
they moved on to Jennings. They got away from the trust fund, Preston Stone, and his dad's a big time booster to SMU, but they had to make a football decision and went with Jennings, and they've kind of jumped into the fray. You think about that conference; it's them, Clemson, and Miami. I don't think any of them play each other, so they wouldn't meet until an ACC title game, because there's a chance that all of them are undefeated in conference because they don't play each other, and I guess it'll be determined by a ranking. But SMU, you got to look at them. That they went into Louisville and dominated them for the most part.
They just went into Louisville 34-27, just beat the snot out of Florida State, put 66 on TCU. Their only loss is 18-15 to BYU.
Yeah.
SMU's real.
Yeah.
SMU's got a shot.
And the BYU thing was partly because they were still going back and forth between quarterbacks and trying to figure out what their offense was going to be. They figured out Rhett Lashley's a really good coach.
Yeah. 713-780-3776. You've got any thoughts on anything, you're more than welcome to get in here. 713-780-3776, the number to hang out with us here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Let's get back into Texans talk, and I do want to bring up an Astros. I reframed our conversation last week into an Astros conversation on Twitter, and it really took off, so I want to bring it back and get your thoughts on that.
All right, we talk about Vanderford first.
Let's talk about Vanderford Air, 281-557. The air conditioning, it's still running and running like crazy in your house. And if your air conditioner is running and running and running and you're not getting cooler, or maybe it's just running and running and running, I've got the experts at Vanderford Air on call anytime I need, and I can run my system and it gets to where it needs to be and turns off, even when it's 100 degrees outside. That's because I've got an efficient unit that's also the right size for my home. You've got to make sure part of the battle is making sure that you have an air conditioner that is the right size for your home. If it's too big, then you're wasting too much money on purchasing that more expensive air conditioner. If it's too small, it's not going to get you the coverage that you need throughout your home, and you are wasting money because it has to run all the time to cool down. The experts at Vanderford Air will tell you how much you need to, how big the system needs to be, and then on top of that, they will make sure that the system is running the way it is supposed to, with checkups, annual checkups, with getting out there to repair or replace anything that needs to be fixed. When you buy a new air conditioning unit from them, they can finance it, and they put all new lines in. Everything's beautiful. They can even cut extra vents in there for you to get better circulation into certain rooms. It's Vanderford Air, 281-557-COOL.
Hey, time to talk about HR&P. My peeps over there, love everybody. They're awesome. We had when Lance left early the other day. Laura Beavers was in studio. You got to hear her. She was frightened to death that it would be a horrific experience for her, but it wasn't. Here's the deal. Laura Beavers she's got a great deal going on. She's got HR&P on her side. You call her and ask her about HR&P, what HR&P does for our business, and she'll give you a glowing. Everybody, Marcus comes on, Chad comes on, Chuck Watson's come on. All these guys have come on with these businesses, and they get glowing reviews of what HR&P does for their business. If you're doing your own payroll right now, think about it. Just call HR&P and see how much you can save. If you want to move those people that are in payroll right now to another position, and that's fine. But do payroll as best as you possibly can. Do it the best way, and the best way is to go with HR&P. HRP.net. Let them come and customize a plan for your business. HRP.net, 281-880-6525 or HRP.net. About what?
Now back to John and Lance,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Wildcat Golf Club. Here's John Granato and Lance Zierlein.
Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. John, Lance, and Dell live at Wildcat Golf Club, the CCA tournament here today. We've been talking about it for a while. Glad to be here today. And you at 713-780-3776, the number to come and hang out with us here at Wildcat Golf Club. Josh wants to get on the radio to talk about Arkansas. What do you say, Josh?
Hey, so I just got a question, and I know you guys aren't caring about the rankings right now, but I'm actually driving back to Houston right now from the game from Arkansas, Tennessee. How is Arkansas not ranked? And and Michigan still is. Michigan is by far a worse team than Arkansas, and Arkansas looks great. They blew the game against Oklahoma State. They blew the game against A&M, but they're a great team. And you're looking at Michigan, and Michigan's still at 22, and they have not looked good at all. I just kind of wanted to hear your opinion on it. So,
well, they're 3-2. I agree with you. They should be ranked, but I don't think anyone is. If you watched them, they have blown games. They blew
that Oklahoma State game.
Oklahoma State was
They
bad.
should have won that.
But they
game.
had a 10-point win at Auburn, which was a good win on the road. They beat UAB by 10 at home. That was fine. The game against Tennessee is a really, really good win. But it's just tough when you're 3-2, and you do have two good wins. One was at Auburn, which is a pretty good win. Auburn's not a great team, and then the game against Tennessee was a really good one. I think the reality is as you stack up wins, next up is LSU. You beat LSU, you're at home against number 13 LSU. If you beat LSU, you are going to have wins over LSU and Tennessee, a 13th ranked team and an 8th ranked team. You could have had A&M beat, and you didn't do it. So I would say just win this week, and you won't have to worry about it. I'm to the point now where talking about rankings and polls, I don't even have any.
Well, but if you're in it, it's easier. By the way, Arkansas has a bye week, right? Because LSU's got Ole Miss this week.
You're right, the 19th. Yeah, you're right, the 19th. That's the next game Arkansas plays. And Arkansas may move into the top 25 next week on a bye week.
You look at it right now. Michigan, he mentioned them. They're the only team with 2 losses in the top.
They're
25,
4-2 though.
4-2, and the only reason they're there is because of where they started, and they had the USC win that had them boosted. Of course, USC lost over the weekend, and honestly, for Arkansas, if we're talking about teams, you're probably looking at Navy or Army making it to the top 25 before you do, because they're both undefeated. It's going to be a bit. Yeah, you beat LSU, you'll get there, but as far as this week is concerned, if Michigan fell out, it still wouldn't be you.
I'm to the point where, do I even care?
Are they others receiving vote?
Yes, they have. They're behind Vanderbilt.
USC, Nebraska, Navy, Army, Vanderbilt are all ahead of you.
Now that we have a 12-team playoff, do you even care about polls? I don't.
Well,
I
yeah,
don't
they're
care
going
about
to
who's
count at the
number
end.
one.
They absolutely are
These
going to.
polls aren't going to count anything. Only BCS.
Well, they're pretty close.
These
Well,
polls-
right, but these polls are a good guidance for
okay,
what
but
the BCS
but they're
is gonna
irrelevant
be.
though.
Right now, it's irrelevant.
Right.
Yeah. But listen, you're not going to come out of nowhere. It's good to be ranked right now so that you have the consent that you can move up a few spots. Like even if you win,
You're saying for perception
for
standpoint,
perception, absolutely.
for voter, because it
Absolutely.
really doesn't. Like, I don't know. I think if you're really good, it doesn't really matter. We had a 2-hour Joe Moore Award call yesterday, and we treat every team just like, we start like I fought for UNLV and UConn to be in there. They didn't start with we didn't have a perception of them coming in. It's just what the tape says.
I do
and
think.
what it looks
well, that's
like.
different on offensive line.
Yeah, the number next to your
the
name.
numbers count in because if you leave out, and let's say a team is number 8, and you leave them out of, you're going to catch it. They know the committee will say, "Oh no, well we go by our own,"
but
they know what the rankings are.
But I think it's irrelevant right now. You know what? It's more relevant. Okay, for the top 6 teams, it's never mattered less than who's number 1, 2, 3, 4.
But we're talking about
Texas going to stay number 1. Who cares? It doesn't matter. You're going to be.
Well,
we're
talking about. The only thing it would matter,
Unless
you
you
might get to pick where you play as far as if you have a bye. You might if you win
down
your
the
conference,
road
you might get to pick where you play. But for an Arkansas fan, probably doesn't have dreams of winning a national title or making a playoff. Having a number next to your name for a week,
that's true.
Something that says, okay, that's pretty cool.
That's true.
Pretty
And especially coming from where you came from the last couple of years and recruiting. Yeah, it's different. It's a different.
Yeah, because we always focus on the top 12 and who's going to win. But Indiana's number 18, of course, they're undefeated, so they could keep rising. But if you're Arkansas or Illinois and SMU now, that having a number next to your name, particularly for SMU, can mean something going forward because, like John said, SMU, you got to consider them for one of those group of 5 spots. Them and actually they're an AC. What am I thinking? Keep forgetting they're in the group of 4. They're a Power 4 team now, but you just want your number. You want a number next to your name because I know it doesn't mean anything, but traditionally it always meant something. I think people still like to see that and get rewarded for winning games. And Arkansas, just keep winning. You'll get your shot.
Indiana is one of the best stories in the country right now.
Yeah, they got a lot of people from James Madison who had their first loss. They lost to ULM this weekend, but their coach is from James Madison. They got a lot of transfers from there, and you look at them. I'm trying to look at the rest of their schedule right now, but that's a team who's 6-0, already bowl eligible.
Nebraska, Washington, Michigan State, Michigan, Ohio State, and Purdue.
So only Ohio State's the one you're looking at and go, ooh, okay, that's tough. The rest of them, they can win those games.
Yeah.
They could be 11-1 at the end of the year.
This was a 3-win team last year, and they're 6-0.
Yeah, they revamped
right
that.
Now, he's the Bear Bryant winner.
Signetti, I think is his name.
Yeah.
They revamped that entire program in one off season, and you look at how the Big Ten is shaking out. They have the home games against Nebraska. That's not going to be easy. Host Washington, another tough one, but they're going to be favored. Probably. I mean, the Michigan one's questionable, but Michigan can't score, so they're going to have a real shot there. They're going to be favored in the next 5 out of 6 games. That team could be in the Big Ten title game.
Yeah.
If they're in the Big Ten title game, there's a chance they go to the playoffs.
As an at-large, yeah.
Yep. As an at-large, yep. Absolutely. 713-780-3776. Let's try and catch up on some breaks. You guys want to get in here and talk about anything? That was a little college football. You wanted to talk Astros, right?
Yeah,
But
Astros and Texans.
Yeah.
Our teams.
Yeah, our teams. We got to do that. But first, you're going to talk about John Daspit.
John Daspit is somebody who has, you see his, man, I headed east, made the drive to Tuscaloosa. It was a long drive, but you know what was really cool is driving down I-10, so many John Daspit billboards. And the reason is because John Daspit does so much with people who work offshore, people who've been in refinery blasts, heads all the way down to Victoria, where his wife is from, and there's work to be done there. There's work, Port Arthur, just everywhere along the coastline is where it can be very, very busy for John. But it's not just that. He obviously does the car wrecks, and he does other types of trains and other types of injuries. Personal injury lawyer who stands out from the rest because, this is a guy with 2 degrees from Texas, a law degree from University of Houston, and his entire idea is passionately pursuing justice for the injured. He wants to make sure that people who are injured never have to come out of their own pocket for time missed from work, for injury in terms of what your hospital bills may be. He wants to make sure that you get the care that you need and deserve and frankly have to have. And he's going to make sure that your pain and suffering is compensated by the insurance company for the other person, whoever the other person may be, whether it's workplace or out on the roadway or wherever it may be, so that you are taken care of for something that you wanted nothing to do with. You didn't want to be injured, and yet here you are. John Daspert is the one who's fighting for you. He'll bully the bullies. And if they're trying to push you around, you better make sure you got that phone number ready in your cell phone. 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW, or go to DaspertLaw.com.
How long does he have?
Hey, time to talk about Gulf Coast Windows and Jim Fiume and the greatness that is. It's about quality. It's about the best. You want the best? Yes. You want the best windows? If you're building a home, do you want some inferior windows? Absolutely not. You want the best windows in the business, and they've got them all, okay? Windows, doors, the French doors, the sliding patio doors, the storm doors. You know, these storm doors and these patio doors with the double pane, double strength windows are incredible. You don't want that noise. You don't want flimsy windows. You don't want – listen, the window can stop the sun from coming in and heating up your home and bringing up your electricity bill. All of these things. And if they're not installed perfectly like Gulf Coast Windows does, they will leak and you'll lose your air conditioning that way as well. Look, there's one best window, period. There's only one company has the best, and that's Gulf Coast Windows. Their windows are fantastic. When you go and you see – and you can the choice. I have no idea how you choose because they're all great windows. It's about quality. It's about perfection. It's about the installation. It's about all of that, and that's what Gulf Coast Windows is for. 713-849-5454 or GulfCoastWindows.com.
You're listening to John and Lance, broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Wildcat Golf Club. Here's John Granato and Lance Zierlein.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5, live at Wildcat Golf Club. Come on in, 713-780-3776. You've been wanting to talk about the Astros.
Yeah, let me. So I brought this question up. What is your confidence level in Dana Brown and Jeff Bagwell and Jim Crane and Reggie Jackson? Is it just the four, or is Biggio's not really?
Kind of.
So it's just a big four.
Yeah.
What is your confidence level that those four guys, if they lose Kikuchi and Bregman, which seems likely on both fronts, what is your confidence level that those four can right the ship and keep the window open for competing? I'm not going to say for just competing at the highest level. Being a consistent playoff team. I'll just say being a consistent playoff team.
Well, is Dana Brown in it?
Yeah, I said Dana with the big four. It's Dana, Jim, Reggie, and Jeff. And that's they say that. It's not me saying it. They say they're the ones that look at everything. There's a consortium. So
Yeah.
I'm not even being glib. They say it's the four of us.
Yeah, I trust Dana the most.
No.
What's the
four, the big four, the fellowship. You've got to say the decision.
Well, let me
makers-
ask you a question. Don't you think that it's going to be that there's going to be a lesser role or at least some hesitation after the signings, after the Abreu, after the Montero, after those debacles?
What does it take for that to? What would have to happen? Who has to decide that?
Jim?
So okay, that's right. So you believe that Jim Crane is going to say, "Sorry, Jeff, we're scaling you back."
No, I believe that he's going to listen and trust Dana Brown more than he will.
Was Dana considered a baseball guy like Reggie and Jeff? Because we got baseball guys instead of numbers.
We
guys
also
now.
got those signings with those guys.
Yeah, but baseball guys kind of know stuff better than numbers guys like Jeff Leno and AJ Hinch and whatnot.
Yeah.
Now that we got baseball guys there, good things are happening.
I tell you this.
Finally,
Did you
after 4 World Series appearances,
I will say
7
this.
straight LCS, now we got some good baseball eyes on stuff, right?
No.
Now
So
the
I saw
baseball
Jim
eyes.
Crane sitting on the behind home plate watching the Detroit Tigers celebrate and waiting for AJ to be done so he could congratulate him.
Mhm.
And I think that there might have been a little come to Jesus, come to God moment there for him.
Why?
In
You
that,
don't think it's just, hey, AJ just wanted to
Yeah, no.
congratulate you?
No, what I think is that he was like, maybe we haven't.
You're
Maybe
hoping.
I'm hoping that maybe he sees that maybe we haven't been doing it the best way of these last few years here, and maybe we need to.
Did he sit and wait for James Click after a game too, so he could shake James Click's hands also?
No, James Click didn't beat him, did he?
Who's James Click with now?
Yeah, James Click didn't beat him. James.
But I'm asking, is James Click going to get a handshake also?
Yeah, probably.
Or a call.
Maybe. Or he just dismissed.
Hey, buddy.
Yeah.
He's with the Blue Jays.
Blue Jays.
Yeah. I mean, so I know
He made a trade with
Blue
him.
Jays ain't beating nobody, so don't worry about that.
And
don't have to sit
Jim
and
Crane,
wait
but
for
I
him.
just took Kikuchi from you for scraps. I'm not shaking your hand.
Well,
dummy.
Well, he
You
did
did-
the right. Actually, it was the right thing to do.
it was
The
right.
coach was great.
It was. You had to have it to keep your season afloat.
I wasn't kidding. That's Jim Crane's going to say I took that guy for scraps. Look what
Well,
he did
and
for us.
he's gone now.
He's not gone yet.
Yeah, he's gone.
Kikuchi.
He doesn't have to be gone.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, nobody has to be gone, but they all
How
go.
much is Kikuchi going to make?
More than Jim Crane's going to pay. Once again, name the free agent who's gone to the open market.
You think
that Jim-
Kikuchi's going to
the Jim Crane's?
Do the Astros have this thing where their players, people like, oh well, the Astros did something with them, but I mean, we're not going to pay what the Astros might pay because that worked with Houston. What we know of Kikuchi is he's not a guy we're going to go all out to pay.
No, everyone. Basically, if somebody plays well with Houston, they get paid, and he played well for Houston. There's nothing in his.
But he's
to
30,
be fair.
There's nothing in the
This-
background
it-
that says he's going to do that anywhere else.
If you really, I know you know who else we were saying this about? Montero. If you look at Kikuchi, now they have certain things with his strikeouts and spin rate and all that. But if you look at Kikuchi's history isn't all that impressive from
No.
an ERA standpoint.
Oh.
He's not that impressive. He has a talent, which is strikeout per 9 that they liked, and he did his best pitching.
Swing and miss. They
But do
value
you know
swing and miss.
who else we had who was just like that? Montero. Montero came in and had a great year, an outlier year with the Houston Astros, and Jeff Bagwell and Reggie and Jim Crane and nobody, because there wasn't a GM at the time, said, you know what? Let's hang on to this for 3 years. That was actually the same thing that happened with Montero. No one would argue that Montero wasn't really good for you. He was really good for you. It was also an outlier if you look at his history. Kikuchi's kind of an outlier here.
Oh no, he's absolutely an outlier.
Yeah.
That's why it was outrageous to give up so much for him because the value wasn't there for Kikuchi to give up as much as you did. And not only us, all the baseball people said
However,
it was way too much to give up. No, you know what? If they don't sign Kikuchi, they don't sign Kikuchi. That's just fine.
But however, you like the trade, though.
I love the trade. The trade
Even
was
though you
great.
gave up
The
a
trade
bunch.
was exactly
And he
worked out.
And he never pitched in the playoffs.
And he never got to pitch in the playoffs because you lost, because Fromber didn't step up, because
Well, the
Kyle
offense-
Tucker didn't step up.
Well, Fromber had a bad game, but he has 3 runs on him.
Yeah.
Like, score some runs.
Right. Again, now nobody scores runs against that Detroit team.
How about score?
Oh, wait.
Yeah. How about score some runs?
Oh, wait.
But,
Cleveland
so
put
your
an 8
confidence,
spot on them.
So you didn't answer. What is your confidence level?
My confidence level is that I think that, listen, if you make mistakes like Jeff Bagwell and Reggie Jackson made, there's going to be less confidence in you.
Jim Crane.
And Jim Crane, right. And go back to what, and I really do believe that he's going to have more confidence in Dana, and Dana is going to be a bigger voice in the room than Bagwell or Reggie.
He should be. He's a general manager.
He absolutely should be.
But will Jim Crane specifically put Bagwell and Biggio in these places in his ear? Because he said he wanted it. He came out and said he wanted that. Is Jim Crane going to be – is he willing to restructure even if it's not on paper and just says, look, Dana runs this team. Dana, this is your offseason. Will he do that? And then even then, it doesn't matter what the offseason is. Dana has to go to Jim Crane for the money and say, can we re-sign? What are we going to do?
Or we'll do this. Yeah.
History tells you he will not get more than a 5-year offer. Alex Bregman. I would also argue that's probably the right move.
I think so, too.
If somebody wants to overspend
Listen,
on it.
they hadn't made the wrong move. Well, I mean, if you wanted to pay Cole all of that, then you know what? That was probably. But the decision on Springer, the decision on Correa, Charlie Morton was a bad decision. They could have had him cheap, and they could have. But they figured he's about done. He hasn't been about done. That was a wrong decision. Cole was a wrong decision. They let Verlander go. That was the right decision. And then yet they brought him back, and that was the right decision. Now you got to let him go again. They haven't. It's not like they're making they're a bunch of buffoons in there. They made a lot of good decisions economically and for this baseball team. But you can't just keep on losing guy after guy after guy after guy, and especially as big a presence as Bregman was in that locker room. Bregman is the right decision. Is unless he gets a stupid offer from the Yankees and the Red Sox, which he probably will. He's going to get that stupid offer, and you just got to say, "Well, tip your cap. They've got him now because we're not going to pay him all that." But if he goes for $25 million somewhere, you made a big mistake letting Bregman go. If he goes, if it's a $30 million deal, then you go.
Well, I mean, Jose Altuve is begging you to do it now.
I know he is.
Every player,
and he hasn't done that with
Hunter
the other guys.
Brown has, because Jose realizes my career could basically, as a winner, be over now if this doesn't get fixed. Because honestly, if you look at it, you know what's really jarring? Looking at the 2019 lineup, and you realize, oh my God, we're way far away. Kyle Tucker is 8. Machete is 19.
Was 7th.
Correa was 7. 6 was Yuli.
Yeah.
5 was Bregman. 4 was Jordan. 3 was Bregman.
Uncle Mike was 2.
Uncle Mike was 2. Oh, Springer was 1. Springer 1. Altuve 2.
Brantley 3.
Altuve was 3, right? Springer was on that team in 19.
Yeah.
No, he wasn't.
No, he wasn't. Springer wasn't there.
No, he wasn't there. Who was it? Who's the other guy that we're missing here?
I don't know. Whatever.
Oh, Josh Reddick was on that team.
Yeah.
Right? Okay. So Reddick was somewhere over there.
So whatever. No,
who was the center fielder?
I forget. It doesn't matter. Here's the deal.
George Spring.
To answer your question,
19.
I think this group can still be. Yes, I have faith in this group as long as Jim Crane understands that it's Dana Brown that should be running the ship. That should be.
And you think that's
the biggest voice in that room? Then I think that I absolutely have faith.
Is Jim Crane going to open up the wallet more than he has in the past in terms of for free agency? Everyone always comes to you look at but take a look at because he's got dead money on the books. With 3 players
he's paid
that cost
big money he's paid $95 million for Hader. He paid $60 million for Abreu.
But is he going to open up the link?
That?
It's the link for
I don't know about the
players.
Link,
he can't keep position players because position players require length of contract.
Yep. My bookie requires you to sign up and then put in promo code Bet975 and get double your money, double your deposit, whatever that deposit is, double it. Unless I think it's good. There's a limit on how much they're going to double. But here's the deal: it's the best way to go about this thing. Who do you like, the Chiefs or the Saints tonight? What do you like this week? Is there a game that you really, really like this week? Well, how are you going to bet on it? You're going to bet on it at mybookie.ag, promo code Bet975. And listen, it is so easy to navigate. It's so fun. It has got everything you could possibly want. It's got prop bets. It's got live in-game betting. It's got casino gambling. It's got election gambling. It's everything that you could possibly need right now at mybookie.ag. Promo code BET975. You want to win and get paid, play, win, and get paid. You want to bet anything, anytime, anywhere. The best place to go. mybookie.ag. Promo code BET975. All right, welcome back on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We are live at Wildcat Golf Club. My boys are probably on their way in. If you have never been to Wildcat, you need to come. They've got play. You can. Obviously, it's a public course, so you can get your tee time. Go to wildcatgolfclub.com and get your tee time on. Or, if you've probably been here for a tournament, because it is the place to have tournaments, 18 championship holes. It's just beautiful, too. The course is in beautiful shape. So get on out here and take advantage of beautiful fall weather. It's going to be 91 today. Perfect for golf. It doesn't get any better. So get on out here. They've got, I don't know if today's closed because they got both courses. I'm not sure if they got one or both. I don't know.
Well, tomorrow's open.
But the CCA is here, and we'll talk to Taylor Rick in just a little bit about what the CCA does for the community. And they've been doing their golf course, their tournament out here for years. So it's a great way to raise money for CCA.
The Cincinnati Red Stockings, Red Legs, Reds, they've been in business since 1890, 134 years, and they have 65 managers. Does that seem like a high number?
Every other year they change managers.
Seems a little high. Terry Francona is now their 65th manager of all time. 65 managers in 100.
That's a lot.
In 134 years seems like a lot. Yeah.
When you look at it,
the Pittsburgh Steelers have been in business that long. They've had 3 head coaches in 134 years.
Not 134, but
basically.
But they've had 3 head coaches. Yeah, that's
basically.
Crazy.
You have so the Texans win yesterday. You guys really haven't called much. I see a lot of people are listening on the stream, but you guys haven't called much about it. I don't think it hasn't started the way we thought in terms of it being aesthetically pleasing at all times. There's been a few more interceptions than maybe you'd like or turnovers, giveaways by the Houston Texans. Defensively, we haven't seen as much rush as we would like to see. Like, there's some things that are not showing up that we expected to see.
Where's Will Anderson Jr. been?
He had a pressure late in that game, but
early on we saw Danielle Hunter, and
then it kind of disappeared again. I don't know. It has not been. Khalil Davis had a good sack during that game, but
Foley had a beautiful play.
Yeah,
busted up
I'd say the defensive tackles, although they were getting gashed a little bit early in the game, the zone plays, I think the linebackers, oh my God, John just absolutely obliterated his elbow.
That was dumb.
But how did you not yell out? So anyway, I don't know. It hasn't been exactly what I had hoped for, and yet here they are, 4-1. And I think that's ultimately the takeaway is the Texans are winning the games they're supposed to win. They got beat by a Minnesota team that is getting – I mean, he did it again. Brian Flores with Aaron Rodgers had over 50 pass attempts yesterday, couldn't hit the 300-yard mark, had 3 interceptions. He had a touchdown late. He had 2 touchdowns, 3 interceptions, but he was getting bamboozled by the Minnesota defense for most of that game in London. This is now – Flores has made Aaron Rodgers, C.J. Stroud, and Brock Purdy look substandard in those offenses up to this point. And Minnesota wins again. So other than that, I think C.J. Stroud's he's been fine this year. He's been fine.
Well, that's what I wanted to ask you. Okay, so like watching that, Baltimore, Cincinnati is 1-4, and they look like a better football team than the Texans.
Yeah, but their defense is not very good.
Their defense is bad.
Their
it's
defense
really
is
bad. Baltimore looks really, really good but they're more explosive, and you got more faith. Listen, the Texans are playing great defensively. I mean, I think we're underplaying.
You think so?
Well they're playing defensively. Look at what they did the last couple of weeks. I mean, Minnesota notwithstanding, they did a really nice job against Indianapolis. They did a great job against the Bears. They did a great job yesterday.
They give up big plays, and they give up almost big plays. Like Indianapolis hit them with 2 big plays.
And could have
had 2 more.
Yeah.
Yesterday, you had another one. Didn't you have another one yesterday?
Yeah,
no.
Josh Allen just missed.
Early in the game,
Yeah, who did he miss?
He missed
overthrew,
It would have been a 60-yard touchdown. 60 yards. He just missed it.
That's right, yeah. That was what Wyoming Josh Allen used to look like, by the way, if you were wondering, yesterday.
30%?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But, he missed that. Like, the Texans have had some near touchdowns that would have been disastrous for them from a record standpoint. They'd be 2-3 right now.
You can go back to the Jags game.
The Jags game.
Mm-hmm.
Trevor Lawrence hit him yesterday, but he's not the ones
he missed them.
The ones he hit yesterday, he missed against the Texans.
Yeah.
So there's causes for concern, but there's reasons to be optimistic because they haven't played their best football, and yet they're 4-1. And they haven't gotten tripped up other than, they got outplayed by what turns out to be a good team in Minnesota.
So is it that you are, you're getting by, you're winning football games, you're winning ugly, that's fine. It's a long season.
Yep.
You know what? You're going to look back at those and let's not forget we were 4-1. Or are you going to say, well, you know what? This is what they are. And when it comes up in the postseason against good football teams, that's not going to be good enough to win.
Yeah, that's the concern. That now it's 5 weeks, and I said earlier it's a long year. That these near misses at some point will turn into hits for other teams, and then you're starting to question how come we continue to get exposed down the field. How come our pass rush isn't what we thought it would be? I think between them they had 3 quarterback hits yesterday. You can take that for what it is with Josh Allen out there. He's a guy who is tough to grab. But Hunter and
he gets hit a lot.
Anderson, I'm talking about.
Yeah, we should have had more hits on him.
So these are things that have been a thing throughout the year. Unless you're playing the Bears, you have not generated the type of pressure you would like, but you found a way 2 games in a row when through a big run by Bigsby or the fumble by CJ, you're backed up, you keep the team out of the end zone, and at least you win in the game. So the defense
the defense
has found ways.
Up now while they do, if the quarterbacks were accurate, they might be 2-3 right now. They might be 2-3 if Trevor Lawrence could hit that pass or Josh Allen could hit that pass.
Yeah, and to those points, but at the time, you get backed up, 1st and goal, a couple times, and you find a way against the Jags. And so sure, they should have hit them, but when they had another chance to put points on the board, put touchdowns on the board, your defense kept them out of the end zone.
Yeah, that's all true. It just doesn't feel like
I'm not
what
denying
we thought
it.
we were going to see.
I'm not denying it. It doesn't feel like a team because the offense is what we thought would be this thing that could not be stopped. And I guess you chalk it up to the game right now. Everyone who thinks, unless you're the Bengals the last couple weeks, and I guess the Commanders overall, everyone who thought their offense would be a force. That's not happening.
Nope.
Defenses are winning.
Nope. 713-780-3776 is the number. We'll find out if the Chiefs are still the best team. The Chiefs haven't looked like it either. If you want to know the truth, they're probably saying about the same things that we're saying here. The Chiefs have not looked like the best team in the NFL.
The only thing
season.
they'll say, they'll comfort themselves with saying, we were having these conversations last year, and we found a way.
I mean,
the Chiefs didn't look good middle of that.
Look at the Ravens. Lamar Jackson had an incredible game, continuing to bring his team back. The defense couldn't stop anybody. And then they somehow find a way to tie the game up. And then when he has a chance to go in and put points on the board in overtime, he has a terrible fumble.
Well, it was a botch snap, wasn't it?
No.
Or he wasn't ready. I don't think he was. Well,
yeah, it was right in his hands.
I have to go look at it.
He was ready. I had to watch it over and over, and he just missed it. Like maybe it was faster than he was expecting.
I think it came out
But he had his hands ready, and that would have been a disaster if the Bengals had won. And we'd be talking about, might be the best team in football, the Ravens, and yet they're 2-3. It is a funky ass year this year right now. It is a really strange year because you're right. Kansas City lost their best receiver, Rashee Rice. And knowing Brett Veach the way I know him and Andy Reid, they're going to make a deal. They're going to make a trade. You got to watch. It may not be Devontae Adams, but the idea that they could trade for Tyreek Hill is out there, and it will be very interesting.
It'll be interesting because he just got a new deal from the Dolphins, and the one thing
it would be a big hit,
and
cap-wise.
And the one thing he told Drew, no matter what negotiating ploy you're doing, don't get me traded. So that's a guy who loves his time. So it'll be interesting to see what they do. I don't foresee the Dolphins doing it because of what the cap hit would be for trading him.
You know who he loves more than anything? They like tiny receivers like Xavier Worthy, Mecole Hardman.
Rashee Rice.
You know who? Rashee's got decent size. You know who they could be targeting now? Tank Dell. Just get really tiny. Xavier Worthy and Tank Dell on the outside at about 150 pounds apiece.
Perfect. All right. 713-780-3776. Let's go. You want to talk about your Texans? Let's go. 713-780-3776, the number.
Or MVP Kaimi Fairbairn if you want to talk about him.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. I want to talk about cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Lights. Had me some yesterday. We were watching the games and had me some yesterday. It was – I love them, man. I love it. As soon as I got off the plane, I was like cracking me some beer, brother. I love me some Coors Lights, and I had me a bunch yesterday watching football games. It's what you do. Saturday, you're watching games. You want a couple of cold pops. You know they're cold because they got the Blue Mountains. Sunday, when you're watching your NFL, I want cold, clean, crisp, and refreshing. Everything about it. Love them. You will love them too. You need to get a cold, clean, crisp, refreshing. Make sure that you got them on hand when your boys come to keep them chill, keeping everybody chill. That's what cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light does. You're looking for the best way to enjoy all your football and baseball playoffs and everything else. Cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light.
You're listening to John and Lance, broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Wildcat Golf Club. Here's John Granato and Lance Zierlein.
Look at JG's boy Wallace acting a fool at the game. This guy dancing, he's putting up the H's and he's dancing on. That's not Wallace, Art. Wallace. That's not Wallace. Wallace don't dance like that, okay? Dude, put some respect on Wallace's dancing ability. 713-780-3776 live at Wildcat Golf Club. When Taylor comes by again, we got to get him on. Talk a little CCA out here. It's the CCA golf tournament every year. We are big proponents. We advertise it for them. We love the CCA golf tournament. It's a lot of fun. These guys are fun. But it's also fun to raise money for the CCA and keep the fishing here the best anywhere. That's what they do. That's what they do. They put all that money into making sure that you're able to get out there and enjoy your fishing here in the area. So we'll have him on in just a little bit. Hopefully, he's going to be able to stop by. If you want to stop by, 713-780-3776 is the number to hang out with us. I mean, it's just so funny. We're 4-1. One of the considered by most everybody else one of the best teams in the NFL, and yet it feels like it's not like when they won 9 straight under Bill O'Brien, though. It's not like
we just didn't like Bill
Bill
O'Brien.
We didn't believe. No one believed. Nobody showed up at the games. The atmosphere at that game looked like it was fantastic.
But I came in believing in this team, and so here's my. You know what a big problem is? I feel like CJ's gotten a little rushed and this, that, and the other. You know, I mean, it's not. But it's just the defense that are being played. I think he'll be okay. I watched all of his throws today on the wide shot, the coach's tape, and he's making pretty good decisions. He's not making bad decisions.
12 of 14?
Yeah, he's not making bad decisions with the football. And he's not sacrificing certain throws that he has to make. But the big concern for me is that, you know, this team was supposed to be – I thought we were really going to have a great rush. I thought we were really going to
pass rush isn't what we thought it was going to be.
No.
The running game isn't what we hope it can be.
Well, not
the offense is not nearly as explosive as we thought it was going to be.
No. You know, Tunsil had a little problems with guys beating him around the corner yesterday. He had no false starts. Tunsil had no false starts, but I think that the Tunsil issue with his false starts really does boil down to the fact that he's worried that he'll get beat around the edge. And when I watched him yesterday, he uses kind of a basketball slide. When guys beat him to the corner, he couldn't slide quickly enough. I think but he made an attempt not to jump off sides. Like he didn't just decide, I'm just going to get the jump here. And if I get a 5-yard penalty, I get a 5-yard penalty. He did. He functioned as a good teammate, no pre-snap penalties. So in general, the offensive line had just one. I think Shaq Mason had a hold. I think that was the only offensive line penalty yesterday.
I believe you're right. And Blake Fisher.
One, I think illegal. They went down the field.
Well, we'll talk about Blake Fisher on the other side. Real quick, we want to get Taylor Rick in here to talk about what's going on with the CCA. Welcome in. We appreciate you. We sponsor this thing and we advertise it for you. Tell people what we're doing here today.
So the CCA is the Coastal Conservation Association. We are the largest marine nonprofit group in the United States, actually. CCA Texas is the second largest marine conservation group in the United States. So that being said, we are raising money to go back into the bays and estuaries here in the state of Texas. All the money we raise stays in Texas. And this year we've actually been able to partner with Parks and Wildlife. For the last 47 years, we have been working with them, and we have released 1 billion redfish fingerlings into the bays here in Texas. And we've also gone over $7 million in oyster reef restoration this year. So please, keep in mind that everybody's fishing, and we're just trying to give back so that we've got fish.
Where do you
for
get
our
the
kids
money
and
to do
grandkids.
all that?
So golf tournaments like today, we've got 60 banquet fundraisers throughout the state of Texas.
Wow.
So that's kind of what all the guys you see running around here today, that's what we do. We run the roads and raise money for the fish. I want to say it goofy tournament name, but that's what we're doing today.
So if the people can't get here, and there's a lot of you that aren't here today that take advantage of fishing in the state of Texas, what's the website that they can go to and donate?
ccatexas.org. You can find all of our event information, make donations. The biggest thing, I know you've seen the bumper stickers everywhere, join CCA. So join CCA. That's us. If you see them on the trucks, the orange redfish sticker, We started in 1977, so we're coming up on 50 years of conservation here in Texas.
So if you donate and join, you're going to get a sticker.
You get a sticker in the
and
mail.
show everybody that.
Yes, sir.
And listen, and if you are a fisherman, you need to help out.
Absolutely.
I mean, you're taking advantage of what you guys do here and make it great fishing here. And this is the best. I mean, you're paying some money to play, but you get the food, the drink, the golf at Wildcat. I mean, what more could you want? And you're donating, you're helping.
Absolutely. What a better way to give back than to come out and play golf on a beautiful day.
Yeah.
And I mean, we're all fishermen. We all like to catch fish. We all like to eat fish, but we just want to make sure that our grandkids can do the same thing.
That's great. Well, congratulations. We appreciate you. Thanks for what you do with CCA. $1 billion, not a million.
A B.
That's a billion. Fingerlings,
we're very
and they
proud
turn
of it.
into big, nice redfish.
They sure do. They sure do. And working on trout and flounder now too. So they've actually got the flounder program pumping now. So
That's
a lot more flounder out there as well.
That's great. That's great. You guys do a great job. That is awesome. And it's a big draw for the state of Texas fishing here. A lot of people come and do their trips here. So it's a money raiser. This is a big money raiser for the state of Texas. So be a part of it. Go to ccatexas.org.
That's it.
ccatexas.org and donate now. Man, we appreciate it, Taylor.
Thank you, John.
As
Appreciate
always,
it.
have fun today. That is going to be great. I got to talk right now.
I can't believe you're not playing here. Look at you. You got your golf shirt ready.
Just got in. I got tournaments.
You
coming.
fly in last night?
I flew in last night. Yeah.
Are you raking up all the points? Can I have some points?
Yeah,
Let me hold some of your points.
Yeah, you can have some of my point. I don't care. You know what? That's what I do. I'm a man of the people.
Yeah,
I'm going to give you points so that you can take your 12 kids. So you don't have to drive to Alabama all the time. Holy crap!
Man,
what is wrong with you?
Not the best thing
You've
that's
lost
ever
your
happened.
mind. And by the way, let your son drive by himself. He's old enough to drive. Okay, let him go take that drive. It's ridiculous. Got to take the whole family to Alabama. And did you go to the Alabama State game or something? Didn't you say you drove by?
Well, we were in Montgomery going to the Legacy Museum. You know what that is?
No, don't care.
Okay.
Well, there it is.
Yep.
It's just about.
Sounds like it's
about
You'll learn stuff, John.
Yeah, like Emmett Till.
I've learned enough in my life. I don't want to learn anything
Some
more.
of the
That's a
atrocities.
good way to approach
I'm done
things.
learning. Okay.
That's a good way to approach
That's how I am
I'm
approaching
done
it.
learning.
Okay,
things.
I'm done learning. Now it's just about fun. Now it's about Coors Lights and golf and maybe a little poker in there. That's my life right now. And you know what else is my life? Doc Linville, because he gave me hope. He gave me hair. Okay. He gave me hope in my life. And you're sitting there right now going, man, my hair is thinning. Man, that bald spot is growing. Man, I'm too young to be bald. That's right. You are too young. I don't care how old you are. I'm old, and I still wanted to get it done. And I did do it, and it was a great process. The neografting is excellent. The PRP as well. I did both. And I got to tell you, Doc will let you know. You're in your 20s and you're losing your hair. Maybe you just need it to grow. Maybe you need the PRP to stimulate the growth of your own hair. And he'll do that. That's fine. It's a lot less expensive, and it's a great process that actually works. But if you need the neografting, that's a great process too. It's painless. He's got a 3-day anesthetic. You don't even need it, but you got it. And he is, I'm telling you, it works. It works. It's awesome. You're looking for the best way to get hair, okay? You're sick of losing your hair? 975hair.com, 975hair.com. Gulf Coast Windows, that's what I'm talking about. I love me some Gulf Coast Windows. I love what Jim Fiume has done for 35 years. It has been a fantastic ride. And listen, I don't want to say he's slowing down now, but he's being more particular. He's saying, I'm just doing the best, okay? I've got the best window. I've got the best insulation. I've got, you know what? I'm not out there like he used to be. What he's doing now is being selective. You're building a nice home, or you want it the best. You want the best product for your home. That's what he does, okay? He's only got the best. So you want privacy, beauty, security, value, added value to your home. All of those things happen in one fell swoop at GulfCoastWindows.com. GulfCoastWindows.com. Jim Fiume has the best product that you'll find in the history of products. He's got the aluminum windows, vinyl windows, hurricane windows, wood-clad windows, new home construction windows. The best. You're looking to replace those windows that are shoddy. There's only one place to go, GulfCoastWindows.com, 713-849-5454 or GulfCoastWindows.com.
Now back to John and Lance,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Wildcat Golf Club. Here's John Granato and Lance Zierlein.
Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776. Did he play Ricardo this week? Did Justin play Ricardo?
Yes, he did play a man
The Texans
named
Ricardo had the Texans. He had the Commanders.
Mm-hmm.
He had the Vikings.
Mm-hmm.
He had Jacksonville, and he had the Bengals. He's 4-1.
Who is?
Ricardo against Justin.
Well, Justin had Pittsburgh. That's
Who got double banged? Didn't
Justin's
somebody?
already lost. He had Pittsburgh and the Bills. He's already lost.
It's over.
Yeah.
Pittsburgh lost.
Pittsburgh and the Bills. That's
Yes.
it. Justin, you loser. I mean,
What do you mean?
Congratulations to Ricardo.
Yeah, we
He's
should
going
be
to the
celebrating
game
Ricardo's
with the
win,
limo.
not demeaning Justin for going 4-1.
No.
He's the same record as the Texans, 4-1.
4-1.
Yeah.
Ricardo's a superstar. I mean, we got to celebrate. We got to be happy about this. Listen, I know that the team wasn't – we saw James Palmer said, oh, what a locker room. It was the worst locker room I've ever seen.
Against Jacksonville.
Nobody was there. Nobody wanted to talk. They were all upset against Jacksonville. Not yesterday. I think that you beat the Bills. I don't care how you beat the Bills, and you win it in the last second, and you carry your kicker off on your shoulders. That had to be a happy locker room.
Is Kaimi the MVP?
Yes.
He's a big part of this.
Yeah. Look at the
If he's not
games he's
the
won.
MVP of the team.
5 games.
How many games has he directly won?
With big kicks?
Well, the Jackson. What about the Colts game? That was Mixon. Mixon carried him that.
Yeah, that was a mixing game.
That was a Mixon game.
Sure.
The next week against the Bears, that's all they did was kick field goals, right?
Do you know
Yes.
Kaimi Fairbairn right now is 8 of 9 from beyond 50. He's got a 60-yarder too, but he's 8 of 9 from beyond 50. He's 2 of 2 beyond 40. He's 1 of 1 from 30 to 39. I'm sorry, 40 to 49. He's 2 of 2. 30 to 39. He's 1 of 1, and that's it. They haven't even kicked a field goal of less than. I mean, he is kicking long field goals. 59, 59, 51. I guess he doesn't have a 61-yarder this year. He had 3 field goals. He was the MVP. I guess Joe Mixon was the MVP against Colts, but yeah, because the Colts scored late to make that. It wasn't as close as the score looked. He had 3 50-yard field goals there. He had 3 50-yard field goals against the Bears.
Yeah.
In the next one.
Yeah.
That might have been. He missed his only 50-yarder against Minnesota. Against Jacksonville, he did not. He just had 1 short field goal, and then yesterday he had 2 more over 50. And look, he's not MVP, but in a top 3 vote, is he in the top 3?
Yeah, I would say so. I would say he's been a critical part of this team.
Who's been a bigger part, him or Will Anderson up to this point? Now, Will Anderson's playing snap in, snap out. He has to play the run, play the pass. So I don't, I'm being a little glib here, but Will Anderson has not had the impact on the team up to this point on the season. He's got 2.5 sacks. there's more to it than just sacks, obviously, but he had a tackle against Buffalo, 2 tackles against Jacksonville, 2 tackles against Minnesota. In his last 2 games, he has 3 tackles, no sacks. In his last 2 games.
And here's the deal. Not even pressures either. There's not a lot of pressures going on there.
Not really.
And
no.
not from him or Danielle Hunter. It's really surprising how little, as good as those bookends are, how little production you're getting. Other teams are scheming well against them. Either they're chipping or their tackles are just not getting beat. But this is one of the more disappointing things. Okay, we're happy. Okay, has CJ lived up so far to what we thought CJ was going to be?
It's been okay.
He's been good.
He's in the zip code.
Right. Yeah. It is the wide receivers have.
Yes.
Nico has. Nico's been fantastic.
I think Diggs been fine.
Yeah, Diggs has been good. Tank is disappointing.
Tank's been disappointing, and Dalton clearly teams getting away from man-to-man has hurt Tank because he's a smaller target in space, and he's working down the field.
Should Dalton Schultz
areas.
have be doing more?
I'm surprised Dalton Schultz. I feel like Dalton Schultz.
He's got less
but
yards.
He's
got less yards than Tank.
I know it, but he's out in the routes all the time. It's just, look, he'd have more yards if CJ was a check down Charlie. He's got all those little short stuff, but CJ doesn't, and I'm glad he doesn't.
Yeah.
CJ's not looking to just check it down.
Is the offensive line's been disappointing because of the penalties?
I think it's been slightly below average.
Yeah.
They're okay.
They're not running the ball.
Yeah. They're not terrible, but that first week gave us a lot of hope, and it's hasn't really been the same since then.
Okay. How are the defensive backs? How are the corners playing?
I think in general pretty well.
Pretty well.
Yeah.
The safeties?
Now they have let some guys get behind them. Safety's okay. Eric Murray's been okay.
Eric Murray has actually been pretty good.
Yeah. Eric Murray is
Jimmy Ward got hurt again.
Petrie's been average.
Petrie had he blew through once again and missed the tackle on a blitz yesterday, which is what he do. He goes out. He's out of control on his blitzes. But
linebacker's been up and down.
Linebackers. Well, now listen. Shire had a really nice game yesterday.
He did.
Toto has been good.
Toto has been better than expected.
Yes,
yeah.
He's been actually. Toto has been really good. The defensive tackles have been good. No, the defensive tackles have been really good. They're actually getting pressure up the middle and making a difference. Foley's been good. Edwards has been good, and Settle's been okay. The defensive ends have been one of the more disappointing aspects of this football team. That's shocking.
Relative to expectations, yeah.
Oh, no, absolutely. Relative to expectations, they may be the most disappointing.
Pass rush, Will Anderson up to this point. They got him for 3 sacks. It's 2.5, but from a pressure standpoint, they've got him with 22 total pressures. But pressures also include hurries, which aren't really any big deal when you watch them on tape. He had 3 pressures yesterday. He had 2 hurries and 1 hit. So he's hit the quarterback only twice this year. He has
non-sacks.
He's hit the quarterback only twice this year. That's staggering in the amount of pass reps that he has. From a pressure standpoint, his pressure percentage is 13.8%, which is very, very average. And Danielle Hunter is his pressure percentage this year. Let me look at pass rush. No. Pass rushing. Here he goes. His pressure percentage is 13.7. It's not great. Neither one of these guys. Now, Danielle Hunter has hit the quarterback 5 times. Non-sacks, Danielle Hunter has 5. So he's actually gotten the quarterback he's actually impacting the quarterback more than Will Anderson is.
That's crazy. And I mean, it just seems like Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson Jr. just haven't been a part of it. They had the crazy pressures that they had against the Bears, and they had some nice pressure against the Colts. But these last 3 games, it's almost like, man, where are they? Where are these guys?
Now, from a defensive grade standpoint, Will Anderson against the run is 75.7. Danielle Hunter's in the 50s. So, Anderson is a better run defender. And a lot of defending the run is not going to be making tackles necessarily. So he's stout, he's strong, he's hanging in there against the run. But yes, for the money and the expectations of the edge, they've got to do a better job. And next step has got to be D'Amico starting to run more games and twists. And you want them to be able to just beat blockers one-on-one, but they're not beating tackles one-on-one like they should. So it may be time for D'Amico to dial up maybe start dialing up some exotics to start putting a little bit more pressure on quarterbacks. Josh, when he got pressure, he's so good at stepping up and getting out of the pocket. He's really, really good at that. But, man, 9 of 30. 9 of 30. And a lot of that was on him. He played poorly. But I saw plays being made on the ball with Stingley and Kamari Lassiter. They're making plays on the football. They were knocking balls incomplete. So the secondary did their job.
Yeah, the secondary's actually the secondary's been really, really good. I think that's been a positive. All right, 713-780-3776. Well, we got News of the Weird coming your way next right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 live from Wildcat Golf Club. You've got quick assist.
Quick assist. The owners, Blake and Scott, were so much fun to talk to the other day. We had lunch and really got to find out a lot about the algorithm and what they do. Listen, there's a lot of ticket companies out there that you buy from. This company is here to help you sell your tickets. Now, you may say, well, I'll go on StubHub and sell my tickets. Oh, okay, that's fine. But you're not going to put them on any other sites? Well, no, I'll just do it on StubHub. What are you pricing it for? For this much. Are you going up or down based on the market? No, I don't have time to do that. Exactly. Download Quick Assist. Let me tell you what Quick Assist can do. They'll load your tickets on StubHub, but 14 other ticket sites as well. So you'll be on 15 different ticket sites, giving you the best chance for people. They really expand your reach in terms of people seeing your tickets, and then they dynamically price it. So if the event starts getting hot, they will move and the supply goes down, they move your ticket price up. If the opposite happens, they move it down to give you the best chance of making the most money, but still making sure your tickets get sold. They handle everything. And as soon as your tickets sell from one site, they delist it immediately based on the computer in the background. The algorithm they have set up will delist the program all of your tickets from the other sites so you have no complications. This is the way to go. These guys are going to be huge, and they handle NFL, NBA, Major League Baseball, hockey, and college football as well. So any ticket you have, if you need to sell them, make sure you download the website or download the app, Quick Assist. That's Quick, ASYST.
All right, welcome back here live from Wildcat Golf Club. Want to once again thank Wildcat. We love Wildcat. You're going to be out here, right? You're doing your show here?
Yes.
And along with, is Mapes in there in studio?
According to the schedule, he's supposed to be out here.
Oh, Mapes is coming here?
That's what the schedule says.
Is he going to wear his bandana?
I don't know if he knows what proper golf attire is and if they're going to ban him.
You're not wearing proper golf attire. You wore a T-shirt to a golf course.
I'm not.
Ridiculous.
I didn't take a step on the golf course, so I think I'm okay.
You're in the clubhouse. Act appropriate.
I'm a guest. I am.
Act appropriate.
I am acting appropriate. I showed up here.
Dress appropriate. Dress for the job you want.
I'm
a golfer.
I don't want that job. That job sounds terrible.
Right?
I don't want that job.
Yeah. So that is perfect. Anyway, thanks to Elmer and Tim and everybody. Nick set this all up. Had everybody here. Monte just made us the breakfast sandwiches, which are awesome. The food here is excellent. So when you come out here, make sure that you have lunch as well when you're out here. So an Austrian man, apparently he did a psychedelic mushroom, and which led to him chopping off his own unit. Do you feel like, yeah, he used an axe to chop it off.
Is he gifted?
Do you feel like you want to do some acid now?
No, forget about that. That's a dumb question. He chopped it off with an axe. I mean, guy's pretty gifted if he's chopping it off with an axe. Yeah.
You never know.
It's also a clean cut, quick.
That's right.
But an axe?
You want a saw?
I don't think I'd want to do any drug where I would feel at some point I need to chop it off.
No.
There's nothing appealing about that.
That doesn't sound like a fun drug to me.
No.
That sounds like a bad trip.
I know some drugs are down or some drugs are uppers, but no drugs on the label says chop off an appendage.
No.
And particularly
I don't think they come with labels. Well, okay. Like Ozempic and all of them. Oh, it may lead to diarrhea. It may lead to skin rash. It may lead to cancer.
My dealer advises
I saw one that said, did y'all see that advertisement, by the way? I thought it was I was watching a joke commercial. It said, get ready for a pharmaceutical commercial or something. And then they ran a pharmaceutical commercial, and the side effects were cancer and like multiple types of cancer. And I kept waiting to see, is this a joke? And it was just a commercial. And I'm just like, oh, my God. Side effects may cause cancer. And it was about itch. It's about cream that helps you not be so itchy or something. I'm like, I'll just scratch. I'd rather scratch than have cancer.
Itching's kind of annoying.
Yeah, but cancer.
Well, let me ask. Well,
for me,
you say that, but on the day of, when you're itching, you can't get rid of it. You're like, take a.
I'd give anything to get rid of this.
Get rid of this. Will you?
Would you?
Okay, so this is how you get out of a DUI. You know, I know how you get out of a DUI.
How?
As soon as the cops pull you over, you open up a bottle and you chug it. The court says the man cannot be charged with drunk driving because he chugged the entire bottle after getting pulled over. That's how you can't test him now. You don't know if he was drunk before. Now, public drinking, open bottle, okay, but you cannot charge him with drunk driving.
So you had to pull over and turn the car off, I guess. Maybe?
Turn the car off. Well, whatever. Turn the car off, throw the keys, and you get out of the car and start chugging.
Or he could have turned it off and jumped into the other seat and said, wasn't me, officer.
Then who was driving?
That
I don't know.
That has never worked.
Yeah,
that doesn't work.
I like this way better. Have a bottle of whiskey with you at all times.
Like if you get arrested for public intoxication, it's less scandalous and less shameful than a DUI. You should do it.
However, if he did a road sobriety test, he would not pass.
Well, because he just chugged.
Well, he just chugged the entire bottle.
You would have enough. It's not going to get into your bloodstream immediately. He would be able to.
No. No. You don't do any of that. You say, no, I'm sorry, I can't. I want the breathalyzer.
That's what you say.
That's what you say. I know. I'm not doing roadside gymnastics.
Yeah, that's right.
That's right.
Gary Kubiak tricked her.
Gary Trickster.
I'm not drunk Simone Biles. I'm not doing that.
Oh,
it's Trickster. Yes,
Trickster, not Trickster.
Not Trickster.
Gary Trickster.
Not Kubiak, not Trickster.
Yeah.
Trickster.
A high school in Archangelsk has started production of grenade components. Do you feel like that's a good class to take in high school? How to make a grenade?
Thank God we're teaching these kids how to make grenades now.
There was a teacher.
Russia. It's in Russia.
Well, of course.
That makes sense.
There's a high school teacher who came to the listener appreciation party. He was not teaching how to make grenades.
What about if you're going to make meth?
He
Like
doesn't
Breaking
teach.
Bad.
He doesn't teach that either. No,
He doesn't teach that either.
No, he did not.
A scorned wife reveals that she ate her dead husband's ashes. Do you feel like that's payback?
I thought you were going to say his ass, but you said ashes. Okay,
ashes.
Okay.
No. She ate his ashes. Her dead husband's
how's
ashes.
It payback for who?
Is that
who's
a
dead?
good place though for him? If he
doesn't care, he's dead.
No, but he's got to spend the rest of her life in her.
Well, not the rest of his life. At some point, it has to come out. Do ashes not come out?
Well, some of it might be still left in her.
She's gonna.
Okay.
Maybe it's a good diuretic. Maybe it'll come out really quickly. It's like prune juice.
Listen, listen. He didn't want to be in her anymore. They got divorced.
Whoa.
And now he's in her for
He
life.
didn't want to be.
That's
no.
That's terrible.
No, you didn't have to do that.
That's
He didn't want to have to. He didn't want to be in her anymore. Is what he said.
I heard what he said.
Well, and now he is for life. That's a terrible
It's not
way
for
to
life.
go.
It's for it's like for 5 hours maybe. It's not for life.
Is she going to dump all of it out?
Are you
sure? Are you certain?
Yes, I'm saying ashes don't remain in your body forever.
Potatoes have been ruled that potatoes are better than human blood for making space bricks. Do you feel like we should have potatoes in our space bricks, or we should have human blood?
Were we making space bricks with human blood before?
What are space bricks?
We were making them out of human blood, but they found out that potatoes are better.
What are space bricks?
What are space bricks?
Space bricks? I don't know. Space concrete. Twice as strong as conventional concrete.
And why did they decide human blood was the first option?
Blood. I don't know how you got to let's use human blood to make a space brick, but they did. Okay. There's a lot of things we wonder. Who's the first person that ever ate a crawfish? Thought that would be a good idea.
So when a blood drive came to my school, that was what it was? For space bricks?
For space bricks.
Not for people in need?
No, you're not going to help people. We're making space bricks out here. Oh. But potatoes are better.
And yet NASA
apparently a stolen Vienna sausage led to a Georgia nursing home resident being stabbed in the chest.
Now, this makes sense.
I feel like
the older you get, the less you care, the angrier you get.
I feel like if Gilbert had one of his Vienna, if he had something stolen from him, that it could lead to something serious.
Well, I don't think he would turn to violence, but he would make somebody's life a living hell.
Oh, yeah.
He's accused many people of stealing his bike. He hasn't stabbed anyone yet.
Yeah.
Not that we know of.
I don't think Gilbert would turn violent, but even if you found it, he would still continue to accuse you.
I don't know. Hey, girl, what's going on? All right.
You know,
the girls are all showing up now. It's time to go.
Could have done that after the show.
Hey,
you're just yelling and no one knows who you're talking to.
It's Brooke.
Oh, it's Brooke. Oh, thanks for everyone knows who that is now.
Brooke. She's right there. Say hi. Say hi to Brooke, Del.
No, I'm professional. No. It doesn't help anyone listening.
Sam, you didn't even say hi to Sam.
I didn't know that was her name.
Okay. We're done. We are live at Wildcat Golf Club. Del and Mopey and Mapes live right here at Wildcat Golf Club for the next 2 hours on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We will talk to you again, and we're going to do What Did You Learn This Weekend? And we didn't do Ship Talk either. We'll do all of that tomorrow right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. But, Lance, before you go, tell everybody about Underdog.
I'll tell you all about Underdog. I'll tell you about being able to say higher on – I'm actually blown away. There's a new feature they had on Underdog now called it's the Streak, where you pick things. You got a chance to win $50,000 if you continue to pick the right plays on your streak. And it's actually the first time I had seen this. They had a 25% profit boost available in the account yesterday. You have so many different features to choose from as it pertains to playing their high and low cash pick'em game. It's really amazing. It's very, very easy. Just go to Underdog Fantasy, go to the App Store or go to UnderdogFantasy.com, download the app and use Lance for your initial deposit, and you are going to get a gimme pick on your first for your first deposit, and you can get your cash matched up to $1,000. $1,000. This is a great opportunity of being able to get $1,000 and that gimme pick when you use promo code Lance. And I'm telling you, there's so many fun games to play now under the Cash Pick'em, inside of the Cash Pick'em, where you pick higher or lower on the stats. There's more ways to win more money. And they have so many boosts available for you that you think this is your payout, and yet it's going to be way higher if you can pick winners on the high and the low. It's Underdog Fantasy, must be 18 or older, a president of state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms and conditions apply. If you feel like you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER or go to ncbgambling.org.
You heard the man. We are and remain at Wildcat Golf Club for the CCA tournament. You can go to ccatexas.org if you want to help a great cause. I'm still here. We got a new body in the building. That's Sean Mates. What's up, Sean?
Hey, how's it going?
We're doing a show really close to compared to how we normally do a show.
I'm not going to try, but I'm pretty sure I can reach out and touch you right now.
I'd appreciate it if you did not. The listener party, if you were walking around after doing the bullpen, should have taught you that I don't like being touched randomly by people.
Well, I'll touch you from the front.
Particularly in a radio environment.
I'll touch you from the front.
That doesn't sound great either. I had enough of that with TSA when I was walking through checkpoints in my last trip. I got that twice on the way and on the way back. Hey, sir, do you want to go in the back room? No, don't take me into the back room. I just want to get to the gate. So do the pat down, and they did it roughly, by the way. But do the pat down and let's get it out of the way. I don't want you walking me to the back room. I don't know what's going to go on back there. Do it in public while being slightly embarrassed.
I feel like I forfeit some of my rights when I go in that back.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the hell happens when I go in the back room.
Hey, sir.
Oh, we're gonna need you to take down your shorts. Wait a minute. That doesn't feel necessary. So no touching, please. But we move on to a game that happened yesterday in the city, and a lot of discussion this morning was how do we feel? How do we feel about the game? The Texans are 4-1. That should be a source of comfort, right? You are, at this point, at least record-wise, the second best team in football. We'll see how the Chiefs do tonight against the Saints. But there is this feeling that they aren't what we expected them to be. You beat the Bills at home. That was supposed to be a litmus test of where you were, coming off a game against not exactly the next week, but you played a game against the Vikings where you did not show up, and the Vikings may very well be the best team in football, though Sam Darnold may ask us, are you sure about that, considering how he played yesterday? But the way they played over the course of 5 weeks, best team in football. We'll just give them that for now. The Bills were a team who started off really hot. They had their blowout loss to the Ravens on Sunday Night Football last week. So you go, okay, the Bills, we know them. They're a perennial playoff team. They always win their division. They have Josh Allen. Can you hold up? And the Texans in that first half made it known that they're clearly the best team on the field, at least that day. And then, of course, some of the fall off happened in the second half, and it led to a close ball game. Some penalties popped up after playing a clean first half, and they got into a dogfight where you're talking about a late turnover by C.J. Stroud leading to a chance for the Bills to take a lead. But for the second consecutive week, the Texans defense showed up in a situation where a touchdown could maybe change the complexion of the game. So being actually, I think, more positive than the guys who I did the show with earlier, think they're 4-1 now. There's nothing to say this 5-game stretch is what they're going to be throughout the year. I just take the approach. It's a long year. What they are today ain't going to be what they are in November, December. Hopefully they're better in November and December. And you go, as you're finding yourself, you'll take 4-1.
Yeah, especially as a team that we feel like really hasn't played a complete game yet. And this is a team that hasn't played a complete game yet and is 4-1. They're learning that lesson while still winning these games, instead of, you look around some of the teams that are 2-3 and 1-4, and you could be the Bengals, and Bengals haven't played a complete game either. They came pretty close yesterday, but they're losing all these games. The Texans are still coming out on top, and in the long run, as far as the season goes, that's just so much more important than looking pretty while losing. And I think this week today is a day where you can be, I guess, a little bit more satisfied with the win, despite the, oh my God, they're having to hang on for dear life and need a last-second field goal from Kaimi Fairbairn, because this time they proved that they did it against a good team. Where we talked about, is this just a team that just plays down to the level of their competition? And we realized, wait, they don't really play up to the level of competition, because the only game they've lost, they got smoked out of the building. So it was a good one as far as, a measuring stick against a team that you think is pretty good.
Yeah, the second half is one where you get a little wobbly. You have a couple of turnovers, particularly the fumble. I don't really put a lot of the interception on CJ. I think it's a combination of things. Terrell Bernard made a great play.
Yeah.
He's got his back turned to CJ in zone and flips the hips and turns around and makes that play on the football. And maybe Diggs could have been in a different place, but whatever. The fumble, that one you can look at and go, okay, you got to have better ball security. He had one hand on the football in the pocket as he was trying to get away from some pressure, and it led to a fumble. But as we said, the defense stepped up. But overall, since it's a game of two halves, that first half was the cleanest they've played, the best
Yeah.
they've looked, and it reminded people that what they're capable of, even with some of the injuries. And of course, Nico Collins, after scoring his long touchdown, goes out. And Stephon Diggs got the bulk of the targets. After that, Tank Dell still not a big factor, but you know, the 20-3 is something where I look at them and go, that's a team who can be a legit contender. If you can get that type of effort, if you can play as clean as football as you did in that first half, that's a team you look at and go, okay, that is what we expected. But of course, I didn't expect the Bills to go away, and it got real tight real quick. The Bills changed the momentum of that game really quick, and then it was just holding on for dear life. I do appreciate Sean McDermott giving them one, because sometimes
I couldn't believe what they were doing.
Yeah, we're gonna get into that, because sometimes you think about quarterbacks. Oh, this quarterback's gonna throw me one. At some point, he's gonna throw me a pick.
Yeah.
No matter how well he's playing, he's gonna make a mistake. Sean McDermott pulled that yesterday, where it's like, look, you've managed this game to a point where you're back in it. But you gave this game to the Texans, and he took full responsibility for what happened. But you think about the scenario, the Texans didn't really handle the situation well in the first place when they had the ball in scoring territory, considering what Kaimi Fairbairn is capable of. And instead of maybe running the ball, the Bills don't have any timeouts left. You take this intentional grounding penalty. You know what? Some of it, that call is kind of questionable. I know Dalton Schultz had cut inside, and then CJ throws that ball out of bounds. But we see plays like that all the time where they don't call anything, but they decide to call it. It's mostly they call it in high leverage situations, because if that happens, I think Warren Sharp or someone, maybe it's been one of the NFL people on Twitter pointed out that if that happens like in the second quarter, that particular play may not get called. In fact, Brock Purdy had a similar situation earlier, maybe this year, maybe even the same day, that nope, there's no pressure on him. It was like in the second quarter, and they didn't call it when he threw it out of bounds. It just happens sometimes. But the Texans probably should have ran the football force and kicked it. But instead, they make a mistake, and then the Bills are like, you know what? We appreciate your mistake, but we're going to give it right back to you. It's nuts. We talked about, it's Matt Collins and Samuels. These are not targets. These are not people that he's comfortable with, where he's going to know where this guy is. So we're just going to target these guys and not run the clock. The Texans sure have all their timeouts now, some of the consideration, but think about it. You run the ball 3 times. They use all their timeouts, and maybe when they get the ball back, how much time do they have left on the clock? At best,
they had was it like 20 seconds or 30
when
seconds?
you punt the football, I think the Texans ran one play, and
there was
was
the one
7
play
seconds or
to
so.
Dare in the middle of the field, and that's something that the Texans wouldn't be able to
do. They wouldn't have been. It would have been a Hail Mary.
Yeah,
it would have been a Hail Mary.
Oh, they got it back with 7 seconds.
Yeah, they got the ball back with 7 seconds. So maybe you're saying, well, he dropped back the pass. Some of the throws took longer, so there's time coming off the clock. But
it also, they would have to, if they don't have any timeouts, the play would have to be to the sideline.
Yes,
now
so
they have
easily
now the Bills
defendable. Yeah,
had to defend the whole field.
Yes, he had to defend the whole field. So it was malpractice. He took full responsibility, but sometimes you need it. Sometimes you need the coach or an opposing player to give you one, and that's what they did. And I asked this question somewhat jokingly about where Kaimi Fairbairn ranks on the Texans MVP rankings through 5 weeks. I don't know if there's anyone more influential besides CJ Stroud in
Collins. I think Collins,
yeah, that's true.
Collins
it's top
Stroud.
3. It's those two, and then Kaimi.
That's true. It's Kaimi, because there's no one on. There's no one like in the front, because you look at just who you coming into the season, you think the best players on this team is, and another pretty quiet day for the front 7 as far as making those kind of big splashy plays. I think overall they played pretty well, but they didn't have, there wasn't a Will Anderson sack or a Danielle Hunter sack.
A couple quarterback hits between them, but not the type of pressure that we expected from those bookends coming into the year. And I got another tweet about did they are they both on IR? Did they play? I was like, yeah, they played. They just didn't impact the game, and they have not impacted games like we expected them to impact the games. You mentioned Nico Collins is obviously, if he's not 1, then he's certainly 2 as far as the best Texan so far this year. He leaves the game with a hamstring injury after scoring a touchdown, and sometimes you got to hit the layups, and we've seen quarterbacks against the Texans not hit the layups. CJ hit his, and Josh Allen did not. Matt Collins, he is not a true number 1. In fact, in most cases, he's a special teams wide receiver. But we know the departure of Stephon Diggs and Gabe Davis left the Bills with a different wide receiver core, and without Shakir, there was not a guy that Josh Allen could depend on. And Shakir's not going to beat you down the field. He's going to be working in the middle in the slot. But Matt Collins is a guy who can run a little bit, and Josh Allen simply missed him. We're talking about CJ, wide open guy hits him. Josh Allen doesn't. Sometimes that could be the difference. CJ made a layup, and Josh Allen missed it, and that begs the question that we'll get to on the other side. Josh Allen took a hit that looked like he was concussed, and the Bills were like, "Here, you want some smelling salts? Cool. You want these? Get back out there." Now, I don't. It's we're not supposed to joke about concussions, but it looked like he was playing with one before he got hit. So we'll talk about Josh Allen's play, and particularly because we had a segment about not being afraid of their weapons on Friday, and that seemed to ring true. But maybe the quarterback was a bigger problem than even the lack of skill talent on the outside. So we'll get to that when we come back. There's a lot to get to. A big college football weekend we can kind of get into as well, but certainly plenty of Texans questions to answer and talk about. We're just getting started here. We will be back.
This is the Dale Olaleye Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios located at Wildcat Golf Club. Here's Dale Olaleye.
Sean Mapes is here with me as well for the 5th annual For the Fish Golf Tournament. Sean is dressed appropriately. He has a collared shirt.
Respecting the course.
I did not wear one because
No respect.
I'm like Malachi Moore. F this. I'm done here. We might get to Alabama.
Crash out of the year.
Yeah, wow. We might get to that at some point. Maybe we'll save it for tomorrow. But we're here. I don't think you can come out here and play. I mean, it is a tournament, but come out to Wildcat on a different day. You know, they have the highest elevations in the city. That's what I was told by John. So I'm gonna
That's
believe.
why I'm out of breath.
I'm gonna believe. Yeah, you had to walk. You had to climb the summit from your car to the clubhouse.
I hopped in one of the golf cart.
Like you had a Sherpa in the golf cart too, who made sure you got up here.
Yeah, I was hitting the oxygen mask.
Yeah. And you brought a tent. Sean got here yesterday. He just finally made it up to the summit at Wildcat. But we're here. Wildcat's a nice place. I already tried their breakfast sandwich. It's good. Bacon, ham, or sausage, whatever you want. They got you squared away. So we'll be out here till noon. Okay. So after watching Josh Allen do what he did, the question obviously is going to be, how did the Bills handle a potential concussion? But you couldn't tell the difference between after that play and then before it. So are we giving this to the Texans because Josh Allen had one of the worst quarterback performances we've ever seen for a guy who's thrown that many passes? No, the numbers tell you, historically, it tells you that as well. So other than the miss to Mac Hollins early in the game, where that should have been a touchdown, I don't know if Mac Hollins thought that ball was going to stay inside and it floated outside, or when they practice it, Josh Allen's always throwing it up the field, and Mac Hollins made the improper adjustment. But watching him play, it was very, hey, remember that game I had here in the playoffs? I want to duplicate that. That's what it reminded me of.
It was a little bit. Now, it didn't have quite the just mind-numbing throws as that game, but this was a little bit of the sequel. This is like the big budget sequel.
Yeah,
where
it's not nearly as good.
First one was
it
a cult
reminds
classic.
you reminds you what happened in the first one.
But some of the magic was gone. I mean, we did have, and again, this was even mostly Josh Allen's, but when he had the scramble on the sideline, he was out of bounds and he fumbled. And then the ref got on the mic and said he fumbled the basketball.
And then the announcer had to explain that this referee is a basketball coach. Now an AD somewhere.
This is some of the nonsense that I've come to expect when these two teams meet on this field. But yeah, I think in general, I mean, 9 for 30. Whew. It was a little bit of a throwback Josh Allen performance.
And it makes you even question more why Sean McDermott's like, you know what, he's 9 for 27. Let's get 3 more passes in to see what works out.
And no easy ones.
No.
All past the sticks.
These are all passes trying to gain chunk yards. So the thought of, well, they think the Texans are going to call 3 timeouts, so they want to throw the football. No, this was, and try to get a first down. This is trying to go down the field, grab a couple of chunk plays, and try to win this game with no timeouts left and no real seconds to spare. We're gonna do the impossible because we have Josh Allen, who had not looked like the guy we've seen for the last 3 or 4 years. He looked like early Josh Allen or Wyoming Josh Allen. What are you doing? Sometimes you let the field tell you what's going on. You should feel fortunate that the Texans made a mistake with the intentional grounding and you go to overtime. But like I said, sometimes a guy will throw you one. In this case, Sean McDermott did it. But I think the Bills are going to have to answer the question about how he got back on that field. Yeah. It may be a quick answer. They may do the whole. Hey, his head wasn't really hurt, but what we saw on video was the guy the back of his head bounced off the turf, or the side of his head, excuse me. Yeah. And then he was motionless for maybe a second or two, and then he eventually started to move. Those are all the indicators that say, okay, this guy at least should probably be held out for more than like a play or two.
Yeah, his head bounced like a basketball on the field, and then he looked out, like he looked just like a boxer would, like just completely out. And I was surprised when I saw when I saw Mitch Trubisky was the backup, I was like, oh, whoa, lost track of Mitch
Look,
Trubisky.
we remember-
This is where he is.
I'm not as surprised by it because Mitch Trubisky, when he came out, was a guy who was athletic, was big enough. Let's get the Walmart value version of Josh Allen, and so we don't have to change much, and it won't be as good, but we kind of can do the same thing.
The failed model.
Yeah.
Yeah. But then when he had his one play and they cut away and it was Josh Allen running back, getting his on the sideline, getting his helmet, getting handed smelling salts, which I caught in real time. I was like, they're just handing him smelling salts and telling him to get back out there. This is what did we fall into a time loop and all of a sudden we're back in like the early 2000s as far as
Josh Allen was
protocol?
smoking a cigarette behind in the blue tent. We reverted back to a time where concussions and he's dinged up. That's what he is.
Yeah, he got his bell rung.
His bell rung, and he's going to be fine.
Maybe that's what the Bills doctor was like. Yeah, he just got his bell rung. He should be good.
The Bills doctor, he's only going to get some grace because Josh Allen was worse. I mean, he was just as bad before, so you can't blame the performance after that on, well, he's probably woozy. We'll take it, though. If you want, he was bad. He was bad before. He was bad after. Yeah. And after that initial drive where James Cook was kind of eating them up a little bit, that led to a field goal. The Texans D, particularly in that first half, found a way to kind of stymie anything the Buffalo Bills did. So 4-1, easily leading the division. Where would you put them now? We saw what Baltimore did. Baltimore hung on and beat Cincinnati, and Cincinnati's now 1-4, and Joe Burrow was like, "Yeah, we're just not a championship level football team." Oh, thanks, Joe.
Yeah,
I appreciate that analysis of your 3 games under 500 football team as their punter / holder dropped the snap that led to McPherson missing his kick, and Baltimore took advantage thanks to Derrick Henry, and they kicked a field goal to win. So 4-1 would tell you that they're at least the second best team of football, but we have eyes. We don't have to just go by the record. Where do we put them? Do we put them squarely behind the Chiefs, or do we think the Chiefs shouldn't be even considered? If we talk about what the Chiefs are this year, not what we believe the Chiefs to be because of what they've done in the past, what we've seen from the Chiefs this year, are the Chiefs still clearly the best team in football, or does that belong to Minnesota? And where do you think the Texans should be?
I mean, honestly, if we're just playing the game of how you look this year, it might be Minnesota. But I think as far as the Texans are concerned, like just looking at the AFC, I think you still have to give it to the Chiefs because despite how uninspired they look in all their wins, it's all wins so far for the Chiefs. Their point differential is +20. The Texans' point differential -12
because of that blowout and their close wins. Yeah,
they're still having to dig themselves out from under the Vikings game. So you can't even really go with the Chiefs haven't looked good in their wins because the Texans really haven't looked that good either. Yesterday was, I think, the best game that they played when you take into account their opponent, and even like we mentioned, the first 2.5 quarters they were awesome. And so I think those are probably the 2 teams. You probably need to look at the Ravens as well because after their 0-2 start, they've been one of the best teams in football. It's just we're still so early in the season that the 0-2 start is 40% of their schedule. So I think it's still the top 4 of Chiefs, Texans, Ravens, Bills, which is probably the top 4 we would have had coming into the season, maybe with the Bengals in there, and they're nowhere close to this conversation. So yeah, I think we pretty clearly have a top 4. It's just how they shake out. If you want to put the Ravens ahead of the Texans, I think that's fine. I think if you want to put you really can't put the Bills ahead of any of them because they have head-to-head losses with all the teams we're talking about except for the Chiefs. So yeah, I think that's they're squarely at the top in that top tier. If you want to put the Chiefs in their own tier, giving them back-to-back champs a little bit of extra credit that were from years past, you can do that. But I think it's those 4.
Yeah, I don't think there is that much of a debate. The Texans obviously played the early game, then just watching the rest of the league, whether it be through red zone or just the other games going on. I don't think there's a lot of difference between these teams. What you can look to Baltimore and go, okay, nice win, gave up a lot of points to the Bengals,
and
a
shootout.
Yeah, should that have happened? Yeah. Well, the Bengals have weapons. They have, and Joe Burrow is playing better. So okay, we'll push that aside. And of course, the Chiefs will play tonight. And we'll watch Minnesota in the morning, and it's like they get out to a good lead, and then Sam Darnold doesn't play well, and that seems like the equalizer. You have Brian Flores in that defense, but then if Sam Darnold's going to play that way, that brings them back to the pack.
Yeah.
You could tell me that
even like the Commanders 4-1.
Yeah, but we didn't even mention them in the discussion. But the Commanders at 4-1, a lot of that is we not sure we should believe in you because of what you have been, and you got this rookie quarterback. And if we go man for man, we don't think you're that talented of a team. And you go through some of the teams they've beat, particularly yesterday. It's the Browns. It's like, oh, okay, the Browns.
Yeah.
Now the Giants aren't great, but the Giants going to Seattle and win a game. So it's it's a bundle of teams in the middle. We're just not sure where these teams stand right now.
Lions probably, I mean, they definitely deserve a mention.
Yeah.
If you want to say the Lions are the best team of the NFC, I would not argue that.
Yeah, there's
especially with, like you said, how Sam Darnold looked.
Yeah, and you think about San Francisco, who they lost the game to Arizona. They're now 2-3. They had a bad loss. They blew a lead to the Rams as well. So
best 2-3 team in the league. I'll say it.
I'm glad you're out on that limb. Look at you. Very, very, very.
Actually, the Cardinals, because they have the head-to-head.
Yeah. See, there it is. The Cardinals like, excuse me. Look at us. We just went into San Francisco, and I think it's just a bunch of teams jumbled up. And if you told me you don't believe there's an elite team and contenders just by default right now, I would agree. There's a lot of them who maybe 4 weeks from now are in a very different place.
I think the AFC top 4. I feel pretty good about.
So you would have
Chiefs, Texans,
Bills,
Ravens,
Bills, and
Bills.
Okay, that makes sense. The 4 division winners, clearly the best teams in their division, and well, Pittsburgh is up. Pittsburgh found a way to drop a game.
The other
where
three,
yeah.
The other 3 and 2 teams in the AFC are the Pittsburgh Steelers and the Denver Broncos. Yeah. I don't buy them.
I don't believe in either one.
Definitely not. I feel good about saying it's a top 4, not a top 5.
Yeah, definitely not a top 6. The Broncos won after they were down, and if Gardner Minshew doesn't throw a pick 6, they could have been down 17-3, but they come back from that point and just blow the Raiders away. So
the Steelers are more real than the Broncos.
I would say that, but everything's kind of fragile when you get beyond like the top 4, and a lot of that has to do with who the quarterbacks are on those teams. And the Texans benefit from one of the good ones. Now, there's been some criticism of his OC, partly because of their lack of pop offensively. I think a lot of people had higher expectations for what this offense would be. Bobby Slug's catching it. So when we come back, we'll talk about should the Texans be better on offense when we start to take in some factors, including injuries and maybe a lack of offensive line talent. We'll get to that when we come back. But first, I need to talk about MyBookie. And need is not the correct term. What I want to say is you should be going to MyBookie and I want to talk about it. Just go to mybookie.ag. That is the website. We got a Monday night game tonight. You can bet for or against those Chiefs. See if they can get to 5-0, or will the Saints kind of bounce back from their 2-game losing streak. If you have a feel on that game, go to mybookie.ag and put some money down. Whether it be the NFL, we got preseason NBA going on. You can put money down on that. I like to mention all of these options because MyBookie tells you can bet on anything, anywhere, anytime. Just go to the website and check them out. They have a 100% match up to $1,000 when you make a deposit. Bet975 is that promo code. You sign up, you check them out. You can pick and choose what you want from the NFL, college football, Major League Baseball. The playoffs are going on, the NBA, NHL, all there for you, whether it be the live betting from their sports book or you want to take a look at their live casino. You like cards? You want to play cards online? MyBookie has that for you. Just go to mybookie.ag. Bet on anything, anywhere, anytime with MyBookie.
The Del Olaleye Show is broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios located at Wildcat Golf Club. Now back to Del Olaleye.
Welcome back to the show. I forgot that Austin was a Cleveland Browns fan, so we're talking about how much the Browns fans are still behind Deshaun Watson, backing their guy. Austin disagrees. If Brown Twitter is any indication, but we know Twitter's not a real place.
Yeah.
I'm sure all the real Browns fans are still well behind their dude as I'm watching him on the highlight package continue to miss guys against the Commanders. It just so happens that he came up and ESPN's talking about
the
him.
Bottom line is, what should they do with Deshaun Watson?
It's not a great question considering all they gave up and how much they're paying him. Not a great question to ask, but we don't have that problem here, obviously, with C.J. Stroud. And the expectations for this offense were ones that kind of led people to believe that this was going to be an offense that might actually have a name, like an offense so good we have to give it a nickname. I know a lot of people are leaning into 713 because of the numbers of some of the players. And now I don't know how 12 fits into that because he's the best receiver. But a lot of people like the 713 stuff. This offense hasn't played well enough to get a name so far. And who is that? Whose fault is that? Some people like to put it on Bobby Slowick. Some of it has to do with the fact that C.J. Stroud has the most 3rd and 6+ dropbacks in all the NFL. That means you're putting your quarterback in tough situations. It just so happens he's good enough to, for the most part, make it not a problem. I think something we did not point to a lot, at least a lot of people didn't, was the questions about that offensive line. I know we talked about before the season began the interior and how good that would be. It turns out the tackles haven't been great. Now we have another injury. Titus Howard's out. We saw Blake Fisher. He was okay in some instances, and he got beat a couple times. So what you expect from a rookie. Laremy Tunsil, now that he's not committing false start penalties, he's not protecting that edge as well as he could, because sometimes when you don't cheat, by cheat I mean cheat the snap, sometimes you're going to get beat. And he had a couple times where he had to say look out if he was yelling at CJ. So, but overall the offensive line, particularly the tackles, were okay on in the game yesterday. But we could point to them and go, why isn't this offense where we want it to be? They're not paving the way for the running game as well as maybe some people thought, particularly after week 1, and also the penalties. It wasn't a problem in the first half when we saw them score 17 points, and they scored on their first drive coming out of the half to make it 20-3. And then it wasn't necessarily the offensive line, but the penalties started to pick up a little bit overall, and we saw some stalling on the offense, and the Bills get back in the game. But I don't look at Sloak and go, okay, he's a problem. Because if you could run the football like you did in week 1, then we're not talking about him running the football too much. The offensive line isn't what you want it to be. And until that gets fixed, and if it doesn't get fixed, I think these discussions and questions about why they're not running on all cylinders is going to be a thing all year.
Yeah, I would put it mostly on the offensive line not producing not really the way we thought they would, because other than all the penalties by Tunsil, which kind of expected some of them, but not the absolute, like, they're just getting massacred with penalties against the Vikings and the Bears to that level. But I think it's mostly the offensive line, and now that's where it goes hand in hand, because if you don't trust your offensive line, now the plays you're calling are going to be different, and so I can see why you want to pin it on Bobby Slowick, and I don't think he's maximizing this offense. I don't think he's
that's actually the question, right?
I don't think by any means he's doing a fantastic job. I think he is. He's doing satisfactory work, and it's just the players that are kind of not letting him down, but are letting really the whole team down. That's where this offense is not firing on all cylinders the way we thought it would.
Yeah. Maybe he's not a problem per se, but is he an additive right now?
No.
Is he overcoming things and getting the best out of what they have right now without their top 2 backs, at least according to their depth chart? You can take or leave however you think of Dameon Pierce. Maybe you think Cam Akers is better, but how they treated them on the depth chart.
Yeah.
Dameon Pierce was their second back. He's not playing. We know Joe Mixon hasn't played since week 2, but I would agree that there are some things that he he has not gotten to that you would think that would help this offense. And none of us are experts. At least most of us aren't experts. So if you ask me directly, oh, what's he doing? I can only say I can only look at the results.
Yeah.
I can only look at what is
some BS. Yeah. That's what he's doing.
Bobby Sloak on his BS right now. You can only look at the results. And the results are this team that's kind of scuffled. He didn't have any answers from Minnesota, but that could be just, hey, no one has answers from Minnesota right now. But even against the Bears, where the Bears defense is okay, you could not get anything going to the point where we thought this offense would be. So 5 weeks in, I would say, I'm not even putting it on Sloak. I would just say their offensive line and the offense as a whole has not lived up to what we expected. And I don't think anyone would disagree. That's just what we've seen through 5 weeks.
I think if you want to put it on Sloak, the case you would make is the second half offense from this team.
That's true. Yeah.
Really, since week 2? Right? I'm a little fuzzy on the offense in week 1, especially in the second half. But they're mostly fine. But the fact in all these games, in the Bears game, in the Jags game, yesterday, really the third quarters and the start of the fourth quarters, it is punt fest. It is, the fumble on Stroud. I don't think that was necessarily like anything wrong. It's just you got to put 2 hands on the ball there by CJ. But I think that if you want to say that there's something wrong with how Sloak is either game planning or designing this offense or calling plays, you're looking at the fact that in the Jags game, in the second half, it was all punts until the last drive. And in the Bills game, they scored on the opening drive, and then it was turnovers and punts until the last drive, where even the last drive, it was 5 yards and a field goal. The same thing in the Bears game. The Bears game was just unwatchable in the second half because those two teams punting back and forth.
To your point,
so I think that is where you have the Bobby Sloak isn't doing something that he should be. But even then, I don't think that's like a disaster that it is all on him, because I think some of that goes back to the offensive line issues. That this is a team that can't run the ball.
Yeah, they scored 17 points in the first half in the second half against the Colts. They have not scored more than 7 in any game since. It was 6 yesterday, and now the final 3 was enough to win the game. But yeah, they have not found a way coming out of half since that week 1 win to put points on the board, and it's brought teams back in games that they had thoroughly outplayed in the first half, Minnesota excluding, because they didn't score at all in the first half. They scored that 1 touchdown to make it a 2-touchdown game, and then Minnesota obviously ran away with it. So second half offense has been a problem.
Yeah.
And how do you fix that? Well, the first thing, at least this week, was the penalties got reduced by the offensive side of the ball. And can you find a way when teams take away whatever you're doing to exploit them in the first half? Simple thing to do would be able to run the football a little bit more. And until that changes, I think we're going to be in a situation where teams will adjust, and then that first plan is off the board. And how do you adjust to their adjustments? And right now, turnovers have played a part in that. Well, at least yesterday they did. They did this to slow down a drive, and then obviously put you in a bad spot with the fumble. It's just second half wise, there's not a lot of rhythm, and until that gets fixed, I think we're going to be in these games. I don't think it'll happen next week. I hope not. With the Patriots.
No, next week. This is where we're going to be grading on a curve of
How do they look against maybe the worst team in football? Not name the Panthers, maybe.
Yeah, those are probably the worst. I was gonna say the Dolphins, but
you gotta win.
5 points separate them,
but
so I can't say they're bad.
Only because you
Jacksonville's also. Yeah, Jacksonville and Tennessee are also one-win teams.
That's true. It wasn't great football. If you tuned into any of that Patriots-Dolphins game, you had 2 kickers missing chip shot field goals in the first half. You had a snapper roll the ball back on a field goal attempt. Those 2 teams played like their record indicated they should play, and obviously it came down to Jalen, well, maybe not obviously because who was watching that game besides the select few.
Obviously,
but Polk, the wide receiver, the rookie wide receiver, did the whole thing where he had his back to the inline and his toe came down, but his heel came down out of bounds on the white paint, and the Patriots missed a chance to win that game. And I saw someone go, "That's the worst rule in football." Okay. Let's wait until the next time someone fumbles the ball out of the end zone when they're going in, and it turns into a touchback, and then that'll be the worst rule in football.
There's a lot of worse rules in football.
Yeah,
Targeting to some is the worst rule in football.
Yes, if you like college football on a late Saturday night, then yes, we don't know what targeting is. That became a conversation. Once again,
if this isn't targeting,
I don't know what it is. Okay, sure.
Guess what? You don't know what
targeting is, including you, Brock Osweiler, who was on the call. That's how I had to spend my Saturday night, listening to Brock Osweiler campaign for Cal to win that football game.
Pac-12 pride.
Yeah, well, sorry, Brock, no longer. You're a Big 12 member. They're an ACC member. It's over for you guys. He went to Arizona State, and Reese Davis, a full day out in Berkeley. The voice was rough, but he found a way to make it through. The initial guy on the call was like Dave Fleming, and they go, Dave's going through some family stuff, and I was like, huh, what does that mean? But Dave Fleming wasn't on the call. Reese Davis was. So that had to pop up the day of.
Yeah.
Did Dave Fleming have to leave Berkeley and then go wherever he had to go? Probably, right?
Probably.
He probably was in the city, and it turns out something popped up. So whatever's happening with Dave Fleming, hopefully it works out. But
Reese Davis, warrior.
Yeah, everyone's like, Reese Davis was broadcasting all day long. Well, he did the morning. How much talking was he doing between now? How much work was he doing between?
I think I saw it was awful announcing, call it a 22-hour shift.
Yeah,
because he started,
I know the time
whatever
frame,
time he shows up for game day.
What did he do? I guess at some point he realized he had to do it.
The 10 hours in the middle.
So he had to start studying on the game, I guess. But it's not like he was talking for.
You could still take like a 5-hour nap.
Yeah, what are we
and then
talking
study
about?
For 5 more hours.
Like, I appreciate that the voice was gone because he does game day. He probably goes on voice rests because he has to talk for that long. Reese Davis, we do that every day. What are you talking about, Reese Davis?
Voice rest.
Yeah, you got commercials. You got Pat McAfee yelling. You don't talk as much as I do. What are you talking about? Now, I didn't have to call a game, but still, 22 hours, relax, awful announcing. That man took a long-ass nap at some point during the day. Got some studying in.
I don't know. Checkout was at 11. I don't know how he did it.
The game didn't start till, 7:30 local time, and he was done with game day by, 10 maybe? 10 local time.
9 local time is when it would end.
The game start here at 11.
Yeah, so it's 2 hours.
Yeah, 9 local time. Yeah, he didn't have that tough of a day. Reese thought he was going to party all day, and that's why that's why he lost his voice. He got that call 3 hours before the game.
It was the post game gay cigars.
Yeah, he got that notification that he was going to have to call that game 3 hours before, and he was done for. He's like, oh crap, let me figure it out a way. So that happened. Late night college football, Pac-12, and now ACC after dark, but in a former Pac-12 location. We are way behind. So we'll get out of here right now. And where we are is at Wildcat Golf Club for the 5th annual For the Fish Golf Tournament. It's helping out the CCA Texas is helping them out. They funded $10.7 million in marine habitat projects on the Texas coast. So if you take advantage of the great fishing in the state of Texas, go to ccatexas.org/golf. Or at least that was a register. But if you want to just help out, ccatexas.org is the website to go to. They'll take your donations. It's for a great cause. If you can hear the background noise, some of the golfers are in the club right now getting ready as the tournament starts at noon. Okay, we'll get out of here. Now we'll get into what happened around the NFL. Some funny things happened. We mentioned Deshaun Watson, at least in reference to Austin being a fan of the Browns. The Commanders, how good are they? Should they be a team we actually take seriously? Certainly, at least with their quarterback, their offense should be. We'll get into that and the rest of the NFL when we come back.
This is the Dale Olaleye Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios located at Wildcat Golf Club. Here's Dale Olaleye.
Welcome back to the show. We are out at Wildcat Golf Club celebrating CCA Texas, and Sean informed us that he went to go see Joker of Folie à Deux. And Sean is a lover of bad movies, so he has a more positive review than some. And it's not positive. It's just that he did it all with a smile on his face, which means
True to the Joker.
Yeah, he enjoyed some of the chaos that went on. We're not going to give anything away. Just know that we'll save it for Friday. But I already know what happened because I listened to a podcast that had all the spoilers, and the fact that I made the decision not to go, at least for me, was a good one because it's not being well reviewed, and it did have enough music in it that would have driven me crazy.
It has enough music to drive any reasonable person crazy.
I'm not looking for what they're offering,
especially because the two people that do all of the singing in the movie, one of them is a singer who is acting, and that's good.
Always.
One person is an actor who is singing, which you really come to feel when they are singing together.
And I believe that one person who's an actor who is singing did put out an album at some point. Didn't Joaquin Phoenix try to start I think he was in a band, at some point. And maybe still is. But that is your offhanded review of Joker.
Yeah.
2, it is not good.
Not good, but not as bad as they say. It's just
if you are Sean Mapes.
The non-musical parts aren't as bad as you think. I mean, it's still not good, but it's not as bad.
Which is a stirring review and
yes.
recommendation for that movie.
I feel like when I say it's not bad, I have to say, or it's not that bad, I have to say it's still not good. I'm not saying it's good. I'm just saying it's not that bad.
Yeah, it's below average, but not you're wasting your time if you enjoy things of that nature. So go see it or not. We'll probably talk about it more on Friday. Okay, we mentioned it earlier with Sam Darnold. I thought at one point Aaron Rodgers was going to need a life alert.
He
was crawling on the ground away from whatever he suffered. He was crawling away from the epicenter of what he suffered from that injury. I thought, okay, the old man is done.
It's like when you get hurt in like a shooting video game and you can still get revived.
Yeah,
you're just crawling around.
Respawn. He was crawling around waiting to get respawned. It was nuts. It did look like something right out of Call of Duty. He was able to come back. He was not good, but yet the Jets are still in it because of some of the issues Sam Darnold had completing footballs. He threw a bad pick too. He overthrew a guy. Sam Darnold did, but Aaron Rodgers threw an even worse pick to close the game out. And of course, he's looking at referees going, bro, you do that low and inside to Mike Williams, who the whole point of having him, if you're going to throw the back shoulder or outside stuff, fades to get it up high and away from the defender. He threw it low and inside, and Stephon Gilmore picked it off. It's a bad throw. He complained. Didn't matter. The Jets are now 2-3. He's not good. I don't know if I want to go to Wash Rodgers, capital W Washed, but
he's on Wash Watch.
He is on Washed Watch. That's a team who's not dynamic. Alan Lazard kept dropping passes for even the ones that Aaron Rodgers put on target. Garrett Wilson should have taken that slander from Justin Jefferson when he was like, yeah, with all due respect, I'm not Garrett Wilson. And even though Justin Jefferson struggled because of Sam Darnold in that second half, you can see the clear difference between those two wide receivers. And hell, even Justin Jefferson had a drop on that final drive that could have I think it would have gotten them a first down, maybe eventually led to a touchdown to put the game away. The Jets did have a chance to come back and win, but they did not. So they lose in the London game, and the Vikings are now 5-0. I'm trying to think of other things that stood out yesterday around the league that was actually good football. I mentioned before we went to break that Jane Daniels and that Commanders offense took care of the Browns. The combination of Jane Daniels and Cliff Kingsbury, considering some of the complaints or concerns people had about Daniels coming into the year, the fact that Cliff Kingsbury is the one who unlocked it, one of the, at this point, things that happened in Arizona, not a lot of people had high hopes for that hire. And Dan Quinn, at least through 5 games, or has hit on it.
Yeah.
I think they're the surprise of the league, at least on the positive side.
Yeah, I think they're definitely the surprise of the league. I mean, they're 4-1, and they're a team that I don't think anyone really expected to be a factor in that division, and now they're leading it, and you have to feel pretty good about it because you think that they get better. Now, maybe what happened with Cliff Kingsbury teams in Arizona is that they would get off to hot starts and then they would kind of come back to the pack and tail off as the season goes on. But maybe it's different with him as an offense coordinator as opposed to a head coach. But I think in general, I mean, there's really nothing bad you can say about the way that Daniels is playing right now that isn't something that you think, well, it's because he's a rookie quarterback.
Yeah, I watched him in the regular season. I thought he would have the most success early of all the rookies because he played from the pocket. He was very comfortable in the pocket throwing from there. Obviously, he has the ability to run the football. Had 82 yards yesterday. Didn't have a big time day throwing the football, but at this point, maybe we just recalibrate what we think a big time day for offenses is right now. 14-25 did throw an interception. I think in the red zone maybe it wasn't a great decision, but did have a touchdown, and then obviously I mentioned 82 yards on the ground. So the Commanders dominate the Browns 34-13. They're 4-1, and obviously the stories on ESPN are about Deshaun Watson. I don't think it's that much of a story other than are they ever going to bench him because have we come to the realization at least that we believe he's no longer good? He's no longer good, never going to be good again. Are we at that point? Do we think there's a turnaround? I think at this point we're just waiting for the Browns to understand that this isn't flipping back to 2019.
Yeah, it's tough because he basically has to be on the roster next season with the way it's structured. So I think it's a little bit of they're just kind of putting off we have to bench him and pay our backup quarterback this much money situation. But yeah, I don't know how you can have hope that it's going to get good. Maybe there's still some people out there that think it can get better than this, better than arguably worst quarterback in the league range. But I don't know how it's going to become a situation where you think it's good or it's a situation where they can make the playoffs with him as their quarterback.
Like they made the playoffs last year. We know with all those quarterbacks, and Joe Flacco was the best of them. Could they get the average? Now, their defense isn't as good as it was last year.
That's a problem.
So they can't even lean on that. So they actually might need good quarterback play, and now they're 1-4, so it's not going to happen.
They're able to have these great defenses when they're paying Deshaun Watson $1 million against the cap the first 2 years of his contract. Now they're getting the full force of that cap hit in their salary cap number, and so the rest of the team can't be as talented as it was back then, and so you need your quarterback to be good, and he isn't.
Yeah, the point of him now, or at least they suspected it was he was going to be a guy that raised the level all around him, and at this point you could probably say he's sinking the ship more than anything else. We need to get the break here. We're 1 hour in. We're at Wildcat Golf Club. We're in the clubhouse. As I said before, you may be able to hear the golfers as they're getting ready for the 5th annual For the Fish Golf Tournament, and it's benefiting the CCA Texas. You can go to ccatexas.org to donate to a very worthy cause. We are 1 hour in. We got 1 hour to go here. We'll get into some college football stuff. We'll continue to talk some NFL and Texans as well. There's some injury concerns regarding the Texans. We'll get to that in hour 2. We'll be back. So the Texans are 4-1, and you can take this however you want it, but I think it's good news. Jacoby Brissett isn't good, but there's a real shot, according to Adam Schefter, that the Texans will see Drake May coming up. You got a rookie quarterback making his first start. That feels like the road to 5-1, unless Gerard Mayo is a dummy and didn't know that he has rookie year Andrew Luck and just didn't play him. Am I saying that's out of the realm of possibility? No, but it's unlikely. It's unlikely that they have a star in game one waiting and they just didn't play him. But it looks like a change in quarterback is coming for the Patriots. So the Texans will get a chance to torture a rookie. They've done it once already this year, and the Patriots' offensive line isn't good. So they might be able to do it again.
Yeah, they might. It might be a rookie quarterback behind an even worse offensive line than the one that Caleb was dealing with,
and less weapons,
and way less weapons.
Yes.
So, yeah, this is a week where we'll probably have to get creative with what we want to see from the Texans against the Patriots this week. It was, or this past week, it was, well, cut down the penalties and, they just play clean, like good, clean ball, play a complete game. And that might not be enough against the Bills, but if you win, we're not really going to have many complaints. And I think that's where you and I are at with how the Texans got past this Sunday. But for next week, we might have to have some different benchmarks more than, hey, you better win this by like 10. All right.
Yeah, the Patriots defense is okay. They've been able
lost Jabril Peppers.
Yes, well, we will get into that. He did not play on Sunday, and the reasons were mysterious until now. But that's a team whose defense has kept them in ball games. They were in it against Seattle, helped them win a game. So it won't be easy. But as Sean mentioned, Jabril Peppers will not be part of the equation, we think. Now the NFL.
Yeah, I guess you never really know.
You never really know, but it feels like they won't see Jabril Peppers on Sunday because he is facing charges of strangulation, and you throw in some drug charges as well. I'm not sure if the story mentions the alleged victim, but he will face charges that include strangulation and drug possession, according to police in Massachusetts. The police announced the arrest today, and it came with or they responded to a disturbance at a residential residence early Saturday, and someone said there's an altercation. So he'll be charged with assault and battery with a dangerous weapon, strangulation, and possession of a Class B substance believed to be cocaine. Okay. He shoved a woman to the ground, shoved her head into a wall, and put his hands around her neck to strangle her. So, yeah, very, very ugly for Jabril Peppers. That feels like no matter what the NFL decides, because normally they go, oh, we'll wait until the legal proceedings play out. Feels like at least the Patriots will be the ones to go, okay, you're not going to play here until that's figured out. So very ugly. But, yeah, no Jabril Peppers on Sunday for the Patriots against the Texans. Now, that's a week away as far as the game, but it's the game itself. I don't know if I want to grade it on a curve as far as, hey, if you got to win that game, cover, great teams cover, and win that game 30-13, blow this team out who you should. But you'd love to see some improvement offensively, although I'm not sure that's the game for it. I think the Patriots will be salty defensively no matter what. It'll just be a question of, can you execute? And can your defense get some pass rush? I think that's the thing we should be looking at.
Yes.
The pass rush for the defense against that bad Patriots offensive line, whether it be Brissett or Drake May, can they go get after the quarterback and take a leap? Sometimes you want to have a good day, and maybe it isn't speaking to what the season will be because the Patriots are so bad on the O-line, but they are bad, so go take advantage of it. You'd like to see Hunter and Anderson and anyone else who has an opportunity make some plays.
Yeah, the defense or the offense should come around just because the defense should be giving them so many chances to get the ball, so many drives starting with good field position, because this Patriots offense really shouldn't move the ball against the Texans this week, whether it's Brissett or May out there. It's just we talk about the weapons, we talk about the offensive line, and you throw in maybe a rookie quarterback on top of that. It's it's gonna be a get right game. Now the Texans are 4-1, and so you don't really think of it as a get right game, but it should be a game where, again, all these complaints that we have in wins should look a little bit better.
Yeah, it's a road game, so we like to see how they perform on the road. The last time they went on the road did not go well. But very different opponent, but a defense who will try to make things difficult on you. They have some players. Christian Gonzalez had a pick. We'll see if he will be going up against Nico Collins. Nico Collins has a hamstring, and while they say they don't expect it to be serious, he was dealing with this last week in practice. He was able to play, and then it popped up again during the game after his long touchdown. So are we holding out Nico Collins for a couple weeks to just get rid of this thing so he doesn't have to worry about it through the rest of the year? And, of course, Titus Howard has a hamstring as well. People are like, particularly John was like, hey, isn't he like a big dude? Do big dudes get hamstrings? I don't know if you've heard. Titus is an athlete.
Yeah.
He's got the drip of an athlete. He's got he on the field and off. Titus is an athlete. Titus Howard can have hamstring problems. And he has an issue. That's why he didn't play. And that's why we saw Blake Fisher in the lineup. And there's some hits and misses for Blake Fisher. He wasn't a disaster. And that's all you can hope for from a rookie. But I think he did allow the pressure on the strip sack fumble for CJ. I think that came on his side. But you're gonna have those moments for him. And if he has to play again, I'm not too worried about it. Although the Patriots may cause him some problems. Okay, when we get back, we'll talk some college football. It was a big weekend. We'll do the misery index tomorrow, and there are plenty of people and fan bases and programs, and maybe an individual Alabama player who belongs on the list that we'll get to. So we'll save that for tomorrow. But the weekend that was, people thought it kind of was going to be a soft weekend as far as games. The games were like, excuse us, do you know what college football is about? Never underestimate what can happen. And that happened on Saturday. So we'll get to that when we come back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios located at Wildcat Golf Club. Here's Del Olaleye.
What have you learned will come tomorrow for John and Lance? That is normally every Monday at 7:45. But hey, we're out at Wildcat Golf Club, and they decided they want to do it tomorrow. What I learned over the weekend is that we need to get star quarterback some media training, because if you missed it, Diego Pavia, after Vanderbilt beat Alabama, of course he gave glory to God, and then he said, "Vandy, we're effing turnt" on live television. Now, hours later, on the West Coast, after Miami had their comeback against Cal, 25 down, Cam Ward throws one of the more embarrassing picks I've ever seen. I can talk about my reaction to
Should
that.
disqualify him for the Heisman.
I can talk about my reaction to that a little bit later. He leads a comeback where they win the game 39-38, and he's getting ready for his post game with Stan Verrett on the field. His post game interview with Stan Verrett, and Verrett's like, "All right, Cam, what a great comeback. How did or something like that? Whatever they do, how does it feel?" And one of Cam Ward's teammates comes over to him, number 2, Isaiah Horton. He goes, "Good S2," and he goes, "Yeah, my in word." It's like, oop, Cam, the headset and the mic are close to your mouth. Everyone can hear that.
It was like 1:30 in the morning. I think the FCC
No, I don't mind.
Is asleep.
Yeah, I don't care about ESPN's license. I don't care that much about it. It's just
it's just representing the university.
No, none of that either. I don't need an apology.
You need Michael Irvin to pull him aside and be like, "Son, this is not how the U does things."
He was too busy on all fours. If you missed that, Michael Irvin was on all fours on the sideline during the comeback. So no, I don't need him to do that. I was like, "Oh, okay."
Wait, this is exactly how the U does things.
I just don't remember the quarterback dropping the N-word on live television before. I don't remember it happening. Thankfully, it was him and not their backup, Emory Williams. It would have been a difference there.
Or back in the Miami heyday.
Yeah, it wasn't Craig Erickson or Ken Dorsey or something. Yeah. So if we're going to have it happen, the right quarterback did do it. The right star Miami quarterback did do it. Gino Torretta.
Testaverde, no.
No, Bernie Kosar. Please don't. So that happened. The two-star I guess the two biggest stars as far as quarterbacks concerned for how they played on Saturday into Sunday morning. Maybe have a conversation about how we act on the field after the game, after a big win. The Pavia family was going nuts. They were the only Vanderbilt fans there, I think. If you watched the game, Alabama side of the field, the entire crowd was Bama fans. And on the Vanderbilt side, we didn't get a lot of shots of them, like the full crowd, only the Pavias, because there are a lot of them at the game. And this goes back to something that Nick Saban said a couple weeks ago. I think it was maybe, I don't know where he was. He was doing the Pat McAfee show during the week. I forgot where they were. Maybe for the OU Tennessee game. They're in town for that, maybe the Friday before. And he goes, the only place it's not scary to play or hard to play on the road in the SEC is Vanderbilt. He even went on to say something that proved to be true. When we go there, we have more fans there. I don't know if there's a big Bama population in the city of Nashville.
It's also just Nashville. It's an easy weekend trip for everywhere in the SEC.
Compared to a lot of the other locations, flying into Nashville is probably easier than flying in other places.
Easier than Starksville.
Yeah, definitely. So he mentioned it. He was right, but it did not matter. And they played his quote on the field after the game. They played it, and that's not the only time that happened. I don't know if they played the sound. They might have, but in College Station after the game was over, Brady Cook said during the week, it's louder in our practices than it is there. And either they played the quote or they had the quote up on the screen with a picture of him. It was after the second false start in a row.
No, I remember the screenshot because the screenshot, it was 38-7.
Yeah, I think it was after the second false start in a row, and they're like, "Oh, okay."
Yeah, and it was a live shot of Brady Cook getting the play in or something.
Yeah, and then
the quote underneath.
The cryon had him saying that. So it was an interesting week in the SEC. We haven't even mentioned Arkansas holding on after they really controlled that game in the first half against Tennessee, and let Tennessee stay in the game because they couldn't put points on the board. And eventually, Green got hurt.
Vince Young.
I called him great value, Vince Young.
You said he He looks like
I didn't say he was Vince
He
Young.
looks like Vince
He's
Young.
tall and
He doesn't
angular,
play like
and he's 6'6", and he wears a number 10. So those are the comparisons, and he can move. He's athletic. Of course, he's not leading Arkansas to a national title or a Rose Bowl
You don't
win.
know. They're still alive in the SEC.
That's true. That with the 12-team playoff, they are still alive for that. It feels unlikely considering now you have to throw A&M in the mix. Connor Wegman was back, and while I don't particularly believe Connor Wegman is a guy who's going to duplicate those performances week after week, got to give him credit for what he did in his first game back from an injury. Apparently, people around the program thought he was going to play. They just need to see what he looked like in warm-ups. So it wasn't a big surprise. It was only a surprise to the general public, but they kind of all felt he was going to play.
And to Eli Drinkwitz. Because Eli Drinkwitz during the week.
We didn't get to the story. I don't know how we didn't, because this is a story right in line with how this show operates. Eli Drinkwitz banned the sister of Marcel Reed, who happens to be part of the Missouri staff, from practice because he thought she would divulge information to Reed and subsequently A&M. So she had to be banned from doing her job.
He also, in a press conference, they asked him how are they preparing for both quarterbacks, and he goes, "Oh, Marcel Reed is going to play."
Yeah,
we're not preparing whatsoever for Connor Wegman
clearly
to play. Sure looked like a coach.
Yeah, I mean,
sure looked like.
I mean, if anyone needed to ask a question after the game, they can just revert back to what you said during the middle of the week. You probably shouldn't make that known, because Connor Wegman, there was thoughts he would be someone who would practice and be a game time decision. Making the assumption, I assumed he would play, not because Connor Wegman wouldn't be healthy. I assumed he would play because I'm a stupid radio guy, and I thought Marcel Reed was a better option. And at least on Saturday, he was not, from what we saw. But it's not my job to make sure I'm prepped for A&M on a Saturday in your biggest game of the year. That's Eli Drinkwitz's job. Now let's get to what Mike Elko said after the game.
Yes.
Beyond him telling everyone, "Hey, you've been disrespecting Connor Wegman for reasons."
Sorry, coach.
That were no, he didn't talk about football stuff. He said you can get after him over the football stuff. Question if he makes a throw or can't make a throw.
Will do, coach.
Yes. What he said was all the questions about his character and stuff that had nothing to do with football were out of line. And Mike Elko used an F word in that presser. I know people got shocked by that. He also said this. He said, if you don't know the story, here it is. Theo Weiss is a good receiver for Missouri.
Yes,
formerly
the second best receiver on Missouri.
Yes, formerly of Oklahoma at one point. So Theo Weiss, the second best receiver at Missouri.
I think that's a key part of this, is that it wasn't Luther Burden who's going to be like a early first round
Maybe
pick.
they didn't think Luther needed the motivation. Maybe they thought Theo Weiss did. And I say they thought he needed motivation because there is a story, and you can see the picture online, of a Texas A&M corner putting a picture of himself and a Texas A&M blanket in the hotel room of Theo Weiss. Why blanket? Because is his name Lee?
Yeah, William Lee.
William Lee, the corner, his nickname is the blanket because, well, he covers you like a blanket. And there's a little writing on it saying welcome, blah blah blah. This is all the things. Blanket. William Lee's in the picture in a little write up. And Mike Elko says we didn't do that. You should ask Eli about that. Eli being Drinkwitz, the coach of Missouri. So where do we stand, Sean? This is obvious. Eli Drinkwitz trying to motivate Theo Weiss.
Yes, because the where it all falls apart is how would Texas A&M know
which room
is Theo Weiss?
Well, I don't know where they stayed.
I imagine there is one hotel room.
Yeah, and
that's not even a College Station thing. We see it by Gal Media, where
there's a hotel room that a lot of college teams,
if they
football,
play
whatever,
if they play
it could be any sport. You see, it doesn't matter really. They're all staying in that. Was it DoubleTree?
Yeah,
so they said DoubleTree right near where we do the show normally from. So there is a on campus hotel. I'm not sure that's where the team stayed at. So maybe you would have access to the concierge or the front desk person. They could tell you who's staying where.
Flash an Aggie ring.
Yeah, something like that. But I don't think that's what happened.
No, I think it's way more likely that Eli Drinkwitz is trying to play 5-dimensional chess and losing.
Yes. Maybe spend more time preparing for Conor Wegman instead of trying to motivate your wide receiver, your second best wide receiver,
and banning someone,
banning relatives of what turned out to be the backup quarterback.
like everything about
the whole week was a miscalculation.
Yes, it is very much a. He seems like this week it was a moron who thinks he's the smartest man in the room.
Yes.
It was a guy who was worried about all these other things, playing mind games 10 different ways. And then it was like, oh, wait, my team actually has to show up and play football. He
did all these things, looking at all the angles. And the one thing he forgot about was prepping for the starting quarterback. Oh, I got to prep for the starting quarterback? I forgot about that.
And we got to block Nick Scorton. I forgot about whoa.
It's a credit to him.
Seen that coming.
Credit to him for not having a team ready for all the football things that would matter on Saturday.
Yeah,
but he did have them ready for all the things that wouldn't matter in that game. So it was a entertaining day in the SEC. The one team who one of the teams, primary teams in the SEC at least, who wasn't involved was the Texas Longhorns. They had a bye, and it was good to have a bye. If you had a bye, you had a real shot of rising up the rankings. Because you look at what happened to Texas, they're back at number 1. You look at what happened to all the teams who lost. We didn't even mention Michigan losing on the road at Washington. USC lost at Minnesota. It was a big day for top 11 teams losing, and if not for the second biggest comeback in program history, another top 11 team would have lost to Miami. So it was a big day all around in college football. The misery index, as Brian McDonald said, producer Brian said, should be pretty easy. There's plenty of choices for the misery index tomorrow. A lot of people, a lot of fan bases can go on it.
That was only at like 6:30, so there's only two spots open, or two obvious spots at that point.
Yeah,
we didn't think that there'd be so many additions.
And there was a narrow avoidance of another very late in the college football day, and in fact into the next morning. So big weekend. We'll certainly get into it more tomorrow as we just get more and more games. There's a big weekend coming up. We got Oregon versus Ohio State in Ohio State's first actual test, because they were up 7-0 against Iowa, and then they realized, oh, should we just throw the ball to Jeremiah Smith and Ibuka and see how things play out? I don't know if it'll happen against Oregon. We never know. But the Will Howard thing, I won't say he's holding Ohio State back. I just don't think that guy is having Ohio State at their full potential. We're talking about quarterbacks who elevate. Will Howard is a bus rider right now.
It's a nice bus, though.
It's a very nice bus. It's it's a tour bus even for like Metallica. That's the type of bus it is, and he might be a roadie, but it's a nice bus to be on from time to time. So we'll get into some of that tomorrow and throughout the week. Okay, we'll wrap up the segment with this, Sean. If you were interested in, making the game tonight between the Chiefs and the Saints more interesting, what would you do?
Oh, well, Dell, you'd go to Prize Picks. You would download the app, use promo code MAPES, and you can make every moment matter. You can enjoy. October is one of the best months, probably the best month in sports, and Prize Picks is where you can go to get a little action on all of it. They have NFL for the Monday Night Football game. They have all the postseason baseball. Hey, listen, Astros fans, I know we're not used to not having some skin in the game when it comes to the postseason. Now you can on Prize Picks. You got Tarek Skubal, our boy, Tarek Skubal, our boy, going tonight for the Tigers. Maybe you like more or less on his strikeout projection. Maybe you like Aaron Judge to go less on all of his projections like he does in every postseason. You can do that on Prize Picks. Go to the App Store, download Prize Picks, use promo code MAPES to get $50 instantly when you play $5. You don't even need to win to get that $50. You get it instantly when you play at least $5. Prize Picks, run your game.
The Del Olaleye Show is broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios located at Wildcat Golf Club. Now back to Del Olaleye.
We're back, and we are at Wildcat Golf Club for the 5th annual For the Fish Golf Tournament benefiting CCA Texas. Go to ccatexas.org to check them out and donate to a worthy cause. See the people showing in as the tournament will tee off at 12. And we're out here till 12. It's a half day for the station. The rest of the guys will be back in studio to talk Texans and some injury news regarding the Texans. You know about Nico Collins leaving the field and the game early, right after a touchdown due to a hamstring. He is day-to-day. Day-to-day. In football terms, what does that mean? If he makes out the practice, he's okay. It's usually a week-to-week thing. But yeah. I don't know what day-to-day means as far as a hamstring. It could pop. Can it pop at any time? What does that mean?
Yeah. I take that as probably not going to practice at least until Thursday. And then even then, limited. And I think what we can guess with a hamstring injury is that you're probably going to be out the next week. Unless if it was so bad that you had to leave the game and get ruled out at halftime, chances are you're not going to be ready to go. He
didn't even get the questionable designation when we all know he's not coming back. Because Aaron Jones got that, and you could see him. He wasn't coming back in the game against the Jets. But he got the questionable one. But yeah, Collins went back to the locker room almost immediately after scoring the touchdown, and he was done for. And you hope he's okay. And to be honest, it's the Patriots. He shouldn't have to play against the Patriots. Yeah. Let's see if a week is enough. Maybe just he doesn't practice, he doesn't play, and we'll see how he recovers. We know Titus Howard. I guess he will be a guy we find out more about later in the week as well. We'll see if Blake Fisher has to make another start, and of course Jimmy Ward, who was banged up a couple times yesterday. He has, was it a neck? That was the first one, I think. He tried to make a tackle, but the neck wasn't the one who knocked him. Wasn't the one that knocked him out of the game. He came back after that
because he went down on the first play, and then he came back and went down again later, and I forgot what the second one.
Yes. So we'll see where Jimmy Ward is health wise, as he's been a guy who's had to deal with injuries. He just came back from a groin injury, and he was ruled out with one as well. So that popped back up, and the other one was British Brooks. He had a knee injury. I don't know the extent of British Brooks' knee injury. So you got a special teams guy you depend on. Obviously, your starting safety, or one of your starting safeties, and Nico Collins, the leading receiver in the NFL in terms of yards, out yesterday, and we'll monitor their recovery, I guess, as we go forward. As I said, it is the Patriots. If none of them play, it should not matter that much, of course. But Sean, it is the NFL. As they tell you,
those guys are pros too.
Yes, they get paid on the other side too. You never know.
Any given Sunday.
What else can we throw out there that NFL people say?
Oh, I don't know. In the National Football League, you cannot lose games and still win. Shout out to Trent Dilfer,
who's having a tough time at UAB right now. It's rough. And the other thing about that is UAB passed on a guy on their own staff who's now doing big things at ULM. ULM got a big win over James Madison. A lifer at UAB, and they're like, yeah, you know what? We'd rather hire the guy with the name. And
remember the 2000 Ravens? They're awesome.
Yeah. Wait a minute, but so are we hiring Ray Lewis? Because no. Why would I hire him? Why would I hire Trent Dilfer? What did he do? I'd rather hire Brandon Stokely if you're talking about hiring guys on the offense. Jamal Lewis, what's he doing? So hey, you tried to hire a name to bring some acclaim to your program, and it's been a bit of a disaster at UAB. But Texans wise, a couple of injuries, they'll work through them. And the British Brooks one is the only one that we don't know how bad it is. But I think Jimmy Ward simply re-aggravated something that he was dealing with before, and now it's something that might keep him out a little bit longer. So if we're sticking with the Texans here, I think the biggest thing I want to compliment that team on is their ability, particularly their defense, to get stops when they're needed most. We know they gave the big run to Bigsby last week. Caden Bullock chases him down, and they keep the Jags out of the end zone. And, of course, the Jags being the Jags, they always got to go for it. And Doug Peterson or Press Taylor, whoever you want to blame for that empty set quarterback draw that was relatively obvious. In fact, so obvious that Tiki Barber was calling it out before the play even happened. They got stopped there. And then yesterday, after some pressure and then a fumble by C.J. Stroud, they got another stop. A touchdown there. Now, there's a lot of game to play, but the way the game played out, a touchdown there may give the Bills a win. They keep them out of the end zone. So for some of the complaints about them getting after the passer, they have found ways in the last couple weeks to get stops. And right now, when I don't have any real conclusions about who they are as a team through 5 games, I'll take that as a big positive. That defense, they're aggressive. May be a team who needs to blitz more to get pressure, but they've been able to step up. And one of those guys that helps is Azeez Al-Shaair. Did we know beforehand that he was dealing with an issue where how many pounds did they say he lost? 10 pounds?
Oh, I didn't.
He was they say he lost 10 pounds and he was nauseous.
Wow.
Severe nausea that sent him to the hospital.
Yeah,
on a Saturday.
I just saw he's playing through illness. Once the game started, I didn't see all that. That's crazy.
Yeah, and he, he's been a guy who's steadily improved since the week 1 where the linebackers were an issue. They're still waiting on Christian Harris. Now he would be eligible to come back. I think after next week, I believe, if it's that short-term IR. I'm not sure.
What, Harris?
Yeah.
No, he was eligible
to come back
this week.
This week, yeah, that's right. It just turned out he was not healthy. The injuries, yeah, you're right. The injury was a bigger deal than the short-term IR would allow as far as him coming back. So we're still waiting on him. But I think To'o and Azeez Al-Shaair have played really well the last several weeks. And To'o's been a guy who pops. You see him on multiple plays per game, coming down at a high rate of speed and making plays. So a linebacker, which I question, particularly because Christian Harris was going to miss some time. Overall, the only issue I can point to defensively is, and it hasn't been a one to keep them from winning, obviously, is where's the pass rush going to come from? Is that going to get more consistent? And you almost don't even feel that bad about it or worry about it because of the talent at the position. Yeah. And you're getting Danico Autry back here soon, too. So
yes,
it does. I'm not worried about it. I'm just wondering where it is.
The back end is a little bit it's a little bit worrisome.
Yes,
they haven't really been.
They've been
100% victimized,
but the plays haven't been made.
Yes, but you throw a double move in front of Kamari Lassiter or a double move in front of Bullock, they're gonna bite.
That's true.
They're gonna bite, and Lassiter missed a tackle on the Coleman touchdown, the Keon Coleman long touchdown. He was in coverage. He missed that first tackle that really sprung him loose. So I think the rookies in the secondary for the Texans, I think they've mostly been fine. They've mostly been good. It's just that there is some big play potential there. It just hasn't really come to bite them yet.
Yeah, it is a thing where the lack of execution by the opponent has kind of maybe washed over some of the problems you just laid out. Like, what are we? I mentioned the defense stepping up, but what are we talking about if a couple of more Anthony Richardson deep balls were hit, or Trevor Lawrence didn't miss his, or if Josh Allen didn't miss his yesterday? Now that would have been early in the game. You would have been able to recover from that. But these are just moments that the Texans have come out on the right side of them, and obviously at some point there should be a regression to the mean where those plays hit more than they miss. It just hasn't been the case, and you'll take that for what it is, and you'll take bad clock management by the opponent's coach. You'll take missed throws by the quarterback, and you get to 4-1, and you try to figure out who you're going to be the rest of the way. We'll get into the highest rated Texans if we believe what PFF have to say. Some of you do, some of you don't. We'll give you that. And there's a guy we just mentioned in this segment on the list who has been someone who wasn't expected to play a lot, but all of a sudden because of injury is playing and playing pretty well. We got one more segment here to go before we wrap it up. Gallant George will follow us back in the studio. Then obviously the Killer Bees. A lot of Texans talk, as you might imagine, as the team is 4-1. We got one more segment. We will be back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios located at Wildcat Golf Club. Here's Del Olaleye.
We were going to get to some of the numbers regarding how your Texans played yesterday, but let's get to a first-time caller to this show. He's called into the station before, and it's appropriate considering where we are. Mr. Irrigation wants to talk Patriots. Yes, Sean, I know you gave me the look. That's his name, at least the name he gives us. Mr. Irrigation, what's up?
Yeah, so I swear I heard the referee say cleared out the basketball yesterday. Did you see that when he went out of bounds?
Yes,
first quarter.
Yes, I was watching, and I think we mentioned it earlier, because apparently that referee used to coach high school basketball and is now the AD of some school in Oklahoma. So we got that story from who was on the game? Iron Eagle.
Iron Eagle had it immediately.
Like that. He had an explanation for why that referee decided to say basketball instead of football. Yeah, we got the backstory and all.
Well, there's another story that I think is kind of interesting. I picked up on is the Patriots have a something called the musket or something like that. And apparently the locker room is coming unglued. And he said basically if things didn't change, there was a mutiny going to happen. And all of that information was removed yesterday. So he was a Patriots fighter. Have you guys heard anything about that?
I would try to answer you, but I heard bits and pieces of Patriots and musket and something mutiny. Fell apart. So I'm sorry. I didn't catch that, unfortunately, Mr. Irrigation.
Is it about the possible quarterback change? Is that what it was? It's my guess.
Man, they didn't get specifically about it. Just said the locker room was on the verge of a mutiny, and
a mutiny.
Backpedaled it a day later.
Well, there was reporting today that that they may be moving away from Jacoby Brissett. I'm not sure what Drake May has done in practice to get anyone excited about him. I don't know. I just don't know. That's not me being glib and being a hater of Drake May, which I kind of am. I just don't know what they've seen, but I can guess if you're a defender, and no matter what the quality of the opponent is, you keep holding offenses down, and your offense gives you no chance to win. You may just want to see something different. There may not be very, very different from fans. At some point, even if the backup isn't very good, you just want to go, okay, enough. And Jacoby Brissett can be a solid guy as far as a teammate, but there is a low ceiling, and for what he can be, and I'm not sure the floor is that high either. So a change may be what we see on Sunday versus the Texans, and I think they probably weren't going to give up more than 17. What'd you say?
It works in their favor. I mean, works for the Texans.
I would agree. I don't think that the Patriots are scoring more than 17 points, no matter who the quarterback is. And thank you, Mr. Irrigation. We appreciate you calling in. Just we had some issues with the phone. We kind of got to what you're saying. So if not, certainly try to get in tomorrow. It could be what the Patriots are probably topping out at 17 points, maybe with Jacoby Brissett, maybe,
yeah.
If they got like a special teams play or maybe force a turnover, but if they blocked the punt, got a pick in Dolphin territory and still only got 10 points yesterday. So they are a disaster offensively, and maybe that's simply why the change may be made. Adam Schefter, just piggybacking off of Mike Reese, a local guy in New England. And in the Boston area, is saying there's some issues there, and a change may be coming, and the Texans may get to see rookie quarterback Drake May in his first start. The only problem I have with it is we knew what we were getting with Jacoby Brissett.
That's what
there may be something that they run offensively with Drake May that he likes to do that may get you a little squirrely early. Not that I think he's going to go off for like 24 points, but go off for 24 points. That would be off for the Patriots.
That would be a season high.
Yeah, but you knew that Jacoby Brissett probably wouldn't turn the ball over, probably wouldn't make any big plays, and as long as you didn't screw up, you were going to win that game relatively easily. I don't know what the weather's going to be like, but if long as we were having a normal weather situation, the Texans were going to win that game kind of easily. Now with Drake May, it may be a different game plan. You may have a chance of more turnovers. He might make more mistakes, but he also might take more chances because Jacoby Brissett doesn't do that. So if it does happen, it does add a little unpredictability to it. Still should be a win. But I was really looking forward to, and I say that sarcastically because no one looks forward to watching the Patriots play offense. But maybe in line for a shutout. Maybe you're in line to hold them under 10. Who knows? But now you just don't know.
Yeah, I think with the offensive line, because that's basically the reason that Drake May hasn't played up to this point, is that the Patriots are worried that putting Drake May behind the offensive line that they have is just going to ruin him forever, which I'm always a little skeptical of, like ruining a guy forever because of first.
It's a little strong, yeah.
Yeah, because it's his first year, he didn't have an awesome offensive line. But I do think
the greatest lie David Carr ever told.
Yeah,
was like,
right.
They ruined me.
Yeah, I think that's where it comes from.
I think it does. Yeah,
and I think that with May out there, you could see a little bit of what you saw against the Bears with Caleb Williams, where you can just show blitzes that this young quarterback has never seen before, and really rattle him in a way that Jacoby Brissett, you're probably not going to rattle him with that, and it's probably a blitz he's seen before. It's just I'm not sure he's going to be able to make the play to beat you on it.
Yeah, now he's tough to sack. He's a big dude. Obviously, he's not as mobile as he once was, but Jacoby Brissett. But he's a guy who isn't going to go down with an arm tackle. But it was kind of going to be a predictable outcome. You don't make mistakes. You don't allow Ramondre Stevenson and Gibson to run the ball all over you. You're probably going to hold them to 10. You could have a game plan where you don't try to make mistakes. You score 20, you win that game easily. Now we'll see. Drake may throw you some, but he also might take more chances than you might expect. And who knows? Maybe he'll hit on double moves that the rest of the quarterbacks the Texans have faced won't. It'd be a little. It would be something for the rookie to come in and go, you know what, Kamari Lassiter, I got you. And I'm going to use, of all people, like Polk or
Pop
Douglas to make plays. We'll see. I wouldn't suspect it, but I kind of would still rather have Jacoby Brissett.
It's just what you know versus the uncertainty of, hey, maybe there's a couple big plays that May makes that Brissett would.
Just the exuberance of youth, they would say, Sean.
Yeah.
We are wrapping it up here at Wildcat Golf Club for the fifth annual. Excuse me, the fifth annual For the Fish Golf Tournament presented by CCA Texas, and this is a conversation that I asked off there, but we have, as you might imagine at a golf tournament, we have cart girls, and I don't know where you recruit cart girls from. Sean thinks you just go to the local colleges like you would find interns, or you slide into the Instagram and follow and say, hey, we got an opportunity for you. I don't know what they pay them a day to come out here and have a good time. Where are cart girls recruited from? They don't go get grabbed from the local sports bar like a Twin Peaks or Hooters, are they?
There's some commitment flipping. There's a transfer portal.
What are the other ones? I always go to Twin Peaks. There's a Brick House Tavern and Tap. Don't they have a certain?
I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't go to those kind of places, Del.
You mean sports bars? If you want to call them that. No, I don't go to those, as you say, those types of places either. That's why I don't know where you grab cart girls from.
Normally go with Pluckers, Wingstop.
When I want. Let's say food I want to watch sports with.
So my waiter's wearing a polo shirt.
Yeah, food I want to eat and watch sports at the same time. You know the food I grab? Wingstop or another wing place. Yeah. I'm not really looking for the atmosphere. I just want to get my wings and go for the most part.
I'm more of a Rick Ross guy, not a John Gruden guy. I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, the lemon pepper. Understood. And that just wraps up the show. If you guys have an answer for where cart girls come from, tweet us, call us tomorrow. I just would like to know.
I'm sure our listeners would also like to know. I'm sure Liz also would like to know.
I'm not asking you to stalk the cart girls like you might a Texas cheerleader. I'm just trying to figure out what the pool is. Who's diving into that pool? Where's
What's
the pool?
the draft class
Yeah,
look like?
yeah. Is this a 2012 draft class as far as quarterbacks, or is it like a 2021 draft class? It all depends, I guess. As the cart girls are walking out, yes, I was talking about you, but I'm glad you didn't pay attention. All right, we are done here at Wildcat Golf Club. We'll be back tomorrow in studio for our regular show, and stay tuned for Gallant George and the Killer Bees. More Texan stock will come. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
We did it!
Thank you, Austin.
A 59-yarder. Snap, placement, sweeps the leg. Fairbairn! It's gone! Clutch City! Houston gets the W.
I didn't know that they pulled a clutch city in the midst of the game-winning play-by-play for Kaimi Fairbairn's walk-off 59-yard field goal as your Houston Texans got that big boy pants win that they were searching for this year at 4-1 by record. They are better than all but one team in the AFC, the Kansas City Chiefs, who played tonight. And they do all of this despite having a point differential of -12. What is up? It is Gallant George on a Monday, October 7th, 2024. Joe, you were at this thing in attendance.
Yes.
Sitting in the stands. What did you think?
Well, first of all, that stat, the negative point differential, I think is my favorite stat right now for the Texans.
Why is it your favorite?
It just makes me kind of giggle every time I hear it. Like you hear a negative point differential, but then they're 4-1. So it's just like it
Why
just
does it make it? What, are they a clown to you?
No. It's just it seems weird. It shouldn't happen that way.
It does though from time to time because it's hard to win the National Football League. And if you win a bunch of one-score games and get pantsed by the Minnesota Vikings, this is going to happen.
It is. But it was a lot of fun in the stadium. Bills fans, I give them credit. They were there, and at times they were loud, but for the most part they were pretty quiet. Because really, I mean, the whole first half, the Texans gave the Bills nothing to cheer about. Josh Allen gave them very little to cheer about. I mean, at one point, it felt like the largest cheer of the game was going to be when Mitch Trubisky left and Josh Allen came back in. But it was a fun game to be at. It was cool to see the reaction even for Kaimi Fairbairn when they announced him as the all-time leading points leader for the franchise. The new uniforms were sweet. Like when they started walking out on the field, I was like, they look nice. They look nice.
I like the new uniforms. I think this was their biggest victory since October 13th of 2019 in the regular season, 31-24 over the Chiefs. And I know that they beat the Patriots later that year. That one doesn't age very well because the Patriots were falling apart in December of that year. You could also argue last year against the Bengals. And whether it's because of the people that either one, didn't show up to NRG Stadium, two, who were late arriving to NRG Stadium, or three, just checking the vibes online, a lot of people are focusing on that negative 12-point differential, and they're focusing on a game where the Texans did shoot themselves a lot in the third quarter. I got to say, we got to stop acting as a city like we are above certain wins. This was an impressive win. I understand that Buffalo had plenty of chances to potentially steal this thing in the second half, and there's a lot of things for this team to clean up the rest of the way. But miss me with this general indifference. They are one of the best teams in the AFC right now, and they have yet to even play a good game by the standards that some of you guys have. And it's funny. It feels like a lot of you guys have the same outrageous standards that I have with women. It's the reason I'm still single. And maybe at some point I got to just accept that, you know what? A good thing is a good thing. And yet, I just get this sense, and I feel like I have a pretty good sense of how fans feel specifically about this team. And I get a sense that there's a lot of people, and maybe the shows before us were saying the same thing, that feel like, Joe, this is a win, but it shouldn't have been a win, so I can't give them credit for it.
Well, because that's the argument you can make through probably all 5 games at this point for the Texans. Maybe that's why it's there. There was a lot to be desired in this game, I think, from the Texans. I mean, you mentioned shooting themselves in the foot, the turnovers, the penalties in the second half versus what you saw in the first half when there was 0 penalties in this game. There are a lot of negatives about this football game, but what does matter the most is that you won.
They won,
and you beat the Buffalo Bills. Like, this isn't Jacksonville.
Yes.
If this exact game happened last week, which it kind of did in a lot of ways, then we feel a little bit different today on a Monday, right? It's the Jacksonville Jaguars. They're a terrible football team. Like, you should have beat them more handily. You should have covered the spread last week, but this week it's the Buffalo Bills. You can't look at the Bills through 3 weeks, and maybe the last 2 weeks are, they're not a great sign for the direction Buffalo's going. But the first 3 weeks of the season, everyone said Buffalo's at the top. It's Kansas City, it's Buffalo. They're the 2 best teams in the NFL. Minnesota has clearly joined that conversation, and now you have cemented yourself in that conversation for the time being. A lot can change, but you beat the Buffalo Bills, so you should be excited. You should be happy. You should be thrilled with that, even though C.J. Stroud made some brutal mistakes in this game.
Right,
you found a way to overcome. That's what matters most, is you got the win.
The defense stood tallest when it needed to because they were put in some bad situations. And take a look at how they took advantage of some shaky decision-making by Sean McDermott at the very end. I understand it was tough. The Texans did have all 3 timeouts there, so they run the ball 3 times. Theoretically, the Texans could have just called 3 timeouts. It's a longer field goal for Kaimi Fairbairn after that Robert Woods punt return. But, I mean, Fairbairn is probably capable of making a 63-yard kick. So,
definitely 63.
Whatever the case, I think on YouTube at ESPN Houston, World of Warcraft Spartacus pointed it out the best. Third quarter spoiled just how good the first half was. It looked like they were going to run away with this one in the first half. They have the 17-3 lead at halftime. They have the 20-3 lead early in the third quarter. And while the offense did struggle to run the football and struggle without Nico Collins in there, and as you said, C.J. Stroud gaffed a couple of times down the stretch, this is still a win over one of the best teams in the AFC, one of the best teams in the league, one of the best quarterbacks in the league. And I wonder about them, but I do not want to act like I am too good for this win. And it feels like this city has all of a sudden started doing that. This is not college football. This is not Texas playing Louisiana Monroe, right? this is the NFL, and it is hard to win games.
And the thing with the Texans is they make it harder on themselves. They sure love to.
For sure.
But I'm with you, Paul. I mean, there is this Texans fans maybe wanting more. They want the style point. You think it's the style points that people are missing?
I think
the boat race that could have happened in this game.
I think, to that commenter on YouTube's credit, they had no penalties in the first half, and they had 6 in the third quarter.
Yeah, the third quarter was tough.
You have C.J. Stroud throwing an interception. I don't know what the hell he saw there. You had a C.J. Stroud fumble. I don't know how that ball got poked out. You have a C.J. Stroud intentional grounding towards the end of the game. There's a lot of self-inflicted stuff. And that self-inflicted stuff, okay, hey, it's got to be cleaned up. But look at that Buffalo team that's supposedly one of the best teams in the AFC and how many times they shot themselves in the foot too. So I guess it's something to remember. Hey, all teams in the league are going to shoot themselves in the foot.
Mm-hmm.
Very few teams actually play perfect brands of football week in, week out. Sure, the Bills did a couple of weeks ago against the Jacksonville Jaguars in Monday Night Football. But for the most part, you're going to see teams shoot themselves a lot. And whether it was due to the Texans defense or Josh Allen just having an off day, the Texans defense gave Allen a lot of problems. He was 9 of 30. That is, if I'm not mistaken, with 28 passes or more, the lowest completion percentage this millennium by any quarterback.
That's accurate. Yeah,
Yeah.
I saw the same stat. It's accurate.
And think about the quarterbacks that are in this millennium. You've got Daniel Jones, Justin
Just
Fields.
on the Bears alone.
I know. Like, you got all these quarterbacks. Hey, we saw Mitch Trubisky in this game. I mean, you know, even I think that's one thing that's about this game where I feeling is being missed, Paul, is the excitement of the defense. Like this team, all the hype in the offseason was about Diggs and Stroud and Nico and Tank and Joe Mixon, all these weapons. But what we've seen the last 2 weeks is that when this team has been put in a really bad position, whether it's the Trevor Lawrence, stopping him on fourth down, the defense is overcome. I mean, Josh Allen, I don't hate what Sean McDermott did in that situation because he's Josh Allen. He's a top 5 quarterback in the NFL. I trust him to get a completion, to get a first down. It didn't work out. If D'Amico Ryans and Bobby Slowick went the exact same strategy with C.J. Stroud, I would understand it because that's the best player on the field at any given moment. So even then, I was so impressed with what the defense did in this game, shutting down Josh Allen. Kind of the bend but don't break thing. I thought they adjusted well to James Cook throughout the game as well.
Azeez Al-Shaair apparently had, and I'm exaggerating here, but super AIDS, and he loses 10 pounds in a week before the game. And again, I'm kidding. He was sick. This is from Aaron Wilson. He lost 10 pounds this week.
I missed that.
And he was running with Josh Allen as if he had no issue at all.
Because he was lighter.
That might have been it.
He picked up his speed.
That might have been it.
But apparently he lost his hands, or he's never had it. Because
Whatever.
he had 2 easy picks in this game.
That first one, okay.
Stone hands.
That first one probably should have been a touchdown pass by Josh Allen. The second one, oh man, yeah, that one, that one was a rough one. But look, Allen was off in this game, and the Texans were off from time to time. But I'm just going to read a couple of texts here, and I feel like I do have a pretty good sense for how people are feeling about this win. First half good, second half bad, last 40 seconds bad, last 2 seconds good, win good, overall meh. Another, the Texans are good, they just keep kicking their own ass. D'Amico Ryans got a funny question at yesterday's post-game press conference from our guy, Sarge.
Okay.
I very much enjoyed this moment.
Coach, I don't want you to sound like a broken record, but we got another ugly win. You said there's no such thing.
Ugly win? Come on,
Sarge.
He's right. It's right to laugh there.
There is such thing as an ugly win.
There is such thing, but it doesn't matter yesterday.
If it's an ugly win over a contender, it's different.
Yes.
You're not going to kill teams like the Bills. You're very often. Sure, the Bills found themselves on the wrong side of that last week, but this is not where you are right now as a team. Maybe by the end of the year, you'll be there. So you do have to appreciate the baby steps that this team is taking. And there is certainly a lot to clean up, and we'll talk about it all show long. But I would like everybody to enjoy this and appreciate this. Against the Jaguars, you don't have to do that. This week you do. This is a measuring stick game. And in a year where this season is going to get a lot more difficult, you're about to play the worst team in the NFL that just had one of its captains get arrested for assault and powder of some sort. And on top of that, might be benching their quarterback for their rookie because their offense is the worst thing that's ever happened. And the Bears have existed in the NFL for a while. Sorry, I need to take shots. I don't even have. Oh, this is me talking as a Patriots fan.
It's nice that you have you two in studio. It's the passing of the torch from the worst offense of all time to the new worst offense.
It really is.
I mean, like, welcome to my life.
It really is. It's so bad.
But just be happy. Just be happy, friends. It's okay to be happy.
Appreciate the win. You're about to go up against the team that I think actually is finally going to get you that style points victory that you've been looking for a while. It's Gallant and George. We got BMAC in for Sean Mapes. He is Joe George. I am Paul Gallant. You want to chime in? 713-780-3776 to call, to text. You can join us on YouTube at ESPN Houston. You can join us on Twitch at ESPN 975. I'm curious as to how y'all are feeling about this win because I get the sense some of you think you're too good for it. Stick around.
Hey, we've been talking about this for weeks now, doing the pick six. The Texans can't cover. Well, guess what? They finally did. So maybe this weekend when they play the Patriots, I haven't even looked at this line yet. 6.5. It's 7 right now. Maybe you want to bet on the Texans to win by 7+ points. Well, you can join myself, Brian, Sean. We'll be at LaBerge, Lake Charles inside ESPN Bet this Sunday from 10 to 12. We'll be getting there Saturday as well because, look, what a weekend in college football we've got coming up. Texas, Oklahoma. It starts there. Great games. Number 2, Ohio State versus number 3, Oregon. So much good stuff. So it's a great time to head to LaBerge, Lake Charles. You can get a room, of course. Just go check out their website. Book a room right now. When you leave Texas and bet in your Texas teams, always make sure you do it inside ESPN Bet at LaBerge, Lake Charles.
Deep shot. Stroud. Deep shot. Stroud. Nico Collins is gone. Touchdown. Houston. 67 yards on the bomb. Deep shot.
It's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
Stroud mean mugging after that.
Love it. Great meme out there now.
It sucked to find out that Nico Collins got hurt on that play. They are, as brought up on the Twitch by Tony the Handsome, Texans are great when they don't commit turnovers or penalties, and Nico doesn't get hurt. When Nico's in there, it is not fair. I don't know how many people have seen the movie version of Friday Night Lights, but Boobie Miles' uncle is just the ultimate hype man for Boobie Miles. And he says, he can run, he can throw, don't make no difference. He can run left, right, catch the ball, blah. Hell, he'll even paint your mom's porch and make her a lemonade. And he can pass. And like, that's the only thing we haven't seen Nico Collins do quite yet. When that happened, I thought they were going to run away with it. And of course, right after that goes down, I was listening to the Texans radio broadcast, and I heard Mark say that he had gone into the medical tent. And then I looked at the medical tent, and I looked at it for a while. I had my little binoculars out trying to see what was going on. And then I noticed he was gone. And yeah, things did come back down to earth for the Texans offense after that happened. But I will say right now, Nico Collins, hopefully this hamstring injury doesn't change that. He has been the best wide receiver in the NFL this year, even on a week where Jamar Chase had a big game for the Bengals and Justin Jefferson continues to be pretty good for Minnesota. Collins has been the best. That play, there's no answer for it. And the Bills, who were missing both of their starting safeties there, deserved at least one shot play like that. Credit to Bobby Slowick for drawing one up.
Yeah, my only nitpick there is I wish they would have tried that again with Tank or Diggs after Nico got hurt. Try it again because it worked so well. I mean, he was so open. He's incredible. The offense does look so different, when he's actively involved, and maybe that's what a lot of what we've seen. Some of these struggles, and as the texter earlier pointed out, in the third quarter, in the second half, and I think I saw what DJ Bieniemy tweeted this out. They have 23 points in the second half since week 2. It's just been largely ineffective, and Nico Collins has had most of his success in the first half. So I guess we're just seeing that, in this chess match of coaches, Bobby Slowick kind of keeps losing for the second half versus whatever defensive coordinator he goes against. But when he's moving, when he's in the game and they're targeting him, it just looks effortless. I think that's what's most impressive about it. It doesn't look like there's any real struggle from CJ or Nico to find him open and to easily move the ball down the field.
He's open every play. So to your point, yeah. He's open every play. He's faster than everybody on the field. He can run by everybody. He can run over everybody. And he's also got enough wiggle to create space for himself too. And by the way, he's 6'3" or 6'4". He's borderline tight end sized. And he plays like a tight end, which not all big receivers do. So hopefully he'll be okay. World of Warcraft Spartacus asks on our YouTube, according to Schefter, he's day-to-day, so nothing serious, but do they play him against New England? You shouldn't need him to beat New England. You shouldn't need him for that game.
I'd rest him. Let him have the week off.
With the way that Diggs looked in this game without Nico Collins, you definitely look and think to yourself, okay, they made the right move going and bringing Diggs in. And we'll talk more about Diggs and playing against his old team later on in the show, but Tank Dell was back out there too, and he had an impact. Still not looking like the Tank Dell I think a lot of people were hoping to see this year, but the Texans offense is making it happen despite a running game that really does not work. And while, yes, there were some mistakes late by CJ Stroud, you have to be appreciative of this win. It is hard to win in this league. After the game, CJ Stroud said, hey, listen, this win wasn't perfect, but we will take it.
Winning in the NFL is not easy. So, of course, you're not looking at yourself like, dang, we were perfect. Clearly we're not. But, I mean, that's every week. There's always things you can clean up. Some things are more abrupt and more noticeable than others. But I feel like, when you can find a way to find a win, man, like that shows you how much of a resilient team you are. So, man, you learn with a dub, and that's the best thing that you can do. So, man, I'm super just proud of my guys for just keep fighting. And just keep working, keep grinding, keep chopping wood, keep carrying water, because it's not easy to play great 4 quarters of football. But the more we can do that, I think everybody can tell, man, we're going to be a force to reckon with.
I guess it's just the glass half empty way that a lot of fans are looking at this game. But what he said there is why this game should be so exciting for Texans fans. It's because there's so much to work on, and they're 4-1. You just beat the Buffalo Bills. That's a great thing to be able to it's not even nitpicking to just say that there are things that are fundamentally flawed with this football team still, but you're 4-1 and you beat the Bills. That's a great thing.
You're just showing up. You can make that argument. I know they're not, but you're just showing up. And if the Chiefs lose tonight, which is certainly possible with how shaky they've looked, you will be tied with the Chiefs for the best record in the AFC. Every other team in the conference has 2 losses, except for you and Kansas City, which is pretty surprising to see now that we're only 5 weeks into the year. But this is a dog-eat-dog kind of league, and this is probably the easiest stretch of your schedule. Beating Buffalo, which I think we would have looked at as the most difficult game these first 5 weeks, is huge. It should give them a lot of confidence. And while clearly there's a lot to work on, I feel like this city is looking at this victory the wrong way. Maybe they're looking at it through the college football prism. Obviously, football was gone for a while. Maybe you're thinking to yourself, they should be doing what Texas is doing, number 1 again. Man, Alabama.
Yikes.
It's a side note.
Yikes.
Losing to Vandy. Good God.
When you got opposing coaches like Lane Kiffin stopping his press conference so he could watch Alabama lose is incredible.
Incredible. In-effing credible. But anyway.
But that's where the standards might have gotten a little out of hand. You know, I know we got a lot of pushback from specifically the Twitch about, you know, the hype around the Texans, but it's now kind of
the usual suspects are nowhere to be found. And I mean, this would be the day where they would be like, oh, CJ had 1 bad throw and CJ had a fumble and an intentional grounding. But CJ was also making some ridiculous plays. One of those throws that he had to Diggs, I don't know how he did it. He had a couple of plays as well where he escaped multiple sacks before throwing the football downfield. There was one throw he had to Xavier Hutchinson on the sideline, and I have no idea how he escaped both hits that he took there. And Hutchinson almost caught it. I mean, it would have been one of the best catches of the season if he were able to pull it down, but he's still doing stuff out there that's super impressive. I will say that he probably needs to be more careful and be willing to take the L at the end of games, because we saw this last year against Cincinnati too, where sometimes he does have a bad throw, and he has been very fortunate to this point where a lot of his brain boner moments, the ball's bounced off a defender's hand, you know?
Yeah. The other thing with CJ, I wish he would just do more, and we saw it at the end of the game. And I just always think back to the game versus Georgia, you know, his last college football game. But we saw at the end of this game where he needed a first down, he took off. Like sometimes I wish when he was, you know, that busy in the pocket, he would just run a little bit more, because he is a great athlete. But I think the Diggs play you're probably referencing is one that pops in my mind, where he just kind of like lofted it in between like 4 defenders.
Yeah,
it was an incredible throw. Like how he found him, the perfect ball placement. That's why running the ball is a negative if you're the quarterback, because he can just do that stuff. But he's just remarkable in clutch situations.
There's no one in the world that I'd rather have on my beer pong team than CJ Stroud. The way that he arcs the ball and places the ball, this would be, you're just going to have one turn and the game is over, because he's getting balls back and then boom, 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 boom.
I mean, Steph Curry.
Yeah, I was gonna say Steph Curry too.
I'll take Steph Curry. You can have CJ.
I'm taking CJ.
Okay,
it's basketball. Right. Steph's got to shoot. CJ has a much more natural movement with the way that he throws it for beer pong. What, is Steph lining up?
We
like
also
basketball
we do
shot?
know CJ's a great basketball player, so maybe it would really translate.
Well, yeah, he tells us he's a great basketball player.
I can't believe that BMAC is taking Steph Curry in the city of Houston.
I know.
I've been
on the show for 25 minutes, and I'm already betraying the city.
I'm just going to turn the audience against you, even though that's a rational take to have, because BMAC clearly loves Steph Curry.
I mean, hey, what happened? You know, look, we saw what happened with his wife's restaurant. So good luck, BMAC. Houston shut it down.
I'm going to get canceled.
Yeah, they gave her so many bad reviews before it even opened.
No,
they had
I
like
know,
1 star.
You better watch out on your Facebook page. Someone might challenge you to mutual combat. You never know. You never know.
People don't like us at times. It is okay.
But they should like this Texans win on Sunday.
They absolutely should.
Wow, that even rhymed. Man, I'm an artist. What can I say?
Sometimes it's just organic, Paul.
Never any panic. Okay, I'll stop.
I thought you were going to keep going.
No.
I was waiting for the next one.
Rapping dad over here.
No, unfortunately. So after the game, there's been a lot of upstate New York people in town. So after the game yesterday, instead of doing my post-game stream, I got tempted out to go hang out with some Bills fans. God, they are the worst.
Why?
They're the worst after a
Why?
loss. They're the worst after a loss.
Pouty?
Oh, someone spilled a drink all over my shirt, so I got to go take one of my fancy shirts that I wore to the game yesterday.
You didn't have the jacket on, did you?
No, thank
That's
God.
good. That's good. That's good.
Thank God. But yeah, this person
Find the wins.
This person just poured red wine all over me.
Wait. What do you mean? Like they were upset with you?
No, they were
okay.
completely wrecked, and they just spilled this wine all over me. I was pissed. It's like, hey.
Maybe one thing if it was a beer, but since it's a red wine, that's tough.
So anyway, my rhyming would be better if I didn't have to deal with these Bills.
I didn't take
savages.
Bills fans as red wine drinkers.
Well, this one might have been her first time, and let's just say it might be her last time. Anyway, there you go, guys. It is Gallant and George. Be back behind the glass. Joe George. I am Paul. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. And you can join us on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Stephon Diggs. He gets the last laugh against the Buffalo Bills, though in his mind, this isn't the last laugh. This isn't even closure. Stick around.
You are back with Gallant and George
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul and Joe.
Stephon Diggs got some vengeance, Robert Pattinson Batman style, against his old team in the Texans' win yesterday over the Buffalo Bills to improve to 4-1 for now, the second best record in the AFC. It wasn't a huge day. Like, I think he probably would have wanted to see. But on 8 targets, 6 catches for 82 yards, he led the Texans in receiving. But I think what's better is that if you compare what Stephon Diggs had to what Bills wide receivers had, Bills receivers combined for, get this, 3 catches for 76 yards. Stephon Diggs had more yards receiving than all Bills wide receivers. And in fact, he had double the receptions of all Bills wide receivers because Keon Coleman had that one catch where Kamari Lassiter misses the tackle. He takes it to the house. And Mac Hollins had the other 2. Dalton Kincaid, 2 catches for 34 yards. James Cook, 2 for 17. Ray Davis, 1 for 4. I guess you could count a reception for 0 yards by Curtis Samuel as another one if you really want to throw that into the mix.
I mean, in fantasy football, it counts the same, Paul.
The quote by Josh Allen talking about how, hey, we got guys who don't care about stats. Maybe you want guys who care about stats, and also maybe you want guys who can catch the ball better. I don't know who to blame more for the Bills' poor performance on offense because a lot of it was self-inflicted. Allen missed 2 easy touchdown passes. Feels like the Texans are getting a couple of those a game against every single quarterback, whether it's Trevor Lawrence or it's Anthony Richardson. There are open throws downfield where guys are open by like 10 to 15 yards, and the quarterback just can't hit the guy. But there are at least 7 balls that went off of Bill's hands and 1 that went off of Keon Coleman's back. I bet he missed Stephon Diggs yesterday, Josh Allen.
Oh, definitely missed Stephon Diggs yesterday. I mean, the irony, honestly, of the comment, of saying guys who are not selfish or whatever it was, and then to have that poor of a performance against Stephon Diggs, it was noticeable. There was some chatter. I did like some of the signs I saw. There was a lady in front of me who had, it was like a heart collage. Half of it was Josh Allen, half of it was Stephon Diggs, but it was broken in half.
Ooh.
So she was like, when Stephon Diggs, she was being a bad Bills fan. She was like putting up the Stephon Diggs side whenever he was doing something in the game. So she had it up quite a bit, but it was a creative sign. But yeah, he definitely could have used Stephon Diggs yesterday. Diggs had a great day. You know, I didn't score, but he kept moving the chains when it mattered most.
Right. Look, the Texans keep on finding themselves in 3rd down situations, but yesterday they were outstanding on 3rd down because guess what? When you don't get a lot of penalties, you don't find yourself in a bad spot. 8 for 16 on 3rd down, while the Bills and Josh Allen just 3 for 14. After the game, here's Stephon Diggs, who took his time to get out to the podium, talking about how emotional he was.
Was today an emotional day for you at all?
Always. You know, I play with a lot of passion and a lot of love. I can't say I didn't think about this game when I got traded. You know, I wondered if we played them, and then obviously it was on the schedule. But I take it one game at a time, and I knew when this game came about, I was just trying to take advantage and get a win for my team. But obviously it's emotional. I play with a lot of emotions.
I'm emotional. I like how you wrap that up.
That's kind of strange.
Why?
I'm emotional.
It just seems very like uncharacteristic of him to do that.
No, I like it.
No, I know. That's something how you
I wonder if
you would end a sentence like that.
Wonder if that's if that's something he uses in his Riz game. Because from the word on the streets is he's got some Riz, serious Riz, maybe the Rizziest of the Riz.
A lot of questions about that, Riz, Paul.
I'm gonna try to do that at a bar sometime. Go up to somebody and say,
I'm emotional.
Because what is it? He likes the rappers, their ladies.
I've seen rumors. I do not know what I can or can't confirm. What I do know is that from his time with the Minnesota Vikings, people I believe in the locker rooms that he's been a part of, I think they believe him to be a bit of a dog.
I mean,
when it comes to game off the field.
That's why none of them wanted to date us.
Exactly.
None of them date their sisters.
None of them would want him to date their sister.
Nobody want me to date his sister.
That's right, Stephon. No one wants you to date their sister.
You never
even though you're a great guy.
I'm emotional.
He's an emotional guy. I enjoyed hearing that. I'm happy for him. I can imagine this week was a lot. I did, as the game was winding down, I made sure to find him on the sideline. And when Kaimi Fairbairn lined up for that 59-yard kick, he was by himself standing by the bench. And I could tell once the game was done, he for sure was trying to stay composed because he ran onto the field. He wasn't jumping up and down and celebrating or anything like that. And then he got onto the field for a little bit, and then he dropped to a knee. And I don't know if he was tearing up or what. I don't know if he was knowing that there would be a camera that would probably zoom in on him as he kneeled down. Take your pick. But he was down on a knee for a little bit of time. I stayed zoomed in on him. He went out of his way to say hi to Mitchell Trubisky. And as he was embracing Mitchell Trubisky, Josh Allen comes over. They side hug each other. And that's that. That's the end of the drama.
I'm emotional.
I got to say, I'm very underwhelmed by the coverage, both sides of this.
But there's the photo. The photo that
Diggs did look like he was giving
where it's like there's
Allen the side eye.
Little side eye as Josh Allen's walking away.
He looked like he was about to ask Josh Allen's sister out if he has a sister.
Here's the thing. It's probably just a sense of relief. Like you said, he's standing there by himself. What is Stephon Diggs most known for? As a photograph. Standing there, watching confetti fall.
Correct.
As his team lost. He probably in his mind is like, I'm going to be doing this again. But he has Kaimi Fairbairn to save the day. So he got his victory on Sunday.
Here's Josh Allen after the game being asked about Stephon Diggs, quarterback of the Buffalo Bills, on his X.
So much has been made about the Stephon Diggs storyline this week. Did you feel the weight of that at all going into this game or out there?
No, I mean, I think, I'm not on social media. I don't see any of that. Understand he's on their team. He's a great player. He made some good plays tonight for them, and he was on the winning team. And, it came down to a last-second field goal, and it's something that, we're going to have to learn from and grow from.
So when you're in the press box after these games, you hear reporters from other entities talking amongst themselves. And I'm usually the last person to leave. In fact, I had to get somebody to unlock the parking lot to my car.
Oh.
So I might have to...
I'm a dog!
Thank you. I am. I might have to leave a little bit earlier. But as I'm sitting there finishing up, cutting up some sound, I could hear a couple of Buffalo-based reporters who were talking about that clip by Josh Allen. And specifically the part where he says he stays off of social media. Based off of what they said, he says he does. And I think it was a Bills PR staffer that confirmed it. He says he's off social media. But the guy, I guess, does think a lot about it. And I wonder if he was pressing a little bit in this game. Because I'm really struggling to think of why he was so bad. Allen does have his moments of inconsistency where he goes up and he down and up and down. And when he's at the top of his game, he is one of the scariest quarterbacks in the game. But he has a lot of games that maybe aren't quite so bad as 9 for 30, but he does have rough moments. So I'm wondering if Allen was maybe pressing in this game, overthinking it a little bit, wanting to get the better of his ex-wide receiver. I think this was a big story. And I'm, as I said on Friday, I'm kind of pissed about how little attention was paid to it leading up to the game, which was the biggest game of the weekend in the NFL.
Yeah, it really was. And Josh Allen, everything went wrong for them in this game. Like maybe he was pressing, his wide receivers weren't good. There was a good amount of pass rush throughout this game. They didn't get to him a ton, but they were in his face a lot. Stingley had a very good day again at the cornerback spot. Like everything that kind of could go wrong felt like it was going wrong for the Bills. And then also he shouldn't have been in the football game probably at the end of it.
Oh, he was for sure concussed.
Yes, because he was unconscious.
For sure. I think it was Emmanuel Acho who posted a video of him on the sidelines and said, oh, they clearly gave him smelling salts.
Oh, yeah.
To get him back in.
Oh, no, it was his chest, remember?
Right. That's what's funny to me,
it was his ankle, I thought.
Well, no, they said both. Initially, he said
game,
chest, and then he said ankle.
After the game, Allen said it was my chest and my ankle. No, dude, your head hit
we
that
saw
turf.
It bounce off the turf.
It bounced far off the turf. And it wasn't even like it was hit by one of those two Texas players who swarmed all over him. It was just the most catastrophic bouncing I've seen by a head in quite some time.
Imagine if that was Tua and then he went back into the game, like what people would be saying today.
Yeah.
They'd be crucifying the NFL. And a lot of people are for letting Josh Allen go back in.
There's a lot of the people that make a big deal about concussions weekly, like Chris Nowinski, who was obviously big in concussion coverage. They were blowing it up. But you're right. The average NFL reporter did not blow it up like they would if it was Tua.
Focused on other things.
It's a weird spot because it's a one-score game against a potential playoff opponent. Also, Mitchell Trubisky's your backup. As Joe knows, he's not the best.
It's not great.
I can understand why a quarterback would fight his way back in. And I do think that there is a double standard when it comes to quarterbacks getting concussed versus other players getting concussed. I think we all want to look the other way because we want the quarterback to go in there. It's what you guys are saying about Tua, for sure. There's a comical ragdoll effect with Tua's concussions, and you don't want to laugh at it. All I'm saying is when Tua gets concussed, it looks like a glitchy video game. He really flies.
And Josh, just you could tell, like he hit the ground.
He hit the ground
real hard.
But with Allen, you're like, oh, he's huge. He can take it.
It's a perception thing.
Yeah.
It's kind of like when what would be called a foul, or not a foul on Shaq. You could hack the crap out of Shaq in the paint, and no one will call a foul because the perception is he's so huge he can take it. It's kind of the same for Allen.
I agree.
But Stephon Diggs, all that matters, he got the W. Josh Allen did not.
Yeah. And I'm curious as to how Diggs handles this going forward. Diggs was asked after the game. Emotion. I didn't clip this part where he said it's not essentially a period. This is not closure because this is just an October game.
I appreciate that stance, even his post-game speech a little bit. I heard that as well, where he said how much it meant to him. But it's just the game. You got to get back to work. Like it is in the moment, you can have guys that like really try their hardest to make this all about him. And Stephon Diggs, whether someone got to him or it has been misleading, or it's the new car smell in the honeymoon phase, he has been an exceptional teammate here. He was named a captain for a reason. He hasn't had any blow ups on the sideline. When there's times where he had 6 catches in this game, but there's times where Nico's clearly the focal point. I mean, he's coming off the field quite a bit. Honestly, it's surprising how much you see him running on and off the field. So there would be things that you could argue he could have beef with, and he's just not having any of that. He's been a great guy for this team.
He's been a model citizen. I do not think we will have an incident with him this year. I feel like his next incident is going to be his next location with his next big contract, because there's a very good chance that he ends up in a crappy situation. I don't know, Cleveland or something like that, where he might get frustrated with the quarterback rather quickly, to the point where maybe he thinks about taking a discount to come back. I don't know if the Texans would be interested in that, but there are some really rough situations across the NFL this week.
I would really like to see Stephon Diggs back. Already.
To this point, he has been good. Not great, but good.
Mm-hmm.
And I will take good, especially considering Nico Collins is hurt and Tank Dell has been hurt. He has been an addition that you needed probably to go 4-1 over this stretch, because last year, without Dell or without Collins, you probably lose a couple of these.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe you're 2-3.
And maybe part of the reason why I already want him back, on if he's willing to take a little bit of a discount, is Tank. He's kind of missing in action.
Dell has not been the explosive player that he was last year to this point. Still a lot of season left. He is Joe. I'm Paul. We got BMAC behind the glass. Gallant George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Where you at after the Texans took down the Bills 23-20 to improve to 4-1? You should be happy about it. Let me tell you about my friends at MyBookie and MyBookie.ag. I think I did okay from a picks perspective this weekend. I think I did okay. 500. Never mind. I did not do okay. I did mediocre. Damn it, Joe. What? I thought I did so well. And now Joe's not giving me fake news to gas me up to make my pick tonight. You got Derek Carr, Clint Kubiak, and the New Orleans Saints taking on the Kansas City Chiefs. 5.5-point dogs. Monday Night Football. The Saints are. That was a weird noise. I think I take the Saints to cover here. The Chiefs have just not been impressive to this point. Could they be eventually? Sure. But I just don't get that vibe right now. MyBookie.ag, you enter that promo code BET975. You can double your initial deposit right away. Maybe you want to take the Saints to cover. Maybe you want to take the Chiefs to win. 5.5-point spread. It's MyBookie.ag, promo code BET975. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere, only with MyBookie.ag.
Give. Akers cuts to the outside for the touchdown. Dalton Schultz with a key block. And the Texans take the lead.
You are back with Gallant and George
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul and Joe.
Statistically, Cam Akers, once again, the better running back for the Houston Texans. A surprising 9 carries, 42 yards, and a touchdown. They can't run, though. 15 carries for 30 yards for Dare Ogunbowale. As a whole, the running backs for the Texans, 24 carries for 72 yards. We're talking about 3 yards a carry there or so.
Were you? I was very surprised. Honestly, I thought they were introducing the special teams when the game started.
Why?
Well, because Dare came out first, and then
that's offensive to Dare.
And then Blake Fisher came out next.
Well, Blake
and
Fisher,
I was like, I guess I missed that Titus wasn't playing for sure.
Yeah.
That morning, so I was like, wait, are they introducing? In the big entrance, introduce the special teams. Give those guys credit one day.
By the way, Fisher, to his credit, wasn't bad.
He was not.
Well, no Von Miller.
Doesn't matter.
No Ed Oliver.
Doesn't matter, Brian.
Brian, with how this offensive line has looked at times this
You
year,
taking the moral victories?
I will totally give them moral victories with some of the moments that they have had. Yeah, there weren't, at least to my knowledge, I don't think there was a false start.
No.
I don't think there was an illegal formation.
No penalties at all in the first half.
6 in the third. There was an illegal man downfield.
Kenyon Green.
No, there was one illegal man downfield.
Yeah. Right, that's what I mean. There was an illegal man downfield. And I feel like there might have been a hold, but I don't think it was on an
There was a
offensive
hold on
lineman.
Shaq Mason, but it was BS.
Okay. That was the one.
I did I know they didn't run the ball well, but Dare out of the backfield, 6 catches, 57 yards. He did have a drop in this game that was tough, but I like him out of the backfield a lot. I don't know, what he's never going to be like the guy.
He's a third down running back. He's a good blocker and he's a good receiver. And I think that's really where you should use him. To your question, and I saw you put this in our show conversation before, I would be intrigued to see if they put in Cam Akers first. And I'm guessing that maybe they felt like with Blake Fisher in, they wanted to have a guy out there more often than not who can help with blocking, because Akers isn't really doing that for you.
Mm-hmm.
But that's just my guess. I truly don't know.
Yeah.
He is not as good as a running back. And there were a lot of runs in this game on Sunday, which felt like they were being done just for the sake of doing them, to keep the Bills' run defense honest. And for all those who maybe have questions about Bobby Slowick as an offensive coordinator, his reliance on going to those runs up the middle, it gets old. It certainly gets old.
Especially on 4th and 1 with Dare up the middle.
Thanks for reminding me. That was the worst play call of the game. Look, sometimes you're going to make those, but in a 4th and 1 situation, I want CJ Stroud to be getting the ball out to a receiver, and someone like Stephon Diggs, who has been so good at getting open quickly. It feels like that's the perfect situation for Stephon Diggs to be used.
Even without Nico, you have 3 guys who would be great in that situation.
Yeah.
Diggs,
theoretically,
Tank Dell,
right,
Dalton Schultz.
Mhm.
All 3 of those guys I would feel very comfortable with. And it's just, it doesn't work. It's been my biggest criticism of Bobby Slowick now through all of last year and this year. 4th and short is either a bad play call, or he tries to be, whether it's because it's too boring, or when he does put the ball in CJ's hands, it's been too gimmicky. So any 4th and short or red zone conversion, it always seems to be an extra challenge for this offense. And it is by far the worst play call in this game. It just was let your quarterback handle it. I mean, there's a bunch of stuff going out. Today people are looking at EPA and how well the Texans are doing on offense on 1st and 2nd down. They're 29th in the NFL, but they're 2nd in the NFL on 3rd down, because they're putting themselves behind, and CJ Stroud is just playing Superman all the time, it feels. And that did not change in this game. And maybe that's why there's still some, that lack of big time excitement from Texans fans after this game. It's because a lot of the flaws that they've shown, besides the offensive line penalties, still kind of reared themselves. We're still kind of there for you in this game. Maybe that's part of the holdback.
I feel like, though, we're acting like we're too good for it. Yeah, that was a good win over a good team, even if there was some slop along the way. You're 4-1. There's only one other team that has a better record than you. And if they lose to the Saints tonight, you are tied with the defending 2-time Super Bowl champions for the top record in the AFC. A lot of season left. They still haven't played a complete game. That's annoying, but it hasn't cost them yet. They're a little bit lucky on that front, but I feel like some of the, it's unbecoming of people who have, no offense, Texans fans, experienced good things. Like, oh, well, that's not good enough for us. Come on, guys.
Is it Astros fan syndrome? Is being like
I
passed
guess
on?
it could be.
Or
I don't know. It's something else, man. I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah, it is bizarre that people are unsatisfied with beating a team as good as Buffalo and his quarterback. I mean, you embarrassed Josh Allen. He made him look like what everyone thought he was going to be coming out of Wyoming.
Yeah, he looked really bad. He looked so bad in that game. Sean McDermott, head coach of the Buffalo Bills, began his press conference because while there is some nitpicking of the Texans going on today, McDermott is getting crushed by everybody. Here's Sean McDermott talking about the end of the game situation where the Bills threw 3 passes, only to result in 3 incomplete passes, punting the ball and setting up the Texans for the ultimate game-winning 59-yard field goal by Kaimi Fairbairn.
Okay, tough game. I thought our guys did a great job coming back. Coaches made good adjustments. Just not enough in the end, and that's on me. The end of game situation on offense. We needed we're in a tough situation. 3 timeouts. They were holding 3 timeouts. I got a good field goal kicker. We needed to run the clock and move the chains, and that's on me. We didn't do that there, and that's my fault.
I feel like he's getting overcrushed for this.
He's not the OC.
That's Joe Brady.
I guess it's like his job to say, Joe, stop doing what you're doing.
You do have, as the head coach, executive power. And in a situation like that, you probably should be on top of what your coordinator's doing, having a conversation, especially before that possession began, once the Texans punted. You should all be on the same page here. I don't think he can really defer to his offensive coordinator there. But at the same time, the Texans did have all 3 timeouts. Okay, maybe they wouldn't have been able to get that one play to move a little bit closer to ultimately kick that field goal that they got. But today in the NFL, 65-yard field goal is not out of the question. It's just not. And I feel like McDermott was in a tough spot there. Sure, running the ball with James Cook had worked for a lot of the game, but I don't know if it would have worked in that situation where you got your back to the goal line. Really, they were set up by the one good Tommy Townsend punt of the game. It's just put them in a spot where I feel like he said, I'm going to, even though Josh Allen's having a horrible day, put it in my best player's hands. And he's going to be able to get us that first down, and we'll go to overtime from there.
I'm good with that. I wouldn't be crushing Sean McDermott for it today. I guess it's the other stuff that's gone on with them over the last couple of years, the failures in Kansas City in the playoffs, that it kind of, all compounds into one larger issue. But Josh Allen's one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL. I would trust CJ to do that in that situation. Look at the run game. Like, would you want, if the Texans were in that exact same situation yesterday, would you want them to try to run the ball 3 times with Dario Gumbawala and Cam Akers? No, give the ball to your quarterback.
Exactly. And time-wise, it's the same thing. Like, if they run it 3 times, call 3 timeouts versus 3 incomplete passes, the clock is pretty much the same. Now, maybe James Cook picks up a couple yards and moves the field goal back, but we don't trust Kaimi Fairbairn for another 5 yards. So I don't know what difference it really makes.
I'm with you. I feel like the plays would have taken just as long, and I think people in Buffalo are perhaps just looking for another reason to get mad at Sean McDermott. Someone sent me a very funny joke. I'm not sure if I can make it, though. Not sure if I can make it. About
about what he said in the past?
Yeah, it was about what he said in the past. He's like, well, maybe Sean McDermott should stop focusing on 9/11 and start focusing on the game clock. I don't know.
I think that's fair.
Yeah.
He started it.
He's just looking for ways to motivate his guys. But he's not thinking, like, in the middle of the game, I don't think he's on the headset with Joe Brady saying, like, hey, Joe, remember the time? You know that time when Hannibal and the Carthaginians, they went through the Alps? This is where we got to be right now. And we need you to get through the Alps, which is the back to the goal line situation that you have right now.
I kind of hope he is now. I hope he's just giving like historical references to Joe Brady in the middle of the game.
Honestly,
instead of calling timeouts.
I play for Sean McDermott every single day, mainly because I just want to be surprised by what he's using to motivate me this week.
Yeah.
He's like, Anyway.
What random reference that's probably inappropriate?
I almost made one. I'm not going to. Be back behind the glass. He's Joe. I'm Paul. It's Gallant George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. The Texans are 4-1, and y'all don't seem that happy about it. I think you're wrong. Stay put.
We were just shooting ourselves in the foot again, just taking penalties. I missed a couple reads on my throws, and had the turnover, the 2 turnovers. So, when you play like that, you give them opportunity to come back, and they made some adjustments, started taking away a lot of our passing. But at the same time, like, they weren't taking away everything. I got to be better and just get through my progressions. But all in all, you learn with a dub, and that's the most important thing about it.
That's Texans quarterback C.J. Stroud talking about yesterday's 23-20 walk-off win thanks to a 59-yard Kaimi Fairbairn field goal. Certainly lots of things to clean up, but they're 4-1. Enjoy this. Beating the Jaguars on a walk-off field goal? Nah. Beating the Bills on a walk-off field goal? Hell yeah.
I couldn't even tell you the last time the Texans started a season 4-1.
It's been a while.
I mean, I would even know.
Well, it's their second best start over 5 games of franchise history. They had a 5-0 start once.
Oh, okay. So
hell yeah.
I mean,
that's the Matt Schaub era. It's going away.
2012.
Yeah, 2012. Yeah.
Yes, 2012.
When they started 11-1 and Letterman jackets.
Oh yeah, just no Letterman jackets this year. You'll be fine. But yeah, they should. Texans fans are. I'm trying to what do you think they're the most unsatisfied with in this game? Just because there's, is it the second half struggles that are? Because I think that was one of the first texts we read in the show, or comments. That's the one that does stand out to me of the biggest flaw with this game or biggest red flag in this game is they still just can't figure out whatever's going wrong in the second half. But this is a great win. Like you overcame a lot of mistakes in this game.
I won't say great, but it is a win that you should be very happy about.
Yeah.
It is.
I think they just want a dominant win. I think that's what it is. I mean, they've got 4 wins, but what win has felt dominant from start to finish?
None.
I mean, the Colts, they beat by 2. The Bears, they only scored 3 points in the second half.
Right.
That came down to a 1-score game. Obviously, the last 2 games came down to a field goal. I think the expectation for this team was to have a few dominant wins along the way, and they don't have one yet.
Negative 12-point differential with a 4-1 record, for sure. That looks weird. It doesn't make you feel confident, but who in the AFC is better than them? And I ask that question because the Chiefs look very beatable right now. You just beat the Buffalo Bills, who have looked very ugly the last 2 weeks. The Ravens needed all the help that they could get yesterday against the Cincinnati Bengals to pull off a win. Looked like the Bengals had that one a couple of times. They have 2 10-point leads in that one.
Mm-hmm.
Oof.
Kansas City, just because it's by default, even with all the injuries, they're the best team in the NFL.
They have the best defense in the AFC, I
Yeah.
think. But let's see what happens tonight against
Yeah.
Derek Carr and a Saints offense that's been really good. So I just feel like there's a lot of people that are acting a little bit too good for the win. I'm glad some of our usual Twitch suspects are here. I can't wait for one of them to try to tell me that they understand what a good quarterback looks like, because they don't. I don't think they have eyeballs. But I look at this game that they just won, and while I think there's a lot that could be cleaned up, and I am annoyed that it got so tight at the very end, at the same time, they beat a Buffalo team, quarterbacked by Josh Allen, and after they beat the Jaguars on Monday Night Football 46-10, we thought they were effed for this game.
Yeah, because we were looking. Those right after the Minnesota, those were the worst 2 results that could happen at the same time.
Yeah,
you lose 34-7, they win 41-10, and then next week you play Jacksonville, you squeak by in that one, and also I really hope this is not the case, Paul, but this might just be who they are. I mean, this is who they were last year.
They were last year, yeah.
I mean, how often last year you have 2 games. You have the Pittsburgh game early in the season. You have obviously the playoff game where you had 2 pick sixes. But most of your games last year are a 7-point win over New Orleans, a 2-point win over Tampa, a 3-point win over Cincinnati, a 5-point win over Arizona. You're kind of just doing the same thing this year.
Yep.
It might just be who you are, that the heart attack Texans are just the heart attack Texans. And for whatever reason, they can't put people away, but they win games.
I feel like they can improve. I think we all should feel like they can improve. And I feel like everybody turning their nose up at this win, I feel like you haven't been paying attention to this year in the NFL. 713-780-3776 is how you call. It's how you text. We've got Lamont calling in about the Texans. Lamont, what's up, dude?
Hey, what's the deal, man? I was calling about something else, but I heard y'all conversation about the 1-score wins, because I've been on that, but a friend of mine, he was like, go back and look at the Kansas City Chiefs and tell me when the last time they blew out someone. And I couldn't really even, I can't even really think of a time. I mean, outside of the playoffs or anything like that, but it seems like the Kansas City Chiefs are in that same realm. And I'm not stupid. I'm not trying to compare the Texans to the Kansas City Chiefs by no means. But they are in that same boat. But what I was really calling about that's going up under the radar, man, is that with all of these injuries that the Texans have right now, and the Texans do have a lot of injuries, I'm thinking this late bye week for us, that's gonna. I think our bye week is like week 12 or week 11.
It's week 14, I think.
That's like one of the latest that we ever had.
Yeah, it's insane.
Do you guys think that will play any part in this season at all? It's on time asking. Have a
Interesting
nice day,
question,
fellas.
Lamont. I mean, I hate that it's that late. I think it's BS.
I hate it and I kind of love it.
You hate it and you kind of love it.
What I love about it is that because the NFL then gave you 3 football games in 11 days, that at least you're coming off a bye week.
They effed you. They hosed
Yeah.
you. They hosed you with the 3 games in 13 days, and they hosed you with the late bye week. It could help at the very end for sure. It could help them feel refreshed. I want to say, I think this is going back to the 2001 season. I think the New England Patriots were originally scheduled to have a bye week during the 9/11 year in week 2, and I think they ended up having it in week 17 or something like that.
Oh, I remember that.
So there have been bye weeks that have been super late like that before too, and that one was because of a national tragedy. It could help for sure. I don't know how much of an impact it'll have. That's just a brutal 3-week stretch that you're going up against. I would assume the Dolphins will have Tua Tagovailoa back under center for that 3-game stretch where they play the Dolphins, then the Chiefs, and then the Ravens at the end of the year. But to what Lamont was saying earlier about how the Chiefs and they have been playing with their food of late. This year, every single game has been close. And last year, there were only a couple of multi-score victories for them. They beat the Bears on the 24th of September, 41-10. They beat the Broncos 19-8. They beat the Chargers 31-17. They beat the Raiders 31-17. Everything else was 10 points or less.
Yeah, they seem to they'll have you have Patrick Mahomes and you have a great defense.
It's their defense. They are playing in a style that, even though we all think of the Chiefs as this high-flying offense that runs up the score on everybody, they have been playing a lot closer to those New England Patriots teams of the early 2000s, and which is why they're in the same situation that early 2000s New England Patriots team was, where they actually have a chance to do the three-peat thing. It isn't about how you win in the NFL. It isn't. And to what D'Amico Ryans is saying, he deserves some credit there. But it does feel like in this city in particular, there seems to be a need for this specific football team to win by a ton of points. And if that doesn't happen, you guys are going to be like Shania Twain. That don't impress on me much. So you only won against the Buffalo Bills, won a game where Josh Allen was 9 for 30, and you don't seem to have the touch,
Don't impress me much.
What's up, babe? I'm single. I'm still single.
How old is Shania Twain?
Ageless.
Who cares, Joe?
I'm just curious.
Yeah, you sound like a Texans fan right now. How old is Shania?
No, I'm just
She's
saying.
not good enough for me.
She's 59. That's not out of your age range?
No.
Okay.
No.
I'm just curious.
No, it's Shania Twain.
Yeah. Is she single?
Kate Beckinsale's single, I think.
Let's get in these DMs,
Paul said he can make her singles.
Come on, Paul.
I'm not saying anything.
Let's send a DM. See if we can get a response.
I'm just taking things a day at a time, okay? I don't have Stephon Diggs Riz. I don't know if I'm going to be able to pull that off, but
maybe that's what we should ask Stephon Diggs. Because
Hey,
maybe we'll actually
Stephon.
meet with the media this week. And, you go, hey, Stephon, can you teach some of this Riz?
Hey, I'm emotional, babe. Hey, I have a cat. What's up?
Does Stephon Diggs have a cat?
I don't think so.
I don't think so
I
either.
don't think he's a cat guy.
Probably not. I don't know if I want my star wide receivers being cat guys. even
Why?
though- and we're all cat dads. I don't know.
I think we should take offense to that, Joe.
I'm offending myself. I'm
think
aware.
so.
Yeah, but you're later to the party than Paul and I.
That's
Yeah.
true.
Why are you? What you're?
I don't know.
This is just Bears fan mentality. It's like it just translates into
Self-hatred and just posting it on other people.
Exactly. Just translate into every
I think
single
it's-
aspect of life.
Look, the Texans fans are just as bad as I am. I get accused of a lot of things about Bears fan syndrome. All we've talked about is Texans fan syndrome. This is all about the past. This is all about Matt Schaub and the Kansas City game when you have the lead with Deshaun Watson. That's why they're not excited. Because they don't want to believe. They don't want to get their heart broken again.
I guess it's weird. I truly don't get it. The Astros are done. We're not going to talk or watch any baseball. I was listening to one of the other stations on the way in. They're talking about other baseball series, and I thought to myself, "Are you serious? No one wants to think a lick about baseball now that the Astros are gone."
The only thing about the baseball series that I would talk about is the Dodgers fans being scumbags.
Yeah.
Fighting each other.
Yeah, throwing baseballs at jerks in Profar.
But that's not even news. It doesn't happen every day.
Yeah, Dodgers fans.
The Dodgers game.
A Dodgers stadium parking lot without at least 2 deaths is considered a boring affair.
Good reference.
He's Joe and Paul. BMAC behind the glass. And for Sean, it's Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We will talk in this hour about some quarterback issues across the league, specifically one guy who walked off the field earlier than you would have liked if you were his head coach. But we are also talking about the Texans and their win over the Buffalo Bills yesterday, 23-20. I think you should be happy about it. Don't turn your nose up at that. Stay put.
That's a big win. That's a playoff type game, playoff type atmosphere. That's a really good team that's deep in the playoffs every year, man. And for us to go out there and execute and win that game, that was really huge for us.
You're listening to Gallant and George on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
That win should impress you. Maybe not much, because it wasn't special.
But it was good.
So you beat the Bills. That don't impress me much. I'm a 59-year-old cougar and Paul wants to touch. but I won't let him because he's a broke boy. He looks like he drinks soy. Damn, I'm so good. It's a great song.
You think you look like you drink soy?
No.
Is that something that you get told?
What
does that even mean?
It means I'm a beta libcuck. Don't you know? When you get canceled on Tucker Carlson's TV show, if you guys are ever lucky enough to have that happen,
Hard pass.
if you're ever lucky enough, you'll be called a beta soy boy libcuck. Generally, libtard.
That sounds very specific.
Yeah. The song rules. And I'm surprised that so many Texans fans are Shania Twain walking through the desert, acting like a win over the Bills, the equivalent of Brad Pitt, isn't enough.
So in this scenario, is CJ Stroud the rocket scientist?
I don't know. But I felt pretty warm in the middle of last night. Too warm, in fact. I had to wake up. I was
It's because
sweating.
you had wine spilt down your back.
That's true. Down my shirt. I got, for those who don't know, I hung out with some of these freaks, these barbarians from Rochester and Buffalo
North of
after
the
the
wall.
game. Yeah. It's clearly their first time drinking wine, and someone spilled wine all over my fancy shirt. Fred B832 says, "This is why no one likes you, Paul. No wonder Vanessa left radio."
Why? What did Paul do to?
Vanessa and I hung out on Friday. That was a fun time.
And there's Friday.
After Syracuse won against UNLV, I came in.
Yeah.
I had my Syracuse basketball jersey on, and I was the talk of the town.
Yeah, that was a good win for your boys.
The first time anyone understood where Syracuse University was.
Because it was on television?
Yeah, they're like, oh, you're a school, huh?
Yeah.
But also, it was a lot of people that were from Buffalo and Rochester.
Honestly, I could not tell you where it is, other than it's in what, Upper New York?
Syracuse?
Yeah,
it's in Central New York.
Oh,
actually.
see, I would have failed that question.
Yeah,
I thought it was close to Canada, like Buffalo.
It's close-ish.
Okay,
but not that close.
Gotcha.
But I'm just surprised. There's so many people that seem to believe the Texans should have won this by more, and they certainly had opportunities to. They were up 20-3 in this game, but as you heard from Will Anderson coming in, that is a win over a marquee team in the AFC. This has been one of the most consistent teams year by year, if not week by week, in the league the last few years. Only the Chiefs can say they're better, definitively. The Ravens could make that argument too, though they've had their own playoff disappointments. The Bengals have been hanging around too. They did make it to a Super Bowl. But in a post-Patriots world, these are the teams that you have to beat for us to give a bleep about you. And I feel like I've seen this so many times before. 2019, when the Texans beat the Chiefs about 5 years ago, and then the Patriots, I don't think that got people really back in the way that it should have either.
I'm not really sure what, if people aren't all the way back in at this point, I'm not really sure what it takes, to be honest. I mean, they won a playoff game last year. They lost to Baltimore in the second round, and it was not a pretty game. But I think that was to be expected. Most people didn't think that to be that much different. And you're 4-1 to start this season, and you've beaten the Buffalo Bills. You won a divisional game. You won 2 divisional games. So you're going to get the, AFC South champs. Brian is going to be back.
The division is practically won.
Doesn't matter, Brian. AFC South champions 2 years in a row, Brian.
Yep.
I would feel better if Anthony Richardson was the starting quarterback the rest of the year for the Colts. I mean, Joe Flacco might actually make a run at it.
Yeah, but they still lost.
I know they lost. I know they still lost. But
I mean, Trevor Lawrence looking actually good for the first time in a game where he threw his tablet and Gabe Davis apparently was mad at him. Good for Trevor Lawrence.
That's who Josh Allen was talking about.
It might have been.
It was Gabe Davis.
We did talk about that on Friday. Maybe it was
Yeah,
Gabe Davis.
It was Gabe Davis who was throwing tantrums, not getting the ball.
I got the sense, though, after hearing Josh Allen's comments after the game talking about Stephon Diggs, I did get the sense that this is also about Diggs to a degree. And it's nice to have guys that don't care about stats, but what happens when your receivers as a whole have 4 catches for 76 yards, which is less than what Stephon Diggs had by himself?
Don't impress me much.
I love that song.
I can tell. Is that what you listen to at the gym?
No, I didn't.
You're you're just like looking in the mirror.
Oh, at D1?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
You're still feeling it today, huh? A little bit.
I am feeling it a little bit in the legs. For those who don't know, I was really excited because I was at a gym and I was up in the Woodlands. I was going to go potentially hang out with Woodlands girl after the show, but
I didn't want to ask.
Woodlands girl had to cancel again.
Okay, because I saw on Instagram that night, because you said you had a date, and I saw on Instagram that night, I saw a story of you and your at home.
Yeah,
And
made
I was
myself a
like,
steak.
So you don't impress her much.
Damn, D-Mac. Damn, dude.
Don't impress me much.
Funny. That hurt. That hurt. No,
yeah, I thought maybe
I mean,
she
you
canceled.
guys could tell, like, but I wear my mood on my sleeve. You guys could tell when I came in. Like, I'm kind of, I don't know how to feel about this one because I actually I was very excited. We had a great first date. You ever have a great first date and you're thinking to yourself, oh yeah, and now I'm overthinking it because the last two have been canceled. So now this is like all I'm thinking about because I'm a crazy person.
Gotcha. So
And I don't impress
you're
her
worried
much.
that there's more to the cancellation than just the cancellation.
The first one, I was cool with it.
Okay.
Second one, I don't know now. I don't know.
Well, let's go with the baseball rule here.
I suppose we'll see.
3 strikes and you're out. For your own mental health here, if there's a third cancellation, she's out.
Okay.
I'll be, we're Team Paul here.
Okay.
He might not be. BMAC might not be.
I don't
That
know.
was mean.
I don't know.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to know more about the Woodlands girl before I decide whose team I'm on.
I see. This is my thing. Is I go back after a while. If I have a long dry spell, I'll go back to people that have hurt your boy. An addict, a glutton for punishment, like Josh Allen.
I just don't. I'm with you. I don't get why Texans fans aren't all in after this game. I guess because it's just not sexy.
Or just more excited about it.
Yeah.
I mean, hell, show up to the effing game on time.
Yeah, I did see a couple tweets though from.
I get that they're fashionably late, but the traffic getting into the stadium. I got there at 11:30. It was easy to get in.
It was cakewalk.
The traffic has been significantly worse outside of NRG Stadium before. It was as easy as it's ever been for me to get to the stadium. I got there in 15 minutes. Usually takes me 25. Got there in 15 minutes. No one was there.
Yeah, it was.
It was empty at the beginning of the game. You're playing one of the top teams in the AFC. I don't know if it's just because this city just is never fully bought into the Texans or what, but I thought that Sunday would have had a better showing. And I mean, it was a lot of Bills fans and a lot of empty seats. It's a lot like last year in spots where you go up against the teams that have good traveling fan bases. Earlier this year with the Bears fans and how well they traveled. This was like the Steelers game. This was like the Saints game. This was like the effing Broncos game. Like, you had a lot of games last year where fan bases came in from other places and they dominated. And to me, that is a reflection of a city that either one, knows that they can make a lot of money by selling these tickets to out-of-towners, or two, just isn't collectively bought in.
Well, it is a weird thing that I don't quite understand is that, even though, yes, you can make money, maybe it's because, you can't when things go poor, that people, their first inclination is to sell. But it's like, isn't this the game you wouldn't want to sell? Because it's the Buffalo Bills. Like, that's the game you'd want. I know you can make a lot more money. I mean, my dad and I, we looked at it. We were like, well, we could sell these for quite a bit. And I was like, well, I don't want to miss the Buffalo Bills game. I don't want to miss when Detroit's here in a couple weeks. I want to be in the stands, for when that game happens, and it's going to happen again. The only big game we're selling this year is Baltimore. Just because my wife would kill me.
Why?
It's Christmas.
Oh.
I just
some fan you are. You're not going to go to NRG Stadium on Christmas Day.
I just don't think that
2%er.
I don't think that would go over well.
2%er.
I just don't think that would go over well.
Yeah, I don't think it would go over well.
Yeah,
it's not going to go over well with my family, because I think I'll be there. I'll be in the press box, miserable, not having any emotion, but just doing my job.
Maybe look at you a Christmas gift.
Doing it the ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 way.
Yeah.
At ESPN Houston on YouTube. At ESPN 975 on Twitch. Some of us care.
Paul cares.
I cared so much last night that I was the last person to leave NRG Stadium in the media parking lot, and I had to get somebody to unlock the parking lot.
How long did it take for them to get there?
Surprisingly, not long.
Oh, good.
But it was
good.
because, thank God it happened. My phone died just as I got to the parking lot, and I was like, oh, damn.
You almost spent the night at NRG?
Yeah. I thought about climbing the fence to go get my car, and luckily a guy drove by with a golf cart, and I said, please, for the love of God, do you have the ability to open this? And he did. So he opened it immediately. I was like, thank God.
I just imagine it's like 12:02 today. It's like, anyone seen Paul? He's like, no, he's asleep in his car.
Yeah, after a certain point, I might have been able to get out. Anyway, it is Gallant George. He is Joe. I am Paul. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. Lots of things to talk about across the NFL from yesterday's slate of games, including, did Deshaun Watson quit on his team? And do the Cowboys still like Dak Prescott? Because until the end of last night, they sure didn't seem to. Stick around. The Texans did beat the Bills 23-20. We'll get back into that in the next segment. But I think the biggest story that relates to the Houston Texans that did not take place at NRG Stadium yesterday is seeing how poorly things are unfolding for the Deshaun Watson-led Cleveland Browns. So I'm going to add a little context to this situation. But at the very end of the game for the Browns, towards the end, this game was rather out of reach. They had a 4th and goal at Washington's 8, and I guess they had 12 men on the field, down 24-6. Watson just walked off the field, and then as he walks past Kevin Stefanski, who seemed shocked, tapped him on the shoulder, and then he goes to the bench. I do think that Watson was pissed off that there were 12 men on the field and that they were going to get called for a delay of game penalty. But it really did look like Watson was quitting in the middle of the play to the majority of people out there. And I can't believe that the 1-4 Cleveland Browns, who are getting regularly less than 150 yards passing out of their offense with Watson under center, 125 yards on 28 passes yesterday, 4.5 yards per attempt. That's pathetic. I can't believe they haven't benched him yet.
And they said they're not going to.
Watson also got sacked 7 times for 33 yards. And if there's one thing we know about Watson is that Watson generally is the reason for over half of his sacks.
Yeah, there must be some kind of like conversation happening behind the scenes with Kevin Stefanski and ownership of just like, hey, your job's good. Because that's the only way he can stay as the quarterback is if Kevin Stefanski's been reassured that he's going to keep his job. Because how have you not moved on from Deshaun Watson at this point? Send him home. Like, he's going to be a distraction, so do what the Texans did. Tell him not to come. Just pay him to not be there. But the Browns ownership group might be too cheap to do that. That's part of the problem.
Yeah.
But I enjoy it. He's a bad dude, and I kind of enjoy watching him fail. He has an 8.5 quarterback rating.
Jeez.
I didn't even know that was possible.
I didn't either.
I didn't know it went below 10.
Yeah. I mean, that trade just continues to get better and better for the Texans. It's incredible that they were able to get as much in return for him. And the Browns are just stuck with him because of what they're paying him. And I think that's one of the reasons that they haven't benched him yet. The Cincinnati Bengals are joining the Cleveland Browns at 1-4 after a hell of a game where the Ravens took down Cincinnati 41-38. Joe Burrow, 5 touchdown passes in the game, but Zach Taylor definitely rising the ranks of first coaches to be fired power rankings. In overtime, not the Jaguars. I'm confusing my Jungle Cats. The Bengals ran the ball after recovering a Lamar Jackson fumble 3 times. They got 3 yards on those 3 runs, which set up a 53-yard field goal. They kicked it wide left. The Ravens marched down the field, get the game-winning field goal from Justin Tucker. Man, I think Zach Taylor's going to be fired very soon.
I think so too.
This is much worse than Sean McDermott's game management, I think. You have a guy who was throwing for almost 400 yards at that point with 5 touchdowns. The defense is tired. You're running it 3 times to give yourself a 53-yard field goal. It's not indoors. And while everyone's making 50-yard field goals these days, none more than Kaimi Fairbairn, who's a league-high 8 for a league-high 9 on the year. Give yourself a slightly better chance to win. It's not like you were running out of time. Throw the ball.
Right now, you have Joe Burrow, and you currently hold the top 5 pick in the NFL draft.
Yep.
You're one of 5 teams in the NFL. 7 teams. I didn't look at the NFC. 7 teams in the NFL. So you have the top 7 pick. Teams with 1 win on the season. Mm-hmm. You're with the Panthers, the Browns, who you just mentioned. I mean, you were at the bottom of the NFL, the Patriots.
Yep.
And you got a quarterback throwing 5 touchdowns. He's definitely getting fired. He has to get fired this offseason.
The only question I would have is how much money is left on his contract, because the Bengals are very cheap, but they want to buy that entire contract out. But yeah, a lot of questions right now about the Cincinnati Bengals, but the Ravens, they're 3-2. And the Ravens are in that same conversation as the Texans. And look, the Ravens won a sloppy game. They could be 2-3 after what they had just done to Buffalo in Sunday Night Football. Yesterday in Sunday Night Football, the Cowboys are 3-0 on the road. They rally for the latest Sunday Night Football game of all time because it took so long to start because of a weather delay. I think it got delayed for an hour plus. Down the stretch, Dak Prescott, after the drive before having thrown an interception, he helps the Cowboys rally from a 17-13 deficit down the field with a 4th and goal touchdown pass to someone named Tolbert, giving the Cowboys the lead and eventually the win.
Impressive win for them just because of the fact that they didn't collapse on themselves, but they doubled the Steelers in yardage. I mean, this is where you look at the box score and you think they probably won this game by 3 touchdowns, but a lot of mistakes. I mean, the fact that they even fumbled the ball there at the end, recovered it, and still found a way to win the game. Not something I would typically think of the Cowboys doing in that moment or Dak Prescott because they're so usually unclutch, but that's a good win for them. And really, because if they lost that game, we'd be having the conversation we just had about Zach Taylor. We'd be having that conversation again about Mike McCarthy.
And now they get this win and they bring the Steelers back down to earth because the Steelers, if they had won, they would also be 4-1 in the AFC. But Dak Prescott, this game, he had 2 interceptions. He lost a fumble. And everyone is talking about a viral moment that took place where CeeDee Lamb is clearly saying something to him. What did CeeDee Lamb say to Dak Prescott? Truly, I do not know. This is a game where CeeDee Lamb had 5 catches for 62 yards on 9 targets. Maybe he wanted the ball more or something like that. But everyone was focusing on that moment, zoomed in on by the NBC cameras, thinking to themselves, oh, CeeDee Lamb doesn't even want Dak Prescott to stay. And didn't they just give both these guys new contracts?
When I saw the video, it looks to me like he's saying jump ball for jump ball.
Okay.
Like just basically, hey, throw it up to me, man. I'll make you right. Throw it up to me.
But his face looked angry.
Yes, he
while
said
he was mouthing that.
Yeah, he said it in a very maybe
disappointed.
aggressive tone.
He's disappointed. Yeah.
I'm like, hey, dude,
jump ball, man.
Like maybe
jump ball for.
Maybe not right in front of me. To the other.
Dak wasn't even paying attention to him though. He was just looking down.
Tough game last night. I know they were tired, but like the broadcasters. But at one point, Collinsworth is trying to explain what's happening on a play on an interception, and he's talking about CeeDee Lamb, who's not even on the field, or he's on the opposite side of the field. And I was like, it was giving me a headache trying to watch it and then understand it.
I fell asleep during the Sunday Night Football.
I did too.
Not one of my
At certain
proudest moments.
I was late.
I woke up at 1:45 and I was like, oh damn, I fell asleep. What happened? Saw that I had missed that, and then I watched all the highlights.
Well, you missed Dak become the first ever quarterback to throw an interception in the same game on 2 different days.
Oh, wow.
It's a unique stat
That's
that I don't know if
new.
will ever be topped.
That's new.
How late did you stay up on Saturday?
On Saturday?
Did you stay up for the Cal game?
No,
I did.
My body clock is all screwed up.
Dude, it was like 1 a.m. when that game ended.
I went to a get this 1-year-old's birthday party that was surprisingly turned.
Okay.
Then I went to El Tiempo afterwards and had 2 margaritas, and I said, all right, I'm going to go home, take a nap, then I'll be back out. And I woke up again, and it was 1 a.m. So I know my body's all over the place now.
Like 1-year-old birthday parties are like a good age because the
adults can just be adults
because the baby's going to go to sleep.
Exactly.
So it's really just like
the baby's just decoration.
Yeah.
They're not
like,
doing anything.
Yeah. Like everyone get a picture. And then the baby goes to sleep, and then that's when the drinking begins. It's when they get to like 3 and 4 where it's like, oh, I actually have to like entertain these kids. And there's a lot of them.
You're there now, Joe.
I am.
We both are.
Soccer coach Joe here.
Soccer matters.
Tough weekend for the Dragons.
Is that what your team name is?
It really just Joseph because he went head on with this little girl.
Oh,
full on. He was actually going for the ball.
He believes in equality. Well, she's on the field too. What? He's supposed to not go hard?
They just bonk.
Well, if he turned his head and played the ball, no pass interference. He's fine.
That's true.
He's just trying to prove that he can play football.
I think we're ready for it.
That's what I did.
Over soccer, I think already.
I remember when I was playing soccer in 1st grade, the only year I ever played it, in an effort to prove to my parents that I could play real football, I was just shoving kids like the entire game. The entire game was let me play something violent. The sport's stupid.
I like the strategy.
It's all European. remember one time up 2, I thought I was super slick because I figured out, hey, if I slide tackle somebody, I could theoretically make them fall and touch the ball with their hands. And it worked once. So then I started doing it all the time. And no, there were no cards back then. I was perhaps the dirtiest soccer player you'll ever see outside of FIFA, the video game. Anyway, on that note, it is the 10-minute drill. Gallant George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. The Texans won. They're 4-1. They have the second best record in the AFC. And yet I get the sense that people aren't in. What? Stick around.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George with special guest star Paul Gallant and recurring character Joe George, also featuring Sean Mapes.
Texans took down the Bills 23-20 yesterday. They're 4-1, and that is tied with nobody for the second best record in the AFC. Thought going into last night, especially with the Steelers giving the Cowboys as much trouble as they did till the very end, that there was a chance that the Steelers would also be a 4-1 team. But only one team has a better record than the Texans in the AFC. It's the Chiefs, who have been, I would say, playing with their food more than the Texans through 4 games this year. They play against the New Orleans Saints tonight in Monday Night Football. And yet I just get this feeling, and maybe this is a reflection of Texans fans never fully buying into them, or this city never fully buying into the Texans. But I don't get the sense that people are impressed. I don't get the sense that people are entertained here.
Yeah, because I guess the compare and contrast with these two teams, you have Kansas City, who last year struggled through most of the season with their offense, but they won the Super Bowl, right? So like at this point, what do you say on Kansas City sports radio right now about the Chiefs? It's almost like it was with the Astros. It's like, well, it doesn't really matter because at the end of the day, we know they're going to have success. Texans fans seem to be not willing to overlook the mistakes and of the past. Maybe that's it, and just buy all the way back in. But is there any chance you think that maybe it's a reflection of the Bills, Paul? That people maybe people are not as impressed with Buffalo as we are.
I mean, they should be. I guess you just don't know NFL if you're not.
Yeah.
He's Josh Allen on a good day, one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL. His inconsistency is maddening for sure. But, and yesterday he was as inconsistent as it gets. He was missing open throws. His receivers certainly weren't helping him, but this is a guy who had, for 28 plus passes, the lowest completion percentage of any quarterback this millennium. You say millennium, it sounds a lot heavier. And that's the reality right now. He has games like this, and I suppose you could say this was more on Josh Allen struggling and the Bills billsing than it was on the Texans winning. I understand that, but this was an impressive win over a playoff caliber team. And I know that you all want more, but the style point victories that you seem to want, it's kind of what a college fan base asks for. And I'm not saying you should be super happy with it because there's a lot of things that need to be cleaned up, but you should be happy with the results. Almost a third of the way through the season, they're 4-1, having beaten a Buffalo Bills team, having a huge leg up on the AFC South, and being the second best team in the AFC right now by record.
Yeah, and with CJ yesterday, was it his best game ever? No, because the turnovers are, don't really understand what happened on the interception. I'm curious to hear what he said. I'm sure he went into more detail today, or will today if he hasn't met with the media yet on what happened on that play, because it seemed uncharacteristic of him, I think is the best way to put it. And then the fumble is like, it is what it is. He didn't protect the football. It's not the end of the world. But he was 28-38 for 331 yards. He's averaging 9 yards almost a throw or a completion in this game. He was pretty damn good once again. And when it mattered most, they made the right plays and they got in position so Kaimi could launch a football like 65 yards. I mean, that thing was good from at least 64 yesterday.
I like how you know this.
At least. I mean, it went way past the goalpost.
It did go past the goalposts.
I'm just guessing that was 5 yards.
He's been incredible. He is the Texans' all-time leading point scorer. And after the game, he was asked about his mentality. You know what? I had never heard his voice before.
Really?
I had never heard him talk. 2 years ago, I wanted to ask him about a moment where Lovie Smith decided, even though they were within Kaimi Fairbairn's field goal range, this is the first game of the year against the Colts 2 seasons ago. They could have kicked a 57-yard field goal. I asked Lovie Smith about it after the game, and I stayed in the locker room looking for Kaimi Fairbairn because I was thinking to myself, Fairbairn can kick it from this far, for sure. Why didn't they give him the opportunity to? And after the game, Fairbairn did say that this is something that I'm always ready for. So it's one of those things where I look at him and now I have complete trust in him. Maybe not the same kind of maybe not the same kind of confidence that Cowboys fans have in Brandon Aubrey.
Mm-hmm.
But this year, no kicker has kicked more attempts from 50 plus. He has 9. And no kicker has made more from 50 plus. He has 8. It's been incredible.
I mean, it felt like it was over, right? As soon as he went out there.
When I saw him go out there, I had a pretty good feeling to the point where I didn't even feel the need to necessarily look at the goalposts. I just had my binoculars focused on Stephon Diggs and how he was going to respond to what I assumed would be a make.
Mhm.
And I also thought that Diggs would be emotional enough after the kick was made for me to know whether or not it was made. Sadly, I had to look up for a second. There's some fun things after the game yesterday. I had to look up because he showed no emotion after that happened. But I mean, you had Jalen Petrie on the sideline basically taking his clothes off before the kick was even taken.
That shows you how much they believe in this.
They
guy.
have full
but they
confidence in
should.
him.
They should. What has he not like? What has he shown you in this situation? In a dome where he's not just going to be money all the time. It's such a weapon for this team that even with the struggles that they've had on offense at times this year, Jaime Fairbairn, if Matt Amendola is their kicker, I don't know where this team's at. I really don't. It is just one of those.
Well, they wouldn't have won that game.
Yeah,
they wouldn't have won the other games. I mean, without Jaime Fairbairn, this is possibly a winless team.
Yeah, that's really sad. But maybe you have 1-2 wins, but just because the other kicker would make some kicks. But he's so clutch. It's still funny to think back to. Remember when he got signed by Bill O'Brien, and people freaked out that it was like the worst contract of all time. And it's been the best thing that Bill O'Brien's done.
Joe, they have a point differential of -12, and 8 of his field goals have been from 50 plus. 24 points for the Texans have been scored from 50 plus yards away. Then throw the Nico Collins touchdown in there too. You got 30 points that are being scored from way out of bounds, like it's a howitzer cannon fighting against the Nazis.
And maybe that's where some of the doubt comes from about the Texans after this win, is that because you're not converting, even getting into the red zone really to have a chance to get red zone touchdowns. Maybe that's what some of the hesitation is from people wanting to really buy all the way in, that if it's not a 50+ yard field goal or a 50+ yard passing touchdown, we're not seeing a ton from this offense. But I also wouldn't want to put a referendum on it until we see Dameon Pierce and Joe Mixon return. Because the run game is useless. No offense. I mean, Cam Akers is kind of useless. Dari was not great. I mean, I know Cam Akers had the rushing touchdown, but
yeah, it does feel like they're doing it for the sake of doing it. And
yeah,
it's not getting you much. I think it was 24 carries for 73 yards total between your 3 running backs. But a win is a win. And yeah, I feel the vibes are down. Do I need to sing for people? You guys are all acting like Shania Twain here. And I feel like you should be appreciating this just a little bit more. He's Joe. I'm Paul. B-Mac in for Sean behind the glass. It's Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You want to weigh in on this, 713-780-3776 to call. To text, you can join us on YouTube at ESPN Houston and on Twitch at ESPN 975. Stay there.
A 59-yarder. Snap, placement, sweeps the leg. Fairbairn! It's good! Clutch City! Houston gets the W.
Now back to Paul Gallant and Joe George, broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Without Kaimi Fairbairn, the Texans would be 1-4 right now. Just went back. Week 1, he kicked 3 50-yard field goals against the Colts in a game that you won by 2 points. Against the Chicago Bears, he also kicked 3 field goals of 50-plus in a game that you won by 6. Are you trusting him to make all of those field goals? And yesterday, once again, there he is, money on the table, making the 59-yarder at the gun, plus a couple of long field goals along the way. Without Kaimi Fairbairn, who hit a 47-yard field goal and a 50-yard field goal at halftime, this is a 1-4 football team, which is crazy to say, but in a league where games are determined by inches, he is the reason you are in the position you are in, sitting pretty as right now the second best team in the AFC. We'll see what happens to the Chiefs tonight.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we've seen so many games this year. The NFL, it feels, I guess, maybe this is just, it just feels different and there's nothing behind this. It does feel like we're seeing much more close games this season. We're not seeing a lot of blowouts. I mean, you have teams like the Panthers and the Patriots who are awful, but also you like the Dolphins and Patriots this weekend, 15-10. Like, he's been such a huge part of this team that as they've struggled in the second half, that's where he's been so important, is that's really where the offense is just not excelling in the way you want it to and not pushing the ball into the red zone and not scoring touchdowns. But they're finding a way to win, and that's all that really matters. You beat the Buffalo Bills. You're the 2 seed in the AFC right now. You've now separated yourself in the long term, this season, because you expect to be competing with Buffalo, for the 2 seed.
Got a tiebreaker
at the end of it. So now you have the tiebreaker. That's why this is also such an important win, that down the road, this win will likely matter a lot. Because at the end of the season, the way the season's playing out right now, for me, Paul, it still feels like it's just going to be the Chiefs, the Texans, the Bills, the Ravens. That when all is said and done, that those are going to be the top 4 seeds in the AFC, and you play all those teams. So at least now you have the edge over one of them at the end.
And none of those 3 teams feel out of reach, even if they, in the case of Kansas City, have been there and done that so many times, you just assume that they're better. And even in the case of Baltimore, who maybe has had some ups and downs this year themselves, but they have just kicked your ass the last 2 times you played them. So nothing's out of reach.
Oh, not at all.
Even if things have been sloppy along the way. And as a texter points out from the 747, every football game is not pretty, Paul. Sometimes you win with style points. Sometimes you win in the trenches. And sometimes you just luck the bleep up. But a win is a win. Today, I feel that way. Here is Texans head coach D'Amico Ryans echoing that same sentiment.
Buffalo is an outstanding team, well-coached team, much respect for them, all their players, the way they play, like nothing but respect for them. Tough opponent. So to beat a team like this, like at the end of the day, you want to score more points than the other team, man. It doesn't matter how you get it done. So I'm proud of our guys for gutting it out. And like I said, again, like it wasn't all pretty. That's how games go. It's about how you finish at the end, and I'm proud of the way our guys finished.
One of the things with D'Amico is the demeanor on the sideline has really just translated to this team so well. There's no panic on the Texans. Like, that's one thing I've noticed throughout all these games, is it doesn't seem like you see any defensive players, having the untimely penalties are not happening in these moments. You're not seeing Will Anderson or Daniel Hunter jump off sides or any other guys, when you're trying to, get 3 incompletions like they saw from Josh Allen. You're not seeing the critical interception in that moment or mistake from CJ Stroud as they're trying to lead the team down the field for a win. And then you have Kaimi, who we've been talking about, is just so cool, calm, and collected and clutch. Like the demeanor, that's what is very impressive about the Texans. And you can see where there's a trajectory for this team to make deep playoff runs with just their core of just calmness in these big moments. And that's also what's good about all these games, is that you're being tested Maybe it feels like too much. Like maybe it's too many close games. But
Guessing yourself almost.
But you're being put in all these positions where your offense, your defense, and your special teams are having to make major clutch moments consistently. It's just going to benefit them in the long run.
We hope.
You would think, yeah. I mean, maybe it doesn't, but you would think that if it keeps happening over and over again, like you just kind of you're learning how to win differently every week.
It feels like we've obviously asked the question, why aren't we impressed? Why aren't the fans impressed for the last couple hours? It feels like we've kind of stumbled upon the answer accidentally. As Paul, you pointed out, the Texans would be 1-4 if they didn't have a top 2 kicker in the league. You spend the offseason money to bring in Danielle Hunter, you bring in Stephon Diggs, Joe Mixon, you have a coach and a quarterback you love, maybe arguably one of the best rosters you've ever had. And without an elite kicker, like elite kicker, you're 1-4. That's probably the answer why fans aren't impressed right now.
And I understand that frustration. There was so much hype. They might be a product of their own hype. That might be why people are looking at them this way. But I would have thought that we would be waking up to a happier city. And there just seems to be the same general collective indifference that we have seen from people who follow the Houston Texans in every single year outside of 2011 and 2012. And to a degree, down the stretch last year when people finally started to say, oh, Stroud's good. That's fun.
Do you think if they just scored 10 more points a game, and even if the defense was giving up 10 more points, like if this total score of the game was much higher, if the final score of this game was 33-30, would we be feeling a little bit different? Because then you're just seeing more touchdowns in the game, more ball movement.
I think
it's kind of like that fantasy football culture a little bit.
More questions would be had about the defense.
Yeah.
If you're giving up that many. The defense did a very good job yesterday. I think you could also argue Josh Allen stunk up the joint as much as the defense played well. To what BMAC was saying, Danielle Hunter's impact from a statistical perspective has been rather minimal, considering he had 16.5 sacks last year, and considering you also went up against Jonathan Grenard, who had 3 sacks against you in his revenge game with the now 5-0 Vikings against you. So maybe that's something you look at and you wonder about what you invested in this offseason and what you're actually getting out of anything other than Nico Collins, who got paid and has been probably, making that contract look like a bad one.
Oh, it's definitely a bad contract.
Just based off of what he has done to open the year. It sucks that he has this hamstring injury, and hopefully it's not going to keep him out so long. But that might be part of it. It just disappoints me. I feel like this city acts too good for good football far too often.
You think it's and
it's just a town that maybe isn't a definitive football town, but I feel like people in Texas care more about football than they care about other sports if there's no Astros involved.
That's what I think. I think it's more of a lack of a wanting to buy in, and just the fear that the field goals and things like that if you led you to a 4-1 record are not going to last and work the entire season, and they won't. Like it won't. Like the way the Texans are playing right now, a lot of things that they're doing, like this is not going to continue to work throughout the entire year. You cannot be this abysmal in the second half of football games and continue to win games. It's not going to happen. I mean, it's what 23 points in the second half since week 1. It's just not enough. They're just not moving the ball. They're not adjusting the second half well enough to put teams away, because they should have just, It's hard because Buffalo's a good football team, but to say the expectation is to just, beat them, to blow them out in a football game, but you probably should have because of what you did in the first half.
You could have blown them out, and because of some penalties and because of some CJ Stroud turnovers, you let them back into the game and you almost blew a 20-3 lead. But you still did win, and it's still the Bills, and they are on a tier higher than you just based off of what they've done the last couple of years. Enjoy it. Embrace it. Why do you feel like you can turn your nose up on this? Why? You're not going to win every single game with style points as much as everybody wants it. And I feel like what this team has done for a year and a third under DeMeco Ryans with CJ Stroud under center, I feel like the lack of buy-in I am depressed by the lack of buy-in. I want to talk about this team more. And you even sense it here. It's like, whatever. It drives me crazy. This is a good football team. This state supposedly cares about football. What the hell's missing?
I mean, not to make an excuse for the fan base, but I think part of it is this town in particular, not to speak for the state as a whole, but this town in particular, and I say this as someone born and raised here, but it's a transplant city. I mean, just look at this market. I mean, look at this building. I mean, most of the people, at least half the people in this building, half the people that cover sports in this town professionally, they come here from other cities, bringing with other teams as their favorite team. It's a city. I mean, look at the stands. You hear a lot of Bills fans because there's people selling their tickets, Bills fans that are transplants here. And it happens when the Steelers are here. It happens with the other teams around the market or around the NFL as well. I mean, it's not something that's easily fixed. I don't think people want to admit it, but that's part of the reality, I believe.
Because honestly, even like I think a lot of this stuff, like personally, like I think you still see it even like with the Astros. The Astros have been incredible. We've seen Astros fans stadiums get invaded. We've seen Minute Maid get invaded by opposing teams all the time. And they're one of the best teams in baseball.
Same with the Rockets. You go to a Rockets game when they're playing the Lakers. There's a ton of Lakers fans there.
Yeah, for sure.
We have a thought from Richard calling in 713-780-3776. Richard, welcome. Hang on. We'll get Richard on in a second. But anyway, you want to chime in, you can. That's how you call. Here is Richard. Richard, what's up?
Yes, I wanted to tell you one of the problems I had with yesterday's game was that it was clock mismanagement at the end. I mean, they did win it, great field goal. The problem was that they ended up throwing a pass in the ground and
the intentional grounding.
Having a problem. They should have run the ball, let the clock run down to no time and then kick. That's what they should have done, and they didn't do that.
Richard, I get where you're coming from, and that intentional grounding was a tricky spot. I think they thought, hey, we do want to get closer. We have CJ Stroud as our quarterback, so let's let the quarterback try to figure it out. And the problem was Stroud had nowhere to go. There was a free rusher off of the right side, and he did the only thing he could, which was throw the ball out of bounds. It would have been nice had he clocked it or dirted it right in front of Dalton Schultz. That wouldn't have been an intentional grounding. That would have been a tough throw to make, just given where the defender was angle-wise.
Yeah, I guess from my perspective, I thought it was a bad call, honestly.
What, the grounding?
Yeah, I thought, from what I saw, I mean, like
it was so far.
Dalton Schultz turned back inside. You can't throw outside if the receiver turns inside. Yeah, but he threw his hands up in the air.
They both threw their hands up in the air. Like, to me, from where I was sitting, it looked clear that CJ thought Dalton was going to break back out.
Yeah, it's just the rule, though. If you turn back inside, the throw goes out. It's grounding.
Yeah, it's not about where. Yeah, it's about where you are. And I think that honestly, we pick up the flag too often for grounding. It was clearly grounding. Hey, you didn't want to take the sack. They almost didn't call it. Referees sometimes will bail you out by their own incompetence from time to time. A couple other texts. 409. I think the fan mood is mid because the product on the field doesn't really match the record, and definitely not the offseason hype. Personally, I think winning ugly games is necessary to win a championship. That's from 409 Josh. It is. Like the Chiefs. The Chiefs have been more unimpressive this year. And on top of that, they're dealing with a lot of serious injuries that are going to make a lot of people question them. The only reason people aren't questioning them is because everyone's scared to have them embarrass them again. But I mean, if there was ever a year to be out on the Chiefs, it's today, October 7th, 2024, before they play the New Orleans Saints in Monday Night Football.
Especially because of all the injuries.
Yeah.
And that's the thing is like the Texans have been healthy too for part of it. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm still bought in. I think this team, like someone texted earlier, trying to call me out, saying that I'm not happy with this. And I'm very happy with this win for the Texans. Was it pretty? No, but a win's a win. That's all that matters. Like you beat the Buffalo Bills. Like, we saw things like, last week, Tom Brady put out his top 5 teams in the NFL. He still had the Texans at number 3 with the way they were playing, coming off an ugly win in Jacksonville and getting, demolished by Minnesota. Well, now you're at the top of the AFC with the Kansas City Chiefs, and you won this game. So right now you belong there. You belong there in the conversation with the teams of who are the favorites to come out of the AFC this year, because now you've beaten a team that you also believe is going to beat there. All you are is what your resume are. And what your resume says right now is you're 1-0 against the Buffalo Bills, and you're 4-1. You're second place in the AFC right now. So I'm good with this game. It would have been nice to get more touchdowns, but I'm good with it.
I am too. He's Joe. BMAC behind the glass. I'm Paul Gallant. Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You want to weigh in on the Texans' 23-20 win over the Buffalo Bills to improve to 4-1. Up next, we continue this. First, let me tell you about my friends at MyBookie and MyBookie.ag. You enter the promo code BET975, and guess what? They're going to double your deposit right away. You get to play with that to play live blackjack, live poker with real live dealers while you can just sit at home and you don't even have to wear pants. You can also bet on the presidential election. How are things doing after we saw a certain president have a certain tycoon of social media? Oh, Trump is minus 115. Kamala Harris is minus 105. Huh. Interesting. So you can bet on the presidential election. You can also bet on Monday Night Football. Tonight, just one game, finally. Calm down, NFL. Stop forcing it down our throats. You got the Saints and Chiefs. The Chiefs are 5.5-point favorites, the last unbeaten team in the AFC. Saints have had some impressive moments this year. You all about that who dat? Who dat? We'll see. If you are, take them to cover 5.5 at mybookie.ag. Promo code BET975. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere, only with mybookie.ag.
Deep shot. Stroud. Nico Collins is gone. Touchdown. Houston. 67 yards on the bomb.
It's Gallant and George,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
23-20, Texans beat the Buffalo Bills. And things look pretty easy for them, at least for the next week, because they're going to be playing against a New England Patriots team this coming Sunday, Joe, that I think has lost now 3 captains to injury, 1 to arrest, and is probably about to lose a 5th one of their 6 captains to the bench because it looks like they're going to be benching Jacoby Brissett for 3rd overall pick Drake May this week.
Yikes! What a bad decision that is. I don't think Will
Is
Anderson.
it? I don't know, man.
Daniil Hunter and the Texans defense is who I want my rookie quarterback to make their debut against. And I know Daniil Hunter, like the stats are not flashy so far this season, but
The game where
look what they just did to Caleb.
Yeah, that game against a guy who had at the very least 1 game of experience under his belt. Caleb did what he could in that one. To have your rookie quarterback running for life the same way, because the Texans just did not respect Caleb at all by the end of that game. They were just saying, we're going to throw the blitz at him every single play and make him work. And at least he was able to escape the rush. But this is going to start a stretch where the Texans play to wrap up the month of October at the Patriots. Should be an easy win. Should be the first style points win of the year, just given how inept New England is on offense. At the Packers, who with Jordan Love back under center, have certainly been frisky. A home game against the Colts, and then a Halloween game at the Jets with Al Michaels on the call.
Oh, can't wait. And they've looked awful. My gosh. Sending our best product to London in typical fashion. But so the Jets game is funny because it's like when you look at the schedule, like we never would have put Minnesota in that category of a game where you'd feel that team as a threat. I thought, I guess, higher of the Jets than what we've seen this season. I mean, they've been pretty pitiful for the most part. I mean, they finally got Garrett Wilson and Aaron Rodgers going a little bit. But this is your last, I would agree with you, easier stretch. Unless Tua doesn't come back, then maybe at the end of the year when you play the Titans, Jags, and Tyler Huntley or whoever's at quarterback for Miami, if Tua is still concussed. But you got to take advantage of the stretch because you do have some really tough teams, slowly coming up on your schedule. That Cowboys, Detroit back-to-back is an interesting couple weeks. So this weekend, I hope they win by like 30. Not even close. Just dominate them.
And if they don't, guess what will happen? We'll be doing the exact same thing on Monday.
Well, I think it'll be different because at least this team's good. At least Buffalo's good. Buffalo's a good football.
Well, that's what I mean, though.
Yeah.
They beat a good team, and it was an ugly win. A win that they were leading 20-3 at one point.
Mm-hmm.
And if they don't beat the Patriots by multiple scores, people are going to be whining about it.
Yes, but part of that's deserved. I do think because of the way they've played. If you play a different quarterback other than Anthony Richardson, you probably would have lost that game. If you would have played maybe a different quarterback this last Sunday than Josh Allen, honestly, you might have lost because he was inaccurate and missing stuff. If they had any talent at wide receiver, because the Texans haven't won, confidently, because you're seeing all these quarterbacks overthrow easy touchdown passes pretty consistently. I mean, Trevor Lawrence, Josh Allen, Anthony Richardson, they're all doing it. Like they're all getting big open shots and just throwing it past their guys. I think that's part of it. Why there's that uneasiness with watching these games is because it's very easy for the fans to see that just one thing goes wrong or right, I guess, for the other team, and the Texans season is going in a much different direction. But we talked about this last week. Winning gives you time. Like you won this game, you're 4-1, you're in second place in the AFC. So they still have they've added time to figure out these issues of what's going on. We've seen a little bit of a dip down from Kamari Lassiter in the last couple weeks, getting them on the right page and moving forward.
That missed tackle he had on the touchdown by Keon Coleman was pretty bad.
Yeah, that was not.
It happens. And Eric Murray also had a really bad missed tackle in this game too. You're going to see missed tackles from time to time, but those were, I think, the two lowlights defensively. Otherwise, it was a game where they held the Bills in check. Josh Allen's inaccuracy doomed them ultimately. And when they had to make a big play, the Texans made a big play.
And also, the other thing that's good about this game coming up versus the Patriots, just not to look too far ahead, is that if you are going to be without guys like Nico Collins and Jimmy Ward, it's almost like a mini bye week in a way. Titus Howard, you probably don't need him out there this upcoming week. So you should win. And Junior Bronco fairly points out, that this team lost to They lost to Carolina last year. That is a game you should not have lost, 15-13 or whatever it was. That was an embarrassing game. The expectation, though, is that that's not going to happen again. It is the NFL. Anything can happen. But not to just try to get the fans like all the way in. Beating the Patriots doesn't really do that. But just to see the offense be more consistent throughout a whole game should be what their goal is this weekend for sure.
We'll see if they're actually able to put together 60 complete minutes. What would this be? Was this 42 complete minutes? 41? 36? I don't know. In terms of, did they actually play a full game? How close to that are they right now?
I mean, the defense gave you pretty much a whole game. I mean, it's Josh Allen.
Did have the missed tackle on the Keon Coleman, but you're right. It is Josh Allen.
Yeah, it's like it's the NFL. Like people are going to score points. So like I'm not like to me, there's very little to be critical about the defense in this game. I thought they adjusted really well to James Cook. Like early on, it seemed like he was going to have his way and do whatever he wanted. And that's something we've seen from the Texans so far this season, where we see running backs have some early success, and then you see the adjustments on that side. Like the biggest thing to be critical about this game, it's Bobby Sloak's offense and CJ Stroud in the second half. And just like what is changing so dramatically from your opening scripted plays, however far that's going for them, into the second half and why it looks so weak. Because Nico Collins got hurt, they're just not scoring in the second half with or without Nico out there.
Yeah. And I mean, that is a concern if he's out a prolonged period of time. Hamstring injuries do tend to re-aggravate themselves. Ask Will Fuller about that in the not too distant past. So there you go. He's Joe. I'm Paul. It's Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You want to chime in on a Texans 23-20 win over the Buffalo Bills or anything else, you can. 713-780-3776. Again, you can also join us on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Stay put.
You are back with Gallant and George
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul and Joe.
23-20, a Texans win over one of the top quarterbacks in the game and one of the best teams in the AFC does not seem to be making it move for the majority of fans in town. I don't get it. Travis wants to weigh in on some bonehead Texans plays at 713-780-3776. Travis, what's up?
Hey, gentlemen. Yeah, man, it was a great moral win. We were 4-1. It's great. I'm happy for it. But, man, going into halftime, 14-3, we were at the 20. Bonehead play. Call a timeout. You can't take those timeouts with you to the second half. Call a timeout. Figure out the best play to get that 1 yard to hopefully get it in the end zone to go up 21-3 and get the ball in the second half. Man, that was the stupidest play to try to hurry up and get that 1 yard. They should have spread out that offense, which spreads out the defense, and just got that first down. Bad call. And, man, we got to go out and get better running back because without Mixon, we have no running game. I'll hang out and see what y'all have to say.
Appreciate the phone call, Travis. I do wonder if they are starting to think about trading for a guy. I did not think that both Mixon and Pierce would be out as long as they've been. I feel like if it's ever going to work for Dameon Pierce, this is his one opportunity. So this, just from a opportunity perspective, blows for him, you know?
Yeah, and it's just weird because like you see someone's questionable on the injury report pretty consistently. You would think at some point it wouldn't be that bad because we view questionable as usually not as serious kind of game time decision-y. But we're getting tweets at 10 o'clock at night on Saturday from Adam Schefter saying that Dameon Pierce has already been ruled out for the next day.
Yeah.
Hopefully Joe Mixon's gonna be back soon. They do need to get at least one of these guys back very quickly.
Ogunbowale, I think, is a good third down option because he can pass block and actually catch out of the backfield. But to Travis's point, that 4th and 1 at the Bills 16, with 7:55 to go in the second quarter, after you had scored a touchdown drive and then had thrown the 67-yard touchdown pass to Nico Collins, I mean, you were moving the football. And that was a situation that you should have been able to convert. And instead of running a play that put the ball in the hand of your best player, you handed the football up the middle to a guy who at the end of the game averaged 2 yards a carry. And on top of that, I mean, it's just an offensive line that hasn't been able to run the football this year. So it was a strange call and a fairly predictable one, especially considering who you have under center. And I get it. Sometimes you're going to catch the defense off guard, but on that drive, the Texans had run the ball for no gain, 2 yards, -1 yards, 1 yard, -5 on a reverse to Tank Dell.
That play also is one of those plays that I'm kind of over.
Cutesy.
They keep trying it, and it worked. It worked the first couple weeks, right? The first, I think 2-3 weeks, it worked really well. Where Tank Dell was getting some yards, but now that they're running every single week, I guess they're just desperate to try to get him the ball because he's not being a super impactful guy. Maybe put him back on punt return at this point. Like Robert Woods is fine. He obviously made a good return at the end of the game. But he also nearly cost you the game by returning the ball and like with the 3 for no reason. We could have just let it bounce into the end zone. They're trying to get Tank the ball, but I didn't love that play. I didn't love the 4th and 1 call. And what Travis was saying too, they ran to the line of scrimmage, and they knew that's what they were doing the whole time. Like that must be something that they're working on in practice. Like that's their go-to move because it didn't seem like there was any consideration to running a different play because they got up there so fast. So I find that also very odd.
Slowick leaves a lot to be desired.
Yeah.
And we're going to see what this offense is capable of without Nico Collins. But in the past, that's been the one thing they've always had. Now, are they going to be able to make it happen without him? I don't know. I mean, he's been the best receiver in the NFL to open up the season. It's going to be very difficult for this team to move the football because they can't run the ball. Oh, God, it drives me crazy. Drives me crazy how bad they are at running the football.
Especially because after that first week, like it just felt like because it's so good.
It felt like it was possible. And you guys can't point at Joe Mixon and say that that's the only reason this offense can't run the football. They couldn't run it last year either.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Dameon Pierce isn't a fit. Maybe make the offense a little bit more conducive to Dameon Pierce when he's healthy. You know, maybe, I don't know, Run an offense when it comes to running the football that suits your players' talents. Because sure, Dameon Pierce might be impatient and all that stuff, but come on. They stunk last year running the ball. They stink this year running the ball, and the offensive line's fully healthy outside of Titus Howard being out. Blake Fisher wasn't bad yesterday. Why can't you run the football at all? Why is it always 2 yards in a cloud of nothing? Cloud of rubber pellets?
D'Amico Ryan meeting with the media right now.
Mhm.
Said he's not sure if Joe Mixon will be available this week. Still
Oh, what a surprise. Okay, well.
So to your point, like at
Make a
some
phone
point,
call.
you have to address the running back position if you're not going to see Dameon Pierce and Joe Mixon together. I mean, you didn't address it enough this offseason. Dameon Pierce is not fit in this offense. They know that. They've known that forever, since last year. I don't know why they magically thought like it was just going to click for him all of a sudden and he was going to figure out how to run this scheme, because clearly he can't, or your coaches can't coach him up to that, and they thought they were going to be able to. But you brought in Cam Akers as your only other running back, and then now you're in this position again with an aging running back. Like you can predict this. You can predict this with Joe Mixon getting hurt. We see old running backs get hurt all the time. Like, it's very obvious, like, you're going to lose him for a chunk of your season, and you chose to not address this position and just say, oh, we're just going to run out a guy who's torn both of his Achilles or whatever it is, and Dameon Pierce, who would run into a wall if it was in front of him.
He might run through it, though. Like the Kool-Aid man.
Try.
Like the Kool-Aid man. Yeah, that's and see, here we are. We're coming back to the same kind of negativity that everybody else has about this team, because these things are issues for sure. But I do feel like today, appreciate the fact that if the Saints beat the Chiefs tonight, you're going to be tied with the Chiefs for the best record in the AFC. It's just you and the Chiefs. Now, it might feel hollow, empty, or whatever, but you got one of the best quarterbacks in the game, clearly, and you have a 4-1 record. I don't know.
I think
that's so bad.
I think you're picking the Chiefs. I mean, the Saints tonight, Paul.
Yeah, I am.
Okay.
I am. I feel like the Chiefs are due for a loss, just given the way that things have opened up this year. I mean, it has been close every single one of these games. And I like what I've seen from the Saints thus far. I don't know.
I have two. Plus, you have Rashee Rice out.
Mm-hmm.
Isaiah Pacheco out.
Mm-hmm.
Travis Kelce, old, slow, whatever it is.
I mean, it's 4-0.
Yeah.
They're 4-0.
And they're facing Derek Carr.
Hey, Derek Carr.
And they've lost 2 in a row.
That's true. I have been an idiot with Derek Carr before, and you're right. The first 2 weeks, the new car smell has definitely wafted away. But I mean, I'm looking at this Kansas City team. Couldn't we say a lot of the same things about the Chiefs that many people who aren't happy with the win yesterday because it wasn't big enough are saying about the Texans? I mean, week 1 against the Ravens, Isaiah Likely's foot is barely out of the back of the end zone, so they win that game. Against the Bengals, who were talking all that noise in the week, they only win by 1 point. Against the Falcons, they got some help down the stretch. We're hanging in there till the very end. And against a banged-up Chargers team, where you would think they would have gotten the style points, that's where Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce had to do the whole thing on their own to rally the Chiefs from a 10-0 first quarter deficit to ultimately win that game. But I mean, they're basically at this moment right now saying, F it, it's 2018 again. Kareem Hunt, Travis Kelce bail us out.
Oh, I hope Kareem Hunt action tonight would be interesting.
Is Tyreek Hill going to force a trade out and get back to the Chiefs or something like that? I mean, that's what I feel like is the next step. The Chiefs are just going to go full 2018, 2019 or something like that.
He was kind of flirting with the Chiefs last week when he was doing some media.
Of course he was, because he wants
kind of talking about him.
He wants to die in this current Dolphins offense.
I mean, I would. They're pretty bad.
From the 936, should have taken a flyer on Austin Eckler. That's someone I wish I drafted in fantasy football. Trade for Dalvin Cook, or is he washed? Now, the thing is, they gave that contract to Joe Mixon. And when they gave that contract to Joe Mixon, they were just going to give themselves I think, really, really tough spot to be in if an injury happened. And it's weird that they gave him the contract before he had even played it down, just given his age. I don't get it.
And without addressing the backup position, I don't get that. Because I'm without getting someone to replace Dameon Pierce. Like, you needed it. It was very obvious. We all talked about it. We all saw it, and they just didn't see it. They didn't agree. And now you can't run the ball. And I do think that maybe sometimes we need to be more critical of the offensive line, though, because
I wish I knew how to study it, because I would be more so. But you're right.
But you would think that at some point, like, there would be some level of success, right? Like, they've tried all these different running backs. We see teams all over the NFL, from the 49ers to the Chiefs to, I mean, hell, you're seeing low-level teams run the ball successfully. The Carolina Panthers can run the ball a little bit.
I guess, I mean, there was only one sack. It was the forced fumble of CJ Stroud, and there were fewer penalties. So they might be getting better on that front. But to what they were saying on Friday about how the running game is getting better. Okay.
It's not.
It's definitely not to this point.
Hey, maybe this week, Paul.
I hate that I'm getting negative. I hate it. I blame the Twitch at ESPN 975 on YouTube at ESPN Houston. You can join us 713-780-3776 to call, to text. Final thoughts on the Texans. 4-1 right now. Second best team of the AFC. Where's the love? Where's the buzz? Stay put.
Give. Akers cuts to the outside for the touchdown. Dalton Schultz with a key block. And the Texans take the lead.
You are back with Gallant and George
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul and Joe.
They're 4-1. You would think there'd be more excitement. They got those new uniforms on with the cool H on the side.
Oh, I don't like the font. I think it's to the streets, okay? And I like my kids off the streets. I'm a suburb guy. I like the woodlands. And I don't like that rap music that they got with that font, Joe, that they had on the side of their helmet. My kids saw it. They were nervous.
Some people don't like the font. I think it's fine. I liked the original one they released first. There was another H that they let some of the flag shippers.
It was a little too light
access
blue.
Yeah.
Because the Titans ceased and desisted because they have nothing of value in their franchise other than uniforms that they stopped wearing because no one in the city they lived in wanted them to wear it. And then all of a sudden, enough time passes and everyone's like, oh, these look cool.
Someone told me they can't sell Oilers gear inside the city of Houston anymore. That the Titans are trying to stop that at certain retail stores.
Oh, that'd be an interesting
That
thing to
within
look
the
at.
Specific Houston zip code.
Academy Sports and Outdoors. That would be interesting to see. They're so petty.
That's so stupid.
It's technically your merchandise.
Yeah, you're making money off of it, so I think that can't be true.
No, wait a second. Yeah, that's anti-capitalist. These communist bastards
You're
trying to stop us from buying a Earl Campbell jersey.
Yeah, they said that there are certain stores that can't sell Oilers.
So that some little Tennessee-born cannibal living in a trailer park can buy one of these jerseys for players he's never heard of before.
Mm-hmm. Did it blow your mind there?
It doesn't blow my mind. Like that, what that woman will do to stick it to a city that hated her terrible father is, I guess I respect it. I mean, it's a pettiness that I feel like I would in some ways probably do myself, if we're being honest here.
I hope not. I don't think you'd be, decades long pettiness, Paul.
Oh, I can hold it.
You can? Do you still have petty revenge from high school? That you think about?
Oh yeah, Brett Ryan. He sent me a Facebook friend request a couple of years ago. Yeah, denied. I think he was going to send me an apology. And I was like, no. When I first moved down there, my life was miserable.
Do you do the reunions?
No, I did a reunion for a high school. No, no, our high school had zero school spirit.
We were supposed to, but it's during the pandemic. It was 2020, so that would have been 10 years. So I don't know what's going to happen next, but I have zero interest at this point going back. And for that reason, and seeing a bunch of people from high school.
I actually would love to see a lot of people from high school.
I feel like Facebook kind of ruins it because I just see all the updates I can on Facebook.
Oh, you still go on?
I check,
I mean, I rarely check
how many views my stuff gets on the book.
I rarely check, and that's there's a world where I might be completely unaware of the fact that somebody challenged me to mutual combat over a thumbnail that I use.
Is that still blowing up?
No, I think they've all moved on because Astro
good.
Season's over and they've got nothing in their small little lives.
Yeah,
they got nothing other than that Facebook group that they're in.
It's
a terrible group, by the way.
Once a month, just jump in, just go sup.
No, I'm if I ever drop in, I'm just gonna leave a swear because they were so offended by the fact that I dropped an F-bomb in it. But I felt like the F-bomb was necessary to just show how stupid this thing was. But if we can make the fight for charity happen, I mean, there's a way.
Oh yeah, B-Mac, you're we were talking about this on Friday. I don't know.
You used to be a moderator, right? For battles.
You're a ref, right?
Yeah, no, I was an amateur boxing referee for USA Boxing.
Would you feel comfortable reffing a fight between Paul and the person who challenged him to mutual combat?
Sure.
Okay. Can you be really favorable to me?
Yeah, I will definitely take payments under the table.
Okay.
It's not a sanctioned fight. I can do whatever I want.
What would it cost for just kick to the groin? How many?
That's a little
$20 per kick to the groin.
Yeah, $20 per kick.
Okay.
I think that's fair.
Okay, cool. Maybe I'll give it to you just so I know I have the option, but.
And I've watched pro wrestling long enough to know ways to disguise it, so we're good. I can actually protect my name still and make it seem like I never saw it.
What's up, the Twitchers versus the Blankers fight? We'll do a whole charity. Whichever one. We can pick them out of a hat. Whichever one Joel wants. We'll have a little charity boxing night here at the station. There's plenty of room out there in the lobby. We could stream it on Twitch and YouTube.
I don't know though. The company that's across from us, the new one that just moved in.
Oh, they might not approve.
They just shut their blinds.
Are they ashamed of us?
I think so.
I was trying to figure out what it was.
This is the first time. Well, we used to be able to look in. They've officially shut their blinds.
Yeah.
To the common area.
We should throw it up. The next listener party. Maybe it should be during the day. Just to see.
I would love that.
Now that we have neighbors.
All those guys who were hitting on Abigail and Sam, all of a sudden they're hitting on these random people in the building that's here.
My theory is that it looks like a Ponzi scheme because it got moved in so fast. Like, have you ever, like when I was out of work in 2018 and I was looking for a job, I was looking for like marketing jobs.
Yeah, I technically was a part of a marketing company.
Yeah, but you get there and it's like you're just going to be selling like Xfinity outside an HEB.
Oh.
And I was like, I'm not doing this. But like, red flag if you ever apply for a job, if within minutes they hit you back and offer you an interview. That's the vibe I get from the people across the office now. Is that it's one of those places.
Based upon how fast they moved in?
That is a take.
It took very little for you to jump to that conclusion.
Hey, you know what?
Joe.
Until they open their blinds and put some logos.
What are they hiding in there?
I don't know.
Yeah. Why would they close their blinds if they had nothing to hide?
Pyramid scheme.
A bunch of people are saying the H on the side of the helmet looks like Madden Creative franchise. I don't get that vibe. I think it's a good H.
I don't love it. It's my least favorite part of the uniform. I think everything else is really cool. I don't love the H. I like it. I don't love it.
I don't know if I would
show George. I don't love the H. That's the clip there.
Whoa.
That's the clip. That's what I heard.
That's gonna bite me in the ass.
Disavowed.
Yep. That's a good decision by you to disavow.
It's the Paul Gallant Show with Joe George.
I support your disavow.
All right, time for a little garbage time before we get out of here. I'm still waiting for an update this week with the Cleveland Browns and Deshaun Watson. On Sunday, if you didn't see it, in the fourth quarter, the Browns had a 4th and goal situation. They had, I think, 12 players on the field, and Deshaun Watson, realizing they were about to take a delay of game, just walked off of the field. And he gave Kevin Stefanski, who looked bewildered, a little love tap to the side on his way off the field. The burner Twitter account that many believe he has was very active after yesterday's game. I feel like that is just a joke. I feel like it's some really creative person who is making it seem like Deshaun Watson has a burner account. Remember, there are so many things that are fake these days. You never know what's what. But I'm surprised that we have not seen any update about whether or not Deshaun Watson is going to stick with the here we go. Finally found it. Kevin Stefanski says that they are going to stick with Deshaun Watson. They believe in him. Oh, man.
Yikes.
That is garbage.
Hey, where are we at on the Deshaun Watson better person or better football player graph? Are we better person? Which way are we leaning these days?
I'm right in the middle. I refuse to say one or the other. I think he equally sucks at both. Stefanski said this. I think I've been pretty clear, guys, all along. This is not a one-person type of deal. When we're playing how we're playing on offense, we need everybody to do their job and do their job better. I look at myself and how can I do that? I believe in Deshaun and I believe in what he brings to this offense. What does he bring to this offense?
Bad plays?
Being a freak?
I mean, like, is Kevin Stefanski at this point just putting him out there to make it very publicly clear that he's not the problem?
Clearly, they aren't letting him bench him for Jameis Winston. But once again, they have an expensive backup quarterback that they could use here, and they're just not using him. And last year's backup, Joe Flacco, was good. They won games with him. It's insane that they are sticking with it. I get the Browns thinking to themselves, hey, we spent all this money. But at a certain point, why are you playing him just for the sake of playing him? This is equivalent to a story I've told before when, after realizing I was getting an allergic reaction to whey protein that I'd purchased for $40, I continued to use it because I had paid $40 for it and figured once I'm done with the $40 worth of whey protein, I'll just go get another brand of whey protein and not have that issue. Next thing I know, boom, emergency room. This is what they're doing. I survived, I guess.
They won't.
I don't get it.
They're going to be, Junior Bronco points out, they're probably just waiting for him to get in trouble again. It wouldn't shock me. But you don't have to play him to do that. There must be either they're being told to keep playing him by ownership, or there is some kind of strategy of why they have to keep playing him. Because for sure, as soon as you take him out, you can never put him back in. He's gone. He's leaving the facility, and he ain't coming back. Because that locker room's going to want Jameis Winston. They're not going to want Deshaun Watson. They don't want Deshaun Watson now. It's so obvious.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing of all. The players have to all know. And they all like Jameis. So even if they don't believe Jameis is more talented than Watson, which at this point it would be hard to at least not wonder if Winston's better than Watson, what are they sticking to? What are they waiting for? I don't know. I'm enjoying it all fall apart in Cleveland, but there is a part of me that wants them to just do what is necessary, which is bench him. If the Broncos can move on from Russell Wilson as quickly as they did, why can't the Browns move on from Deshaun Watson? Is it all because of that money?
Mm-hmm.
Do they really have to find a loophole to get out of paying him all that money before they can justify this? He is never going to be better. He's clearly just not the same guy that he used to be as a player anymore. His shoulder doesn't work. He can't throw the ball downfield. They're throwing for less than 130 yards a game. That is insane.
They're just
Josh Allen had more
stubborn.
than that, and he missed 21 of his passes yesterday.
That's so sad. So
Anyway.
always remember, Texans fans, it could be worse.
Could be. Yeah, they're 4-1 in second place in the AFC. It's insane. I don't get it. I'm annoyed by this. I'm annoyed. Hopefully I'll be less annoyed tomorrow. For BMAC and for Sean Mapes, for Joe George, our texters, our callers, our YouTubers at ESPN Houston, our Twitchers at ESPN 975. I am merely Paul Gallant. So long, farewell. Have yourselves a wonderful rest of your Monday. The Killer Bees are up next. Peace.
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
He's Blank. I'm Branham. It is Brian behind the glass, and it is a Monday edition of the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. It is a Victory Monday, another Victory Monday. These Texans, man, they don't lose. 4-1, they're 3-0 at home. The Texans just continuing to roll, Blankers.
I love it. I'm surprised that more people in Houston aren't happy about it, I would say. But I love the fact that this team is sitting 4-1 after 5 games. And I actually love the fact that they aren't playing perfect football across the board, because if you still have more improvements to make, it means you can still get better, yet you're still sitting at a 4-1 record. And I think that says something about this team.
I was thinking, like, everybody's talking about how, the Texans still haven't played their best. They still haven't played their perfect game, all of that. How often in the NFL do you play a perfect game? How often? How many times a year does it happen where from kickoff to the final horn, you're like, that was perfection. That was Texans football. That's what we're all about. That's one where he didn't make a single mistake that was perfection. How many times does that happen over the course of the season?
I don't think it happens for an entire game.
Once,
twice for
maybe
the Texans
twice.
last year?
Yeah. I mean, not like, you're going to make mistakes even in a perfect game.
Sure.
But in terms of like the perception of whenever you leave a game and you win by 20, you're like, that's Texans football. That's the Texans playing up to their potential. That's what we expect to see. How many times does that actually happen over the course of a full NFL regular season?
Maybe,
a couple times.
Yeah, maybe.
Like the Browns playoff game, we would say that.
I was going to say 1 or 2.
I was going to say 3 or 4.
Okay, so somewhere in that range of 1 to 4 times. And it probably depends on the team. Like, you're certainly not saying if you're the Carolina Panthers almost ever. And if you're a really good team, maybe you have really lofty expectations. Like the Chiefs last year won the Super Bowl. They had the second best defense in the NFL. Their offense didn't live up to expectations. Do you think Kansas City one time last year said, oh, yeah, we played a perfect game?
No,
Probably
because remember,
not.
most of the first half of the season, they were struggling, and there was fingers being pointed all over the place about them being far less than what people had rated them. I think the opponent matters too. I think a lot of times people are going to be highly critical when you play a lesser than team, no matter how you play. And even if you play well, you're supposed to do that because they're not very good. But then you beat a team like Buffalo and say, yeah, and there's a lot, but Buffalo is a damn good football team, and we saw early in the season how everybody was changing their tune and thinking the Bills were one of those teams that was still going to compete for a Super Bowl. Now you beat the Bills, and they're like, yeah, but, they lost the Ravens last week, and they got guys out. Everybody does.
Not for me, though. Like, I don't like, and they did. I mean, I think Shakir's their best receiver, and they lacked some punch in the receiver room yesterday. Like, I saw a bunch of people, this is why the Buffalo Bills needed Stephon Diggs. Come on. I don't think that yesterday's issue was that they didn't have an upper echelon receiver. I think it was that Josh Allen wasn't very good, and there's a reason that he wasn't very good. They were without Ed Oliver, who might be their best defensive player. Go Cougs. And I don't say that as a homer. He might be their best defensive player. So, yes, they missed some people, but the Texans were without some people too. And, it's the NFL. So I'm not making the excuses of, no, the Texans are not upper echelon yet because they beat, a wounded Buffalo team. I'm on the other side of it. I do think that the Houston Texans are an upper echelon team in the NFL. Do I think that they're on par with the Chiefs? No. Do I think they're on par with the Baltimore Ravens? No. But do I think they're a top 5 team in the NFL, what I would consider upper echelon? I do. And I didn't feel that way before yesterday's game. But you beat Buffalo. Yes, a wounded Buffalo, but you're wounded too. In my opinion, the Texans are officially, in my opinion, and it doesn't even really matter. This isn't tangible. You're not going to the postseason and be like, well, in everybody's opinion, we're upper echelon, so we must win. Like, it's why you play the games. But in my opinion, and I think that it should be in everybody's opinion, that the Texans did prove yesterday that they do belong in the upper echelon of the NFL.
I think you're absolutely right. And I think part of that is also because of the fact that as much as we didn't know what we didn't know about the Texans, and we're still finding that out based on everything that they did in the offseason, you didn't know what you didn't know about a lot of other football teams, too, where we thought the San Francisco 49ers and I thought the Philadelphia Eagles were going to be the cream of the crop in the NFC. I didn't pencil the Vikings into my scorecard as being the best team in the NFC and the best team in their division and a playoff team based on what I saw and who was playing quarterback. So I think that they've slid down the chart quite a ways for me until they prove otherwise. And the Texans, because of the fact that even when they've played poorly, they found a way to win. And when it really matters, they've constructed drives and gotten key points to where I think that they are in that top handful of teams in the NFL, regardless of if they peaked or not and what the other circumstances may be.
That was my biggest takeaway from the game yesterday, is that the Texans do belong. Whether you think that they were close to perfection, whether you think that they beat a wounded Buffalo team, in my opinion, they prove that they belong in the upper echelon of the NFL. What they did to Josh Allen yesterday, how many teams do that? And yes, I'm not the biggest Josh Allen guy, but Josh Allen puts up numbers. Josh Allen wins a bunch of games. Josh Allen can single-handedly beat teams. Josh Allen will have 300 total yards on you like it's nobody's business. And the Houston Texans did to Josh Allen, a top 5 quarterback in the NFL, something that hasn't been done in modern NFL history. So yes, like, tip your cap to the Houston Texans defense. Tip your cap to DeMeco Ryans. There was a lot of bad that happened in yesterday's game, and I think that happens over the course of every NFL game, and we'll get to that because we do not ignore in victory what you would in defeat. We couldn't miss the opportunity to bang on the Texans, but they prove that they belong in the conversation with some of the best teams in the NFL. Are they the best team? No. Are they a top 2 team in the AFC? I'm not there right now. But in my opinion, they are upper echelon in the NFL, and they proved it because they beat Buffalo yesterday.
Here's the other thing, too, Jeremy. When we talk about the 3 phases of the game, you don't have to be perfect for the entire game, but you got to be close to it when it matters, like with less than 2 minutes to go in the game, or when you need a score before the end of the half or the end of a football game. And what we've seen so far this year is when you give the Texans an opportunity to win with some time on the clock, they execute. When you think about, what went wrong for the Buffalo Bills, and you're right. What they did to Josh Allen, they drove him nuts all day long. This was the leading candidate in all of the NFL for MVP after 4 games of the regular season, and you had him spinning around trying to figure out what he could and couldn't do to try and gain some kind of yardage. When you look at the special teams and the fact that your punter pinned them inside the 5 when he absolutely had to, your defense did their job, and then with minimal time on the clock, they once again proved they can get you where you need to go to get points when you absolutely have to have them and can't afford a mistake. Those are the kind of things that say, well, you don't have to be perfect in all 3 phases for the entire game, but when it matters, especially when you're down, and we've seen it in multiple games this year, they do what they need to do.
I think part of it's the C.J. Stroud effect a bit, but you can make the case that yesterday in the final minute of the game, Stroud didn't have to do a whole lot. And you could point the finger at Stroud a little bit on that intentional grounding. Now, I don't really put that on Stroud. Like, that was an awful play call. We'll get into that. And do not ignore in victory what you wouldn't in defeat. But yes, they've won close games. Now, some people will look at that the other way and be like, well, they're winning a lot of close games. They got blown out in the game that they lost. Maybe this is a lucky team. I don't know if I would go that far because the Texans have proven even last year that they're winning those close games. I think that it has something to do with C.J. Stroud. I think it has something to do with the mentality of the Texans that they can close out the good games or the winning games, the close games. And you brought up an interesting point. Like, all of those areas, the Texans had to be really good in the final minute in 3 areas after the intentional grounding. Tommy Townsend pinned the Bills back at the 3, and Townsend wasn't great yesterday prior to that, and Townsend really hasn't been all that good this year. But Townsend, a Texan, when they needed him, pinned the Bills at the 3-yard line. The defense was really good all day yesterday, but they forced a 3 and out. Josh Allen was throwing deep against the Texans on 1st and 2nd down. The Texans were up for it. A couple of incompletions, 3 incompletions. They get the football back. Robert Woods, who I thought was mostly good. He had a couple of questionable decisions in punt return, like trying to catch the ball inside the 5-yard line, not once, but twice. An amazing return. And he understood the moment too. Catches the ball, beeline right up the middle of the field, not dancing, isn't going laterally, makes the catch, gets it up the field as quickly as possible. And the offensive play wasn't much, but the presence of mind that I need to be quick, we have to get a few yards here, take the quick timeout, and then Ka'imi Fairbairn was able to knock in the game winner. So, those areas, especially Townsend, especially Woods, and then the offense, which was sputtering in the entire second half, they were not good in the second half or the entire game yesterday at times. Yet in that final minute, all 3 of those phases came up huge.
Yeah, no doubt. And that's the thing, too. Even the offensive play call at the time, it had several different options, but they were all focused on one, get the yards, but also we had one timeout in our back pocket. We have to use it. We have to get down quickly, no matter where it is. So he had the options. The middle of the field opened up. You get it, you catch it, you get down, you call the timeout, you manage the clock correctly. You had the timeout you needed. You're punting, you're kicking, your defense, everything fell into play when you absolutely had to have it. And it's not the first time we've seen it all year. We've seen it at the end of the first half several times. More importantly, we saw it in the Jacksonville game. We saw it when you need to do it at the end of football games too. And you're right. That factors into the C.J. Stroud effect, which is Yeah, he made a bad throw, and yeah, we can talk about some of the throws that weren't perfect or things that, maybe they did get a little lucky on. But overall, when you got to have a guy at the helm that is in complete control, that can control his emotions, that knows where the ball needs to go, more times than not, he's shown you he's that guy.
Yeah, he's got the clutch gene. Like, he has the it factor. People kind of don't love hearing that. I think most people like hearing it. You have a vocal minority that, oh, you're overrating him. I don't think so. Like turn on the film. CJ Stroud's doing some incredible things on the football field. Even in the second half, in which he had 2 turnovers and the offense was sputtering and the offense had trouble scoring. Like, he is creating and making plays out of nothing. The guy's good. The guy's really good. What'd you make of the Bills' decision 32 seconds after Tommy Townsend pinned him down at the 3-yard line? A lot of people are losing their minds about Sean McDermott's decision there.
Yeah, he's even owning it. But I think, at that point in the game, that's a tough situation because I guess you believe when you have Josh Allen, too, that you're going to try and get it down into field goal range. But when it doesn't go your way right away, I think your primary thing is I'm on the road. I'll take a chance at overtime rather than making a mistake on, pinned back against my own goal line. And I thought that they would run some clock. I thought that they would end up trying a running play. I thought they would challenge the Texans to start burning some timeouts. But they didn't. I was extremely amazed at how much time didn't run off the clock. Mm-hmm. And even still, I was like, well, do they have enough time? And you mentioned Woods. Woods made a hell of a play just to keep time on the clock enough to get the one, quick down on a play and get it down in time to save a second or two.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I was a little surprised in the way they called the final 3 plays.
I think that he's getting too much blame for that. And I ran a social experiment on Twitter today, and I put the scenario, same exact scenario. Do you trust CJ Stroud in this moment? And 75% were like, yeah, let CJ Stroud try to score in that spot. I probably do. Like, I probably let CJ Stroud in that same moment see what I got. Now, I don't love the pass call on first down. I probably run it first down, kind of a heat check or a very high percentage passing play, maybe a screen, although that's a little problematic, so close to the end zone. I probably run a heat check play there and then see where I'm at after first down.
Pad yourself to prevent the safety.
Yeah.
And then see if I get some good positive yards, now I can do something.
Plus, I also like the idea of kind of deceiving the defense where it's like, okay, we're going to run the ball here on first down. Maybe we get 3 or 4 yards, and then the defense is like, they're probably going to take a timeout. D'Amico's going to take a timeout in that spot. Okay, they think we're running the ball. All of a sudden, you're passing out of a run look, or you're even running a little play action. I don't mind McDermott and the Bills being aggressive with a top 5 quarterback because, look, if the game goes to overtime, you might be at the mercy of a coin. If CJ Stroud was in that same spot, I want the Texans to be aggressive there and try to get into Kaimi Fairbairn field goal range. So I thought McDermott's taking too much heat for that. I don't love the play call on first down the most. I thought the defensive play by the Buffalo Bills and the final offensive play for the Texans after they got the ball back after the Woods punt return just ahead of the Kaimi Fairbairn field goal. What were they doing? Like, they dropped 11 men. They dropped 11 men.
Safeties way back.
They're like, here you go. Here's an automatic 5 yards, and then we're going to take the timeout. I thought that was the bigger crime than being aggressive on the offensive end. If you had CJ Stroud, same exact situation. You're a tie game, 32 seconds. You're at the 3-yard line. What are you doing if you're the Texans? If you have CJ Stroud,
I'm taking my chances. I'm living and dying with CJ Stroud because, like we just got done talking about, he's shown with just about that much time on the clock, and you got a guy with a hell of a leg as a kicker too. That's a weapon. That if you just get a little bit past midfield, you have a chance. So you have the opportunity, and as long as the plays open up for you, a play here, play there, then you need to do that because of the fact that you have a guy that's capable of moving it down the field quickly.
Yeah, if I'm a Bills fan today, I'm not mad that they're like, here you go, Josh Allen, go win us a football game. It's Josh Allen. Like, if you have a top 3, top 5 quarterback in the NFL, isn't that what you're supposed to be doing with a top 3, top 5 quarterback? If I'm a Bills fan, I'm irritated with the final defensive play call. And what I'm really irritated about, why don't they feed James Cook more? Like, it was obvious that DeMeco Ryans' game plan, we're not going to let Josh Allen beat us. James Cook was, pardon the pun, cooking against the Houston Texans defense. If you give him the rock 25 times, I think the outcome's probably different.
Yeah, that's
probably different.
My biggest takeaway, anti-Texans right from the jump, was the fact that we knew going in that Derrick Henry, they had a hard time stopping Derrick Henry in the run. What I saw right from the jump was they had a hard time stopping anybody that runs the football on the other team. And that Cook, even in that short pass game, look, they were, 3rd and 12, 15, 17, 18 yards, screen pass to Cook, and he gets all of it and then some, to where you're like, man, they can't stop him and they can't stop the run. That's going to be a problem.
All right, 713-780-ESPN. Busy show today. Don't ignore in victory what you wouldn't in defeat. I believe. What do you believe after the college football weekend? Mailbag Monday. We'll get to game balls today as well now that baseball season is over. 713-780-ESPN. We'll get your thoughts on yesterday's win. 713-780-3776. We're on the Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN975. We're on the YouTube at ESPN Houston. We're on the Twitter X, Blankers at Pac-Man, Joel Bryans at Sacked by BMAC. I'm at Jeremy Brano. We are the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Guys, a moment for Vanderford Air, and you can go to vanderfordair.com and see all the services they offer. They can do your plumbing, repiping. They can do anything to do with your heating and your cooling systems, particularly your air conditioning and your HVAC. And that's what I'm here to talk to you about right now, because they're the best in the business, and they back up everything they do with exactly what you need when you're dealing with a company that provides services. They put everything in writing. They give you a written estimate. They'll give you the estimate to fix whatever you got going on and replace a part. They'll give you the estimate to what it would cost to replace the system if it's getting older. But the big thing that it starts is everything's guaranteed, and it's 100% satisfaction guaranteed or your money back. It starts for when you call them. They are going to be at your door within 24 hours, guaranteed. After that, when they figure out what's going on with your system, they are going to tell you exactly what I said, what it's going to cost to fix it by replacing a part, what it would cost to fix the entire system, put it in writing and give it to you. And then that system, then that guarantee process really goes into place. You are going to be 100% satisfied because of the fact that the work that their workers are going to do is going to be to your satisfaction. The temperature that your unit is going to cool to is going to be to your satisfaction. The system and the parts and everything, the way it works and it sounds and what they told you is going to be exactly what they told you it was going to do. And that everything leads you to believe that this is exactly why I went to Vanderford, and this is a company that gets the job done right. If there's any issues with that and you call them, 100% satisfaction guaranteed. They will give you your money back if you're not happy. That's why I tell you to go to them, because they're going to take care of you, no questions asked, and they're going to make sure there's little room for questions because they're going to put it all in writing and back up the work that they do. Check them out today. Go to vanderfordair.com, but call them and save this number in your phone anytime that you need them, so that in case you're looking for an AC company and you forget about me talking about them on the air, oh, I saved the number in my phone, 281-557-COOL. It's that simple. 281-557-COOL, whether you're calling them to set up an appointment or you want to save the number when you need an air conditioning person right away. That's the number I tell you to call, 281-557-COOL or vanderfordair.com.
A 59-yarder. Snap, placement, sweeps the leg. Fairbairn It's gone! Clutch City! Houston gets the W!
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
How about Ian Eagle dropping the Clutch City reference? I like that, Ian.
Great
I like
the call.
it.
Great the call.
10.
Yeah,
A
it was
little forced.
10.
Forced.
What? Come on.
I mean, at least they didn't say
Nitpicking.
Houston, you don't have a problem. Or
Okay,
something
no,
like
that
that,
I would
which
not have given
everyone
it to him.
goes to.
How many national guys, though, are going Clutch City with the Texans win? Maybe Nance?
For sure,
well, he's
Jim
from
Nance.
here, though.
Yeah.
Understand. Thank you for that.
I know that's my point, though.
Mansplaining where Jim Nance is from. Like he's not a Houston Cougar.
I'm making the point to give him credit for Ian, I can't even get the name out.
Ian's right.
Yeah, Ian Eagle,
Ian Eagle.
credit for a national guy who's not from here to get that reference in. I thought it was great.
You know the last time? I don't think
he's
that
done-
Ian Eagle has done it. He hasn't done a Texans game this year, right?
I
don't think
This
so.
was his first
No,
one.
yeah, it was
Pretty
his
sure his
first one.
first one. Do you know the last Houston game Ian Eagle called?
Was a college basketball game in the tournament.
Against Duke.
Oh,
I didn't have a good feeling with Ian Eagle on the
Oh.
mic. Did not have a good feeling. Ian Eagle, gentleman of a man, sweetheart of a man. Anytime he sees me, he comes up, "Hey, Jeremy, how you doing?" I think he cheats by reading the game notes. I don't think he knows my name by heart.
Still
But
cool.
I am an Ian Eagle fan. I do think he's very good. I thought it was a 10. I thought it was a 10 on the call.
Son got a cakewalk.
No doubt.
Just
No
son,
doubt.
son got
Nepo
the
baby,
silver
yeah.
spoon to dictate his entire career.
No doubt about that. Kaimi Fairbairn, the greatest Houston kicker of all time. Probably already was, but the debate is over. Not only because he made a 59-yard game winner as the buzzer expired, but he also broke Chris Brown's record for the most points in Houston Texans history. Kaimi Fairbairn, the greatest kicker that has ever lived in the deep steel blue, Liberty white, and battle red.
Listen, as one of the guys that was critical of the contract when he signed it because he became like a top 5 kicker in the league when Bill O'Brien gave him the extension, and I had questions about that. Not that it was more of an indication on his kicking as it was, I just don't know if you're going to pay a kicker that much money. And you and I had the conversation. I think the reality for a lot of people was you saw what you were or couldn't be when you didn't have him a year ago. When you went through what it was like when he was hurt and you saw the options that weren't out there and the guys that the Amendolas of the world that you had to bring in to double cross your fingers and hope to God that kickers were making kicks from 49. And now you got a guy that 50 plus is basically automatic. He's missed one kick and he's drilling everything for you and has become a true offensive weapon for this team this season.
Yeah.
You got to give him his flowers.
I think I would agree that he was overpaid whenever Bill O'Brien gave him the contract because Bill O'Brien was overpaying everybody. And I think that with him being probably overpaid at the time, it led to some resentment from the fan base to thinking that he was overrated. It's like the Kirk Cousins thing. I think Kirk Cousins overpaid, but I don't think he's overrated. I think he's rated pretty properly. Kaimi early on, I think he was overpaid, but I don't think that he was overrated. And I think he has improved tremendously too. I think he's a much better kicker now than he was under the Bill O'Brien era. So yeah, I mean, congratulations to Kaimi making the field goal and then also becoming the all-time point leader in Houston Texans history. So here are the two sides of the spectrum on the HRMP listener line. 713-780-ESPN. We'll collect your thoughts. 713-780-3776. 3283. So barely beating a winless Jacksonville team by 4 and an unhealthy Buffalo team by 3 is elite? Cool. No one said elite. We said upper echelon. And then here's the contrasting text message that we got as well. It's the NFL! 2 exclamation points. You can lose any given Sunday. Every game is not going to be a blowout. As long as it's a win, that's all that matters. So there are the two opposite ends of the spectrums. One, just win however you can get it in the NFL, baby. Just win, baby. The other side of the spectrum, so barely beating a winless Jacksonville team and then an unhealthy Buffalo Bills team, you're not any good. You're not elite.
Yeah, I think that we always talk about the fact, and I always say, look, the truth might be somewhere in the middle, but at the same time, you just have to be realistic about the fact that at the end of the day, if you play like just complete garbage for the most of the game, but you find a way to find a way and you win the game, you'll take that all day, every day, because as they always say, how tough it is to win in the NFL. At the same time, when you're trying to rate a team 5 weeks into the regular season, if they're capable of winning a Super Bowl, well, half of it is because you're trying to evaluate your team, where they are at that point in the season. The other half of it is evaluating the rest of the league to figure out, hey, while they're doing that too, who looks like they can really play all facets of the game, or they've got guys that really make them a team that you're going to be reckoning with later in the year, especially in your own conference. And I think the combination of that is where you kind of lie in the middle going, yeah, there's still work to do for the Texans. Yeah, they haven't dominated like we thought they might be able to. But at the same time, 4-1 with a lot of shortcomings that people are pointing out is a damn good place to be, as opposed to the Bengals, or we mentioned the Eagles and the Niners, and the fact that they have been less than what expectations were, and even the Ravens, who are now scratching and clawing, trying to get back because of the way they started. You didn't start that way, so that means something.
Yeah, I don't believe in the ugly win thing in the NFL. Really, nowhere. You win a ball game, that's the job. The job is to go 1-0. It's not to go 1-0 against the spread. It's not to go 1-0 to public perception. They beat Buffalo. They beat the Bills, who are an upper echelon team. Where did the spread end up in this game yesterday? Wasn't it Texans or Bills minus one? I think it was flip-flopping throughout the week. But I don't think it was anywhere. I think that the margin was always Texans -1, -1.5, Buffalo -1.5. Okay, so it ended up Texans -1.5. Texans covered. They covered by twice that. So like the whole, well, you barely beat a Buffalo. Well, they were favored by 1.5. They won by 3. Just saying. 7-1, our friend Jermaine on Twitter. I think the fans aren't used to seeing a consistently successful team. The ebb and flow of their thoughts are too wild after wins and losses. I don't think that Texans fans are unique to that, though. I think that's every NFL fan base. They won't look perfect all the time. Look for improvements on past bad habits instead of expecting perfection. I do think expecting perfection is not realistic in the NFL. In the NFL, where the other teams are all really good. Jacksonville won their first game yesterday. Jacksonville, when they play well, they're going to win football games. They're just not always going to play well. Like you look around the NFL yesterday, like the Jets. The Jets entered the season about the same expectations as the Texans, right? Like best case scenario, maybe an AFC championship game, AFC divisional round team. The Jets are 2-3. They lost to Minnesota yesterday. Now, you didn't get blown out by Minnesota when you went there. The Bengals 1-4. You lose a home game against Baltimore.
That you went wild offensively, and a couple weeks ago you had your receivers saying we're the team to beat in the AFC, and now you've gotten beaten so much that you have your quarterback coming out and saying we're not an upper echelon team.
Yeah, then they're not. He did. He's like, we're not that championship team. San Francisco, best team in the NFC. They're 2-3 now. They lost a home game to Arizona yesterday, but we're going to complain about
and they've lost the
not
game
being
to the Rams
perfect
as well.
Yeah, I mean, the Seahawks, they get the Giants coming all the way from across the coast. The Giants win that game by 9. Now, they did use the blocked field goal to extend the lead to 9 whenever Seattle was going for the game-tying field goal. But you just win in the NFL. You just win in the NFL, and you move on. Thank goodness they started better than the Astros. Couldn't take another bad start. That's true. That's a good point.
Yeah, and I mean, you look at a season ago when we were talking about the fact that the things that stuck with us, teams you were supposed to beat that you didn't beat, like the Jets, like the Falcons, like Carolina. Now we're sitting there and having people bitch about the fact that you didn't play your best football, but you beat the teams that either you were supposed to beat or you beat good teams, and that's not good enough.
Ocho, a friend of mine, said the Texans defense has an innate ability to make opposing quarterbacks miss wide open receivers downfield. I can't stop laughing. Allen missed some throws. Allen missed some throws. Early, what was it, first quarter, he had Mac Hollins like loose down the left sideline, overthrew him by like 3 yards. He missed Mac Hollins on that final third down in their last series. He had him open over the middle of the field.
What was the deep ball? The deep ball was he threw it over the wrong shoulder, and he threw it just a little too far. But, yeah, I mean, again, we've seen the big plays. We saw the 2 in the Jacksonville game. We saw him in the Indianapolis game. There's no doubt that the opponents have had plenty of opportunities to capitalize on deep balls that they just didn't connect on.
I had the Texans 3-2 at this point. So the fact that they're 4-1 and winning close games, cool. They're 4-1. They're 4-1. I had them at 3-2
next week.
They play
the
New England, although
I mean,
might be shorthanded in that game.
It might be shorthanded, but they're also might be making a switch to a rookie quarterback making his first start, and their offense is putrid.
It was Bryce Young's first win.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm not going to bring that up.
You know what?
I'm not going to bring that up.
First time we get to hit this drop.
Sassy.
You're being a little sassy right now.
It's facts.
I make the point to say the Texans should, quote unquote, asterisk, whatever, get to 5-1, which would exceed, I think, almost everyone's expectations.
I had them at 6-0.
Yeah, you did.
You did.
I had them at 6-0.
And then you had
right, but that still could happen too. But I'm just saying, I felt confident in the early part of this schedule, but I also didn't think that the one loss was going to be against a Minnesota team that I didn't think was very good.
You also had them winning 9 games and somehow got to 10 and -1.
And I'm still not falling off of that either. To the point being, you're supposed to beat these teams that that everybody looks at on schedule and says, "Oh, you're supposed to beat them." But then it's style points with everybody. Like, you beat them, but did you really play good football? Did you do this well enough or that well enough? Well, then that strikes against you No, you won the football game.
You know what the great Kelvin Sampson says about ugly wins? Do they complain about Miss USA's bunion on her toe? Do they?
No.
You don't even know.
No, unless she wears open-toed shoes.
713-780-ESPN. What other thoughts do you have from this one? We'll take your thoughts. Blankers, a lot of admiration for a certain defensive player. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Ocho has no chill. When Nico went down, was I the only person thinking how sweet it would be to have another speedy, big-bodied go-to receiver for Stroud, like Brian Thomas Jr.? Ocho always with Brian Thomas
Boy,
Jr.
he loves Brian Thomas Jr.
You see that catch he had yesterday, though?
Oh, yeah.
That guy's good. I think Ocho nailed that one, though, if I'm being honest.
In terms of just talent about, yeah.
Yeah. 0979, Josh has been overrated along with Joe in Cincinnati. Burrow overrated? I'm not going to go there. You know,
Burrow
I banged
was really
the drum.
damn good yesterday.
Yeah, he was. He's had a really dang good career when he's healthy. You could say the injury proneness thing, can't trust him, but whenever he's playing, Joe Burrow has been him. Joe Burrow's been him.
No question.
Now you know how I feel about Josh Allen. So I've been banging that drum for a long time.
Now, and in looking at it and understanding the fact that, look, a lot of why he gets a lot of the love that he gets too is because he does it with more than just his arm. He does it with his legs. He has a way. But I think that, this season, I don't think there's any denying the start that he got off to. But again, that's kind of why you should give the Texans some flowers too. And the fact that it wasn't just, you can't just say, well, Josh Allen had a bad day. Well, why did he have a bad day? Because of the fact that he was feeling pressure and that the defense that he was seeing was different than maybe he had seen all season long with some guys that maybe played at a different level than some of the teams that he played.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would agree with that. 713-780-ESPN. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Landon on the east side. What's up, Landon?
Hey, what's up, guys? Hey, just clown talking about the hurt and a not all healthy Bills team. It's the NFL, middle of the season. Nobody's healthy. The Texans aren't healthy. Nobody's healthy. Have you watched this game before? Get off the couch. Go back to Dallas with the rest of the homos. I'm out.
Okay.
What did he say? Can you not say that word? Thank you, Landon.
We cannot say that on
you,
there.
you dumped him, but Landon's still on the still on the line. You can't say that on the air? No. It's 2024.
No.
Probably more reason you can't say it.
Probably more than ever. Right?
No.
I think you can say that.
Okay, I'm not going to risk it.
I think you can.
Okay.
713-780-ESPN. Can you say that on the air?
No.
713. I think you can.
I believe in Brian taking the right approach.
No,
though.
I don't think
he'd rather
he was wrong.
border on
no,
the.
No, I'm not. Yeah, I'm not saying that Brian was wrong there. I think you can say it though. And are we sure he didn't say homeless?
Oh,
I'm 100%.
Pretty sure. Yeah,
I'm 100%.
Okay.
I'm 100%.
We've had our caller evaluations lately, but we don't have to go to the tape for that one.
I do agree with Landon that nobody's healthy this time of year.
Is that part of his call correct?
Landon's not hanging out on Montrose, I can tell you that. Can I make another point about Landon? That didn't sound anything like a Landon. Like, I've never heard a Landon have that deep of a voice. Landon's usually a little bit more like higher pitched, I think. Like, that was a deep-voiced Landon.
Are you stereotyping Landon's as being more kind of like polo wearing?
Yeah.
Okay.
Am I wrong?
I don't think you're off. No.
That was the weirdest Landon I've ever heard. It didn't sound like a Landon. Maybe he was trying to disguise his name because he was going to say something you're not allowed to say on Brian's airwaves.
Probably.
Maybe.
Maybe.
9866 is trolling us. He says, "Skol." I actually like the Vikings. I know you don't because you're a Packer fan. I have a healthy respect for the for the Minnesota Vikings. I am a big Kevin O'Connell fan. I like him a lot. I like Justin Jefferson a lot, and I really like the story of Sam Darnold right now.
I think that the only thing that deters me from completely liking the Vikings is the fact that they've been an arch rival forever in that division. But I've got a friend on the coaching staff. I like Justin Jefferson. I think Justin Jefferson is the best receiver in football.
Is he better than Chase?
I think he is overall, but I think it's a healthy discussion because I think you go with a little speed versus the physicality of Chase. But if you're fighting over those two, either one that you end up with, you're going to be in a great position. And you talk about the storylines. I'm with you on Darnold, but I think that the fascination of the Brian Flores storyline too, of a guy that, because of what happened as a head coach and whoever you believe, there's a lot of negativity, but you can't help but give the guy his flowers for what he's done as a defensive coordinator because he's just doing it every week a different way.
Yeah, their defense is unreal. He can scheme up a defense. I think he's such a good schemer defensively. I think he's going to get another head coaching job.
I think he will too.
And I don't think it's going to work. I don't think he's a good head coach.
I don't think he's
a good head coach.
When we always talk about some guys are just destined to be really good coordinators, but not good head coaches, he needs someone that can handle more. We talk about guys that needed someone in the box that could control when to throw the red flag or when the probabilities to understand the analytics of when to go for it, when not to go for it. He needs someone that can handle the communication aspects of some of the job.
Yeah.
He can do the defense. He can do some of the talent evaluation.
It kind of sounds like you're saying he needs someone so he can only be a defensive coordinator as a head coach.
Maybe a little more than that, but the talent evaluation overall and the needs of a team. But let's try and stay out of the communication with the owners and things.
And the quarterback, apparently.
Maybe he learned his lesson though. Like we see player development a lot. Like players are much better in year 4 or 5 than they are 1 and 2. Why can't a head coach be the same way? Like, why couldn't he learn from? And it wasn't all bad in Miami. Like, he won a lot more games there than the previous regime. Although that's not saying much. Like, it wasn't all bad. Like, Texans took a look at Brian Flores. Although I don't know if that's a a great, feather in the cap for Brian Flores after they employed David Culley and Lovie Smith, although they did end up with D'Amico Ryans, and they interviewed Kevin O'Connell. Like, they interviewed some dudes that third time around.
But it's also part of the lawsuit and the reason why he filed the lawsuit, and the fact that, yeah, you're right, that guys should get a second chance, but a lot of guys, particularly those that are African-American, don't get that second chance. And now when you bring the lawsuit on top of it, teams are going to be leery of what the baggage is they're bringing on, and not just getting an unbelievable defensive-minded head coach.
His defensive scheme is so good that I want to see what it looks like with a second chance. I don't know if it would work, but I want to see what a second chance would look like. And that lawsuit's still going on. That's still pending. Yeah. It's still happening. Who was it that impressed you in the defensive end? You said you had somebody that caught your eye defensively that was a stud yesterday. Who was that stud?
The biggest thing to me is that El Shair should get more credit than, look, I know that there was a lot of sexy signings. I know that there was the big Danielle Hunter signing, and it was awesome. I know the fact that they went out and made the trades to get Mixon, to get Stephon Diggs. But if you watch what Azeez El Shair did yesterday, where he was on the football field, what he did in terms of putting together a complete game in the passing game, the fact that he got his hands on two different footballs where he could have had picks, but at least had the pass defended, and he did it the right way. And then when you look at the fact that he was in the backfield, he was doing his best. He was all over the field, flying around, stopping the run. 8 tackles to the pass defended. But then you take into the fact that he lost 10 pounds in about 24 to 48 hours, and he was in the emergency room on what, Saturday?
That was the report that I saw. I didn't see that report till during the game, but yes.
I never saw that report.
Yeah, and so I saw it on social media. Then I saw it during the game. Then they were talking about it when they kind of ISO'd a camera on him because he had been all over the place. And you go, okay, that's not normal. But at the same time, you don't expect the kind of performance you're seeing from a guy like that. But more so than anything else, it's the D'Amico system. We're talking about shutting down Josh Allen. We're talking about doing it because D'Amico needs guys that are going to play his way, the same way he let really good, we thought, defensive tackles go because he wanted to do things differently and get different types of players in here to be on his defense. El Shair was the biggest pickup. No matter who you had a year ago, was not going to quarterback the defense the way he does. The fact that you can see why D'Amico wants a guy like this that has the athleticism to cover in pass coverage, but still the toughness and the physicality to get in the backfield and wreak havoc. That dude makes that entire defense go, and he's impressive to watch if you isolate him on it all.
10 pounds in 24 hours? Is he on Ozempic? I need that diet. He impressed me too. Early in the game, he missed that tackle on James Cook and a little dump off, and I was like, uh-oh. If this is what they're getting from Azeez El Shair today, like, I admire the toughness. I admire the courage to play through an illness. Extreme nausea is what I read. It's like, okay, like, if you're going to miss those tackles, though, you shouldn't be on the field. And then after that, it was a completely different person. I thought he showed tremendous speed a couple of times that forced Josh Allen to throw the ball when normally Josh Allen might have been running. Like, he beat him to the angle. He beat him to the edge, forcing Allen to throw errantly, which he was doing all day. And then you mentioned the coverage plays. Now, I think he has bricks for hands because he should have had an interception. Those are back-to-back plays.
Yeah.
Back-to-back. Yeah.
The second one in the flat.
Back-to-back plays.
Really?
Yeah,
I didn't realize that they're close together.
I didn't either. Watching the condensed game this morning, I hadn't either. The first one to me was the more impressive play because he's like stride for stride. He was probably beat, but I expect you to be beat.
Kincaid?
Yeah. Like, if you're close to step for step with Dalton Kincaid and you're doing a little PBU with, Dalton Kincaid is the guy that you're guarding, that's a tip of the cap there, Azeez El Shair. I didn't know you had coverage like that. And a good throw might have been completed. Like, if you lead Kincaid there, you drop it in the bucket, you throw it over Kincaid's shoulder, it's probably completed. But I thought that it showed good coverage by El Shair. And then the second one was a little bit kind of fortunate. Like, I don't think that was like a great coverage play. It was more being in the right spot at the right time. Probably should have caught it. Hit him right in the hands, but that's why he plays defense in that offense.
Yeah, you're right in the fact that if you want to question anything, you can question his hands because that second one did hit him in a bad spot. The left and the right were both on the football. But overall, just the fact that you see a guy that can kind of bring the wood the way he does, but then also have the speed to get all around the field is something they didn't have a year ago. And they didn't have a guy that played both the pass game and the run game the way he does, and to bring that physicality, that attitude, and to have that D'Amico system in his back pocket so he can help others be in the right spot to do the kind of things. I think he's helped Petrie a lot in terms of when he gets down in the box and some of those things.
I think Harris was getting there, but what Harris lacked that I think El Shair has is kind of like the moxie, kind of the attitude. I think the physical nature of, like, I'm going to knock your head off on every single play. I think that Harris eventually gets there, but being such a young guy, kind of Like Harris early last year gave me the impression of like he wasn't very confident in himself. And then by the end of the year, it's like he was super confident and started to play to where I think Aziz Al-Shire is playing now. Hopefully they get Harris back soon because I think that would be a wonderful tandem. Although I like what Henry To'oTo'o is doing. He's far exceeded my expectations, I'll admit.
One of the unsung guys on this team so far to date has got to be To'oTo'o because of the fact that we didn't expect much. And we kept hearing about the intangibles. Oh, he really knows the game, the X's and O's. His instincts are really good, but the size, the athleticism, it's not really there. He probably is what he's going to be in the league for his entire career. So there was natural questions about when do we get Christian Harris back and how quickly can we get him back because this is going to be a problem. It hasn't been a problem because Henry To'oTo'o has been doing a damn good job.
Yeah, he has. And credit to him. Like he said that he was fat last year, lost a lot of weight, and he's playing quicker, and he's being a little bit more aggressive. He's playing more physical. He's been a better tackler. He's exceeded my expectations. I thought there was a huge drop-off after Al-Shire, Christian Harris to Henry To'oTo'o, and I still think it's significant. Like, you get Harris playing the way that he was last year, I still think he's far better than what Henry To'oTo'o is exceeding my expectations and doing now. But it's not as big a drop from 2 to 3 as I thought it was going to be. I thought they were going to be in big trouble if Henry To'oTo'o had to play tons of snaps.
I thought they were going to get exposed.
Yeah, me too. And it hasn't been that way.
No, not at all. And you're right. Credit to him. Maybe he also had nausea. He just had it for a longer period of time to lose that weight. But at the same time, I don't think just losing weight is the reason why he got to where he got to. But I think he's comfortable in the league now, and he understands the speed difference. And he went to Alabama for a reason. He has some talent. So the fact that he's putting it all together is
he went to NIL. That's why I went to Alabama.
Maybe.
No, but you're right. It's a combination of it all. It's a combination of, okay, let me lose weight because I know this is the speed that I have to play. And then improving in tackling. He wasn't a great tackler last year. He's been really good. He had that blow-up play yesterday on the screen. We went through the blocker and made the tackle.
Backfield, yeah.
Both. Like, it's one thing to like blow up the block to allow your teammates to come make the stop. He did both. He blew up the block and then tackled the receiver. Yeah, that was the best play I've seen for Henry To'oTo'o, maybe in his career.
I think that's a level of physicality we didn't see in his early stages with the Texans. And maybe, again, that's another indication of when you're around guys like Al-Shire, who we know is going to border on being overly physical, that it can rub off on him too. And a guy that playing the similar position and right next to him is going to be a guy tutoring him on what D'Amico's expecting in this defense has had to be a positive effect as well.
All right, do not ignore in victory what you wouldn't in defeat. What are areas the Texans have to clean up if they want to get to what they aspire to get to? It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Hey, bettors, that's you and you, all of you that are listening are the sports bettors I'm talking to. And I'm here to tell you about my favorite sports book and casino, and that's BetUS.com. One more game this week tonight, so get in on the action. Football is here. So get in on that action. I endorse one sports book and casino. Of course, that is BetUS. If you want a game plan to win this season, check out BetUS. BetUS went large for you with a massive offer. How about a 125% sign-up bonus on not your first deposit, not your first 2 deposits, but all of your first 3 deposits? That's right, a 125% bonus on your first 3 deposits. BetUS offers value other sports books simply do not. Gambler's insurance, crypto bonuses, casino bonuses, plus they have all the products you need. Competitive odds, parlays, live betting, odds boost, and prop betting. When you're ready to lay down your bet, give your bet an edge. Why not combine your sign-up bonus with knowledge? Get that knowledge with expert analysis, picks, and predictions on all major sports on their very own BetUS TV. Get started at BetUS.com or give them a call at 1-800-MY-BETUS. BetUS, where the game begins.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
All right, do not ignore in victory what you wouldn't in defeat. What are areas the Texans have to clean up? You got a lot of other shows right now that, everything sunshine, rainbows. Certain people in Dallas that are into certain things. But do not ignore in victory what you wouldn't in defeat. 713-780-3776. Blankers, what are you not ignoring in victory, what you wouldn't in defeat?
I think the first thing is that the Texans can't stop the run. I think the fact that when we talked about what Cook was able to do, but the fact that we've seen this kind of consistently throughout the season, that we have to be aware of the fact that as much as D'Amico got his guys that he wanted at defensive tackle, they were supposed to be guys that were supposed to be good at stopping the run. They struggled mightily to stop the run. Their biggest offensive weapon, which you thought was going to be Josh Allen, and if you do the Belichick mentality of D'Amico's defense taking away Josh Allen beating you by himself, Cook almost did it all by himself, because every time they needed a big play, he got the ball. When he ran the ball, he got chunk yards and good yards consistently. When they used him in the pass game, he did the same. And I think that throughout the game, they struggled to stop the run. And that's going to be something you're going to see more frequently until they prove that they find a way to stop it.
You don't think that was game plan specific? Like, because you're not going to stop everything against an NFL team. You're going to have to give in certain areas to take in others. I think a big part of yesterday's game plan was that they were so Josh Allen centric that they were willing to give up some runs to Cook.
Maybe some, but I think that just straight like run scenarios and just straight run blocking, like the Texans were getting manhandled down the defensive line. The holes were very big. And then the tackling was poor.
Pause.
Where once he got by the first line of the defense, he was going whichever direction he wanted. They were struggling to bring him down.
They ran for 150 yards. I mean, that's a lot. Now, Allen did have 54 of those, so like the rest of the Bills were under 100. If you look at the season numbers for the Texans, they're 16th in the NFL in rushing yards allowed per game, so it's smack dab in the middle at 120. For me, the don't ignore in victory what you wouldn't in defeat. How are you calling a pass play on 3rd and 5, tied at 20, 44 seconds left to play at the Buffalo Bill 39? Why are you calling a pass play in that spot? I'm sitting there watching because they're trying to milk the clock. Dare freaking slid shy of the first down marker, by the way. Texans got a favorable spot, but you could tell the Texans are like, okay, we're going to be the final team that touches this ball. We're going to either Kaimi Fairbairn's going to win it for us, or we're going to go to overtime. Dalton Schultz runs out of bounds on that second down completion, which it's like, okay, don't love that, but you can live with it, because there's 44 seconds left in the game. The Buffalo Bills do not have a timeout. You're already at the 39. So, yes, it's a long kick, 56 yards. But, I mean, Fairbairn made a 59-yarder to win it. Everybody that's watching that game, I'm sure, was yelling, run the football, run the football. What do the Texans do? They come out and empty. They empty out the backfield. Still at that point, I was like, well, here comes the draw. Here's that Trevor Lawrence 4th and 1 shotgun draw up the middle. They're going to try to get Stroud to get 2 or 3 yards, turn a 58-yard field goal into a 55-yard field goal. Bobby Slowick dials up a passing play, and then C.J. Stroud, I don't know what happened there. C.J. Stroud was asked after the game, and he was like, yeah, I didn't think it was grounding. I disagree with C.J. Stroud. How is that not grounding? But how are you calling a passing play in that spot? That's an obvious halfback dive, run up the middle. If you get stuffed, oh well. Here comes an opportunity for a 57-yard field goal and the win. Buffalo's not getting the ball back. A 3rd and 5 pass play in that spot was asinine.
It was the only thing they couldn't do.
Only thing they couldn't do.
Which is just funny, because obviously coming from the same system, the Kyle Shanahan, it's similar to what happened in that Falcons Super Bowl when they gave up the 28-3 to lead the Patriots. The only situation they couldn't do is drop back and pass Matt Ryan, gets sacked, and they get knocked out of field goal range. Yeah, that was literally the only thing you could not do was lose yardage on a sack or something like that. Don't pass, run the ball, take the result, and kick.
You know what would have been better there? A quarterback nil would have been better there.
Anything. Just don't lose yardage.
D'Amico was asked today, well, we didn't want to get stuffed. A stuff there is not the worst thing in the world.
It's not losing 10 yards.
A stuff is okay in that spot. And not only did they not run it, they emptied out the backfield.
That's the thing that bothered me. The pre-snap, the fact that he's empty.
At least give the threat.
What are they thinking? What I don't have, and D'Amico answered, yeah, D'Amico, we didn't want to get stuffed. Like, that was his best answer, and maybe like Slowick went rogue. I don't think Slowick went rogue, but D'Amico maybe didn't override him when D'Amico probably should have overrode him. Hey, we're not going to go pass play here, Bobby. Let's run the football. That was terrible. That was terrible. And then the execution of the play was poor. Yes, CJ, you can't have an intentional grounding there, but also the Bills rush 4. You have 5 men to block 4, and the Bills got a free rusher. Yep. You have 5 to block 4, and they got a free rusher. Terrible play call. Stroud made a questionable decision. And then on top of that, the pass protection was poor.
Yeah, and if you want to argue that, I've seen a lot more egregious be let go in terms of the grounding, because it looked like Schultz was going one way, and CJ thought he was going the other, but you still had 2 receivers on that side of the field, to where I thought, well, you could let that go, but you can't rely on that being a call that's going to go your way. The smarter thing was, right from the pre-snap all the way through the play, just do the smart thing, which is either take no gain or a minimal gain, but set yourself up to win the game with a field goal, and you didn't do that.
You could have ran the clock out to 1 second there too, because the Bills didn't have a timeout left. You had 3 timeouts remaining. So even if you run the ball for a gain of nothing, you're looking at a game-winning field goal from the 39, which 56, 57-yard field goal at that point. You didn't do that. You had to punt. It took a tremendous punt by Tommy Townsend. It took a 3-and-out for your defense. It took a good punt return by Robert Woods, and then a 59-yard field goal for Kaimi Fairbairn for you to win the game. That was terrible.
They had a bad call by
calling.
the Bills on the play that got you the extra 5 yards to get it to 59-yard.
They dropped 11. Never seen that before in my life.
The 2 guys were basically out of your screen.
There was at least 3 guys lined up at the 10.
Yeah,
it was unbelievable.
They asked McDermott about it in his postgame press conference. He said they had a guy in late, so they didn't get the right play call in, that's awful. I hate to be a Buffalo Bills fan.
That doesn't make it better.
It was like, okay, well, that's awful. And then the other one that I have, don't ignore in victory what you wouldn't in defeat, 713-780-3776. And we'll get to yours on the other side of the break. 4th and 1 for the Texans at the 16.5 yard line. You're up 14-3, 8 minutes left in the second quarter. So not kicking a field goal there is fine to me. Like, even if you make a field goal at 17-3, it's still a 2-possession game. Yes, it's more difficult for the Bills to score 2 touchdowns as opposed to the touchdown 2-point conversion in the field goal. But that early in the game, I'm looking to try to extend the possession lead. So you're up 2 possessions. If you kick a field goal, it's still 2 possessions. I have no problem going for it. 4th and 1 at the 16.5 yard line. I think it's an automatic go for it in that specific spot. But the Texans' interior run game is not their strength. That's the last play I would call. Is a halfback dive up the middle.
Yeah,
with Dare
starting about 6-7 yards into the backfield is one thing. There's no possible option you're going to do anything else. You're all jammed up on the line. And the fact is that the Bills go, oh, look what they're going to do. They're coming right down the middle, and then they just loaded up and brought everybody down the middle, too. I hated the play call. I hated the design. A lot of times, and I know because there's tape on it, but I like the fact that you run someone in motion. You give them the opportunity to think, hey, either we misdirected or we go, we can run the receiver coming in motion. So maybe a lot of times you'll drop the ball to the receiver and get him out in space. But there were so many different ways, even a quarterback sneak where right away you just get it and find a gap. But the fact that Dare started so far back, too, and it looked like the only thing they could possibly run, I hated that.
Yeah, didn't like that. All right, do not ignore in victory what you wouldn't in defeat. We'll get some more that we have. We'll get to yours as well. 713-780-3776. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Do not ignore in victory what you wouldn't in defeat. 713-780-3776. Ryan, what do you got? What are you not ignoring in victory what you wouldn't in defeat?
The first thing was, look, Robert Woods had some good moments, and we were talking about this during the break. He had some good moments as a punt returner, but there were multiple times, one obviously more than the other, where that stood out to me, where he would field the ball on a punt inside the 5, which I don't know if that's something that's not coached in football, but I mean, I always remember that as the Cardinals saying you'd put you plant your feet at the 8-yard line, 10-yard line, whatever, and if it's over your head, you let it go. Woods fielding the ball inside the 5-yard line cannot happen again.
I was wondering about that, and I think that the planting your heels at the 10-yard line,
I think
it's outdated because the punters have gotten so good. Now, should it be at the 5-yard line? I think that's fair, and he fielded it twice inside the 5. D'Amico Ryans was asked about it today in his Monday press conference. I think the general, John McClain, asked about it, and D'Amico was like, we really like the way Robert Woods returned punts, and then he kind of ran off the podium, like it is in a way like, I didn't love that. I didn't love that about Robert Woods. Those were curious. I wonder if they felt like, it was probably just Robert Woods making a mistake, like hasn't done it in a game in a while. Yes, I know he did it the week prior, but kind of out of practice. Or I wonder if it was Sam Martin, such a good punter that he can get anything to check back, and you're going to go catch everything that you can.
It could be
I wonder
that thought.
And like, we won't know that answer because I don't think the coaching staff would tell you. But I don't know Sam Martin's punting prowess nearly enough. But I wonder if there was something to it. It's like, he's such a good punter. He gets everything to check back. Just go catch everything.
Yeah, and that's a possibility. And I think that from a D'Amico standpoint, he's not going to dip his player in the grease. He handled it as diplomatically as he could. But I think all coaches have had that philosophy forever and a day, whether you say inside the 10 or inside the 5. But when that thing's coming down in that range, you live with the fact that either it takes the back roll and it goes into the end zone, or it checks up. But you don't want to risk, any kind of mistake and or fielding a punt in that position. And I would hope that that's the philosophy of the Texans. I don't know it, but yeah, I mean, that's the way you're supposed to think about it as a coaching staff.
I don't think he's going to be fielding any more punts inside the 5. Now, punters are so good that they can check everything back. Now, if you eliminate those and ifs and buts, candies or nuts or whatever,
if the bullfrog had wings, Jeremy,
that's right. It would. That is true. I did like Robert Woods in the punt game, though. Like, I want to see Robert Woods continuing as the punt returner. Let's just eliminate the inside the 5-yard line thing.
Stand at the 5 and don't move backwards.
Yeah. I mean, he did have 66 yards on punt returns. That's a good amount. He had a 36-yard punt return. I think he was a big factor in getting the Kiami Fairbairn game-winning opportunity.
Absolutely.
Didn't waste time.
Yeah,
Beeline right up the middle. So
what,
I liked
yards,
him.
I think?
I liked him in the punt return game. I would be cutting Steven Sims. Steven Sims was a healthy inactive in this game. Why is he taking a spot on the 53? I think they'll cut Steven Sims this week. I think Robert Woods is your starting punt returner going forward.
I think he showed you what I was questioning, which is, does he still have the burst? Does he have speed? Does he have the ability to turn a corner, which he did all those things when returning the punts? And he's still a really good set of hands to go to for CJ when he's filling in for one of the other wide receivers. I think you hit exactly what I was going to go to, which is you don't need Sims on this roster if Robert Woods is capable of doing that and still being a decent receiving option when you need a guy. And I think that's what they're going to do.
And they like him in the they like him as a blocker too.
Love him as a blocker.
So, I mean, Woods is obviously more valuable than Sims just on the roster. And if Woods has surpassed and overtaken Steven Sims as the punt returner, what is the purpose of Steven Sims being on this team? And quite frankly, if you release Steven Sims, is there an NFL team that's picking him up?
Probably.
I think you can store him on the practice squad.
I
really do.
Up.
Yeah, I don't.
His only real value was as a punt returner, and there's a reason why he was on the bench. He got benched for a reason. So.
And we already know from the kicking game, the return game, as much as what the NFL was trying to do with the gimmicky kickoff thing, you're not seeing many returns in the kickoff
really
game, and you don't have to worry about that at all. It's just, can you get something positive out of the punt return game? And he proved you can.
And just don't screw it up.
Right.
And he did try twice by fielding a punt inside the 5.
He was a net positive other than fielding the ball twice inside the 5.
But so Sims had the fumble, right? That
he had a fumble.
So
that
that's
was
worse.
why he got benched. Yeah.
So Woods, you can keep the job. And we'll cut Sims, but let's just cut out that inside the 5 thing. 5452, what's life without theatrics? A win is a win. What is radio without segments? 713-780-3776.
life question there.
It is. 2706. Texans need to be better at open field tackles. The two that I think they're a good tackling team. The two that come to mind to me are the Azeez Al-Shire early in the game, halfback screen to James Cook. I don't know if they scored on that drive though, so I don't know if it really hurt them. And then the obvious big one was whenever the Texans sent 7 on 4th and 5, and Lassiter overplayed it a bit, and then Keon Coleman was able to just get around that tackle. That was the egregious one yesterday.
Yeah, the one for me was the Lassiter tackle, and the fact that maybe he's going to get some space on you, or he's going to have an opportunity to catch the football, but he doesn't score there. You just can't have him score there. Someone's got to wrap him up and bring him down. And the fact that he was able to tiptoe through the sidelines and just burst right into the end zone was pretty bad.
Yeah, that was a bad missed tackle by Lassiter. There's no excusing that. 713-780-3776. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Lamont, what are you not ignoring in victory, what you wouldn't in defeat?
The second half, man. When the second half scoring, and I'm talking about coming out of halftime. I get every single week I get so excited, and I ask, who has the ball? Who has the ball coming out of halftime? It's the Texans, and I'm like, oh wow, we can score. We never score, man. I mean, we never score a touchdown. I think they probably scored 3 a couple of times, but I'm like, people are in the restrooms, people at concession stands, they're not in these seats. It's kind of quiet. It's kind of docile in the stadium. You guys should be able to do something right now, but they never capitalize on that. My last thing, fellas, I do not remember where Pierce got injured. I do not remember and I know this is not ignoring a victory a segment, but I do not remember where Pierce got injured. But I have a conspiracy theory. Yeah, surprise. My conspiracy theory is I think that they're saving this dude. I think this dude is on a trading block. I really believe it. I mean, even though I don't know what team is dumb enough to pick him up, but I think he's on a trading block because none of this Pierce stuff is making sense to me. I haven't seen him. I didn't see him go down. And he's just out of the game. And I also believe Mechie is on a trading block too. But going back to my second half thing about the Texans having the ball in the third quarter at the beginning of in the third quarter, it just bizarre to me that we're in the Florida game. I can give you a pass if you don't score on the first series of the game, but now we're in the Florida game right now. The crowd is kind of subtle right now. It's kind of quiet. You guys should be able to do something. That's all I have, fellas.
I think Lamont's point is one that is in the bigger point of, at a certain point, we talked about this previously leading into this weekend's game, which was you got to start converting more scoring drives into touchdowns than field goals. Yeah, Kaimi's been saving your bacon, and he's been, nails for you. But at a certain point with this offense, with the weapons that they have on it, this offense should be capitalizing, turning these drives into touchdowns instead of just field goals too. And I think that's something that is a big picture issue that they still have to get better at and they have to focus on. In terms of the Pierce thing, I think the biggest thing is I think he got hurt during practice. I don't think he got hurt during a game. And so I don't think there was a certain play where you could point to and go, oh, that's where he did whatever he did. But I think that for another team to be really, truly interested in him or Mechie as the two guys you mentioned, you got to put something on tape that shows that they truly still can play in this league and they can do some things to where I think that's when teams would be trading for him. I don't think there's anything to the fact that the conspiracy theory you got is they're holding him for a trade. Teams got to know the player they're getting is healthy too.
I love a good conspiracy theory. I'm a big fan of conspiracy theories. I'm with you on this one. You're not increasing value whenever you're not playing. I didn't see Pierce get hurt either. To me, it's pretty obvious that it was a practice injury. Remember Stingley get injured in practice. Mm-hmm. Was it last year? It had to have been last year.
Yeah, it was
last year because it was first year at D'Amico Ryan. So like guys are going to get hurt at practice. It's football. But you're not building value whenever you're not getting stuff on film. So I don't think that Pierce has increased his value. I don't think that Mechie's increased his value. I don't think you could get very much for either one right now. I had this offense in the second half as my don't ignore in victories in what you wouldn't in defeat as well. You go second half offensive series, and look, Nico Collins didn't play the final 3 quarters of this game. You know that Nico Collins was a big factor in the game plan. So, like, I'm willing to give a little bit of benefit of the doubt when it comes to Bobby Slowick and the Texans offense for the remainder of the game. Once you lose Nico Collins, like, it's difficult. He's been the best receiver in the NFL statistically this year. He's a big factor in their game plan. And then all of a sudden he's gone for the final 3 quarters. That's going to be very difficult for any offensive coordinator. But the Texans in the second half went field goal, punt, interception. They were moving the ball. They were in scoring range whenever they threw that interception. Fumble, punt, and then a gifted field goal. The offense was not good in the second half. And people are wondering if Bobby Slowick might not be very good at game adjustments in the flow of things. Like, good game planning, good getting ready for the week. But in terms of adjustments, like kind of going off the fly, people are wondering if maybe that's not his strong suit.
Yeah, we have been harping on that. We harped on it in the Vikings game, knowing that what you saw Flores was throwing at you in the first half, what adjustments were going to be made in the locker room that they didn't make, that they didn't change, that they didn't do anything differently with. And so it is right to be able to question that and start wondering about Bobby Slowick in terms of just the in-game adjustments. I think offensive play calling and the plays that are designed and constructed are really, really good, and we've seen a lot of it. But I think the in-game stuff is fair to question at this point in the season because we do have a big enough sample size to be able to say it doesn't look like they do a whole lot of first half versus second half. And if you look at it, there's a whole lot of second half failures, but even the Bears game where you had the really good offensive production, you put points on the board, and the Bears game was a nothing burger in the second half. There's been multiple times when the second half has been a stinker.
The streets are asking, is Slowick good at adjusting on the fly? Don't know.
Keeps him from being a head coach next year. Fine.
Yeah. Well, there's a healthy.
Well, though we don't like his second half adjustments.
He can learn that if the rest of it is good and CJ's good with it.
There's a healthy pocket of the Texans fan base that doesn't want Slowick back next year. There's a healthy pocket. 6-5-1-7 short running game, non-existent without Mixon. Yes, that is true. That's why I didn't like going forward.
It was fine with Akers. But Dare got a lot of work.
The one that Akers scored on was easy. That was a well-designed play, well-executed play. So that was a good one. But I think I think this texture means more like it's 3rd and 1,
short yardage.
It's 4th and 1. Like everybody in the stadium knows that you're running the football, and they're getting beat in those spots.
Yeah.
Any other do not ignore in victories what you wouldn't in defeat?
Look, I think that a lot of people, as you say, when the streets are talking about the fact that there's a lack of pass rush to be resulting in sacks. But I think when you look at it at the right time in the game yesterday, and I know you hate the term, Jeremy, but the pressures were there. The fact that they were able to kind of, if you're trying to contain Josh Allen, a lot of that is making sure that you stay in your lanes and kind of stay home and don't overcommit to where you give him an opportunity to really get chunk plays off with his feet. So I think that has to be factored in. And the fact is that when they were making their pushes and some of the defensive stands they were making, they had good enough pressure on Allen to for him to feel the edges coming in on him.
Yeah, I don't dislike pressures. I like pressures. I just like sacks way more. Pressures like a single, sacks like a home run. Give me sacks. I'm with you. Like yesterday's game plan is a little different. Like if you're just selling out to try to get to Josh Allen's going to run for 200 yards. So keeping the edge, keeping contained was critical in yesterday's game. I thought Hunter played well. Will Anderson to me was a non-factor. He did have a couple of critical plays late,
yes.
But I thought he was a ghost for the first 3 quarters. That said, defensive ends against Josh Allen, you're keeping the edge. Like
right.
you want to keep him in the pocket.
If it's Trevor Lawrence or something like that, this is a totally different conversation.
And I think that's kind of been one of the stories of the season because they've also faced Anthony Richardson, Caleb Williams, some guys who can run. So that's kind of we'll see once they face less mobile quarterbacks if that remains the same.
All right, 713-780-ESPN. Let's close it out with our guy Chris. Chris, you're in the Hive with the Bees. What are you not ignoring in victory? What you wouldn't in defeat?
Okay, so I want to start out by saying we beat the Bills. Let's just put that on the table. But there's a couple of things I saw. Like, every time a Bills receiver caught the ball, they juked left, and our guys did not know what to do about it. There was that one play where I can't remember the guy's name, big Afro guy, was run up the right sideline, and he just juked our guy out of his shoe. And, like,
maybe it was the
luckily,
Afro.
Allen overthrew him because – yes, exactly. Yeah, luckily Allen overthrew him. That was 6 points all day long. But like open field tackling, they go to tackle them, and it's just depth left in this. That's the recipe for our defeat. I've seen it week in and week out. What do you guys got to say about that? I'll hang up and listen.
You might be a racist, Chris.
He hates the left, and evidently they're practicing only going one way with their jukes.
Yeah. I haven't noticed that the Texans bite a lot on the jukes lefts. Now they do get beat on like double moves in the secondary. That's something
Everybody. Cam Bullock got beat on one of this game. That was the thing we saw from Kamari Lassiter in every game. Now Cam Bullock's getting it on it.
Chris, I'm going to watch the film tomorrow morning. I'm going to look at the juke left, and if I notice a trend, I'll bring it up in the show tomorrow. But I need to watch the film to know more. Did he say afro?
Yeah, the guy with the big afro. That's what he said.
He did.
The guy with the big afro.
I didn't notice a huge afro guy. Did y'all?
Yeah, what's his name with all the reddish hair coming out of the back of his
Matt
helmet?
Collins?
Yeah, I think he's talking about
That's
Matt
not really an
Collins.
afro, though.
I know. I think he's talking about Matt Collins.
I
That's
think
the
he's
only
talking
guy
about
he could be
Collins for
talking
sure.
about, I think.
4488 Will Anderson played yesterday? Question mark. I didn't see him until like the final series. I'm not going to ignore the ref saying basketball instead of football. 8576. It's a fair point. All right, 713-780-ESPN. What do you believe after the college football? It was a great weekend. Wasn't it a great weekend in college football? My favorite weekend in college football this year. What do you believe after college football this weekend? It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. What do you believe after this college football? Great college football weekend. What do you believe now after the college football weekend? 713-780-3776. Blankers, why don't you do the honor?
I think the first one is that this is a wide open, anybody can win this thing kind of year in college football, and I love it. The parity is fantastic. The fact that we're knocking off undefeated teams week after week, and that every week we're talking about another quote-unquote big-time contender for the title falling off and losing a game means that it's wide open. This is what the playoff was created for. It extended to 12 for this very reason. It's for not. Look, we got A&M. I got friends that are A&M fans that are believing that they are right back in the thick of things, even though they lost to Notre Dame, which otherwise might have been a death sentence.
Yeah, they picked the right year to go to 12.
Yeah.
Like, this is the year to go to 12. So it is a lot of fun. There's not one clear-cut dominant team. Maybe it ends up that way. But right now there's not. And if there is one, it might be Texas.
Right now,
they've still got some
Ohio
games on the
State.
schedule, though.
Texas, maybe Ohio State.
Because we haven't seen them play anybody yet.
Well, they got Oregon this
Oh, I
weekend,
know.
and they got to go to Penn State a few weeks
Yes.
after that. So, I mean, in Texas, I mean, obviously they have Georgia, Oklahoma, and Georgia the next 2 weeks, and don't look past going to Arkansas in November. That's going to be a big.
But to the point is, when you do think that there is that one dominant team that might be better than everybody else, the next week they fall off and look like a totally different team too,
Sure.
which makes you even more excited.
Yeah,
for sure.
Transitive property tells me that Houston is better than Alabama. Houston beat. Listen, transitive property has never been wrong. Houston beat TCU.
No?
TCU beat Stanford. Stanford beat Syracuse. Syracuse beat Georgia Tech. Georgia Tech beat Georgia State. Georgia State beat Vanderbilt. And Vanderbilt beat Alabama.
So,
transitive.
Wow.
Transitive. What is it? Property. That would tell you that Houston is better than Alabama. It's facts.
Trash.
It's facts.
Yes, please try.
Yeah, that was
you can double trash that.
Forget
Yeah.
6 degrees of Kevin Bacon.
That's
That
exactly
would
where I
be
was
12
thinking,
degrees
yes.
of Cougar football.
Future is bright, though. The recruiting
Neon
class.
Zion, look out now.
Top 4 Big 12 recruiting next year. Willie's getting it done. Willie can coach. 16.5-point dogs. Goes into Fort Worth.
That was
and
an
knocks
impressive
off the
win.
Frogs on prime time.
A change of quarterback did everything.
I believe the future is bright. Shout out to Donovan Smith, though, the closer. Had to come into that
He
game
did.
late, picked
Yeah.
up a couple of critical
Yeah,
first
he
downs,
did.
throwing the ball. Credit to him.
But it was amazing. Sean and I were talking about this on Saturday. It's amazing what the change, simply just obviously it's a quarterback, but the change of quarterback did. I mean, Jeremy doesn't have to hear this stat, but I mean, you throw out the Rice game, they're averaging under 5 points a game this season, including back-to-back shutouts. You changed the
That's
quarterback.
enough talking for you, bro.
Yeah,
That's
I know.
enough.
Okay, I'll
Go
ahead
back to
and- I'll go
producing the
ahead-
show.
I'll go ahead and skip to mine. This is kind of Joel mentioned this at the end of his first believe, but I believe the Aggies are going to make the playoffs. I mean, you look at the rest of their schedule, and I didn't know if going back to Connor Weigman was the best idea, but he looked great. He was sharp. He unlocked a different level for that offense. That game was over really before it began. But you look at their 2 toughest games remaining on the schedule, LSU and Texas are both at home. I think they beat LSU, and even if they don't beat Texas, as long as they don't get upset over the way, they do have to go to South Carolina. That could maybe be a little tricky, but I think the Aggies are better than South Carolina. So, I mean, even if you lose to Texas but you beat LSU and you take care of your business, the other games you're favored in, 10-2, you're going to get into the playoff.
Yeah, I think they're in play.
Yeah, I think you're right, especially if you're the upper echelon of the SEC, then you're definitely going to get extra love. I think they're going to be
SEC
fine.
is going to get 4 teams in. If the Aggies at 10-2, I think they get in.
I think they're in play.
Yeah,
I think they're in play.
and I think that Weigman was the guy that I was critical of, that I thought when they made the switch when he went out, that they might have found their guy for the rest of the season. Instead, he comes in, looks like a totally different guy. He can actually throw the ball more than 5 yards, and it looks like they can do some things. And we know they have talent on that team, so they're definitely right there in the mix. And when you start thinking about all the SEC teams that we thought looked like they were going to be good enough to be in that upper echelon, Ole Miss falls off, Tennessee's falling off. You got teams coming back too, which helps them even more.
Yeah. They looked really good. Now, I'm going to jump the line here because it's a better segue here, Blinkers.
Okay.
I don't know what to make of the SEC. I don't know what to make of them. I think they're the best conference in football, but is the gap that great? What's the best out-of-conference win in the SEC? Texas beat Michigan. Michigan sucks.
Michigan's not as near. I was the one that
just off
said
the top of my
Michigan
head,
was
Probably.
that's what jumps to mind immediately.
And I like to call them Michigan this year.
Oh, Georgia beating Clemson.
Okay. What is Clemson?
Best team in the ACC.
Are they?
better than they've we thought.
But that's kind
I
of
think
like
SMU's the best team in the ACC.
they did have a good win against Louisville.
LSU lost to USC. USC just lost a conference game to Minnesota.
Sure.
A&M lost to Notre Dame. Arkansas lost to Oklahoma State. I don't know what to make of the SEC.
No, and it's fair to say that because when we start talking about the two teams that I mentioned, Ole Miss and Tennessee, they were supposed to be these kind of sexy picks to kind of climb up a little bit extra and get into that playoff in the SEC, and then they fall off, and you look like they're not supposed. Ole Miss was supposed to be an offensive powerhouse. They haven't looked good offensively at all. So it's fair to question it. As much as I'm crapping all over the Big Ten for having just one team, you look at the SEC and there's a lot of teams to question.
Don't forget about Indiana. They're a football school now.
6-0.
They're undefeated
For now.
They're undefeated. They're a football school. They're better at football than they are basketball.
Facts.
For now,
Facts.
yes, that is a fact. Yes.
What is your belief?
I got plenty more, but Big Ten has 3 in the top 5. And I think that 2 of those teams won't be in the top 5 the next week.
Well, at least one won't.
Yeah, but the other
other
one that you mentioned is one I completely don't believe in, having watched at least a little of them play. Penn State. Penn State every year gets all this extra love and gets in the top 10, and everybody thinks they're going to be a dominant force. And then they get into the heat of the schedule where they play a couple of teams, and I think that they're going to find out that they're not as good as you think they are offensively, and they're not a top 10 caliber team.
I made James Franklin really mad one day. We did that coaches award thing, and it was right whenever they had that linebacker that was doing some bad stuff, and I was like, hey, why don't you talk to us about that? And he took off the headset and left.
Ooh, he gets a little.
He wasn't very happy with
Was
me.
this at the flagship?
Yeah.
I don't remember that.
Yeah, Smitty and the Baytown Baddie.
Yeah.
I think they were mad at me because I made James Franklin.
he gets emotional too.
He goes, nope, and took off his headset and left.
God, I must have been out that day. I don't remember that.
Yeah, he got mad at me.
Wow.
I asked him a tough question. He didn't like it. He didn't like it.
Wow.
I believe that Miami got lucky this time.
Yeah.
That crown of the
1 point
helmet,
win.
that to me should
Yeah.
not have been overturned.
When I looked at it live, I thought he led with the shoulder, but with the replay, there's pretty much no doubt he led with the crown.
Right. And that should be automatic. It doesn't matter intent. It doesn't matter the target. If you lead with the crown of the helmet, that is an unsportsmanlike
That's right.
penalty. Like it should have been. I thought the right call was made last week in Miami, Virginia Tech. I thought the wrong call was made Miami, Cal. Miami got lucky in this one.
I think that's the biggest thing is the fact that if you got a receiver going over the middle and he changes, he jumps, he does something, and you lead with the shoulder, but then it ends up being, helmet-to-helmet contact, that's one thing. But you know what the intent is in terms of how the guy's tackling. If he's leading with the crown of his helmet, it seemed pretty obvious.
9506 says, to quote SEC Shorts, Texas, I'm tired of carrying this conference. That's a great line. I didn't watch it yet this week. All right, what do you believe, Brian?
I believe Ashton Genty is going to shock the world and win the Heisman this year. I mean, that's usually that's a quarterback award from a Power 4 conference school, but I think maybe I should have saved this for tomorrow. But I think Ashton Genty is one of the Heisman. Now, obviously, Boise State's got to do their part and win. Well, I should probably win out. They've already got one loss on the schedule. But when you look at his numbers this year compared to the last 3 running backs that have won the Heisman, those being not all Alabama, but Derrick Henry, Mark Ingram, Reggie Bush. I mean, he's doubling up these guys in yards. He's already got 16 rushing touchdowns.
He's already over 1,000 yards in 5 games.
1,031 yards, 16 rushing touchdowns in 5 games. And he's only played 16 quarters because Boise's blown out some teams. I think if Boise State as a team does their part and at least gets to 10 wins, probably needs to win out.
At least the playoff.
Yeah, exactly. And if they got to 11 wins, they would make the playoff. I think Ashton Genty wins the Heisman.
I saw somebody tweet over the weekend, I can't remember who it was, that he is having the most dominant season for a running back in college football since Barry Sanders.
There's Chuck Pagano. Chuck Pagano is a Boise State alum.
Oh, is he? I didn't know that.
Yeah, he was going off about how he's not just going to be a guy that's going to be a good college football player, that he's got all the tools that people are sleeping on for the NFL, and that from his character to his ability and his speed and his strength, that he's going to be a draft prospect to keep an eye on.
King of Twitch says, if Ashton wins the Heisman, I will leave BMAC alone forever. That's stupid. 8143.
Leave me alone or not, I won't see it. Doesn't matter.
8143. I believe the Aggies beat the Longhorns Thanksgiving weekend. That's sizing up to be a big one.
Yeah,
certainly possible.
3270. I believe that Texas Tech can win the Big 12 conference based on their remaining schedule. I think it's in play. I think anybody can win the Big 12.
Yeah, I think that's Utah or Kansas State, but
2851. That Lincoln Riley should update his resume.
Quite possible.
Not great.
Still going to get paid, though, because I'm pretty sure that's still a long-term deal for a whole lot of money and the planes and the mansions and all the other stuff.
Yeah, remember they bought 2 of his houses in Norman? They bought his house and they bought his mom's house.
Then they bought him his new house in L.A., which was like $7 or $8 million minimum.
How do you lose to Minnesota?
What a gig.
Seriously.
What do they say about the Big Ten? You don't go on the road and win in Minnesota. They always say that about the Big Ten.
You got boat road.
He did. Corey, I learned I hate a 10 p.m. Central start time. Why did they schedule Texas Tech and Arizona for 10? Because they want wire-to-wire Big 12 football, baby. The Big 12 is going to own the 11 a.m. They're going to own the 2:30. They're going to own the 6, and they're going to own the 9 o'clock window.
I think we're
going to take back the White House. Woo!
I think we got more really late. I think we have more really late Big 12 football this weekend as well. Yeah, Kansas State, Colorado, 9:15 on Saturday.
Ooh. You know what's even worse is whenever you're there for those games, and then you have to, you're starting at 9 o'clock Central. You're playing the game until 12:30 a.m. Central. You're going to get on the plane 2:30 a.m. Central. You're going to fly back and land at about 6 a.m. Central.
I hated those.
You got any of those this year? You guys going to Arizona?
Yeah, we're going to Arizona.
State?
We're going to Arizona. Yeah.
That's
not too bad, though. It could be worse.
It could be worse, yeah.
It could be, Utah or BYU.
Boise State, by the way,
it's about the same.
10 p.m. this Saturday. Any of those up late.
I believe Malachi
Hawaii.
Moore needs to be really sat down by Alabama, too. Did you see the end of the game?
I did.
He had like 7 different plays where he couldn't control his emotions, and he kicked the ball where the referee put it down. Then he was going off and taking cheap shots at the other team. Then he was screaming at his own players. Then the defensive coordinator sent in a replacement for him, and he turned the kid around and sent him back to the sidelines and wouldn't come out of the game.
I was mad the camera panned off of him because I wanted to watch that crash out.
Seriously, there had to be some kind of repercussions from Alabama's perspective at some point.
It was pretty awesome. All right, what's your last, I believe, Brian?
I think Texas and Ohio State are going to smash this weekend, both in big-time, high-profile games against Texas facing Oklahoma and Ohio State against Oregon. I don't believe in the quarterbacks on the other side. I don't believe in Dylan Gabriel, former Oklahoma quarterback. And I don't believe believe in the freshman that Oklahoma's putting out there this weekend against Texas. I think obviously, arguably, the 2 biggest games of the schedule are probably going to turn out to be blowouts. I think Texas and Ohio State roll this weekend.
Said like a true Longhorn. Texas 14-point favorites. This would be the second largest upset win for Oklahoma in the Red River shootout. Yes, I still call it that because I'm not PC.
Thank you. I do too.
But it would be the second biggest win Oklahoma, second biggest upset win ever.
Yeah, I don't see it happening.
They were dogs by 21.5, like in 98. And they won that game. So this will be the second largest. And then my final, I believe that the Big 12 is criminally underrated.
Here we go.
4 top 25 teams.
It's every week,
2
Brian.
teams receiving votes.
Our beloved
the Big
Goons.
12 needs more love. All right, let's get to our Mailbag Monday. What is your question for the Bees? 713-780-3776. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Guys, we're just talking about a lot of college football on the horizon. If you want to get people together at your place to watch some college football this weekend, I suggest that when you're serving the food and the beverages, no matter what you're serving food-wise, and I'm sure you'll have great food and you'll have dips and chips and sliders and pizza and all the different great foods, everything that you're serving is going to go well with Stella Rosa wines. Yeah, you can serve the beer and the hard liquor, but give your guests another option that's going to be a refreshing wine served chilled that can go with anything that you're serving and also give you something that you can drink throughout the day, but you don't have to pace yourself. It's got just the right amount of alcohol. It's got all natural fruits and spices, and it's going to be delicious as an extra add to whatever your food service is and what you're serving at your game day table. It's fantastic. And the best part about it, it's available at all the local retailers, the grocery stores, and the specs type places. You can get what you need with Stella Rosa wines. It's absolutely phenomenal. And also keep in mind that if you're a college football fan, that Stella Rosa is also giving you an opportunity to get to the college football championship game at the end of the season. A chance for you to win is only by a few clicks away by going to ESPNLADreamTicket.com. You can get a chance, thanks to Stella Rosa, to be at the biggest college football game of the year. But check out your local retailer and remember to enjoy your Stella Rosa wines chilled and celebrate responsibly.
What is your question for the Bees? 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Pena, what is your question for the Bees?
Hey, what's going on, guys? Hey, I got a question for all three of y'all, and then I got one specifically for Joel. So if y'all were to be a GM, would y'all rather take over a team that's already solidified that just can't get over the hump, or would you rather take on the challenge and bring the first championship for that team? And for Joel, how do you feel about Jordan Love throwing that interception in his own end zone? Thank you. Have a great day.
So I'll take the second one first, and you guys can clarify what the first question was. The second one, I didn't feel good about it. I had the game recorded and had to watch that, and I had bad Will Levis visions, and it goes to the fact that I still have serious reservations about their franchise quarterback.
I didn't think it was that bad.
It was awful.
Like, I know it didn't work out well, but you could totally understand what he was doing. Like, he was trying, he just didn't get enough on the throw. But it wasn't a poor decision. It was just poor execution.
Well, to me, too, the fact that he got the ball as far as he did was credit to him, because that could have been a grounding type play. We saw what CJ did.
You don't think he was out of the pocket?
He wasn't. He was close, but he just, without looking, turned and just flipped that thing to where I could see them at least considering that, but that was an awful throw.
He just didn't get enough on it. Like, I think it was the right decision, although you could argue and say, well, it wasn't the right decision because he wouldn't be able to get a lot on it. Like, I could see the thought process. Like, I saw the vision. He knew if he got sacked, there was a safety. So the intentional grounding doesn't even matter, right? Like, if you get called for intentional grounding, you would have been sacked. Right. Maybe you're out of the pocket. The problem was he just didn't get enough on it and couldn't throw it away.
Well, Josh Allen got a little extra love, more than I thought yesterday, too, about the fact that he got rid of that one. And I was like, okay, come on. There's nothing about his strength that did that. He just kind of, I thought that was still borderline to be reviewed, but at the same time, he just threw one away.
I don't remember it.
Oh, he was rolling out and he was about to get sacked.
Well, if he was rolling out, he'd be out of the pocket. But
he wasn't quite there yet. He was from the center of the pocket, leading to his right, and someone got a hold of him, and he just kind of wristed it.
Was it the Petrie play? Or Petrie came on the blitz, unevaded to the quarterback?
Maybe it was. It might have been. I think it was. Yeah. And then Charles Davis was just going off on his strength and his ability.
Yeah, that was the Petrie play.
Like, come on, man.
I didn't think that was grounding. I thought the receiver was close enough to the area.
Bigger point, I don't think Josh Allen gets a little extra credit for that. I think most quarterbacks, it was Petrie. It wasn't like a big lineman.
I thought it was pretty impressive.
I very dismissive of Jalen Petrie now.
I thought it was pretty impressive. Like, he just kind of like shed him away and still got rid of it. All right, 713-780
the question,
ESPN.
Pena's question though.
I didn't like Pena's question. Would you rather have an established team to take over as the GM or rebuild a team that's never had a championship? I think he left out a lot of critical details.
Yeah.
Like, what is my owner like? Is my owner going to give me tons of money to spend? What sport are we talking about? Like, there are so many critical details that Pena left out that I don't know if we have enough information to answer.
But I do appreciate the fact that he's trying to be creative and think of a question for us every week.
Yeah.
So credit to Pena for that. But yeah, there's a lot of variables we need.
Yeah, A for participation, an F for that first question, because we need some more information, Pena. We know, we love you. We're just kidding. 3283, should Ewers start over Manning? I think so.
I think for sure.
Absolutely.
Yep. And Brian as a horn would be the
absolutely he should. Now, I will say Art showed a lot of improvement in maturity and a growth from start one to start two, because his first start against Louisiana Tech, he was just thrown into triple coverage all game. Maybe it was because his first start, he's playing a lesser than school. But I thought he had a lot to clean up. He looked a lot better in game two, but I want the veteran that went into the big house and won. I want the guy that got them to the playoff last year. I think Quinn is being severely discredited right now.
6856, Key from LA. What position's more important to a team? A quarterback, an ace, or a point guard?
Quarterback.
Most important position in all of professional sport.
Point guard's not even the most important on a basketball team. It's just best player.
What about the best player on a basketball team? Is that better than a quarterback?
It's closer, but I would still say quarterback.
I think if you have the right quarterback, it's more important than even the most dominant one player on your basketball team.
Like Sam Darnold?
No. But would you have the right weapons around Sam Darnold or Purdy?
How about, that's what I mean. Like, what if Purdy or Darnold wins the Super Bowl this year? Like, couldn't you say the best player in a basketball team over a quarterback?
It depends because you can be the best player on your basketball team.
In that situation, I would.
I think it's really close. I would lean quarterback currently. The way the game is played nowadays in the NFL, I feel like you have to have the quarterback. 20 years ago, I think it's the best player on the basketball team.
And I think that also from the standpoint, even the way that the NBA game is played currently, where it used to be you could have one dominant player and you could win a championship. Now we're talking about, 3 and 4 super teams, player super teams.
6371, why do they keep taking Anderson and Hunter out? They both have horrible snap counts per game.
It's a marathon, not a sprint.
I don't think they have horrible snap counts. D'Amico likes to rotate his defensive linemen. I think they're actually playing a lot, and they could use some depth there, actually.
You think about across the defensive line, though, the production you're getting out of how many different guys, maybe because of the fact that they're a little more fresh and he's using a lot of guys.
And I think it's beneficial for Will Anderson Jr. We saw him get hurt towards the end of the last season.
He's got fragile ankles.
We saw him come into this season a little banged up. So I don't think there's anything wrong with saving some reps for him.
What's the common denominator on those two injuries?
Ankles?
Ankles.
You have 2 of them?
I don't know if it was the same ankle.
Oh. I just think from a defensive lineman standpoint, the interior defensive lineman standpoint, too, the guys he's rotating in the middle of that line have all been pretty productive.
Yeah, Autry being back will help a ton.
Yep.
4488 Rockets over under wins at 45.5 this year.
I'm going to go.
It's a good number.
It is a good number. I'm going to go slightly under.
They won 41 last year, right?
They were 41 and 41. Yep.
45.5. I'm going to go slightly under, too.
I'm going to go over. I'm the Kool-Aid drinking Rocket.
I guess so.
I think they go over.
Oh,
I think they go over. They're deep. They're healthier. They're well coached.
They win.
Second year together. They have a sharpshooter. They have the white Steph
44.
Curry. I think they go over. 8576 of Aziz Al-Shire. This guy always gets me. He says Al-Shazir. Whenever this guy always texts and he says Al-Shazir.
Is he being autocorrected?
I don't know.
But
It
might be voice texting. Yeah.
He Ron Burgundy's me every time. Aziz Al-Shire. If Aziz Al-Shire would have gotten 2 picks, would that have been better than Jordan's flu game?
No. Good
Of course
Lord.
not. No.
The setting matters. It was the finals versus week 5 in the NFL. Key from LA, Packers almost lost to the wounded Rams. How you feeling about the love machine today, Blank?
Who won? That's all I need to know, Key. Who won and who lost? Losers from LA lost. Packers won. Do I still feel better about Jordan Love? No, but that doesn't matter because the Packers got the win.
Key in typical LA fashion dropped an F-bomb on the HRP our HRP listener line earlier today.
At least he didn't give me something I had to dump like our earlier caller.
A different show?
No, this show. You don't remember?
No.
You don't remember Ryan using the dump button?
Oh, I thought you said he dumped an F-bomb.
He did on the text line.
Oh.
Not on the air.
Well, what happens now if the Padres beat the Dodgers, Key? What do you got next?
I'm rooting for that.
I am too. Big time.
Can Nico be talked about as a top 10 receiver in the league now?
Absolutely.
For sure.
He talked about
higher
5.
than that, except for this hamstring and how long it lingers.
That's the thing. I would say, he's playing. To me, he's playing at a top 3 level right now, but the hammy could deter that.
I was thinking B-Max Bet was looking really super solid until the hamstring.
Well, he's already halfway there, isn't
I know.
He needs to be back soon. Troy, is Bobby Slowick's stock going down as a head coach next year?
It's a long season and it's early in it, so maybe now, but we'll talk at the end of the year where I think it'll be just fine.
That's the biggest non-answer I've ever heard.
Right now, yes.
I'm with you. I'm yes. I think his stock has been hurt
slightly. Yeah, slightly.
All right, D'Amico Ryans. What do we think about this culture that he's instilled in the Texans? Does he have the buy-in? Does he have the belief? It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. First a minute on Pro Dunk Hoops. Look, we were just answering basketball questions. There's a professional basketball game that a Houston team plays today. A couple of weeks away, we're going to get some college basketball scrimmages. It's about to be basketball season. Might, in fact, be basketball season. Practices are already underway. You might have a kid who's trying out for the high school team, middle school team, might already be playing year-round AAU. You need to give him or her a goal from Pro Dunk Hoops. They make the highest quality basketball goals you'll find. Plus, if they go outside, they're out of your hair. A tempered glass backboard like you see in the professional and the college gyms and arenas. Breakaway rim, that's important because it's height adjustable, anywhere from 5 feet to 10 feet. You can throw down some jams, lower it down. Now, you might have to lower it down to 5 feet to do so, but you can, and that breakaway rim is going to keep you safe. Extended overhang as well. You don't have to worry about rolling your ankle on the basketball stanchion because of the extended overhang. Makes it easy, makes it safe. Their new goal, Thor. You can raise and lower the goal with a drill. It's easy to do. It's fun to do. Lightning adjust feature. You can get it anywhere from 5 to 10 feet in a matter of seconds. Their accessories, next level. LED light kits for night play. You work, kids are at school, only get home at night. We'll get LED light kits so you can play 24 hours a day. Backstop nets, pole pad lettering, and lots more. And you can order everything, including professional installation, online. That's right. The pros at Pro Dunk will professionally install your goal at the perfect height, perfectly straight. You don't need to touch a level. You don't need to trust a ladder because the pros are going to install it for you. Let them do all of the work as you sit down inside and watch some sports. Call right now, 281-351-9822, and visit produnk.com. That's produnk.com.
Now back to the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
D'Amico's been impressive. Game yesterday, really, really good. The culture, where the Texans are right now, winning the division last year, 4-1 through 5 games this year. Do you think somebody else could have done the job that D'Amico's doing, Blinkers?
You know, the more I was thinking about it, and then, CBS went after the game yesterday and covered his post-game speech to the team. And a lot of guys, you have a tough time taking professionals that make a lot of money and getting them to buy into some of the rah-rah stuff. And it takes a certain kind of believability with a personality to do the things that D'Amico's been able to do with this team and continues to do. And it just hit me that, you almost don't even think about as bad as Cully was and Lovey was. And you think about some of the candidates that were being thrown around when they were getting to D'Amico, and we were talking about whether D'Amico would take this job or there were other jobs that were better. I don't know that anybody else could have done the job that D'Amico's done to this point and continue to do it going forward because of the fact that he's been so real. So he brings so many intangibles to the table that gets this team to buy in and then stay with him. It doesn't get corny. It doesn't get unbelievable. He always keeps it real, but he also owns his mistakes. But the way that it kind of has translated to what it did for Caserio as well, but the way the two of them in tandem work together, but just from a locker room standpoint, after that speech, questioning some of the things when they've gone wrong, including a couple weeks ago when we questioned at the end of the half the way they screwed things up. That's on me. That's on us. We own that. We got to get better on those things too. I just was trying to think back of any of the other guys that were available at the time or even going forward. Were there other guys that you think could have done a better job? Because he's got the buy-in from all the veterans. He motivates all the younger guys. From a defensive perspective, he's finding guys and developing the To'os, what he did for Christian Harris, the guys that he's kind of brought along the way too, that are all completely in on the buy-in. And even with the volatile personalities of a guy like Diggs, I just think looking back, we don't even give enough credit for what DeMeco's done from the locker room standpoint.
Yeah. DeMeco Ryans is I mean this sincerely. I know that I goof a lot of times and I'm very sarcastic a lot of times. I look up to DeMeco Ryans. I think DeMeco Ryans is a role model, quite frankly. I think he's a great man. I think he's a great leader. And a lot of times I think that whenever we're talking like in this forum, in this medium, we look at head coaches, especially in football, and we're like, well, this is the defense they're going to put in place. This is the offense that we're going to put in place. And I think that you miss two critical elements that I think are more important than the offense you're putting in place and the defense or the defense that you're putting in place, depending on, your side of the ball, like DeMeco's defense, Benny Johnson offense. To me, the two most important things that you can hire as a head coach is leadership. I think you have to have great leadership, because if you don't have leadership, you're not going to be a very good football team. And then I think you have to be able to bring the culture into the organization that's going to make it what it is. Like, you set this standard of this is the way that Texans football is going to be all about. And before DeMeco Ryans, you never really had that standard. Maybe you could go back to Kubiak, but Kubiak was super player friendly. Like, I don't think that he was as demanding as a DeMeco Ryans, although DeMeco Ryans is demanding but has the respect of the players, so he can kind of get away with it. Whereas other coaches, if you're demanding and you don't have the respect of the players, you're not going to be able to get away with it. They're going to quit on you. So those are the two most important things to me: the leadership factor, and then being able to control the culture. I keep up with Houston Cougar basketball, as you know, and I think Kelvin Sampson is the master at building a successful culture, and look what they've done over the years. So that's what I love the most about DeMeco, because I think DeMeco does have some questions. Like his game management, I think there are times when you're like, man, what are they doing? We looked yesterday at that 3rd and 5 with 44 seconds left. Why isn't he overriding Bobby Slowick and say, Bobby, we're not throwing the football here, man. We're running the football, and then we're going to have a kick to win the game. You can talk about the 4th and 1 running play. Now that I understand Bobby Slowick's calling plays, but you as the head coach have the ability to override. He's had other game management situations that have come up. He had the end of first half last week, in which they wasted 35 seconds whenever you could have tried for 7. So I think that he lacks in certain areas. But the two most important things that I want from a head coach are leadership, and I want the ability to create a great culture. And I think DeMeco Ryans has both of those things in spades, and I would say he's top 3 in each category.
Yeah, and you think about it. I was thinking about Dan Campbell, too. Dan Campbell does it a little bit more hyper-aggressive way, but the fact that what he did, and you get somewhat more of a pass from your team from the standpoint of the things you're mentioning, when there's a total buy-in and a total believability in everything that your coach is doing, because hey, we're gonna run through a wall for this guy. We're gonna have his back no matter what. Detroit did that when he made some pretty bold calls in the playoffs, but because of the fact that he had his entire locker room, you saw the guys go, we'll live and die with whatever Coach Campbell says. And I think the same thing is true of DeMeco. DeMeco, they're gonna buy in and understand that, hey, regardless of what the outcome is, we believe in this guy. We believe he's got our backs, and we're going to do the best thing in the best interest of what this team needs. And that's so tough to find with guys, because otherwise swarm would be corny, or, bite a guy's kneecaps off would be like, what the hell is this guy talking about? But when you talk about who it's coming from and how the message is delivered and what he brings to the table, you buy in, you get your locker room buy-in, and they'll go, yeah, let's go bite some kneecaps.
Yeah, you're right. Like, I couldn't imagine walking into the locker room and be like, let's swarm. They would laugh me out of the locker room. Or let's go bite kneecaps. They would laugh me out of the locker room. So you do have to command that respect. And I guess I didn't answer your question. Could there have been another coach that was as good? I don't think so. And I just pulled up. I like Kevin O'Connell a lot, but Kevin O'Connell was the previous year.
Yeah.
They hired Lovey, and Minnesota hired Kevin O'Connell. Would Kevin O'Connell have taken the Texans job over the Vikings job? I do not know. I doubt it, because he's an offensive guy, and the Vikings had more offensive weapons at that point. Now that he would have been able to have a pretty high draft pick. But the candidates, and shout out to Texans Wire for having this on a quick Google search. The other people that were considered, that had multiple interviews, or at least one interview, Ejiro Evero from the Broncos, defense coordinator. No, but that's an obvious no. Philly offensive coordinator Shane Steichen. I was a Steichen fan, but I have not been very impressed with him this year. I'm kind of out on Steichen now. Jonathan Gannon, nope.
No way.
No, thank you. Thomas Brown, I don't really know enough about him. He was the assistant head coach with the Rams, but no, I'm good with DeMeco. Sean Payton, no.
Part of the reason why, when I was thinking about this, it came up was Bo Nix stood up to Sean Payton on the sideline yesterday. And that's something that, I just don't think Sean Payton could have pulled that here. I mean, the stuff the dictatorship, I don't think he could have gotten away with that here.
Yeah, maybe not. Mike Kafka, no thanks. Ben Johnson, he pulled his name out of consideration. I was a Ben Johnson guy.
Yep.
But having the ability of having hindsight, I would not have picked anybody over.
I just don't think there's anybody that and it was tough to, like, you had to look it up. I had to do the same thing. I was like, I don't even remember the other candidates, which is such a good thing in itself. But the fact that not only did you get the right guy, but he turned it around this quickly, which none of us saw coming as well, is a testament to the fact that, like you said, it's not just being a stout defensive coordinator that knows the game, that has a resume as an ex-player. It's can I get control of my locker room and get my buy-in and believability from my players?
Yeah, I'm right there with you. 713-780-ESPN. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Angel, you're in the High for the Bees. What's up?
Hey, guys. Well, real quick, I want to talk about DeMeco Ryans. I really respect him as a coach. I think one of the things I'm always going to remember from him was when he had his conference, when he was being introduced as a coach. He called the Texans' job as a dream job. He believed in that organization. He believed in the Houston Texans when everybody else called the Texans maybe the worst job ever, which, for those past 2 seasons, it was a bad environment. But that really stood out. And I believe that when he said that, I really believe that he also made an impact on the players that were in that organization, that, wow, we have a guy that is going to believe in us, in the team, in the organization, but also he has been there and done that with this organization. And I think that's another thing that really stands out in DeMeco Ryans. So I just wanted to throw that point out there and see what you guys think.
I think it's a valid point, Angel, in the fact that he also knew the ownership, the family. He knew, because that was something that was being highly scrutinized at that time. What's that?
He sued him, remember?
He did. Well, he actually sued the NRG or the Reliant at the time. But at the same time, he also did his due diligence too, because before he took that job, he was back checking everything and fact checking other things to figure out who was involved in the organization, who he could trust, what he was going to have to deal with. And the one thing that he knew, which kind of led to that statement too, was he knows the McNair family, and based on what he knows, he wouldn't take this job if he thought that there were that many questions that everybody else had.
To me, the DeMeco can be judged based on the culture. This culture was at rock bottom. The Texans were at rock bottom, and look where it is now. That's super impressive. King of Twitch says most penalized team. Both things are true. All right, 713-780-3776. Looking more at the micro with DeMeco Ryans. Yesterday was a DeMeco Ryans masterclass. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
3667, props to Ryans, but never overlook what Lovey did. If not for him, you wouldn't have Stroud. It's always so weird to me. Congratulations that Lovey Smith won 3 games. Like, what? Yeah. It's great that he won the final game. Texans got they were fortuitous for that.
Yeah.
But he won 3 games. Like, what are we thanking Lovey for?
Because he did what we didn't want him to do in the last game of the season?
I guess so.
I guess, right?
But that's more like lucky than good. So, like, hey, thank you, Lovey, for allowing the luck of getting pick number 2.
Because it happened again this year too. People were saying that the correlation right now is that Washington is following the Texans' blueprint.
I agree with that, though.
Defensive-minded head coach, and then whether you believe in luck or otherwise, they got the number 2 quarterback in the draft, and look how it's worked out so far for both franchises.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty good comparison.
We'll see how it plays out.
Sure. If only there was a genius on the show who said that about a month ago.
I said that. I don't remember saying that. I don't remember Blanker saying that either.
I know. If it's, I mean,
it was a day. It was one of the 18 days you were off work. And it was Boston. Boston said that.
Take a shot. He won't try to go. Okay.
D'Amico Ryans had a master class yesterday. Best defensive performance that they've had this year, considering the opponent. The opponent matters. I'm not going to make this holistic. Oh, this is the best one he's ever had in his career. But as far as this year goes, this was the biggest D'Amico Ryans master class we've seen this season. They're going up against Josh Allen, and Josh Allen, he's MVP 2 weeks ago.
No doubt.
Josh Allen, he's one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL. They held the Buffalo Bills to 276 total yards. The almighty Buffalo Bills, the almighty Josh Allen, 276 total yards. Josh Allen was 9 for 30. The guy that 2 weeks ago was going to be the MVP was 9 for 30. It was the lowest completion percentage in a single game in over 30 years for a quarterback who had 30-plus attempts. D'Amico Ryans did something yesterday that has not been done in the modern era of the NFL. Josh Allen was pressured on 16 dropbacks yesterday. Josh Allen on those 16 dropbacks was 1 for 14 for 24 yards. He forced Allen to beat him with his arm, and he couldn't, 9 for 30. The Bills were 3 for 14 on third downs. And on top of that, when the Texans defense had to be good because the offense put them in a bad spot, they were. C.J. Stroud threw an interception. What did the Texans defense do? Forced a punt immediately. C.J. Stroud fumbled inside his own 20. It gave the Buffalo Bills 1st and 10 at the Texans' 15. What did the Houston Texans defense do? They held the Bills to a game-tying field goal. You forced the 3 and out on the final possession for the Bills, giving Robert Woods a chance, and then later Kaimi Fairbairn a chance. Yesterday was the best scheme of the year for D'Amico Ryans, and it was a complete D'Amico Ryans masterclass.
Yeah, I don't disagree, simply because of the fact that even though I was pointing out like Cook was having his way, but that's part of what you have to deal with when the fact that like a Belichick type defensive mentality is always his goal was to take what you do best out of the equation and then deal with everything else. And I think that what the Bills do best is put the ball in Josh Allen's hands and let him make plays. And the fact that just like when we were talking about a couple segments ago about people were saying, well, there's just not enough quarterback sacks from the 2 guys on the ends that are supposed to be so great, and Anderson Jr. and the guys that Daniil Hunter. But instead, you don't realize the fact that that's all part of the game plan of if I contain Josh Allen, if I keep him in the pocket, we know that he's capable of turning it over. We know he's not an accurate passer, and we know that the way he could really kill you is his legs. But if you contain the running lanes, you hold the edges, you might not get quarterback sacks, but you force him to do what maybe the least of his skill sets. And, oh, by the way, if you're controlling him, you'll live with whatever Cook gives you and whatever you get from Kincaid underneath and some of the just okay plays that they were running. And the fact that at the end of the day, when you look at it, it doesn't always work out this way. But when you control the numbers to where Josh Allen is normally accustomed to accumulating all those offensive yards just himself by the end of a game with passing yards and rushing yards combined, and the fact that as a team, they had 276 yards, that's a pretty damn good day's work for D'Amico and the defense.
Yeah, this is the great Buffalo Bills. This is the great Josh Allen. And D'Amico Ryans had his way. He was 9 for 30. He was 9 for 30. The guy that people always MVP, he was 9 for 30. They forced Josh Allen to beat the Texans with his arm, and he was not capable of doing it. And why? because the Texans dared Josh Allen to do it. There was opportunities. Don't get me wrong. There was chances. You missed Matt Collins on a deep ball. I think there was Keon Coleman on a deep ball. Missed opportunity. Even that final possession that they had where they went 3 and out, people were blaming McDermott. He had Matt Collins wide open on 3rd down. Yes, there was pressure in his face. C.J. Stroud had some pressure in his face at times and completed passes.
No doubt about it. And I think that's part of what makes your overall defense good is when, you have the ability with the pressure in your face so that you can't do what you do. But what he rushed for 53 yards?
Yeah, he ran for 53.
Yeah. So there again, in a nutshell,
54.
is just what you'd like to do is you bend, but you don't break. You can give him a little, but don't give him a lot. And that's exactly what the defense did all day long between the run game and the pass game. And you force him to make throws that he's not great at making, which we saw on multiple occasions. When you have a guy open or you have a ball where you can, and sometimes his receivers let him down too, but for the most part, you put him in situations that he's not at his best and most comfortable in, where he's got to feather a ball in there or make a pass that only the receiver can catch. He's not great at putting the ball right where it has to be.
Virginia says I watched the game thinking Texans were lucky. Bad Josh Allen showed up. Not wow. Look at his defense. I don't know how you could think that, but Josh Allen's not an accurate quarterback. So what are you going to do with a quarterback who's not accurate? You want him to stay in the pocket, try to keep contain, and force him to beat you with his arm, and he's not capable of that. A king of Twitch. So D'Amico's a great defensive coordinator. Do I want to throw the great defensive coordinator on D'Amico? I don't want to throw great on him, but he did lead the number 1 defense in San Francisco when he was there. I think the Texans defense was immediately better last year once D'Amico arrived, and I do think the Texans defense is good this year.
I think last year's a better gauge simply if you want to just talk talent, because everybody will say in San Francisco, well, he was loaded. He had all those guys on defense. So anybody could have done that job. But what he was able to do to kind of transform this defense in 1 year when he didn't have the kind of players that he wanted yet completely, and we knew that there were a lot of holes across the position groups, and still be able to hold his own and do what they did last year, that was extremely impressive. So I will say he is one of the best up-and-coming defensive coordinators. Still some things to be proven, because there's guys in this league that have been there, done that for a long time that you're going to say are probably the best of it. And Brian Flores, what he's doing right now is a masterclass on how to coach defense.
Yeah, I wouldn't put D'Amico over Flores, but I think that I think he's on the short list.
Yeah, what's his name in Kansas City?
Spagnuolo.
Spags is a guy that's been doing it for a lot of years, and he's probably in that list of best defensive coordinators in the league.
Yeah, and he was doing it at times too. Like when I know that they have Chris Jones, but you look at you just look at the leaders in the NFL this year, the top defenses in the NFL. I bet you would never guess who's number 1. I'm stunned. This is the first time I've looked at it this year. I am stunned. Who's the number 1 defense in the NFL?
It's not Minnesota.
Minnesota is below the Texans, actually. Like if you're going strictly yards per game, Minnesota's pretty far down the list. Minnesota gives up 330 yards a game, but they only give up 15 points a game.
It's not Arizona, is it?
Is it Washington?
Nope. Yeah, I might guess every NFL team before y'all guess this team.
Giants?
Nope.
Green Bay?
Nope. It's in the division.
Our division.
In the AFC South.
Tennessee?
Uh-huh. Tennessee's first in the NFL in defensive yards per game, less than 244.
Wow.
You want to guess where the Texans are at entering today?
14. Higher?
15.
No.
Higher.
I meant higher is better.
Okay.
That could be difficult. I meant better, yes. Better than 14.
9.
Better.
7.
Better.
4.
Fourth.
Wow.
They have the fourth best defense in the NFL, according to 2 total yards. Total yards, they're 4th best in the NFL. If you look at points allowed per game, then they drop down a bit. They're 23. I'd have to count here. They're like 15th or so.
Okay.
And that's obviously largely from the Vikings game too, because no other team has really put up much on them other than the Vikings. I guess the Colts had.
They've allowed the 4th fewest yards per game in the NFL. So yeah, I think D'Amico Ryan's pretty good.
Yeah,
I think D'Amico's pretty good.
When you start talking about, because Baltimore's changed defensive coordinators too, but and they get head coaching jobs, as you see what's going on in Seattle with McDonald. But overall, can you name 4 better defensive coordinators than D'Amico Ryans in the league?
Brian Flores, you want to throw Spagnuolo there? That's might be it.
Yeah,
like off the top of the dome. Yeah, that's probably it. Like, I don't even know who Tennessee's defensive coordinator is, who has the number 1 defense in the NFL, because they have an entirely different staff than they had under Vrabel.
And I'm thinking, Gannon was the DC at Philly when they were good, and then he's at. I don't know that I believe in his defense either. Right
Denard
now.
Wilson is the DC at Tennessee.
Is
Jets are second though. Jets are second. Denver's third. Texans are fourth. Chargers are 5th.
Fangio's fallen off quite a bit. He used to be a name.
Yeah, Fangio. I'm a little worried that the game might have.
Yeah, I think that's probably true.
Fangio by. All right, 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. 2 turnovers yesterday for C.J. Stroud, and he was still easily the best quarterback on the field yesterday. Let's grade Stroud and then toe-to-toe against Josh Allen, who won that fight. 713-780-3776. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You found the Killer Bees, live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
6860, how much better will the Texans defense be when they get Harris and Autry back? Better.
Yes.
I'm a little worried about Harris's calf, though. This injury is bizarre to me. D'Amico was asked about it last week, because last week was the first week that he was eligible to return. He's like, he's not ready yet. He was asked about it again today. We're not there yet. This is a weird little calf injury they got going.
Yeah, I mean, when we knew we were going to get Autry back after week 6 going to Green Bay, you didn't think you're going to have to wait that long to see Christian Harris too, but it seems like that they're going to now, because of the fact they tried to bring him back once and before he could actually get into the true grit of practice, he got hurt again, that they're going to be hyper bordering on the giving him all the rest he needs, Dusty Baker type thing. I think that it tells you that there's something more significant that than they're telling us. And it is a level of concern that goes with that.
You see Brian's
I
catch
did see
back
whatever
there.
that
His
was. Yeah,
headphone.
he did.
Brian, let's paint the picture. Brian has headphones on. They fell off the back of his head. Not sure why. There's not support enough to catch the headphones. But Brian was unbelievable athletic ability.
Quick.
His hands quickly reached behind his head, and he ripped the headsets out of thin air.
The
Killer bees
dexterity.
have elite hands.
That was true.
Killer bees have
We
elite
do
hands.
have
You don't
best
have
hands at the
El
station.
Shair's hands.
No, I would have caught that
Those
ball.
are negative
Yes.
hands.
If I could have
Yeah.
been stationary and not had to move, I would have
Those
caught
are
that
heck
ball.
of a- I
hands.
hope the Twitch caught that. I think it would. I think it's on the Twitch. I think the Twitch caught the video of that.
Quickness.
Yeah, you're gonna have to post that. That was unbelievable. No one thought you had that sort of quickness. No one. We didn't
Are you
believe
you're speaking for
in that
yourself
quickness. No. Do you think he had that kind of quickness?
No.
No. Did Twitch? Do y'all think Brian had that
No,
kind of
they
quickness?
definitely
Hive
don't.
713-780-3776. Does Brian sound like one who has lots of quickness?
Okay.
Well, they can't see you.
This
The
turned
Hive
from,
can't see
this
you.
turned from a compliment to an insult.
No,
real
the
quick.
Hive
Here's
can't.
a
The
guy,
Hive
when he
doesn't know
twitches,
what you
he
look
moves
like.
faster.
The Hive doesn't
Man.
know what he looks like. So I mean, most of
Some
the
of the Hive
listeners
does.
only hear you. So does Brian? Does he sound like one who have good hands?
This all came up to compliment me, right? Because this is sounding like an insult right now.
No.
This
I'm
is sounding
curious.
It's sounding a little sassy, Jeremy.
2568. Maybe Harris deflected a football off his shin. I mean calf. That's well played there.
Bone bruise,
2568. That was well played. 5798. To your point, the 49er defense isn't good without D'Amico. I guess that is true. I hadn't really thought about
This year.
that. The fall off of the 49ers defense without D'Amico Ryans. They fired their DC last year too. Remember?
Yeah, the former head coach. I
Yeah.
forget
So I
his
mean,
name, but
Shanahan
yeah,
wasn't in love with him.
that's right.
8656 efficiency defense describes Ryans. I was the guy that said Nico is better than CD. Y'all said I was crazy. I'm telling you, Nico's a dog. Offense looks real different when he's out. It's time for Diggs to start taking over. Nico is a dog. You're right. 8755.
Better than
I'm still not sure I'm going to put him ahead of CD.
I'm a dog.
But Nico's a dog. I mean, Nico's big. He has the size. He can box you out. He can be physical. And people don't understand how fast Nico Collins is.
That's the key, because of the fact that he high points a ball too. I mean, he knows how to play the position. He can go up in traffic. He's got great hands. He's got the physicality, which we know CD doesn't and doesn't want to because of his size. Yeah, he is pretty much all the tools are there.
Did you see what people were thinking that CD said to Dak yesterday?
Oh my God. The lip readers that were trying to make sense of it was
They went way far with it.
They said suboptimal throw.
And then other people are
suboptimal
saying
throw.
no
way.
doesn't work.
There's no way he said that.
suboptimal in his vocabulary.
I wasn't going to say it. But
I just didn't think he said that many syllables. It looked to me like he said jump ball for.
that's what I think he said.
Yeah,
I think,
jump ball
like,
for.
basically tell, hey, throw it up to me, man. Don't worry about it. Throw it
I
up
think
to me.
he said jump ball for
Jump ball.
dead bad word. That
I
starts with
didn't
an A.
catch that. I thought it was just jump ball for jump ball.
Yeah, I don't think that CD Lamb. I have a Dallas Cowboy a friend who's a fan of the Cowboys that knows everything about the Cowboys, and he is the one. I didn't have this thought. He was the one that told me that he doesn't think CD Lamb would say the word suboptimal.
Multiple people in the comments of the one where the lip reading was going on was saying that they didn't think so.
I wouldn't say that, but it was my Dallas Cowboy friend that said that CD Lamb doesn't have that in his vocabulary. I don't know. 713-780-ESPN. Let's grade. Let's grade. What did I do? What did I do to
I don't
deserve
know,
that?
just general sassiness.
I didn't do
I
anything
feel like
to
I
deserve
owed you a
that.
few throughout the day.
Josh Allen, CJ Stroud. Grade it like it's a boxing round. Who won the round yesterday between Allen and CJ Stroud?
Well, I think it was I'm going to go knockout for CJ Stroud. I'm going to go knockout for CJ Stroud simply because of the fact that you mentioned all the numbers that go against a guy like Josh Allen. The biggest problem I had were the turnovers with CJ, but other than that, I don't think that there's anything that you can really, put your finger on a nitpick that says that he didn't play great. I think versus the key stat that I found out was the versus the Buffalo Blitz. CJ was 9 of 10 for 139 yards. I mean, when you start talking about that, start talking about the throw he made to Nico to show the arm strength and the touch there that Josh Allen didn't do. Talk about how bad Josh Allen was and how good CJ was. The only thing you can turn to with CJ that's a negative, because when he started out 10 for 10, was the two turnovers, the fumble and the interception. The pick was bad. The fumble's going to happen. But overall, I
didn't even think the interception was that bad. Like when I first saw it live, I was like, "Oh my God, he threw it right to him." What does CJ see him? But when you see the zoomed out replay, I can't remember the linebacker's name, but he was in coverage, headed left to right, the opposite way, chasing a guy across the field. And so CJ sees, I think it was Tank that he was thrown to.
Diggs.
Oh, it was Diggs. He sees him settling into the field, faking the linebackers chasing across the field. He's going to drop it in that little void. But as soon as CJ starts to let it go, the linebacker probably seeing that Diggs was settling down, peeled off, and then turned around and got into the throwing lane.
I thought he thought Diggs was going to sit down in the middle, and Diggs kept going. And I think that's where he threw it to where Diggs would have been if he sat down, and Diggs kept crossing across the field.
Well, even that wouldn't really be on CJ unless he had the play wrong.
If we're getting into lip reading like we were talking about there with the Cowboys game, if you read the linebacker's lips when he came to the sideline, he said, "I told you, I saw," like he saw it on film that he saw something that CJ, because he started to look like he was going to keep going with the tight end.
He peeled off
and then went back.
Yeah.
I saw it the same way Brian did. The Bernard, the linebacker, to me, he was defending the crosser, which I think was Tank. It looked like Bernard was going to chase Tank, and then right as Stroud commits to throw, Bernard for some reason pulls back, and then all of a sudden he's in the lane. And then I don't think it was a bad throw. I don't think it was a bad decision. I actually thought it was really unlucky.
And that kind of goes to what you were saying with the film study, Joel. I mean, if the way he was trailing the crosser, seemingly taking himself out of the play, and then like maybe he recognized the formation, the route combination, something, and then peeled back right at the perfect time. Seems to me.
You can see when Bernard starts chasing a bit, you can see that Stroud commits to throw, and then right as about the time that he releases it, Bernard flips around, and all of a sudden,
that's what I was going to say. Respectfully, I thought he was going. His initial move was going after the tight end to kind of jam that up. And then
maybe
with CJ thinking he was going to stay with the tight end, that's where he pivots on a dime and turns back towards the route that whether it was Diggs or Tank that was running, and he throws it right in his wheelhouse.
I'm looking forward to the all-22 on that one. I didn't think it was a bad throw. I didn't think it was a bad decision. I thought it was more unlucky. And every interception tells a different story.
Yes, it does,
Brian Osweiler. I didn't think you have to be better with the football in terms of holding on to it. Like we're talking about the fumble now.
Yes.
You have to be better holding on to the football. You can't be lollygagging the football out there where somebody can just poke it away. But if I were to put the most blame on that fumble, I'd put it on Blake Fisher. Blake Fisher got driven right into CJ Stroud, ball pop free. So I don't want to make excuses for Stroud. You got to be stronger with the football. Stroud would be the first person that tells you that. But if I'm looking at one person to blame on that fumble, it'd be Fisher ahead of Stroud.
There's no doubt. He got dominated on that play. And the bigger thing is that it wasn't like he was dangling it out there like a loaf of bread. It was close to his body. It was but he had been doing that all day long, where he's padding the football and he's sliding up and moving in the pocket, trying so that he can get ready to make a throw. And sometimes, especially when you've got a lot of congestion in that area, those things are going to happen. I didn't think that he was careless with the football there.
Yeah. I mean, he was holding it out I don't know. It was kind of out there. You have pressure.
I thought it was here.
He was definitely one-handed, though.
Yeah, but in that case, I think most quarterbacks are going to be – they might have the pad hand near it, but I don't think they're going to have two hands on the football.
I thought that Stroud, the two turnovers, two turnovers too many. However, the interception happened, it happened. However, the fumble happened, it happened. You can't, have two turnovers in the game. I still think that Stroud was easily better than Josh Allen. I'd probably go 10-8. We had a texter text in and say that it was a knockout because Josh Allen was literally knocked out on the turf.
Yes, he was.
I don't know how he got allowed back in that game.
I don't either.
He double dribbled off of the NRG turf. Double dribbled. His hand kind of did the Tua thing. It kind of did the Tua thing. And to me, it looked like his body went limp.
Oh, 100%.
How did he go back in the game?
Immediately upon, once the contact was made, he kind of rolled over a little bit. I thought he was out on the field. There was no question in my mind.
And he didn't immediately pop up either. He stayed down for a minute. And then he tried to tell us all it was his chest.
No, he didn't. That's what I was going to say. The conspiracy is with the national network. The sideline reporter starts telling you, "Oh, he was mouthing chest on his way over."
No,
come on,
BS,
man. That was
we
a
saw
dome
your head
piece.
bounce off the turf.
The new conspiracy is that it was the ankle, that he rolled the ankle as he was falling to the ground, which you do see a little bit of an ankle roll, a little bit. But I definitely think he was concussed.
Yeah, I don't think there's any chest.
There's no way he could have his head bounce like that without being concussed.
No way. So I guess it's fair to have CJ by at least a knockdown or maybe even knockout. Although he did come back into the game out, so maybe we go knock down Stroud. But the two turnovers too many. I thought the throw to Nico Collins was great, obviously. I thought he was creative in terms of the pass rush. I thought he made some really good plays whenever the play broke down. He's still taking some more hits whenever he runs the football than I would like him to. He starts sliding a little bit, Stroud. We need you to be healthy. And you know that I love to baby, but the best players on the teams. I like good, hard physical football, but when it comes to the best player on the teams, I want to baby them. And I need C.J. Stroud to be babied and stop taking these hits when you're running the football. Should have been a game-winning drive just for C.J. Stroud, but Bobby Slowick screwed him up whenever he threw the football in that 3rd and 5. So it should have been another game-winning drive for Stroud, and I guess he does get credit for the one-play drive ahead of the
Technically, he had a game-winning drive, yeah.
It should have been the previous possession. A tie game, ball at the 30, 3:18 to play. C.J. Stroud led the Texans to field goal range, and then Bobby Slowick unforgivably called a passing play that led to intentional grounding instead of just running the ball, getting the game-winning field goal there. So I'm going to give Stroud credit for the game-winning drive. I give Stroud by knockdown over Allen in the round. And I'm also going to give C.J. Stroud an A- for yesterday's game. I give him an A-. You beat Buffalo. You played really well, with the exception of the 2 turnovers, although those do have a story. I give C.J. Stroud an A- for yesterday's game, and he beats Josh Allen by knockdown.
I would give him a little bit wider on the 10-8. I have him a little bit wider on the scorecard. I would say it's 10-7, just with the historic nature of Josh Allen's futility yesterday. I mean, we saw both quarterbacks get pressured, have to vacate the pocket, try to make plays on the run. Difference is CJ made those plays and Josh Allen didn't. So I would have the margin a little bit wider, and I would also give him an A- for yesterday.
I had an A- as well. I was I was between B+, A-, but you got the win. And if the only knock on you is that, you had the 2 turnovers, but at the end of the day, you did everything else right, and all your numbers were really, really above average, I'll go A- as well.
All right, all A-. All have Stroud winning convincingly over Josh Allen. What says you? 713-780-ESPN. King of Twitch, keep your opinion to yourself. Game balls. Let's give out some game balls from yesterday's games. Who deserves game balls from yesterday's NFL action? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Guys, we are in the middle of a football festival that is going to go on for quite some time, and it's time to start cashing in on all that action at mybookie.ag, because mybookie.ag makes online betting easy. They take care of you, the customer. They have the app and the website that are simple to navigate and are just full of information and like-minded bettors, and they got lots of great promotions that are going on all year long. Weekly risk-free boosts on Thursdays. If your bet hits, you win. If it doesn't, forget about it. MyBookie's going to refund your wager on Thursdays. Remember that. They're giving away hundreds of thousands in prizes with their Super Survivor and Square contests as well. But the loyalty program is something new that you need to know about, because it's going to be another way that they're going to be focused on taking care of you, the customer. MyBookie Plus. MyBookie Plus is going to be a tiered system that is going to have rewards based on the more you play. The more you play, the more you win, but you also unlock even more promotions, exclusive giveaways, and bigger rewards. The higher the tier, the bigger the rewards, and you can cash in. Start right now with mybookie.ag. Use our promo code BET975. That's how you cash in, because right now on your first deposit, MyBookie's going to double your money up to $1,000 with our promo code BET975. That's before you even place a bet. You put money in, they put money on top to double it. Next thing you know, more money in your account, more games you can bet on, and more chances you can win. You can either deposit with your credit card or even crypto. They're going to take care of you as much as they can. MyBookie.ag is the place to be, and that's why I always tell you, bet anything, anytime, anywhere. With the only place I tell you to do it, it's MyBookie.ag, and that promo code is BET975.
Live in the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees. Now back to Joel and Jeremy.
What are your game balls from yesterday's game in the NFL? 713-780-3776. Blankers was giving me grief because I was taking a leak and watching a carnita video.
I walked in the bathroom and I hear all this noise. I'm like, what the heck is that? And Jeremy's at the urinal watching a video.
I saw a good recipe on carnitas. I want to see how they were done.
That is a little weird, Jeremy.
Really?
Yeah. What, you're standing up in the urinal watching videos on your phone?
Of carnitas, yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Doesn't matter
how
what
long does
meat
it
you're
take?
dealing
How
with.
long does it take to handle your business at the urinal? You don't need to watch videos.
I have ADHD.
Clearly.
I do. I need something to occupy that 30 seconds.
Man.
And they look good, though. I'll share the
No,
recipe with you.
I 100% believe that carnitas looks good.
I wasn't talking about the recipe.
And if he shares the recipe with you, don't touch anything on his phone.
All right,
I've tried to do the best I can, but I've not been perfect, and I'm a knucklehead at times.
Who are you talking? Who's that? Who's that a reference to?
You.
All right, let's get to game balls. No natural segue out of this. Who are you giving your first game ball to, Blankers?
I'm going to give it to Jaden Daniels. Jaden Daniels and the surprising Washington Commanders keep
4-1
on
Washington
doing it.
Commanders.
4-1. He throws for 238 and a touch. He rushes for 82 more. That's a pretty complete offensive football game.
They might be my second favorite team in the NFC.
It's a fun team to watch.
Might be my second favorite
Who's
team.
your
in the
favorite?
NFC. Minnesota. I love Kevin O'Connell. They
Yeah,
they
that
beat
makes
me.
sense.
They beat the Texans into my respect, quite frankly. Yeah, Jaden Daniels is really, really stinking good. I love
He may be the
watching
best
Jaden
quarterback.
Daniels.
The Bears might have screwed up again.
I don't know. Well, we'll get to it.
Yeah.
I'm sure, yeah.
I'm going to give my game ball to Lamar Jackson.
Yeah.
348 passing yards, 4 touchdowns. He ran for 55 more rushing yards. That puts his total yardage over 400. He did have that costly fumble, but we're not going to notice that. Lamar Jackson, game ball. You get the first one from Branham.
Well, I just teased it. Caleb Williams gets a game ball for me. He had, I would say, is definitely the best game to date of his young NFL career. Just over 300 yards, 2 touchdowns, plus rush for 34. And there was video that came out of the deep shot to DJ Moore that scored a touchdown. It was just he was beyond quarterback or rookie quarterbacking at that point. It showed that you see the video. He's got guys going up both seams. He looks the safety. It was a single high set. He looks the safety over the right, comes back to DJ Moore on the deep slant or the deep post to the left and nails it. It was a great play.
Madden on us.
There's a
right
guy.
there.
Brian Madden. You could have given it to DJ Moore from that game too. 5-105-2.
That throw from Caleb though
Yeah.
on the DJ Moore touchdown was unbelievable.
Yeah, I like. I have some.
One of his touchdowns. DJ Moore had 2 in that game.
I have some Caleb Williams stock, so
It's looking good.
I don't mind seeing that. All right, next one.
I hate to do it, especially coming off the week before, but Trevor Lawrence deserves some flowers this week. 371 passing yards and 2 touchdowns. And the Jags do the Texans a bit of a favor. They beat the Colts. Flacco played his ass off, too.
I know. I wanted to give Flacco a game ball, but they lost. But I really he bailed out my my Superflex Dynasty team. I was down Jared Goff and Tua, so I had to resort to playing Joe Flacco, and he bailed me out.
Even scrambled.
I know.
A couple of
I
times.
know.
Like what he does and what he's done in every situation except for when he was with the Jets. At his age right now, you're like, this
it's
is
unbelievable.
ridiculous.
Yeah, I love Joe Flacco right now.
Love
Think Cleveland
Joe Flacco.
loves him.
I bet the fans wish they still had
Yeah,
him.
you think so?
Yeah, they didn't even give him a contract. They're pot committed. They even said after the game, nope, we're not making a change at quarterback. Tank Bigsby, he's the best running back in Jacksonville. He's better than ETN. ETN's going to get himself traded. 13-101, 2 touchdowns. Tank Bigsby should have got that game ball.
Yeah, not only did he outperform, but he outsnapped him too. So clearly the coaching staff likes him better as well. Let's go to your Vikings, Jeremy. Andrew Van Ginkel, his second pick 6 of the season, gets one on Joel's boy Aaron Rodgers, takes it to the house. Aaron Rodgers apparently joked with him after the game that it was an early Christmas present. But 2 pick 6s already for linebacker Andrew Van Ginkel. That was a great play for the Vikings linebacker.
From Hard Knocks lore, Miami last year. Did you see how the science behind that, the scheme
I did not, no.
behind that? They noticed that Aaron Rodgers likes to check out of things and go with quick slants whenever you're showing blitz. So they disguised the blitz, and then they dropped Van Ginkel back into coverage right into the area of a slant. Pick 6 the other way. Another genius call by Brian Flores.
Did you hear Princess Rogers, too, after the game saying, he was trying to give credit and say that it was on him, but then he went, well, I mean, Did you realize that was the first time in my entire career that I ever threw 2 interceptions in the first quarter ever?
He did.
So there's that. All right.
Yeah.
Okay, Aaron.
He did throw a little subtle brag in the game where he had two turnovers in the first quarter. I've never done that before. That's very unlike me. Although he is true. He's telling nothing but facts. That was the first time. All right, another game ball.
It's got to be one to Derrick Henry. Derrick Henry, when they needed it most in overtime, takes, after the missed field goal
run
by the
OT
Bengals.
was unbelievable.
He is the perfect combination of just monster speed and athleticism, strength, and just the fact that he's just mowing guys over and then he decides to split two and sidestep them. He's exactly
He's allegedly 30. I don't believe it, though.
Man.
He's Brian thought he was over the hill.
I did.
Thought it was a bad scheme fit.
I did think
Baltimore.
that for sure. I did think that
Washed.
for sure.
Running backs in their 30s.
I mean, right more than I'm wrong on that one, but
this might be on the Bad Take Boulevard bracket.
It definitely could.
Whenever bracket madness rolls around. I'm going to give my next game ball to Tucker Kraft. A little embarrassed the Blankers didn't give it to him yet. Tucker Kraft, the best tight end in Green Bay, 488, 2 tutties.
Yeah, not Luke Musgrave. I thought it was going to be him, but
everybody did except for Matt LaFleur, who put Musgrave in his doghouse really quickly in year one.
We don't get to do this very often, so I'm going to give a game ball out to Daniel Jones. He was great yesterday. Efficient passing the ball, 257, 2 tutties, no picks, plus ran for 38 yards in the big win over Seattle.
Yeah, the Sea Chickens took it on the chin, Gino.
Daniel Jones, good best ball quarterback.
He is.
You can get him for free in the 16th round, and he's going to have a couple of weeks where he's the top quarterback on your team.
Especially since he runs.
Especially because he runs. I love drafting Daniel Jones in best balls. Lakers?
Game ball goes to Mother Nature because she made that game last long enough and start late enough that I didn't have to watch it.
Oh, come on. That was a fun game.
Well, no, it wasn't.
Yeah, it was a fun game.
The funnest part of that is Dak became the first quarterback ever to throw 2 interceptions in the same game, but on different days.
That's right. I saw that on Twitter.
That's funny.
I mean, he had 352 and 2, but he also had
he
some
wasn't
really
good.
bad throws.
I didn't think he was good in that game.
No, my game ball from that one goes to Jalen Tolbert.
Yes, 100%.
87-1. He caught the game winner after he was hit down low. Thank you, Mike Tomlin, for taking a timeout so he could collect his thoughts. He could collect his emotions. But yeah, Jalen Tolbert greater than Brandon Cooks.
Oh,
100% agree.
100%.
It's a blessing in disguise that Brandon Cooks has been placed on IR.
Did y'all think Fields played that bad?
He's just not a great thrower of the ball.
Collinsworth pointed this out in the broadcast, and it was absolutely true. Like when Fields has something short, like a slant or a dump off to the flat, no problem. He can hit it. But they show footage from behind center. If he has anything to where he has to layer it over like a linebacker close to the line of scrimmage, but before the safety, they'll show Fields looking right at a wide open guy that quarterbacks like Stroud can hit, but he can't drop it in that little pocket, and he ignores it and goes to something else.
He definitely doesn't have touch because after Allen came in for the one play, he came in and he threw 2 lasers into tight windows, and I was like, wow, that's an incredible throw. But to your point, then when he had to put any kind of touch on it and just kind of feather it in there, there's no chance that's happening.
9117, so you have CJ and A, but said Dak played poorly. Laughing face emoji, laughing face emoji, laughing face emoji. A- on CJ. Get it right. All right, one more game ball for each of us. Brian, go first.
Patrick Surtain Jr. or the second. I guess he goes by the second. But two interceptions.
Must be a third.
Yeah. Anyway, Patrick Surtain. 2 interceptions that game for the Broncos. The Broncos defense has just been absolutely incredible. They're shutting down everybody. We've seen what they've done. I mean, they did it to Seattle in the week 1. Even though they lost that game, they held the Jets and Aaron Rodgers to 9 points. They're crushing everybody right now.
I'll give you I'll do a favor for you, Jeremy, and mention your best athletic quarterback. Kyler Murray's run yesterday. They got the big win against San Francisco, come from behind yet again. Frisco keeps giving up leads, and the Cardinals capitalized. But on the one run,
was it like a 75-yard run?
Just a long
like
run,
that.
but he flipped the deuces up at about the 43-yard line where he was like, I'm gone, y'all aren't catching me, and bye.
Yeah, best athlete on planet Earth, not just the best athletic quarterback. Name another player that has been drafted in the first round in 2 major sports. Can't do it. I could go Darius Slayton, 122 a touch. I can go Tyrone Tracy, 129. But I'm not doing it. I'm going with the diehards that sat through Miami, New England. They deserve a game ball. If you sat there through that game, Miami and New England, you get my game ball.
Did Miami
Those
win?
are diehards. Miami did win. The New England had a questionable touchdown that was overturned.
Yeah, Jalen Polk, right? Yeah, Houston native.
Is he really?
Yeah,
I didn't know that.
Yeah, my mom actually taught him in Baytown.
I
But
gotta believe it. You don't have to look it up now.
Is Baytown Houston?
it's Baytown area. Don't you
He's a
dare
baddie,
question
though.
Baytown.
I know it's
Yeah,
Baytown area.
He's a
Baytown.
Baytown baddie. But no. But yeah,
That's
his heel came
adjacent
down on
Houston.
his heel came down on the end line a little bit. But yeah,
Where did he go to high school?
I don't know. My mom's an elementary teacher.
He went to Lufkin. Went to Lufkin High School. Is that Houston?
It doesn't sound like it would be.
I don't think it's Houston.
I mean, he was at one point. I can't tell you where he moved after elementary.
I don't think it's
area.
I don't think Lufkin's Greater Houston area.
What defines
That's
area?
like the Piney Woods in East Texas.
No, Lufkin I would not consider Houston area.
No, that's not Houston area.
Right.
A couple on the text line. A lot of Kaimi Fairbairn game balls. We usually don't give them to Texans, but
No,
that's
we
fine.
don't.
That's fine if you do. I would give the game ball to the Texans punter. It wasn't great yesterday, but that final punt was very good.
Punt was good. He hasn't had a great season. To be
No,
honest.
but the final punt really good. He had a 61-yarder earlier in the
Yeah,
game,
that's
so
true.
hopefully he gets it going. 3-3-3-8 game ball to Dak for being the first player to ever throw a touchdown in the same game on 2 different days.
Yeah, there you go.
There's that.
Heard that before.
This guy, I give the match ball to all of my 6 NFL players on my prize picks for cashing me out yesterday. Congratulations. Way to do that. It's really, really
Yeah,
good.
Joe Flacco was big for me on DraftKings.
Fairbairn's boot, Caleb Williams, 6927. Branham, after the video I saw of the 4 of y'all doing a skit, you don't need any more carnitas. Joel, you're jacked. Well done, senor. B-Mac, you're a lost cause. Sorry, Mio.
Wow.
I'm going to get in shape for you. I'm going to get in
Don't
shape
say
for you.
anything
Save
about
that for
Sam.
Friday.
I'm going to get in shape
Leave
for you,
Sam out of it.
6927. I do like the word usage of mijo, though. It's one of my favorite words.
Save that for Friday.
All right, car wreck of the day. What is your car wreck of the day? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Hey, before we go to the break, a word from our good friend Doc Linville. Doc Linville, best in the business at 2 procedures that I have had, a procedure and a treatment that you are going to love if you're losing your hair. And it's the NeoGraft procedure and the PRP treatments that he does right here in the Med Center. Doc Linville's good at a whole lot of things: plastic surgery, Botox, spa treatments. But the one thing that I have personal experience with is the PRP treatment and the NeoGraft. If you're losing your hair and you don't want to try all the gimmicky stuff that you know from the get-go just isn't going to work, I suggest you go to 975hair.com and sign up for a free consultation. It's free for you because you listen to us. Everybody off the street that gets the consult with Doc and his staff pays $150. You pay nothing. No signing on the dotted line, no commitment to be made. Just you getting a question and answer session with Doc and his staff after they explain to you how they can help your hair. It's phenomenal. And the PRP treatments, you heard athletes use them for their shoulders and their knees and things like that. PRP is also great for your hair. If you have follicles on your head, but they're not quite as thick and lush and strong as they were in the past, the PRP treatments is like fertilizing your lawn. It can make those follicles thick again, give you better coverage and a better self-appearance. Overall, if Doc and his staff look at your scalp and say, yeah, you've got some that could use some PRP treatments, but overall you need the NeoGraft. The NeoGraft is an unbelievable procedure. It's taking hair from areas of your head you're never going to lose your hair, which is the sides and the back of your head, and repurposing it where you need it most, whether it be your hairline in front or a bald spot up on top and back. Anywhere basically you need it, they can do it. And the fact is that it's a game changer. In 6 to 9 months, you see the true results of hair that's never going away, that's going to be stronger, longer, in the same color and grow in the same direction as the hair you already have. Check it out today. Sign up for your full consultation. You don't have to pay a cent, and you can get all the information you need that might be a game changer with your hair. Go to 975hair.com.
Car wreck of the day. What are you nominating? 713-780-3776. Blankers, what are you nominating for the car wreck of the day?
I'm going to nominate referee Clay Martin from the Texans game yesterday. Yeah, we didn't know, but now we know that Clay also coaches basketball in the offseason.
Discussion, the runner was out of bounds before he fumbled the basketball. The ball be placed at the 39-yard line. It is a first down.
It's almost basketball season, and I will say for Clay Martin, he's been a long-time basketball coach at Jenks High School.
Who's this audio from?
I tell you, I recorded it off my TV.
What
Car wreck
happened
of
there
the
at
day
the end?
nomination to Joel's recording.
What
Fair.
happened at
I
the end?
recorded it off my TV with my phone.
Did you drop the phone at the end?
No.
What happened?
I had one shot to get it done with my kids shutting their mouths, and then I thought I got it, and it didn't come out that great.
Oh, man. That was funny. I nominate the audio.
I'll take it.
What's the ref's name?
Clay Martin.
Clay, yeah.
Clay Martin. I didn't think it was that bad.
No,
Like
it was
funny. I thought he did a really good job of like explaining what was going on in the game.
Other than saying basketball.
Like, yeah, that was a mix up. That was a gaffe there. I mean, never mind. I'm gonna leave that at that. It could have been worse. It could have been like that white hat that they had whenever they didn't tell CJ Stroud anything. Remember?
Yep.
Yeah. The Vikings game.
That was funny. It was funny. I want to nominate Jabril Peppers. He's going to be charged with strangulation and drug possession. Was arrested on Saturday. I can't believe that they were able to cover this up until today. How did it take 2 days for this to come out? That's surprising to me. But yeah, Jabril Peppers gets my car wreck nomination.
He's not going to play on Sunday against the Houston Texans.
No, team captain, by the way.
Yeah, they've had a number of team captains, not do this obviously, but will not be playing in the game. My car wreck of the day nomination is actually a twofold. One for the scheduling of the American League playoff games, the 3 off days that Tigers Guardians is going to get that allows Tarek Skubal to pitch on full 4-day rest for Game 5 is crazy. The other one, I don't know if you guys saw this. Obviously, the Tigers didn't win Game 1, lost 7-0. Zach McKinstry apparently blamed it. Joel, this is for you. This is why it's in here. He blamed it on them not watering the infield dirt enough. Apparently, according to Zach McKinstry, they watered it during batting practice, but didn't water it right before the game. And he blames that on a first inning error that was crucial in that game. And so apparently he's trying to blame the Game 1 loss.
Those damn groundskeepers, they can't get it right no matter what they do.
That's weird though that they didn't water it before the game. Like
it is weird because I've never seen
that happen.
Yeah,
in a
but
major league game.
He blamed the groundskeepers for not watering it the second time for his costly error in that game.
You can water
That's
it,
bizarre.
just don't flood it like they do at Minute Maid.
I had to put, when I saw this, like, I have to mention this for Joel.
That's weird. I'm surprised about that. All right, a few on the text line. A few nominees. 6927, the guy that insulted us. Love y'all and love the show. Laughing face emoji. Save the nice stuff for other shows. Send us the mean stuff, Mihol.
We laughed when you said it.
Yeah, come on, Mihol. Don't be nice to us now, Mihol. 3338, B-Max had interception on 2 days, not touchdown. So he's nominating you, Brian.
No, he did. Dak threw an interception on 2 different days.
So did he also do a touchdown?
Maybe so. I mean, or maybe the tweet that I saw that said interception was wrong. That could be possible.
Car wreck, team captain Jabril Peppers, conduct off the field. I cannot believe they covered it up until Monday. It happened Saturday, didn't come out till Monday. It's like some small college town. He
didn't play yesterday, right?
No, he was questionable with a shoulder injury.
Okay.
But he was definitely out after committing crime.
Yeah.
It's so weird that they covered that up to me. Like, am I the only one that I feel like I'm taking crazy pills? I'm the only one that notices that?
No, that is weird.
It's weird.
That they'd be able to keep it covered up.
Josh from Seabrook, Dodger fans, Mookie Betts, the announcers, and the FS1 production staff getting trolled by Jerks and Profar who robbed Mookie Betts of a home run. They're throwing baseballs at Jerks and Profar.
That was pretty bad.
Come on, LA. Keep from LA. Get your guys.
I like the spiciness of that series.
I do. Yeah.
I hope it gets worse.
Flaherty, Machado, chirping. I hope it
go
gets
to the
worse
parking
too.
lot.
I love some. It sounds like you're coming around on the drama thing.
But it sounds like you're coming around and watching baseball after the Astros.
No, I watched the highlights on social media.
Okay.
Cleveland Browns, the whole organization. It's a good call. That's a bad organization right now.
And a bad quarterback.
5798 Dodger fans, Cleveland Browns, Class A bomb to Kerry Carpenter.
That's going to be fun to watch too. That rest of that series.
I think that's good. What's winning? We got some nominees here.
You guys.
I think it's Jabril or Dodger fans.
I think Peppers is the worst.
Okay. Yeah,
definitely.
he's definitely the worst. I was going to go Dodgers fans for the fun of it, but Peppers is
All
the
right,
worst.
Jabril Peppers, car wreck of the day. That's going to do it for us. Thanks to Brian for doing the hard work. He's Blank. I'm Brian, and we'll talk to you tomorrow, Houston. Coming up next, 2 hours of the Boss and the Gloss right here on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Welcome in, everyone. I am, in fact, David Gow, sitting next to Carla Dawson, the boss and the gloss, and we are sitting here on a Texans Monday. Texans with a big win over the Bills, and that, to me, was the best win of the season. I know there were still things to work out, but to beat the Bills is a really big milestone. The Bills, I think, are one of the 5 best teams in the AFC, and I love the way they did it. I think they did it with some adversity. They were able to overcome the injury to Nico Collins, and, of course, they didn't even have Joe Mixon. But I was impressed. Did you feel good about that win?
I felt great about it. I felt so great about it. I was very nervous going into it because the Bills are dangerous.
Bills are dangerous.
And they were coming off a smacking by the Ravens the week before. And, you've got a different motivation when you're angry, which was why the Jacksonville game the week before I thought was tricky for the Texans. It could have been a trap game because they were heading into Houston 0-3. Luckily, they left 0-4. But I thought the same thing with the Bills. But, I thank you, Sean McDermott, for some really questionable play calling. Thank you, Houston Texans defense, for all the pressure on Josh Allen. I mean, he was 9 of 30, 9 of 30 or 13. I got to relook at it, but it was bad. And I'm so impressed with what the Texans did. They did exactly what they had to do.
Well,
and Stroud continues to shine.
Yeah, go back to those stats on Josh Allen because I don't think we can overlook what a great defensive performance it was against one of the top quarterbacks in the NFL.
Yeah, he was 9 of 30 for 130 yards. Wow.
I just can't remember a game where he was shut down to that level. And contrast that with CJ Stroud, whose stats were 28 for 38 with 331 yards. Just an amazing display on the part of CJ Stroud.
I think here in Houston, we've seen some very close games. I mean, all their games have been close, honestly. And I think what's easy to get lost in translation is the continued really productive development of CJ Stroud. He is no longer a rookie quarterback. He is a sophomore quarterback, as well as Bobby Slowick being a sophomore offensive coordinator. And a lot of times you see drop off because now defenses have a book on you and they have a book on your play caller and they know the Texans' tendencies and they know CJ's tendencies and all of this. And he has continued with a lot of injuries. Joe Mixon, major injuries. Now Nico Collins. A line that's been penalized beyond belief that takes away big explosive plays. He has continued to put up 300+ yard games and do what he does. And he's patient. He sits in the pocket or moves around the pocket, moves out of the pocket. He sees the check down. He doesn't just force throws. He's really, I think, yes, I'm so excited they got that win against Buffalo yesterday. I'm more excited to see the continued, really upwards development of CJ Stroud and how his decision-making is incredible.
And one illustration of that, it was not the biggest play of the game at all, but old radio dog Craig Larson was saying pre-show prep how impressed he was with that last completion that CJ did. It was only about a 5-yard completion. They got down, they called timeout. They didn't have much time to do much of anything there, but they were just trying to get the ball a little closer for Fairbairn.
And in the center of the field.
In the center of the field, and with the tension that they were starting that play with only about 7 seconds. So you can't run it too long. And you saw a moment where CJ was flushed out of the pocket and you could almost take a deep breath. Oh my gosh, is he going to start scrambling and run out the clock? But no, he knew where he was. He knew how much time was left. He pulled up, he threw the quick pass. They got down, they called the timeout. Perfect execution on that last drive.
I think that's a great example of what CJ is about. He does not play hero ball. He can. He's that talented. But he realizes the most important thing is security of the football. He is outstanding at that. And he doesn't need to be the star. He wants to win. And, you take a look at, too, Stephon Diggs, for example. And yesterday, obviously, was a huge revenge game for Stephon Diggs, as his departure in Buffalo was not pretty. But Diggs dug in. That's what I'm saying. I know it seemed expensive. We gave a 2nd-round pick to get him, and we're paying a big salary and all of this. He is a gem, not only on the field, but in the locker room as well. Yesterday he had 6 catches for 82 yards, 245 yards total in the last 3 games, which is really great. But of course, we know he could even be doing more. But let me tell you, did you see his post-locker room speech yesterday? Post-game locker room speech? No, tell me what happened. He, after D'Amico and Kaimi spoke, he said, I really want to thank everybody in this locker room for today. You know how much this game meant to be. It meant to me. I really appreciate it. Like it just meant everything to me. But here's the most important thing. We still got work to do. So let's do it for next week. I appreciate y'all. I love you all. And I thought, okay, that is a leader. You got a veteran who realizes this game had a lot to do with me. And I just want to thank these guys in the trenches that did it. And then let's move on. Let's not just keep talking about it. I just thought that was outstanding. Outstanding.
Well, and they needed Stephon Diggs yesterday because
they did.
Nico Collins, of course, left the game. What a beautiful pass he caught. A 67-yard touchdown in the first quarter, put the Texans up 14-3, but he injured his hamstring. And I don't know, the offense didn't look quite the same without Nico Collins, but most offenses don't look quite so good when you lose a player of that talent. I mean, Nico is now, I think, one of the top 5 receivers in the game.
It's probably the best connection with CJ is Nico for sure. But you know what? I mean, I hate it for Texans fans because, wow, he's electric and he is Mr. Explosive Play. But let me tell you, I'm not sad that we have Stephon Diggs, Tank Dell, and Dalton Schultz is going to have to step up too, which will be nice. So, it's going to be, hamstrings are tricky. It's week to week. You know better than me because girls don't really have hamstring issues, but guys do. Do you think there's a chance he's back next week or no?
I think
it is New England, so there's that too.
With New England, I think you absolutely rest him.
Okay.
New England should be a game, and I know I'm even nervous saying this because whenever you think you've got an easy game coming up, the NFL shows you parity still rules the day. But New England is not a good football team right now. Ooh. They are failing on every dimension, and Jacoby Brissett, poor guy, has been beat up with a very porous offensive line. I would think the Texans defense can keep New England under 10 points. And the Texans offense ought to be able to move the ball very effectively against that Patriots defense, even without Nico Collins. And I guess even without Joe Mixon, whom I would love to think one of them could be back. But
yeah,
that's just been a tough thing. I mean, you think about most offenses, if they lose their starting running back and their star wide receiver, that really sets them back. And to be sure, the Texans are not as talented and have not been as productive. Well, they weren't as productive in the second half. They only got 9 points after Collins was not on the field.
But that was also penalties, which they controlled so beautifully in the first half was 0. But hey, number 78 didn't have any yesterday.
What are you talking about? Larry Tunsil?
Yeah.
He didn't have his case of, I'm going to quote Joel Blank here, the savvy one. He calls it, we've been suffering from a case of tonsillitis. Right. I love that.
That is beautiful. Joel needs to trademark that.
He better
That is so good.
Well, trademark it would suggest it's going to continue and be an ongoing.
True. Okay. Fair.
I would love to think we're never going to talk about tonsillitis ever again. I would love to think that. However, I do not think that. I think it's going to come back. I think tonsillitis is a recurring sort of disease that comes back every now and then. But yesterday, you're right. First half, flawless on penalties.
Clean.
And clearly they talked about it all week.
Yeah. And hopefully that's going to continue. Progress, not perfection, right? But really, as much as CJ shined yesterday with over 300 yards again, credit that Texans defense because when Josh Allen was pressured, he was 1 for 14. He ended yesterday's game with the lowest completion percentage in a game that he's ever had with 30 pass attempts in the last couple seasons. He was 0 for 6 under duress in the first half.
Texans defense, very good, as you pointed out. I also want to highlight special teams. That was a huge difference maker. Look, let's face it, the punt by Townsend that pinned the Bills back set
on
up
the 3-yard line, right? With a minute 15 to go or whatever it was.
Right at the end of the game, you needed to pin it back. If it had been one of those things that had gone into the end zone and the ball had come back out, Bills might have had a chance and time to come down the field. But being pinned in their own end zone, they went nowhere, had to punt it, and then out comes the other member of the special teams I want to highlight, which is Fairbairn. And when he came out to kick...
how can you not highlight him? You're so right.
I mean, those two guys, both of them, Townsend's punt and Fairbairn's kick, were core to that finale. I mean, that was all in the last minute of the game. And what difference makers it was down the stretch.
A day of the legs.
A day of the leg.
Bring the leg for sure. But, we also need to talk about the collapse with Buffalo. All Buffalo had to do in this final minute was run out the clock to force overtime. That's all you had to do. So if you're Sean McDermott, would you call 3 pass plays?
Oh, no. So right now he is sitting here regretting what he did. Clearly, he should have just run out the clock. I mean, I guess he had enough confidence that Josh Allen could lead those Bills the entire field in a very limited amount of time. But look, they didn't run down the clock at all. You know what he said, of course, he highlighted that, sure, we could have just handed the ball off and run the clock down, but the Texans did have 3 timeouts remaining.
They did.
And so they would have used all those 3 timeouts, and then the Texans wouldn't have had the final timeout that they used. But there also would have been more time on the clock because it would have been timeouts called pretty quickly. I don't know if it would have been much faster than the incomplete passes. Look, it was the difference between 1 timeout remaining for the Texans or not, or Texans being able to use 1 timeout or not. And I just think, Sean McDermott is subject to scrutiny today. That was, in hindsight, something he would, I'm sure, love to have back. They could have just taken a knee, run out the clock, and then played in overtime. Of course, teams always say, well, we never want to enter into overtime when we're on the road, but that would have been a far better setup. I mean, I guess you have to look at probabilities. What were the probabilities that they could drive all the way down from their 3-yard line and get into field goal range before time ran out, or to play for overtime? And I think overtime was clearly the better bet.
Yeah. And I think it really highlights, Sean McDermott, I do credit him. He did do the right thing by taking the onus on himself after the game, because it was truly.
No, he
but
made a mistake.
I think it comes from, in defense of Sean McDermott, that really their only real weapon is Josh Allen, and they count on him and they need him. And he can't always be the one to carry the team. And I think there's the teams that are rising to the top are playing complementary football. And I think asking Josh Allen to be the hero 3 times out of the end zone when you're pinned like that in this type of situation on the road is too much to ask somebody.
All right, Texans looking pretty strong right now with a 4-1 record. When we come back, we're going to look at that AFC South division. There were other games in the AFC South yesterday. We'll look at the state of the division. And are we at the point where we can start to feel very, very good about the Texans winning that division? That up next here on ESPN Radio.
You're listening to The Boss
And the Gloss.
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Presented by Tony's. Tony's Restaurant, the city's top fine dining experience.
From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's David Gow.
And Carla Dawson.
Y'all know how much that meant to me. I appreciate y'all. I love y'all. But the biggest thing, we got to get back to work, man. That was a hell of a win. But we got to get back to the grind. on the next week, man. Love y'all boys, man. Texans on 3, 1, 2, 3.
All right, that was wide receiver Stephon Diggs celebrating with his teammates what he called the revenge game. Of course, Diggs played for the Bills last year, came to the Texans, and it must have been particularly satisfying for him to see the Texans get a win over his former team.
And he was so gracious and then went, okay, now back to work.
Yeah.
I mean, what a great veteran leader, because it's a young team.
Well, the Texans are an extremely young team. Yeah, he's the sage veteran on that team. There were questions about what kind of fit he was in the locker room. Is he a good influence? But with the Texans, he's just been golden thus far.
Well, and you do have to look at Buffalo and say, okay, Diggs is gone, who was a major player there. Gabe Davis is gone. Could you name 5?
Well, they got that guy Coleman, their rookie, who did play well yesterday, but he's a rookie.
But he's a rookie.
Stephon Diggs.
Why are people leaving? That's interesting. Anyway, to think about.
Well, right now, so let's look at the division. Texans sitting at 4-1 atop the division.
2 games ahead of Indy.
2 games ahead of Indy because Indy fell to the Jaguars yesterday.
Oh, my gosh.
And Jaguars had not won all year. But the headline there, Trevor Lawrence is back. He's good again.
Oh, yeah, he is back. Isn't that amazing?
He had a great game last
year. He had a great game yesterday. 28-34, 371 yards, and 2 touchdowns. He looks like what we can be used to seeing with Trevor Lawrence. And, he's got a great defense, too, for complimentary football. So that was an exciting game for the Jags. But even Trevor having a game like that, it still was a narrow win, 37-34.
Yeah, a very good game. Trevor played quite well. But what's encouraging to me on behalf of the Texans is that I've thought of the Colts as the best competition or the toughest competition in the division. Look, the Jaguars, by losing the first 4 games, have almost put themselves out of the division's reach. The Titans are going nowhere with Will Levis at quarterback. It's the Colts. They've got a pretty darn well-rounded team. Anthony Richardson is still a developmental project, and so I don't know what his ceiling is yet.
He's feast or famine. Yeah, we can't tell. There's no consistency.
But I think it was great for the Texans that the Jaguars pulled off that win, put the Colts 2 games back, and of course the Texans will play the Colts in a few weeks. If the Texans win that game, they'll have the tiebreaker. They'll have all the things lined up, and the Texans will be sitting pretty for the division. And Texans are facing the Patriots next week, which might be the weakest team in the whole NFL.
Yeah, so don't let it be a trap game.
There's always that risk.
There's always that risk at every level of sport.
Parity in the NFL is what it is, but I really think if there's ever a gimme game on the schedule, it's against the Patriots, or I guess this year the Panthers. But those 2 teams right now are, Texans, one more win over the Colts, and I think we're on our way to the division. Maybe it's already there. But Texans looking really good in the AFC South. Colts with a disappointing loss to the Jaguars. I was really surprised to see that one.
Well, me too. But then I started to look further into it. Do you know that the Colts are dead last in yards allowed per game at 400 yards a game? Dead last in the NFL. And yesterday they allowed almost 500 total yards to an offense that was ranked 25th going into the weekend. You cannot win a game with a defense that is allowing yardage like that.
Well, and you're talking about the total yardage. Just go back to when the Texans played the Colts. Remember how many yards Joe Mixon got? 150 plus?
Yeah.
So the Colts' run defense is somewhat porous as well.
Their whole defense is poor. So poor and porous. So there we go.
All right, well, let's go up north to the Cowboys, who played on Sunday night.
You got to be happy today.
Yeah, it was a good win for the Cowboys.
See these eye bags? You're welcome. Watching your boys.
You were staying up
evening.
Lightning delayed game. Boy, that does not happen often. At most,
that was crazy rain.
Probably at least half the stadiums now have a cover or a retractable roof.
I know, and in Pittsburgh. What?
But not in Pittsburgh. There's a romance to the elements there, right?
I guess so.
And in the pregame, when they were waiting, rain was coming down, lightning was pouring into the stadium. It was just a mess. They had fun showing all these Steeler fans who had taken off their shirts, most of whom probably shouldn't be standing around with their shirts off.
I tend to agree with you.
There was a lot of soft stuff sort of bouncing around as they would cheer crazy. But that's just the Pittsburgh Steeler mojo. They always are that edgy team that
gritty, blue collar,
playing in the
die
cold,
hard, loyal,
drinking beer to alleviate the weather conditions, and they did that quite well. But Cowboys came out with the win, It was not a pretty win. I mean, Dak Prescott struggled. You can't throw 3 interceptions and usually get a win, but they pulled it off. I guess 2 or 3 notable things about it. One was they finally did get a chance to get the running game going.
Yeah, I thought that looked good.
I mean,
It opened up
from
a
the
lot.
very beginning. I always thought Rico Dowdle could give this offense what Tony Pollard gave them last year. Tony Pollard was
Absolutely.
not great last year, but Dowdle can play at that level. And so Dowdle got going. I mean, the problem with the Cowboys run game last few games, when they get behind by 3 touchdowns, it's it's almost impossible to keep running the football. They've been abandoning the run. They got to stick with it this week, and that was encouraging to see. The other thing that surprised me a little bit was how the Cowboys were able to overcome their injuries. They now have their 4 best defensive ends unable to play, or at least unable to play last night. Obviously, you got the 2 starters in Lawrence and Parsons, but coming into the game, they had, they were expecting a lot of Marcus Nealand, who got injured yesterday, and Sam Williams, who tore his ACL in the week before the season started. So their top 4 defensive ends all out, and they went with guys like Lawson and Wheatley, but they did just enough. And I will say,
Wheatley's the one who got the late penalties, like for unsportsmanlike. Yeah.
but I will say, I just don't know that Justin Fields is very adroit at throwing the ball downfield. I mean, his ability to throw the ball on the deep seam routes or the really deep outs, or to make the more difficult second level throws, I haven't seen it from him, where I certainly didn't see it last night against the Cowboys.
Well, I think even more than Justin Fields, I think it's Pittsburgh's offense. It's anemic. I mean, Justin Fields has done what he is supposed to do for the most part. He's really done a good job of taking care of the football. I really am impressed with that. But I think, I can't think of, when I think of the Steelers, of course, I think Mike Tomlin is just a god. He's incredible. I mean, he's the longest tenured coach with the same team, 17th or 18th year with Pittsburgh. He's such a great coach. And their defense is always so good. Their offense, even in the Ben Roethlisberger's years, was so up and down. But this offense is anemic. And I don't think changing quarterbacks to Russell Wilson, I don't see it any better. I think Justin Fields is their guy. I think he needs some wide receiver help. They're a team that I don't think they have enough cap space, but they should be looking at Devontae Adams, because the Raiders need to unload him. He wants to go, and they need some wide receiver help. Wow.
Well, they've got Pickens, who's very talented. But every time it seemed the ball was being thrown to him, he didn't have much separation from the Cowboys corners.
No, and I think that's his youth.
Pickens has really struggled. But I haven't seen Fields throw the ball downfield with great consistency either. It's just a tough spot they're in. It's coming into the game, there was all this thing. It was in the pregame show, Chris Collingsworth was saying, isn't it great that the Steelers have a very affordable quarterback room with 2 talented guys, and they're going to have to sort out which of those 2 talented quarterbacks can play. And my view of that is, after seeing Justin Fields last night against a porous Cowboy defense, I mean, the injuries on that defense, we just talked about the defensive ends. The corners are out. I mean, they were playing a corner that was off their practice squad. Sure, Trayvon Diggs is back, but they don't have Deron Bland back yet. And yet the Steelers offense just couldn't move the ball against a really beaten up Cowboys defense. The thought that Russell Wilson is the answer, given what we saw from him in Denver, I mean, he might have been an average quarterback the last couple of years, if you want to go with that. To say that he's going to lift this team and take him to a whole nother level beyond Justin Fields is really hard for me to imagine.
No, I agree with you. And let me tell you, he's not an average quarterback. What team? This is how badly the Broncos wanted him out of there. They paid him $38 million to leave.
Yeah.
Like, please leave. So that's not even an average quarterback. I think I like what they're doing with Justin Fields. I think he's not in a bad spot. And really what I saw them doing with Justin Fields is exactly what Mike McCarthy and who's your OC in Dallas? Why am I not thinking of that?
Davenport
is what they did change to in the second half with Dak. Dak, I love him. I think he's I just love him as a leader and everything else. But I'll tell you what, Dak is not good at explosive plays. That's where he gets in trouble. And so the change at halftime was dink and dunk it. I mean, like that 5-yard touchdown pass that won the game, that was not like any great pass, but that was exactly what was needed. Like dink and dunk it all the way down because you protected the ball. You had a 15-play drive and you won the game. And I think that's what Pittsburgh is doing also with Justin Fields because he's young. He's not particularly accurate. So don't put him in that position. Dink and dunk it.
Yeah,
it works
and we
better.
are in a place where defenses, particularly this season, are putting cover 2 back there. They're putting extra safe. They're protecting against the deep pass. And so when Dak tries to stretch the field, there are all these guys waiting back there. And you saw that several times over. Shoot, the Texans were facing the Bills defense that often were in cover 2 or cover 4. They were doing a lot of defensive coverage, and CJ had to throw the underneath routes consistently.
Yeah.
Now, he got over
And
the
he
top
can.
with Nico, which was unbelievable. But this is the nature of the NFL right now. It's forcing these quarterbacks to be far more patient. They're trying to make teams execute 12-play offensive drives as opposed to getting the one big play. And it's hard to execute a 12-play offensive drive, particularly when you look at a team that's prone to penalties. Texans have been prone to penalties. Cowboys have been prone to penalties. And if you've got to go 12 plays and you get a 10-yard holding penalty, it's really a big, hard thing to overcome.
No, it is. And I think penalties are an issue across the board in the NFL this year. But I would say, I think you brought up a great point. I think I'm happy if I'm a Cowboys fan because I don't feel like the season is over. They needed that win last night. Dallas makes too many mistakes. Dak had 3 turnovers. There were 3 turnovers that were all on Dak, 11 penalties, and they had 2 fourth-quarter personal fouls. Ouch. Those are tough. Those are tough.
All right, we're going to take a break. When we come back, we're going to look at the Jets, their meltdown. They lost to the Vikings. Was it that the Jets were that bad or the Vikings that good? That answer next here on ESPN Radio.
This is The Boss
and the Gloss.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Presented by Tony's. Tony's Restaurant, the city's top fine dining experience.
From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's David Gow.
And Carla Dawson.
Welcome back. And it's a funny thing. When the New York Jets lose, we end up talking about their loss versus the team that beat them.
Thank
just
you.
because they're
So
the
maybe we
friggin'
should
Jets.
start with Minnesota. Yes,
We should start with the Vikings because they are
Let's do it.
5-0.
5-0.
Far and away the best record in the NFC. They are impressive nearly in every way. I mean, they've done very good. Well, they've done. Their defense has been pretty stout. They were certainly stout yesterday against the Jets. Sam Darnold has played well this season, although yesterday was not one of his better games.
No, Sam I Am did not really show up great yesterday. 14 of 31, 179 yards, and an interception. Eek. So this would have been the game for someone to sneak in and take a win from the Vikings, but that did not happen. Credit
yes.
Brian Flores. What a defense that Minnesota Vikings has. Wow.
I mean, the NFC North coming into this season, everybody thought it was going to be a 2-team race, Lions or Packers. Packers, of course, made the deep playoff run last year. Lions made a deep playoff run last year. Vikings, who knew? I mean, they didn't have their quarterback. They drafted J.J. McCarthy. Oh, no, he got injured. Oh, no, they're going to have to settle for this journeyman quarterback, Sam Darnold. And yet here they sit, 5-0. Credit. Well, I'm going to give Kevin O'Connell a great deal of credit. He's making a strong case for Coach of the Year right now.
Yeah, he is. You should also credit Kyle Shanahan and the staff in San Francisco for giving Darnold great coaching, confidence, and off he goes. So really, that was a huge, and you can hear that with Darnold will say it. His time in San Francisco is really what turned around his journeyman season. And what another revenge game. We talked about the earlier one, Stephon Diggs facing the Buffalo Bills in Houston. This, it was in London. So Sam Darnold getting a little revenge against the icy ghost Jets that drafted him.
Oh,
and
that's right.
Really ran him into the ground when you think about it.
It feels like Darnold has played for so many teams, you lose track of the fact that, yes, he got drafted by the Jets. He was going to be their quarterback savior.
Yeah. And, listen to this. This is a bad, you can't get anything worse than this. You get drafted by the Jets, then you get traded to Carolina. Oh my gosh. Like the fact he's still in the league is unbelievable.
Yeah.
Then he got his gift going to San Francisco. Didn't see much action, but got incredible coaching. And then just as you mentioned in the open, goodbye to Kirk Cousins. In comes J.J. McCarthy out with an ACL. Sam Darnold next man up, and he is ready. That's called that is just a beautiful, what do you call it? There's a word for it. When something just serendipity. Thank you. Took me a minute.
Serendipity for the Vikings.
And he's making the most of it.
Not so for the Jets. In fact, the irony here is what you've noted, that Darnold was supposed to be the answer at the Jets quarterback position. But now Aaron Rodgers is the answer at the quarterback position.
Or is he?
I mean, this was a tough day for Aaron Rodgers and the Jets.
He got beat up. That line, wow. I mean, Aaron, 3 interceptions for Aaron yesterday. And that was in London. I know they had to travel, but his line 29 of 54, 244 yards, 2 touchdowns, and 3 interceptions.
Well, one dilemma they have is they're just not running the ball. I mean, they've got Breece Hall is a good running back.
They were forcing
so we thought.
Garrett Wilson. They were forcing the ball to Garrett Wilson. Rodgers was, I felt like.
Well, they threw the ball to
22 targets.
22 times. I don't know that I can recall a game.
My gosh.
When a receiver was targeted 22 times. 22 times. And of course, there were 13 catches on those 22 targets, but that is very abnormal. And so there they sit. Mike Williams just has not, the big signing they got, he's going to come in and be the other receiver to be on the other side of Garrett Wilson. And Mike Williams has not produced for them either. It just doesn't feel like they're in sync. And I think there's going to be a lot of looks hard at, do they need to go in and do they need to go get another receiver? Do they need to make a trade for Davante Adams?
That is a very tough question, because that's an easy, yeah, that's what they need to do. But let me remind you, Aaron Rodgers is 40. Aaron Rodgers is coming off of a year out with an Achilles injury, which is a very hard injury to come back as you were before. And then you add the age on top of it. Davante Adams is older for a receiver. He's still excellent. He's outstanding, but he doesn't get the same separation that he used to get when he was in Green Bay with Aaron Rodgers and all that. So, and I know the Raiders, they're paying him $970,000 for each game that he sits there nursing his quote hamstring. Sorry, I'm just going to go ahead and say that. That's almost $1 million. They don't want to pay for him. They don't want to take a part of the salary, I wouldn't think. And it depends how desperate they get to get rid of him. So I don't know that uniting Aaron Rodgers and Davante Adams together is the smart move or the move that's going to move the needle. Because listen, the Jets gave Aaron everyone he asked for. Randall Cobb was on the roster last year. That didn't work because he's older. He had a great career, but done. Let's just go to the obvious. Nathaniel Hackett. What the heck? And the Jets were even able to see Nathaniel Hackett get fired mid-season in the ugliest way in Denver. Yet, because Aaron wants him, where does he end up? With the Jets. So I don't know if I'm Devontae Adams and I really want a career where I'm getting like I've got a chance at something. Do I really want to go to a washed up place? Alan Lazard, he's also there. The Jets have given Aaron everything that he wants. And I just don't think with a 48 QBR, Aaron Rodgers, and a 61% completion rate, is he your answer?
Well, it is intriguing to think.
the bottom half
there
of
were
the league.
Devontae Adams and Aaron Rodgers were a prolific duo
Yes,
for
they
the
were.
Packers. They were outstanding
That was
together,
years ago.
but they didn't win a championship.
Mm-mm.
And here we sit years later. Devontae Adams and Aaron Rodgers could be reunited. And the premise is with Devontae Adams, now they can finally win a championship. But these guys are older and less capable than they were when they were at their peak of their powers back with the Packers. I don't think the premise makes sense to go out and get them. If I were going to use draft capital, if I were running the Jets and I were going to use draft capital right now to go get a ready plug-in player, I try to go get somebody for that offensive line. That's the real weakness of that team.
Amen to that. Now, that's not a sexy trade at all. But, I mean, Aaron Rodgers was pressured yesterday big time. He really got beat up. And at his age, that's really where injuries stack up. I mean, I realize you can't win if you don't have a good quarterback. But guess what? You can't have a good quarterback if you don't have an O-line. So let's look at that first.
And it's hard to have a good quarterback if you don't have a running game. And Breece Hall was held to 23 yards on 9 carries yesterday. That makes 27 yards on 19 carries over the past 2 games. They are not moving the ball well.
And I don't love Aaron Rodgers' decision making. I don't think he's a great leader. And I mean, do you think, David, that Nathaniel Hackett can resurrect the Jets offense if they get Devontae Adams?
Oh, no.
I don't either. He's not creative. It's so predictable. Boring.
I have a lack of confidence in Nathaniel Hackett as offensive coordinator. I've never really been bought into Robert Saleh. I think he was hired coming off a great defensive coordinator year at the 49ers.
He was the it guy, the it DC coming out of
He was the it guy. But look, he had so much talent on that defensive front with the 49ers.
For sure.
I think the hype on him got way ahead of the reality. And I don't think, I mean, look at his time there with, Wilson was just a mess there. And I don't see how this works. I think we're going to be looking at a disastrous season for the Jets. I could see a huge house cleaning at the end of this year. They may try to put it all back together again one more time next year, bring Rodgers back, see if they can put it all together. But they're going to have to change out at least Nathaniel Hackett, if not Robert Saleh as well.
Yes, because, the Jets are 2-3, which is somewhat respectable. But the only game that Rodgers has looked comfortable in is New England. And we know where they stand.
That's right.
Barely standing.
Yeah, that's not the best metric.
No, it's not.
Okay, I do want to ask you about the Ravens' big win over the Bengals yesterday. That was a big win because
it was an overtime game with a lot of points.
Well, a lot
Holy
of points.
Moly.
And the Bengals needed that win. I mean, they have really come out of the gate slowly, and they seem to do that every year, and then they rally back. But this was the time to start rallying back. I mean, the Bengals came into the game with a record of 1-3. They fall to 1-4. They are several games back in that division. Ravens at the top with a record of 3-2. And boy, the combination of Lamar Jackson and Derrick Henry literally looks electric to me.
I would say Derrick Henry is the biggest difference maker for Baltimore. And it's not only because what he does on the field, but you can't ignore him. That's the thing. Number one, you can't ignore him. When he's on the field, I mean, even as a decoy, he's too explosive.
Yep.
Secondly, it gives Lamar Jackson an exhale. He doesn't have to do what Josh Allen is having to do in Buffalo.
Yep.
And that has not boded well for Lamar Jackson in the past when he hasn't really had other options. So I think that was such an incredible and not an expensive pickup either. They're not paying him much at all, which, dang, you're Cowboys. I mean, he lived in Dallas, trains in Dallas, wanted to be in Dallas, but so be it. So he's with Baltimore, and I think that's the greatest pickup. Yesterday, this season, Lamar has 9 touchdowns to 1 interception. Yesterday, over 400 yards and 4 touchdowns because he's playing relaxed football and he has options. So I think that is that is exactly the opposite of what's happening in Cincinnati. Yes, they have great receivers, which is why Joe Burrow was 30 for 39, 375 yards, and 5 touchdowns and played out of his mind. But that Bengals defense, what the heck? Where is it?
Yeah, the final was 41-38. You might also say that Ravens defense, I mean, they gave up a lot of yardage
Yeah, they
to Joe
did.
Burrow and company.
They
And Joe
did.
Burrow and company and Jamar Chase, they are outstanding. But if I had to pick on the Ravens after the win, and there's a big narrative now that the Ravens 3-2 are one of the uber elite teams in the AFC, and I wouldn't argue against it. They are certainly in the top 5, but that defense has been fairly porous. It's given
Yes.
up some leads in late in the games, and then yesterday they gave up 38 points to Joe Burrow. And frankly, if Joe Burrow hadn't thrown that pick late in the game, I think that game would have gone with Cincinnati. They would have won the game, and then
Well,
we'd
then
all
they
be
had the
looking at
bad
a
snap.
Ravens team that is 2-3, and we'd all be saying, "What happened to the Ravens defense?"
Yeah, that's very true. But it just shows you the little things matter.
Yep.
And the reason Joe Burrow threw that interception, because he's doing it all,
Yep.
because he has to. So I think that's exactly the difference. You pointed it out so beautifully. You're right, David. I mean, that's just having to do too much, and you have to do risky throws like that.
All right, we're going to come back with Randy McElvoy of KPRC's Channel 2 Houston. You know, he covers sports there, and we're going to get his insights on the Texans. I want to ask him, was this the best win of the season for the Texans yesterday, the big win over the Bills? It'll be Randy McElvoy up next year on ESPN Radio.
This is The Boss
and the Gloss.
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Presented by Tony's. Tony's Restaurant, the city's top fine dining experience.
From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's David Gow.
And Carla Dawson.
Welcome back. And joining us now on ESPN Radio 97.5 is Randy McElvoy from KPRC Channel 2 Houston. Randy, welcome to the show. You're on with David and Carla.
Hey, guys. How are you?
We're doing great. Thanks so much for joining us. So I'm sure you watched every minute of that Texans game. Was it their most impressive win of the season?
You know what? In some ways it was, but in some ways, you still have the issues that have been hitting at them over these first few weeks when it comes to penalties.
Yep.
It was a clean first half, but then they kind of reverted back in that third quarter. If you want to nitpick a little bit, I would say that was a step back because they were, I think totally clean in the first half, and then that third quarter, just those bad habits crept back in again. I think they had 6 or 7 in that third quarter. But you're going to have issues like that. You got to find a way to clean it up. But when you can still make mistakes like that and get a win like they did, and the way they got it with the walk-off fashion, I just got through my 6 o'clock show showing some more of that Fairbairn kick, and man, this is how clutch he's been this year. So. Yeah, it was a great win, a stressful win in that fourth quarter for all those fans who stuck around to the end. But they'll take it, man. They're 4-1, and they can keep working on things to clean it up here in this next stretch.
Yeah, we were just talking about how impressed we were. Special teams down the stretch. Obviously, Townsend's punt pinning the Bills, and then Fairbairn's long kick. Just outstanding down the stretch.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, they got a couple of breaks their way. I think the fans in Buffalo are not happy with the play call selection down the stretch.
Oh, yeah.
That could have sent that thing to overtime. I think that was real costly for Buffalo. But, it's a break that the Texans pounced on and had the opportunity and, made the most of it. They've got so much confidence right now in Fairbairn, and deservingly so. I mean, what a year he's having. Best kicker in the league right now. And I've lost track how many over 50 he's got this year, but quite a few. And he's just one of those clutch guys. He's in the zone right now. When he describes it, it's almost like a Zen moment for him when he describes kind of what it's like in those pressure kicks. But the players love him. He's a great teammate, and man, he's accurate right now. And I was talking to somebody at NRG Stadium today. Even if it was 55 on a regular basis, I'd have confidence in him. At least right now, he's just in that zone.
Well, with Fairbairn, the expression that I'm using about my age is true. 55 is the old 35. I mean, or the new 35. he makes them no problem. So.
Yeah, and it's funny. You are seeing more just in general across the league. If you look at some of the numbers, the averages are going up on the length of a lot of these kicks. You're seeing more and more longer field goals and made with looks like ease by a lot of these kickers in the league. So that's definitely a number that's rising, I think, league wide.
Randy, so yesterday we had another explosive play, CJ to Nico Collins with the 67-yard touchdown in the first quarter. It did come with a price. We lose Collins with a hamstring issue. I saw today that, it's going to be week to week. So I want to find out, your thoughts on that. New England is coming up. Are they going to just let him rest even if he's good to go? And what is the outlook for without a Collins? We still have a stacked receiving core. Do you think they can step up, and with Diggs, Dell, and Schultz, can they fill the hole that Collins would be missing? What's your outlook on that? Would love your thoughts.
Yeah, first off, the Collins situation, I was out there with D'Amico today, and it was coach speak, no doubt. But the way I kind of walked away was I do not expect to see him this weekend. And honestly, depending on the severity of the hamstring issue, which we don't know yet, we don't know if it was a pull or a tweak. What I'm hearing, it was a tweak of the issue he had in some previous weeks as well. He re-aggravated that. That's what I'm being told. That's not an all-out pull because you're talking about a longer time out, I think, for Collins. I don't think – I hate to say they don't need him against New England because this is the NFL, but this is a game that I think they can win easily without him, honestly. New England is in rebuild mode. Granted, it's on the road, and you got to deal with those typical elements league-wide, but they can win this football game. You're seeing Stephon Diggs becoming a lot more comfortable now. He and CJ are on the same path. I think he had 8 targets yesterday, 6 catches, and what a great emotional game that was for Diggs. But yeah, you go to Schultz, you use him, you use Dario Gumawale a little bit more. He gets 6 catches out of the backfield. You've got weapons. Tank Dell, good to see him back as well. Yes, to answer your question, they can win without Nico, but big picture, long run, they got to have him back healthy. There's no doubt. But you've got New England. This is a very winnable game, and so many targets. For CJ, he slings it around. I think he had 8 total. Found 8 different guys yesterday, so the depth is certainly in place. For the Texans, but I don't think you rush. Whatever level this hamstring injury is, you don't rush Nico Collins back. He's the best on your team. He's one of the best in the league right now. You got to make sure you don't rush him back too quickly and re-aggravate it and then look at a lengthy timeout for him, which you can't really, once you get in the meat of this season, you can't have that.
No, it's so true. And it is, believe it or not, a long season, and we're going to need him at the end. And that's important. I agree with you. What about Joe Mixon? What's his status? I know it's week to week too. What do you think for next week?
Yeah, they really watch how the information they're letting out over there on Joe. I thought he might be back a little bit this week in not a full blown role, but at least come back. But obviously he was not against a good Buffalo team. That's another situation. They got to get the run game going. There's no doubt. Without Joe Mixon, it's a different situation. Cam Akers did a nice job yesterday, but it's like we were asking today. It's like he only had 9 carries. I mean, personally, I thought that should have been flip-flopped. Dario Gumawale had 15 carries. I don't think anybody would have predicted or projected that for him. But he is Dario's a weapon, definitely out of the backfield, not necessarily running the ball. I think he averaged just over 2 yards a carry yesterday. That's not gonna work. No. But meanwhile, Cam Akers, 9 for I think 40 something yards, and he had that 15-yard touchdown. But they've got to have Joe Mixon back, and the high ankle sprains, you just never know it's the high ankle sprain. That's almost as bad as having a ligament sometimes, a ligament issue. If it's a high ankle sprain as far as time missed. And that's what he suffered, a high ankle sprain. So we'll see how he did. Well, the key is always for us, at least, is once they get back out there Wednesday, we'll see, if he's out